She has always believed that only by achieving perfection in every endeavor can she truly live the dream life of a laid-back existence. Thus, she approached her studies with utmost seriousness. She was diligent in class, meticulous during meals, and conscientious in her slumber. Even when matchmaking for GGAD, she exhibited unwavering focus. While walking her noseless old dog, she maintained the same level of earnestness. Even when falling for someone, she was equally devoted. Chapter 1 Ravenclaw. Avenclaw. As she absorbed the final verdict from the sorting hat perched above her, Wei Shengbai fell into deep contemplation. Although she had previously chosen the House of Eagles in a mobile game based on Harry Potter, given her later semi-abandonment of the game, it seemed more likely that she would be sorted into Badger House. Yet, here she was, unexpectedly placed in Ravenclaw. She reassured herself that it was certainly better than being sorted into the overly zealous Gryffindor or the gathering of Death Eaters in Slytherin. However, another question soon emerged in her mind. Why did the hat not offer her any commentary? No remark such as, "What a dilemma, which house should I place you in?" Or, "You are by far the most studious little witch I have ever encountered." Nothing at all, just a simple Ravenclaw. After all, Harry Potter and other protagonists in various tales received such commentary. Was it because she was not the chosen one? She had indeed traversed worlds. Wei Shengbai was not entirely satisfied with her sorting experience. Had she not feared that Headmaster Dumbledore at the teacher's table might notice her peculiarity, she would have surely confronted the hat for an explanation. Upon leaving the high stool, Wei Shengbai politely returned the sorting hat to its place. One must admit, this ancient hat, having endured for a millennium, was quite dilapidated, adorned with patches and remnants of cobwebs along with layers of accumulated dust. Were it not for the necessity of the sorting, she would have preferred not to don such a hat at all. Noticing the obvious disdain in the girl's eyes, the sorting hat intended to say something, but Wei Shengbai swiftly departed the platform, joining the warm community of Ravenclaw. What an intriguing girl, mused the sorting hat, but it paid little mind, as the next little wizard was already being called by Professor McGonagall to take their place on the stool. It was the year 1973, nearly a decade before the birth of the protagonist, Harry Potter. This was a distant era, and she felt as though she had been abandoned by the new age. Seated at the Ravenclaw long table, she was welcomed by enthusiastic upperclassmen who introduced her to the intricacies of Ravenclaw and the school life, hoping to provide this Asian little witch with warmth. Indeed, Wei Shengbai was a genuine descendant of the Huaxia people, yet when her parents brought her far from the tumultuous times of her homeland to the distant shores across the ocean, she had expected to live an ordinary life once more. Little did she anticipate that at the tender age of 5, her parents would tragically perish due to entanglements within the British wizarding world. At that moment, Wei Shengbai realized she had indeed traversed into the magical realm depicted in the books. Subsequently, she was taken to a small village in the Austrian Alps to live. It was only when Hogwarts sent her a letter via owl that she returned to British soil. The year 1973. Wei Shengbai turned her gaze towards Gryffindor, where striking red hair caught her attention. Lily, observing the new students during the entrance ceremony, noticed a gaze directed her way. Turning to follow the source, she found a lovely girl with deep brown hair staring intently at her. This was the new student from earlier. Why was she staring at her so intently? Lily felt a twinge of confusion but nonetheless offered a friendly smile. Lily, how adorable! Wei Shengbai felt her heart flutter at that warm smile, instinctively covering her heart. Upon confirming that this was indeed the mother of the savior, she also noticed a boy with unruly hair and iconic glasses, undoubtedly James Potter, always by Lily's side. After observing Gryffindor, her gaze shifted to the Slytherin table. After a meticulous search, she finally spotted a young Severus Snape in a corner. Dressed in a rather drab robe, his hair appeared unkempt, cascading over his cheeks and obscuring much of his face. It seemed that the Slytherin students were reluctant to engage with him throughout the feast. No one spoke to him. However, this mattered little to Wei Shengbai. In a time when Death Eaters ran rampant and Voldemort's shadow loomed large over England, she simply wanted to remain at school and survive until graduation. After graduation, she resolved to return to Huaxia and live as a reclusive witch, free from worldly conflicts. Wei Shengbai thoughtfully contemplated her future days. At least magic could partially replace technology such as phones, computers, and air conditioning, ensuring she would not be excessively bored in this era. From this perspective, she found herself leaning towards Hufflepuff, provided she could first complete the task she had set for herself. Gently caressing her wand, Wei Shengbai felt a pang of distress. After the new student feast concluded, she was led by upperclassmen to the Ravenclaw Tower for dormitory assignments. What is the meaning of life? Outside the Ravenclaw common room, the eagle-shaped bronze knocker posed a question conundrum every Ravenclaw student must confront upon returning to their quarters. Only those who answer correctly may enter. Does anyone wish to try? The lead prefect addressed this year's new students, who exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in confusion. Only Wei Shengbai stood aside, intrigued by the seemingly fascinating knocker. The female prefect noted the expression on the lovely Asian girl's face and encouraged her to step forward and answer. Startled by the sudden call, Wei Shengbai paused but did not refuse. Instead, she casually offered an answer. The meaning of life lies in survival. This was a rather ordinary response after all. Everyone strives to survive, which is the foundation for achieving all aspirations. The eagle sculpture on the knocker remained silent for 2 seconds before acknowledging her answer. What you say holds truth, you may enter. Upperclassmen looked on in surprise at this new student, for very few young witches could articulate such a simple yet profound statement at this age, leading them to speculate about her background. As everyone entered the common room, they found themselves in a spacious circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows, draped in blue and bronze silk. Ravenclaw students could gaze out at the beautiful scenery beyond the windows. The ceiling formed a dome, studded with stars, while the deep blue carpet below also bore starry motifs, evoking a strong sense of astronomy. The common room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, and opposite the door stood a half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of the house, crafted from white marble. A door beside the statue led to the dormitories above. After the prefect shared some important details about life within the house, the distribution of dormitories began. This year's new students were few, and Wei Shengbai was fortunate to be assigned a private room, which greatly pleased her. Upon finding the room with her name inscribed, she promptly entered, closed the door, and locked it, then retrieved her wand. With a gentle wave of her wand, a book resembling a spellbook materialized before her eyes, etched with the emblems of the 4 houses, and emblazoned in the center was a grand letter. The cover's design mirrored a pattern from a spell-collecting game she had played in her previous life. Indeed, Wei Shengbai found herself drifting into a state of dreamy reverie, while lounging on the sofa, relishing the cool embrace of the air conditioning as she immersed herself in the game. This has also remained her most formidable secret, one she has never divulged to anyone. Chapter 2. Future Assurance. Before her lay an enchanted tome, its pages meticulously arranged with familiar cards. Yet, regrettably, while the collection was complete, Wei Shengbai's current magical prowess remained rather feeble, rendering her unable to cast several high-cost spells. Moreover, the cards required her to cultivate proficiency through practice. They were upgraded based on skill, rather than through mere draws. This was rather disheartening. However, upon reflection, it appeared that Hogwarts lacked a card pool for her to draw from. Most cards demanded proficiency to vanquish enemy units, with only a select few manageable solo, such as the Ethereal Mist card or summoning a Niffler to restore her magic. Nevertheless, the means of magical recovery provided by the cards held little significance for her, as her innate magic would, like any ordinary wizard, grow with age. Thus, she typically summoned the Niffler during moments of melancholy, cradling it as a pet. The tome also contained numerous fantastical creatures akin to the Niffler, leading Wei Shengbai to sometimes feel more like a summoner than a wizard. Although leveling up the cards necessitated her own effort, it conveniently bypassed the need for her to learn independently. Once she maxed out the proficiency in this spellbook, she believed that even Voldemort would sincerely marvel at her, considering her a true dark sorceress. At that point, she could enjoy a languorous life of leisure, free from the fear of the bald Dark Lord. Perhaps she could even explore the Forbidden Forest more frequently at night. The acromantula that Hagrid had released must have spawned a considerable progeny by now. In her eyes, those spiders were merely adversaries, ideal for honing her skills. With such thoughts, Wei Shengbai closed the enchanted tome, performed a brief ablution, and reclined upon her soft bed. She raised her wand, examining it closely, for it was uniquely hers. The wand, crafted from acacia wood, was suited for meticulous and conscientious wizards, said to embody the wandmaker's profound understanding of time. Magical wonders could preserve a flower in bloom indefinitely, yet they could not halt the passage of time. Indeed, she had inherited all her assets from her previous life in the game, including over 3,000 gems, nearly 200,000 galleons, a plethora of various wands, and 36 lucky trinkets. Even her entire wardrobe of purchased and premium outfits was safely stored in Gringotts, each guarded by one of the 36 lucky trinkets, which also served as keys to her treasures. The time wand was her favorite, as it augmented proficiency gains, and the exquisite golden gem at its base resonated with her tastes. This wand was the very foundation of her existence in this alternate world, an irreplaceable entity. Gripping her wand tightly, Wei Shengbai contemplated her strategy for enhancing card proficiency before rolling over and drifting into a deep slumber. Ravenclaw's dormitory perched atop a lofty tower, where the sound of the wind outside could be faintly heard, accompanied by the rustling of the Forbidden Forest in the distance. The night was serene and tranquil. In her single dormitory, Wei Shengbai, who was on the verge of dreamland, suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up in bed. No, she almost forgot. Quidditch could be bypassed, the ball could be missed, but the dueling club was not to be neglected. In the absence of giants, house elves, or buckbeak, the dueling club was the fastest avenue to enhance her proficiency, aside from grinding in the Forbidden Forest. But did Hogwarts even host such an activity at this time? The older students seemed to have completely omitted this from their discussions. Oh well, she would inquire with her upperclassmen tomorrow. Worrying about it now was futile. After pondering for a moment, Wei Shengbai reclined once more, the drowsiness soon enveloping her as she succumbed to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wei Shengbai rose from her bed. In this era devoid of smartphones and computers, coupled with yesterday's river crossing, the banquet, and the arduous climb up the high Ravenclaw tower, she had indeed exhausted herself and gone to bed early. An early slumber naturally led to an early awakening. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still just past 6. However, by the time she completed her morning routine, donned her school uniform, and left the dormitory with her textbooks for the Great Hall, it was already 7:30. Breakfast was just commencing. Wei Shengbai found a spot at her house's long table, and began to savor her delightful morning meal. Ravenclaw was a house that cherished knowledge and a love for learning. After finishing her plate of fried eggs and toast, she observed many upperclassmen arriving, engrossed in their books while reaching for bread from the table. The other first-year students in her dorm had grown familiar with one another, chattering away, while she sat alone, her delicate features devoid of embarrassment or yearning for companionship. She felt as though she existed outside of everyone else, quietly observing the scene before her. The ambience at the Ravenclaw table was particularly pleasant, starkly contrasting with the boisterous Gryffindor table across the hall. Lily, seated at the Gryffindor table, noticed Wei Shengbai, who had attracted her gaze the day before, quietly observing her actions. How to describe it? This new student exuded a sense of tranquility, tinged with a subtle detachment, as though she shunned contact with others, and had no desire to engage with those around her. Yet, what intrigued Lily most was that she could not discern any essence of loneliness surrounding the Asian girl. Sitting there alone, she appeared to inhabit a vibrant, singular world of her own, a realm inaccessible to others. What a peculiar girl. Lily silently assessed this extraordinary new student. And just as she was about to leave the great hall for class, she fortuitously encountered Wei Shengbai at the door. The latter called out to her, while Severus Snape beside her cast an irritable glance. Yet the girl standing before them seemed to completely disregard the displeasure emanating from Snape, engaging Lily in conversation. Hello, upperclassmen. May I inquire about the way to the Charms classroom? New to Hogwarts, Wei Shengbai found the pathways here far from the simplicity of the game, and to her dismay, her cheat didn't even include a map. Just as she contemplated returning to the Great Hall to seek guidance from her housemates, she happened to see Lily exiting, prompting her to approach naturally. As for the frosty individual beside her, he could be ignored. Head up the stairs to the 4th floor. The Charms classroom is on the left side of the corridor. There's no rush. Class hasn't started yet. Lily replied with a smile. Wei Shengbai nodded, then asked, by the way, upperclassmen, do you know if there's an activity called the dueling club at the school? Dueling club? Lily responded with a hint of confusion. As a third-year student, she had never heard of such a club at Hogwarts. It existed long ago, but not anymore. Have you finished your questions? We need to head to class. Severus coldly interjected, pulling Lily away before Wei Shengbai could express her gratitude. Standing at the Great Hall's entrance, Wei Shengbai watched the two depart, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your help, upperclassman Lily. And you too, Severus. Chapter 3, The Forbidden Forest at Night. Ascending the staircase to the 4th floor, the Charms classroom awaited at the left side of the corridor. After wandering in vain, Wei Shengbai encountered a passing student, and inquired anew about the direction to the Charms classroom. However, it was on the 4th floor, and they were currently on the 6th. Observing the perplexed expression on Wei Shengbai's face, the senior felt a tinge of exasperation, but decided to personally escort her. As it was not far and there was ample time before class commenced, she trailed closely behind him, ensuring not to fall behind a single step. Having a tendency to lose her way easily, she had managed to navigate to the auditorium only by following the Ravenclaw upperclassmen. For the labyrinthine paths of Hogwarts Castle were indeed exceedingly convoluted. Surely that was the reason. She wasn't so directionally challenged as to be utterly lost. At the threshold of the classroom, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to the kind senior before stepping inside and taking her seat. The first lesson commenced swiftly, with Professor Flitwick standing atop the high podium, wand in hand. The session began with the customary instruction on the levitation charm, a relatively simple spell. However, Wei Shengbai did not possess this card in her repertoire. Nevertheless, she had independently mastered it through self-study. During the initial half of the lesson, Professor Flitwick recounted the charm's origins and its precise pronunciation, emphasizing the necessity for accuracy to avoid unforeseen consequences. All right, children, Wingardium Leviosa, he instructed, demonstrating the accompanying wand movement of a swish and a flick. Remember the incantation for the levitation charm. Now, raise your wands and give it a try. As soon as Professor Flitwick's words echoed in the air, the students eagerly lifted their wands, directing them towards the feathers on their desks while reciting the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Wei Shengbai softly uttered the impeccably pronounced spell, and the pristine feather before her gracefully floated upward, swirling elegantly in the air, suspended for an extended moment without descending. Excellent. Miss Wei. Very well done. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick exclaimed with palpable excitement, while the other students struggled, managing only to lift their feathers slightly off the table. No one else had yet achieved the level of control she exhibited over the levitation charm. With a flick of her wand, she guided the feather back down to the table, allowing herself a small sigh of relief. When she raised her gaze once more, she found Professor Flitwick regarding her with bright, eager eyes. Have I perhaps overdone it? She pondered. After all, it was merely a simple levitation charm. It wasn't particularly indicative of anything. Soon several other students succeeded as well. Wei Shengbai had no intention of feigning modesty. For her, being capable of such feats was not something to be hidden. She preferred to let things unfold naturally. After class, Professor Flitwick called her aside to inquire about her studies in charms. The supply of promising Ravenclaw students had dwindled alarmingly. The house cup was almost always claimed by Slytherin, with Ravenclaw only managing to snatch it every few years. Particularly in times when Death Eaters roamed freely, Slytherin students excelled academically, often in league with the Dark Lord, causing their triumphs at the end of each term to leave them insufferably proud. I merely studied in advance at home. The Ravenclaw upperclassmen are exceptionally talented, she replied nonchalantly. Which was the truth. Ravenclaw was indeed the most competitive house academically, with its members diligently pursuing their studies, though they lacked the social finesse exhibited by Slytherin. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he recognized the innate talent in this young girl. She might very well become an exceptional witch in the future. After a full day of classes, she returned to the dormitory, this time carefully following the upperclassmen clad in Ravenclaw robes, ensuring she did not lose her way. She pondered her predicament. She could seek assistance from the upperclassmen and portraits within the castle, but what would she do if she became lost in the Forbidden Forest? Reflecting on this, as twilight descended, Wei Shengbai gathered her gear, tucking a dark cloak imbued with the disillusionment charm into her enchanted bag, and stepped out of the Ravenclaw dormitory and common room. Thus far, she had not actively sought out friendships, yet it bore little significance to her. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the spiders lurking within the Forbidden Forest. Those experiences were invaluable. After slipping out of Hogwarts Castle, she selected a discreet path she had scouted during the day, a location that went largely unnoticed by passers-by. Moreover, with the sun having set and darkness enveloping the area, it was even less likely that anyone would detect her presence. Choosing a secluded spot, Wei Shengbai retrieved the black cloak from her bag, facilitating her concealment. Were it not for her currently insufficient magical energy, she would have certainly pursued learning the disillusionment charm. If she were to encounter Hagrid or any other perilous magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest, she intended to utilize the misty veil to evade detection. With preparations complete, Wei Shengbai extracted a notebook and a pen from her bag, intending to create a map of the Forbidden Forest to avoid future disorientation. She commended her own cleverness before plunging into the seemingly endless expanse of the Forbidden Forest. The night within the Forbidden Forest appeared serene, yet the air was punctuated with the sounds of unknown insects and the rustling of nocturnal birds. Fortunately, the moonlight illuminated her path, allowing her to navigate with clarity. Most of the paths within the forest were relatively easy to traverse, likely due to the presence of various magical creatures, such as the centaurs featured in the original text. Moreover, the professor of care of magical creatures frequently conducted lessons here, and Hagrid patrolled the forest almost daily. Within Hogwarts grounds, aside from the Phoenix Fox, no one else could apparate, yet within the Forbidden Forest, it was permissible. Thus, occasionally, some audacious outsiders ventured here in search of herbs or rare magical creatures. As Wei Shengbai walked, she jotted notes and sketches on her paper. Surprisingly, she encountered no dangerous creatures along the way. Not a single spider, or even a bat crossed her path. Just as she mused on this, a commotion erupted nearby. What is happening? Wei Shengbai raised an eyebrow, seeking refuge in a concealed thicket. The dim light and her dark cloak rendered her nearly undetectable, provided no one approached too closely. Crouching in the underbrush, She patiently awaited the source of the disturbance to reveal itself. Suddenly, a figure clad in Hogwarts robes darted into the area. Through the moonlight filtering down, Wei Shengbai discerned that it was a slender boy. What on earth brings him here at such an hour? His hair was plastered to his forehead, and he panted heavily, halting his movement while fixating intently on the direction from which he had come. Not far away, a unicorn, radiating a celestial glow, seemed intent on pursuing him. As the clouds dissipated, the moonlight grew brighter, and Wei Shengbai gaped at the disheveled figure before her. Ah, is that not Senior Snape? Chapter 4. The Girl and the Unicorn. On the first day of term, Snape had ventured into the Forbidden Forest at night, practicing potion brewing, but due to his limited resources, he had hoped to find something of value within its depths. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a herd of unicorns. And now he was being pursued by an adult unicorn. Unicorns are extraordinarily intelligent magical creatures, known for their strong territorial instincts and aversion to male beings. While possessing an affinity for pure and beautiful girls, Snape, sneaking into their domain to gather herbs, was naturally regarded as an intruder by the unicorns, and it was entirely justifiable that they sought to drive him away. Upon arriving at this clearing, the robust adult unicorn behind him halted, gazing at the breathless figure with its resplendent eyes, no longer pursuing him. Severus Snape seized this moment of respite. Perhaps he had ventured beyond the territory of those magical creatures, or perhaps the unicorn recognized the Hogwarts robe adorning him, which accounted for its lack of aggressive behavior. However, the unicorn's attention swiftly shifted away from him, as it slightly tilted its head and focused on a nearby thicket of blackened grass, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, after a brief interval, it elegantly strode toward the very spot it had been observing, gently nudging its head against the clump of grass. Someone was there. Snape's heart surged with the realization, his previously calmed heartbeat once again racing. Realizing he had been exposed, the girl, Wei Shengbai, stood up casually, emerging from the grass and brushing off the debris from her attire, while the unicorn continued to affectionately nuzzle against her. Oh, Senior, what a coincidence to encounter you here. She then appeared to notice Snape's presence, raising her hand in a casual wave as a greeting. Who are you? A student from Hogwarts? What brings you to the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Clearly, Snape had little interest in girls other than Lily, and despite having seen her earlier that day, he had already forgotten her entirely. I am a freshman from Ravenclaw, Senior. As for why I am in the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour, I am equally curious about your purpose in sneaking out here alone. Are you merely here to admire the beautiful unicorn? A smile almost teasing graced her face, devoid of any embarrassment for being caught. Instead, she began to stroke the unicorn's exquisite fur. How delightful it is to touch. It feels as though it has been treated with the finest fabric softener, unbelievably smooth to the touch, with no hindrance whatsoever. Each strand of the unicorn's hair glimmers, and with the slightest movement, it flows like a crystal-clear stream under the sunlight, radiating brilliance, and one could almost perceive a floral fragrance wafting from it. Snape furrowed his brow upon hearing her retort. Although she claimed to be a freshman from Ravenclaw, it seemed she harbored numerous secrets. Otherwise, a typical young witch would not dare to trespass into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour, nor would she display such a nonchalant demeanor. His thoughts drifted to the idea of departing, considering their encounter as if it had never occurred. He was not concerned about her reporting him. After all, they were both in violation of school rules. However, as he prepared to leave, Wei Shengbai suddenly seemed to recall something and called out to him. Senior, Slytherin Senior, please wait a moment. Ignoring her cries, Snape continued on his way, feigning ignorance. Severus Snape, please wait. When he did not halt, Wei Shengbai, slightly taken aback, instinctively uttered his surname. As expected, he stopped, his expression darkening as he turned to face her. How do you know my name? You may have forgotten. But we met this morning. Moreover, names can be easily acquired. After all, Slytherin students are quite renowned. Wei Shengbai spoke the lie with nonchalance, as if it were the truth. Why did you call me back? As Snape observed her approaching, the unicorn that had previously pursued him now seemed like a loyal guardian, closely following her, displaying an extraordinary intimacy. As she drew near, Snape noticed her eyes were an exceedingly rare shade of azure. The azure hue bore some resemblance to Lily's emerald green, yet upon closer inspection, they were entirely distinct. A faint golden rim encircled her pupils, shimmering brilliantly under the gentle moonlight. Unbeknownst to him, a thin veil of mist began to permeate the Forbidden Forest, resembling a gossamer shroud enveloping the night, bestowing an air of mystique upon the ancient woods. The pure-hearted girl and the unicorn emerged gracefully from the haze, akin to deities stepping forth from the depths of the forest. This thought inexplicably materialized in his mind, and the vision before him became indelibly etched in his memory. Surprisingly, many years later, when Snape reflected upon this moment, not a trace of it had faded. Yet for now, she merely appeared to him as an ordinary first-year witch. Perhaps with undisclosed secrets, but nothing more than that. Senior, your venture into the Forbidden Forest suggests you must have your own affairs to attend to. Though some areas may not be particularly welcoming to your presence, Wei Shengbai remarked, gently stroking the unicorn beside her, her smile warm and inviting. Coincidentally, I have a special affinity for magical creatures, often needing to attend to matters in the Forbidden Forest at night. Why not collaborate? Perhaps due to her possession of various magical creature cards. She had discovered years ago that she shared a unique bond with both ordinary animals and these enchanting beings from the wizarding world, reminiscent of the famed Newt Scamander. Conversely, despite her careful concealment, there seemed to be an aura about her that only animals could sense, which was likely why the unicorn had detected her presence earlier. Collaborate? Indeed. Collaborate. I have learned some spells and wish to practice and enhance my skills. The Forbidden Forest is a fitting locale, yet I am not familiar with it. However, I trust you are not a novice to nighttime excursions in the Forbidden Forest, are you? Wei Shengbai articulated her intentions, clarifying the purpose of their collaboration. In doing so, she could hone her proficiency with the cards, while Snape could leverage her affinity for magical creatures to access areas he previously could not, facilitating his herb-gathering endeavors. A win-win situation. Slytherin has always prioritized self-interest. Cooperation benefits us both. Ah, are you concerned that I am too young and inexperienced? Should we encounter danger in the Forbidden Forest, you may abandon me to fend for myself. I possess protective charms. What do you think of my proposal, Senior Snape? The girl gently caressed the silver unicorn beside her, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Yet, as she turned to inquire, that spark of warmth seemed to vanish, as if it were merely an illusion conjured by Snape amidst the enveloping mist. If what she claimed were true, and they could venture into the Forbidden Forest without him needing to worry for her safety, then he might consider it. She had already demonstrated her affinity for magical creatures. If this ability extended beyond unicorns, he could access many areas populated by social creatures within the Forbidden Forest. Very well. But I shall only be gathering herbs in the Forbidden Forest. I will not frequent it often. After deliberating the pros and cons, Snape nodded, conceding to her proposal. Just as she had asserted, Slytherin prioritized self-interest. He possessed ambition and refused to be left behind, thus seeking more avenues to achieve his goals. Your agreement is appreciated. Let us establish a time for our endeavors. Upon hearing his affirmation, Wei Shengbai felt a surge of joy within her. Henceforth, she would no longer fret over the potential of becoming lost in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Both parties were satisfied with their arrangement, each viewing the other as a means to an end, and they agreed on a schedule for their future excursions. However, it was getting late, midnight was fast approaching, and both had classes the following day, making it unwise to return too late. Children should not frequently stay up late, as it can hinder their growth and adversely affect their health. Wei Shengbai intended to return this unicorn to its original realm, while Snape was curious to ascertain the authenticity of her affinity with magical creatures. Following the path they had taken earlier, the pair strolled through the woods, returning to the unicorn's domain. Upon hearing their approach, the unicorns of various sizes in the gathering raised their heads to gaze in their direction. This place was not only home to adult unicorns like the one they had just encountered, but also teemed with adorable, golden-haired unicorn foals. Oh, how delightful! Wei Shengbai exclaimed softly, while Snape appeared somewhat apprehensive. In the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, it was mentioned that although unicorns are breathtakingly beautiful and seemingly docile creatures, they possess formidable combat abilities. The sacred horn which adorns their heads is not merely an ornament. It serves purposes far beyond medicinal use. When provoked, a single strike can prove lethal. However, the unicorns before them now seemed calm, their clear eyes intently observing the girl beside Snape. May I touch them? Wei Shengbai asked, captivated by the charming foals that emitted soft, cooing sounds and shimmered with a radiant golden hue, appearing irresistibly petable. Upon understanding her request, one of the unicorns gently nudged her with its head, encouraging her to move forward, as if granting her permission. By the way, this is my senior. He only wishes to collect some herbs here, and means you no harm. If that is acceptable? Most magical creatures possess a certain level of intelligence, and can comprehend human speech. However, due to their coveted treasures, they must avoid humans, residing in secluded forests. After hearing Wei Shengbai's words, the unicorn turned to Snape and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Really? That's wonderful, thank you. The girl, now beaming with joy, embraced the unicorn before turning to Snape. Senior, they have agreed. I'm going to check on the little unicorns over there. You may take your time. Wei Shengbai briefly mentioned before making her way to the golden foals, crouching down to gently caress them, her face alight with an uncontainable smile. Snape, feeling at ease, noted that the unicorns no longer seemed perturbed by his presence. He soon located the herbs he had sought, carefully extracting them and placing them in his pocket. By the time he completed his gathering, Wei Shengbai had shifted from her crouching position to kneeling on the soft, clean grass of the gathering area, untroubled about soiling her clothes. Surprisingly, nearly all the unicorns had gathered around her, either standing or sitting, as if she were the focal point of their existence. The girl, with her deep brown, slightly curled hair and uniquely cerulean eyes, was enveloped in a shimmering sea of silver and gold, radiating an incredible beauty. Since enrolling at Hogwarts, Snape had perused numerous tomes on magical creatures, recognizing that some potion ingredients derive from them. Yet, he had never encountered any mention or heard of a being capable of winning the affection of all unicorns. Surely, even Mr. Scamander, the esteemed magizoologist, would not receive such adoration here. What secret lay within her? In an instant, this question flickered in Snape's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Noticing that Snape had finished collecting the herbs and was now watching her, Wei Shengbai reluctantly stroked the little unicorn one last time before preparing to depart. At that moment, the initial unicorn approached her, holding an object in its mouth, and placed it gently into her small palm. It was a pure white horn, smaller than those of adult unicorns, with remnants of gold near the tip. Snape also caught sight of the horn in Wei Shengbai's hand. It was a precious treasure shed by a young unicorn prior to reaching maturity, renowned as the finest material for crafting exceptional healing potions. In the market, it had fetched prices as high as 300 galleons, yet it was a rarity. He had overheard merchants discussing it while perusing potion shops in Diagon Alley. Of course, for someone of Wei Shengbai's wealth, with fortunes exceeding 10,000 galleons, 300 was inconsequential. Her greater joy lay in the affection of the unicorns. Thank you. I shall come to visit you often, she promised, tucking the horn away as she and Snape departed. As they exited the forbidden forest, the clock was nearing 1 in the morning. By the way, Senior Snape, I haven't introduced myself yet. We ought to have names to address each other. My name is Wei Shengbai, with Wei being my surname. You may call me Wei Sheng or Bai, whichever you prefer. Her tone was notably courteous. I assume you know the way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Snape merely replied with this remark, and cast her a glance before swiftly departing. Of course, Professor Snape. Wei Shengbai murmured softly, her words dissipating into the thick night air, heard only by the gentle breeze. Chapter 6. The Proposal of the Dueling Club. We are unaware of how long Wei Shengbai wandered within the castle before returning to the Ravenclaw dormitory. However, the next day, when Snape spotted her in the Great Hall, he could sense a hint of weariness emanating from her. She remained solitary, quietly enjoying her breakfast. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she lifted her head from its lowered position and looked towards the Slytherin table. Their eyes met momentarily. Wei Shengbai simply nodded slightly in greeting before turning back to her plate of bread. As Lily and Snape exited the Great Hall, they happened upon Wei Shengbai. A fellow Ravenclaw first year was seeking her assistance with a topic from their previous day's charms lesson. She responded politely but without any overt displays of camaraderie. It was evident that the young wizard harbored a desire to befriend Wei Shengbai, his eyes reflecting hope, yet he was quickly deterred by her slightly aloof demeanor. She's a rather peculiar child, Severus, Lily remarked to him once the young wizard had departed. Noticing Lily observing her from a distance, Wei Shengbai approached. Hello, Senior. You left so quickly yesterday that I didn't have the chance to thank you. By the way, my name is Wei Shengbai. Wei is my surname. And you can call me Bai for convenience. Her approach bore a subtle shift in tone, yet remained courteous. I am Lily Evans, and this is Severus Snape. The person who just asked you questions, are they your friend? Lily was a warm and generous girl, and conversing with her felt akin to basking in the sunlight of a summer day, at least to Wei Shengbai. No, she is not my friend, she replied, shaking her head to negate Lily's inquiry. But I believe she wishes to befriend you, and I noticed you often sit alone. Don't you feel lonely? Not at all. I have never felt the need to have friends. In fact, I relish the solitude. It is far more pleasant to be alone and tranquil, Wei Shengbai explained. Yet, Lily remained puzzled, unable to comprehend why someone would reject the joy that friendship could bring. As the class approached, Senior Evans and Senior Snape were present, prompting her to take her leave. She waved her small hand in farewell, and departed with her textbooks in hand, despite having half an hour until class commenced. Lily observed with a hint of regret as her lovely junior vanished from sight, wishing for more time to converse with her. Meanwhile, after exiting the auditorium, Wei Shengbai spent some time searching for her classroom, finally settling into her seat just before the designated start time. This lesson was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, and she executed her tasks with remarkable finesse. After a few days like this, Wei Shengbai had gained a bit of notoriety among the lower-year students of Ravenclaw. This was not solely due to her exemplary performance in class. Another significant reason was her knack for providing convincing answers to the tricky questions posed by the Ravenclaw Common Room's enchanted knocker, allowing small witches and wizards to gain entry. However, it was her initiative in stopping Professor Dumbledore to inquire about a student activity, known as the Dueling Club, that truly captured the headmaster's attention. Professor Dumbledore. I inquired with the upperclassmen and learned that Hogwarts once had a student activity called the Dueling Club. Why has it been discontinued? The azure eyes of the young witch sparkled with yearning, clearly hoping for the revival of this event. Originally, the Dueling Club served as a platform for students to engage in friendly duels, yet it was abolished due to students lacking an understanding of restraint, which led to frequent injuries. Furthermore, Dumbledore expressed concern that if the Dueling Club were to resume, some students might exploit it to settle personal scores or engage in clandestine betting. Dumbledore patiently addressed Wei Shengbai's inquiries, attempting to dissuade her from her aspirations. However, Professor, the outside world is in chaos. I have heard tales of a Dark Lord capturing wizards indiscriminately. While we are safe within the school, we lack the means to protect ourselves outside. I believe the Dueling Club should be reinstated, enabling students to acquire self-defense skills for when they are alone outside the school. I am confident that if a professor supervises, there will be minimal danger. Wei Shengbai earnestly articulated her concerns and suggestions to Dumbledore. Yet being merely a first-year witch, her voice carried little weight, and ultimately, the decision rested with the headmaster. The girl, seemingly quiet and demure, had an unexpected penchant for dueling. Dumbledore regarded her with a mixture of bemusement and admiration, recognizing that he could not dismiss the opinions of any student, especially given the implications of the Dueling Club in relation to the rising power of Voldemort. Very well, I shall give it due consideration. Thank you for your suggestion. He gently ruffled her hair before departing. There was little more she could do. The rest was up to Dumbledore's reflections. The following day marked the weekend, a time for relaxation for the students of Hogwarts. However, that evening, Wei Shengbai and Snape had agreed to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more. She reasoned that returning late wouldn't be an issue, as she could catch up on sleep during the day. To ensure she wouldn't be late due to searching for the way, she set off half an hour early from the dormitory. However, upon reaching the rendezvous point, Snape had yet to arrive. As night fell, the moon mostly hid behind clouds, casting scarce light on the path ahead, thereby complicating their exploration of the Forbidden Forest. When Snape finally arrived at the agreed time, he saw no sign of her initially, but was soon enchanted by a haunting melody drifting from nearby. Following the sound, he parted the underbrush to find her perched atop a massive tree stump, softly humming a familiar folk tune. The girl appeared lost in thought, her gaze distant, her small legs swinging gently above the ground. Upon noticing his presence, she ceased her humming and offered him a polite smile. Good evening, Senior Snape. Chapter 7. The Dueling Club opens as they traverse the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The lantern in Wei Shengbai's hand emitted a soft glow, illuminating their path without being harsh on the eyes. Naturally, Snape took the lead. They had agreed to follow his usual route for herb gathering. If they encountered any non-threatening creatures suitable for practicing spells, such as small spiders, she would handle them. The Forbidden Forest was vast, and being close to Hogwarts, it rarely hosted dangerous magical creatures. Otherwise, student safety would be compromised. Of course, Hagrid's Acromantula was an exception. As they journeyed, Wei Shengbai and Snape did not encounter particularly dangerous creatures, and the herbs were scarce due to the darkness, making it difficult to see clearly. Snape himself was not particularly familiar with the Forbidden Forest. I should have come during the day, he remarked. By the way, third years are heading to Hogsmeade tomorrow. You'll be going too, right? In an attempt to alleviate the silence that had settled between them, Wei Shengbai initiated conversation. I am not going, Snape replied coldly. Visiting Hogsmeade required a guardian's signature, which he had not obtained from his mother. As for his biological father, even recalling him felt like a futile endeavor. All right. Wei Shengbai discerned his displeasure and, recalling his family situation from the original text, wisely fell silent. After a roundabout journey, aside from the additional herbs in Snape's pocket, Wei Shengbai found little else. Perhaps she should discreetly inquire with Hagrid about the direction in which the Acromantula had been released into the Forbidden Forest. In her reasoning, to live a leisurely life akin to a laid-back fish, one must possess adequate self-defense capabilities. Should she one day wish to venture out, say, To Diagon Alley for some shopping, and encounter Death Eaters or Voldemort, her only option would be to flee. Throughout both her past and present lives, Wei Shengbai despised the feeling of lacking sufficient power. Without power, one loses their voice. She aspired to be the kind of fish that could bask comfortably under warm sunlight, leisurely enjoying the breeze, not one subjected to the butcher's block. Furthermore, with the First Wizarding War looming just a few years away, unless she distanced herself from Britain, she would inevitably be swept into its turmoil. In this magical realm, having been granted a second chance at life, she refused to be extinguished by a mere green light. She would scorn herself without needing others to comment. After safely exiting the Forbidden Forest, navigating through a few wrong turns, narrowly avoiding patrolling teachers and dormitory supervisors, and almost faltering at the Ravenclaw Knocker's questions, she finally returned to her dormitory before dawn. The yield from today's excursion was minimal. She had only utilized 2 spells, with little progress in proficiency, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. If only the dueling club could be reinstated, it would be far less uncertain than grinding for experience in the Forbidden Forest. With this thought, Wei Shengbai performed her nightly routine, changed into her pajamas, and lay down in bed. A faint light filtered through the window, signaling the arrival of dawn, while the girl on the bed had just succumbed to slumber. A few days later, as she strolled past the school's notice board, she was taken aback to find a throng of students gathered around, chattering animatedly about something. With her keen ears, she quickly caught the mention of the duel club, and without hesitation, she squeezed her way through the crowd to reach the front, raising her gaze to the freshly posted announcement on the board. In order to enhance students' mastery of spells and practical combat skills, Hogwarts is reopening the duel club. The venue is located in the Great Hall, with activities held daily from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., cancelled on holidays and during significant feasts. The responsible professor, Phileas Flitwick. Note: this activity is restricted to students in their second year and above. Restricted to students in their second year and above? With an incredulous tone, she read the final line of the notice, taking a step back with a hand pressed to her heart. It was she who had proposed this activity to Professor Dumbledore. Why was she excluded? Was it merely because she was a first-year student? Unable to believe the outcome before her eyes, this was undoubtedly a significant blow to her. By the way, could one skip grades at Hogwarts? Before departing from the notice board, she began to ponder the possibility of advancing a year, even dedicating time to seek out her house head's office for an inquiry. Unfortunately, the outcome was unsatisfactory, and the answer was a resounding no. This, of course, dealt another heavy blow to her spirit, compounding her sense of despair. Professor Flitwick, unable to bear the sight of her disheartened expression, recognized her as one of his most promising students and understood her eagerness to participate in the duel club. Primarily, he wished to nurture the talents of his Ravenclaw students, and Miss Wei was by far the most gifted among the recent first years, which made her cause particularly dear to him. Very well, Miss Wei, during the duel club activities, you may accompany me and observe the duels between the students. I shall explain the intricacies of combat to you, and I believe by your second year, you will swiftly master these practical skills. Professor Flitwick proposed a compromise. Although it fell short of her original hopes, it was the best alternative available. Thus, that evening, the second-year students and above who arrived for the duel club activities beheld Professor Flitwick accompanied by a first-year witch of similar stature. Her rare sky-blue eyes appeared somewhat muted in the candlelight as she obediently trailed beside the professor, exuding an endearing charm. All right, next, I shall introduce you to the key points to note during dueling. Professor Flitwick drew his wand and cast a silent levitation charm upon himself, gracefully descending onto the dueling platform. Once a renowned dueling champion in the wizarding world, this achievement was one he could proudly recount for a lifetime. Assisting him in the demonstration was Professor McGonagall, who stood opposite him, ready with her own wand. First, we approach our opponent, raise our wands to eye level, and then bow slightly to show respect. Afterward, we return to our positions and await the referee's countdown of 3, 2, 1, before commencing our attacks. Please refrain from using overly lethal spells. While they may be trivial to you in terms of power, caution is still advised. After all, we are all classmates. The formal dueling procedure concluded, and after imparting a few safety reminders, Professor Flitwick stepped aside to supervise the students, while simultaneously explaining various aspects of dueling to Miss Wei. The girl gazed intently at the students in the hall, recognizing them as her future rivals. She needed to decipher their combat styles. James Potter and the Marauders, of course, seized the opportunity for a spirited duel, eagerly wandering through the great hall in search of challengers. Snape and Lily stood in a discreet corner, yet the Gryffindor-Slytherin pairing drew considerable attention. especially in this era, when Voldemort's influence loomed large over Slytherin. James Potter soon spotted his beloved goddess, standing with that brooding boy. A wave of disdain washing over him as his feet involuntarily moved toward them. Sirius, following closely beside his friend, quickly grasped his intentions. Refraining from comment, but wearing an amused smile as the four approached Lily. "Hey Lily, good evening. Would you care to engage in a duel with me?" James interjected himself between Lily and Snape, tousling his unruly hair in what he deemed a charming manner as he addressed his idealized goddess. "Move aside, Potter. I am currently practicing with Severus. Please do not disrupt us." Lily frowned, her tone far from cordial. It was frustrating that she was diligently practicing spells with Snape only to be interrupted by someone, throwing her rhythm off and igniting her irritation. "Did you hear that? You are not welcome here. I advise you to leave before you embarrass yourselves," Snape replied coldly, his face betraying unmasked annoyance. "Oh. So you can only hide behind Lily to utter such words? I seek a worthy opponent for spell practice, and I believe you would make a splendid adversary. Surely. You wouldn't mind a little sparring, would you, you pitiful Snivellus?" James's blatant insult ignited Snape's fury. He tightened his grip on his wand, fully aware that James had come specifically to provoke him, yet he was unwilling to retreat. "As you wish. I hope you do not leave here in tears today." "You foolish, arrogant lion," Snape retorted, and Lily, attempting to intervene, found her efforts only exacerbated the situation, prompting Snape to stand his ground even more resolutely. Coincidentally, Miss Way had just followed Professor Flitwick to this area, not far from Snape and the others, and she had overheard their exchange. It was remarkable to witness the animosity between James Potter's group and the young Professor Snape unfold, realizing that James had harbored feelings for Lily since the third year, leading to this long-standing rivalry. Although Miss Way feigned indifference, she was secretly all ears, attentively monitoring the situation. As she heard them prepare for a duel, she sensed impending trouble. "Professor, there are students about to engage in a duel over there. We should go take a look." With the atmosphere so charged, she worried that the two might resort to excessive force during their confrontation. If any students were to sustain serious injuries, the newly inaugurated duel club might have to be shut down prematurely. To avert such a scenario, Miss Way discreetly guided Professor Flitwick toward the escalating conflict. Upon hearing her words, Professor Flitwick's gaze shifted toward James Potter, noticing the fury etched on the faces of the two students brandishing their wands. And he quickly made his way over, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Upon seeing the professor approach, James was momentarily startled. Yet he remained resolute in his intention to teach Snape a lesson. Likewise, Snape shared the same determination. Beside him, Sirius was counting down the numbers. While Snape fixed his gaze intently on James Potter's actions, poised to launch an attack at the earliest opportunity. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Sirius deliberately hastened the final number of his countdown, and James Potter, seemingly forewarned, had already begun to chant his spell the moment Sirius uttered "Go." Stupefy. The spell's radiant light erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling straight towards Snape's face. Taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, Snape's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he shifted his body to the side in an attempt to evade the oncoming assault. Yet, given their proximity, he was unable to escape entirely. The spell that should have struck him squarely in the chest merely grazed his shoulder. Fortunately, due to their youthful bodies not yet brimming with potent magic, the impact did not inflict significant harm, though the pain was undeniably real. Despite the joint ambush from his adversaries, Snape's reflexes were remarkably swift. He retaliated with a counterspell. Alas, his disrupted balance compromised his aim, and quite coincidentally, the spell struck James Potter's arm. Petrificus totalis. Obstructum. Imprisonment. The two engaged in a lively exchange of spells, each sustaining various injuries yet steadfastly refusing to concede. Neither side was willing to yield first. The Potter family, a time-honored pureblood lineage, boasted an extensive library, making the study of spells remarkably convenient. In a bid to triumph before Lily, James resorted to employing spells not covered in their classes. Conversely, while Snape lacked the advantageous resources of the Potters, the Hogwarts library was still replete with valuable tomes, and his diligent study allowed him to hold his own against James. Megan White observed the duel with rapt fascination. With Professor Flitwick present, she felt assured that no severe injuries would occur. Restlessly toying with her time-turner, she lamented the fact that she would have to wait until her second year to participate, leaving her with an entire year to rely on exploring the Forbidden Forest for skill enhancement. Watching the two combatants panting and weary, Professor Flitwick found himself puzzled. What could possibly fuel such animosity between these two children, continuing their battle even as their magic reserves dwindled? If this persisted, It would only jeopardize their own well-being. Reluctantly, he stepped in to declare the duel a draw, with no victor emerging from the fray. Snape lowered his wand, casting a glance at the discontented James Potter, who returned his cold smirk with palpable irritation. The announcement of a draw ignited his frustration, and on a whim, he pointed his wand at Snape's back. Crucio. The spell's light surged toward Snape with astonishing swiftness, leaving him no time to react upon hearing James's incantation. Professor Flitwick, believing the duel concluded, was caught off guard by James's sudden attack. Even with nonverbal magic, he was unable to intervene in time. Snape felt a chill race down his spine, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his senses. He gripped his wand tightly, beginning to utter a protective incantation, but he knew he would be too late. In that moment of impending crisis, as Snape braced himself for what he assumed would be a trip to the hospital wing, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Protego. Chapter 9, Overexertion. The series of events unfolded slowly when scrutinized, yet in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. As an icy blue shield enveloped Snape, James Potter's attack collided with it. Their clash shattered the protective barrier, scattering shards like broken glass, which quickly dissipated into nothingness. As the attack dissolved, Snape turned to locate the source of the voice. There stood Megan White, not far from him, her wand still directed at him, her breath slightly ragged and her eyes betraying a hint of panic, as if she were still reeling from the shock. Professor Flitwick hurried to her side, noting the pallor that had replaced her flushed complexion, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Protego charm was typically reserved for upper-year students. Although he was uncertain where she had acquired such a spell, the magical energy required to cast it was far beyond what a first-year witch could bear. Megan had not anticipated that her intervention would yield such consequences. She felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, a dull ache forming in her head. In the realm of games, every spell was bound by a limit of magical energy, and one's power continuously replenished during combat, rendering a complete depletion of magic improbable. However, this was reality, the tangible world in which she found herself. Since her transference, she had never been so acutely aware of this distinction. Reality and games existed in entirely different realms. Despite any hidden prowess, she remained, at her core, an utterly ordinary witch. In her current state, she felt painfully inadequate. It's nothing serious, merely a case of overexertion. A potion from the hospital wing should suffice, along with a good night's sleep. I believe I shall be right as rain by morning. Professor Flitwick retrieved his wand, examining her carefully before heaved a sigh of relief, satisfied that no significant harm had been done. Mr. Snape, Miss Evans, could you escort Miss White to the hospital wing? I believe I still need to have a serious discussion with Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw House was known for his gentle demeanor, a trait he extended to his students. However, the recent incident had clearly crossed a line, and anyone could hear the simmering anger beneath the surface of his usually amiable voice. Snape approached Megan, assisting her as per Professor Flitwick's request. Though his expression remained impassive, turmoil roiled within him. Why had she chosen to save him? The timely casting of the Protego spell indicated that she had been attentively monitoring the conflict between him and Potter from the outset, allowing her to react swiftly to thwart the arrogant boy's attack. But why, even at the cost of overexerting her own magic, would she choose to save him? Someone she had deemed entirely unrelated to herself? Indeed, Snape had previously defined their relationship in such stark terms. They were not particularly acquainted. Even during their shared excursions into the Forbidden Forest, their interactions were merely transactional, marked by few exchanged words. If one focused intently on their task, the other would remain silently by, never intruding. By day, their paths crossed occasionally in the corridors of Hogwarts, where they passed each other as if strangers, failing even to offer a nod of acknowledgement. This coldness was palpable. One wore their indifference openly, while the other concealed a courteous disposition beneath layers of reserve. Aside from their personal concerns, the external world held little significance for either of them. Yet this very girl, who bore a striking resemblance to him in certain respects, had unhesitatingly intervened to save him in a moment of peril. At that moment, Snape found himself utterly perplexed. Megan White, with their support, slowly rose to her feet, still clutching her wand tightly, her gaze somewhat vacant as if lost in thought. As for her motivations for saving Snape, it was undoubtedly to ensure that the dueling club did not close on its very first day. Moreover, the only means available to her for truly deflecting that devastating blow were the protective enchantments and her armor. Yet, there was another spell that she had scarcely employed in her former life while gaming, which she had subconsciously overlooked. Given the urgency of the situation moments ago, It was inconceivable for her to deliberate meticulously before rushing to save someone. Otherwise, she would now be the one dispatched to the infirmary. To her astonishment, a spell that required merely 5 points of magical energy in the game nearly drained her in reality. However, having learned from this experience, she vowed never to act so recklessly again. Severus and Lily strode past James Potter and his cohort without so much as a glance, proceeding directly out of the Great Hall. Nearby, Professor McGonagall, having witnessed the incident, hurried over, her gaze filled with anger and disappointment as she regarded the Gryffindor quartet, particularly James Potter, the instigator of this debacle. Aware of the trouble he had caused, James stood frozen in place, panic-stricken and unable to move. Sirius, too, had abandoned his usual jovial demeanor, furrowing his brow as he stared at the retreating figures of the trio leaving the hall. Mr. Potter, due to your recent ambush on a fellow student and your malicious intent to harm, Gryffindor will be penalized 50 points. Furthermore, starting this evening, you are to report to Professor McGonagall for detention every night until the commencement of the Christmas holidays. After a discussion between the two professors, Professor Flitwick approached James Potter to convey his punishment. Typically, violations of school rules would result in minor point deductions. However, James's blatant ambush constituted a grave error, which had indirectly placed a first-year student in peril while attempting to save him. It is essential to note that even young wizards already enrolled at the school could face magical backlash from overexerting their powers, with the direst consequence being magical depletion, rendering them unable to wield magic for life. He had nearly jeopardized the very future of a newly admitted wizard. Reflecting on this, beads of cold sweat formed on James's forehead as he fixated on the floor of the Great Hall, too apprehensive to meet the expressions on the faces of Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. "I'm sorry, Professor." He accepted his fate with a heavy heart and quickly followed Professor McGonagall to carry out his detention duties for the evening. Since the aggression was initiated by James Potter and Sirius and the others merely observed, the professors did not subject them to any penalties. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Wei Shengbai was administered a vial of restorative potion by Madame Pomfrey. The potion took effect swiftly, and she could feel her strength returning. Yet, she found herself pondering how long the two individuals beside her would remain. She was genuinely curious if her spellbook contained any alterations to her unique abilities following this incident. Gazing at the two upperclassmen beside her, Wei Shengbai fell into deep contemplation. "Thank you for bringing me here, Senior Evans and Senior Snape. It is quite late now, and curfew is approaching. You should return to your dormitory soon." The girl reclined on the infirmary bed, knowing that Madame Pomfrey would soon come to usher them away. "Very well, we shall take our leave. I am truly grateful for your help in saving Severus. Bye. May I call you that?" Lily, still somewhat concerned, gently inquired of the younger student on the bed. "Of course, Senior Evans." Wei Shengbai did not refuse the somewhat affectionate moniker, yet she still opted to address her as Lily, subtly indicating her desire to maintain a certain distance. However, Lily seemed not to mind much, offering her a few more words of encouragement for rest before departing with Severus. Just before closing the door, Severus cast a glance in Wei Shengbai's direction, whether intentionally or not, catching a glimpse of her polite smile fading away. His cerulean eyes, calm and impassive, met hers as she sensed his probing gaze. Attempting to muster a smile again, she felt the gesture would be insincere, and simply turned her head back to lie on the bed. With a dull thud, the door was shut. "Severus, you ought to have expressed your gratitude to her." As they walked down the corridor toward the staircase, curfew loomed imminent, and their paths would soon diverge. "I do not require her assistance." Severus opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from uttering the hurtful words. In the past, he would have undoubtedly said as much. Yet that first-year student seemed different. Judging by her reaction at the time, she had not contemplated the consequences of overexerting her magical abilities by using advanced spells, indicating that her rescue of him was an instinctual response rather than a calculated decision. During his years at Hogwarts, he had never owed anyone a favor, and today was the first time he had been saved by someone else. There were no ulterior motives at play, and neither party held any debt to the other. Their relationship was entirely equal, even bordering on estranged. What could she possibly be thinking, if given the chance in the future? After a moment of contemplation, Severus managed to respond to Lily's earlier question with this thought. In the infirmary, Wei Shengbai stared at the ceiling for quite some time before retrieving her wand from beside her pillow and gently waving it through the air. The familiar spellbook materialized before her eyes. Flipping to the page detailing the protective enchantments, she saw an animated Hermione standing before Harry and Ron, casting spells in the woods with a serious demeanor. "Hello, Hermione." Wei Shengbai chuckled softly as she pronounced her name, nostalgia and wistfulness evident in her tone. Despite having traversed time and space, she would still need to wait decades to encounter the characters from the original storyline. Would her presence in this world alter the growth trajectory of the future savior? Well, as long as I can live through to graduation safely and return home, leading an inconspicuous life in China, then no matter how the winds of change blow across Europe, it will have no bearing on me, provided, of course, that I can indeed live to see graduation. Aside from Voldemort and his Death Eaters, she must also remain wary of Headmaster Dumbledore's actions, lest she unwittingly become a pawn in someone else's game. Gently touching the card depicting Hermione's face, Wei Shengbai tapped the card lightly, which quickly revealed another page. This displayed the proficiency level of the protective enchantment card. What had previously languished at level 0 had now risen to 2, and the progress bar indicated it was nearing level 3. What is happening? Wei Shengbai furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before grasping the implications. Although the cards from the game had crossed with her into this reality, it did not imply that the cards would adhere to the same mechanics as in the game. After all, she was now a true witch, not merely a character confined to a mobile game. Thus, using the cards would enhance her proficiency, and similarly, comprehending the spells inscribed on the cards would also elevate her skill level. Given that she had instinctively thought of protection and defense while interposing herself for Severus, it was no wonder that she had successfully cast a spell she had never before utilized. Understanding and application intertwined? Wei Shengbai murmured to herself as she lay on the bed. Considering this line of thought, could the cards that summon magical creatures not only be utilized in ordinary summoning, but also enhance proficiency through understanding the characteristics of these creatures, or by fostering goodwill toward them? Upon reaching this realization, Wei Shengbai seemed to recollect something, flipping back through the card pages until her gaze fell upon the level 6 sniff, leaving her momentarily speechless. This card was the highest ranked among her collection, and she had previously wondered how it had leveled up more swiftly than all her other cards despite her limited summons of sniff. It turned out that the bond between the summoning card and herself was intricately linked to its proficiency. After all, each time she summoned sniff, she would generously bestow upon the adorable creature some gleaming gold galleons, and on particularly joyous occasions, even a yellow gemstone. Since the treasure stored within the card would not vanish and her surplus was inexhaustible, she had not anticipated that such gestures would significantly enhance her affection for Sniff. Truly, Sniff lived up to its name. She should have realized this sooner. Reflecting on her encounter with the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest a few days prior, she began to leaf through the pages until she found the exquisite card featuring the beautiful unicorn, pausing in her search. Indeed, this card, previously at level 0, had now ascended to level 2. Could it be played this way? Initially believing that reaching the maximum level was a distant dream, Wei Shengbai's thoughts became clearer, her eyes gradually brightening as the vision of a languid life as a top-tier expert unfolded before her, beckoning her closer. It seemed that in the days to come, she not only needed to utilize the cards but also to grasp the essence of the spells. With her future direction determined, Wei Shengbai tucked away her spellbook and returned her wand to her bedside. Just after completing her tasks, she heard faint footsteps outside the door, and soon the door to the medical wing was gently pushed open. Sensing someone's entrance, Wei Shengbai quickly shut her eyes, feigning sleep, and endeavored to regulate her breathing, striving to avoid revealing any telltale signs. Once her eyes were closed, her hearing became acutely sensitive. She discerned that several individuals had entered, yet they moved with utmost care, likely to avoid disturbing her resting form. Who could it be? Wei Shengbai mused inwardly while pretending to be asleep. Chapter 11. Apologies and Advice. It seems she has fallen asleep. The voice of Dumbledore resonated, as he merely approached the bedside to glance at the girl without advancing too close. Today was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Miss Wei Sheng reacted in time, or else a student might have been injured. Wei Shengbai recognized the speaker as her own head of house, Flitwick, whose tone carried a hint of lingering trepidation. Mr. Potter's behavior is utterly unacceptable. I hope he can learn from this lesson, Professor McGonagall remarked, frowning. What brings these three to the medical wing? Surely, it cannot be solely due to the incident that transpired in the Great Hall. Given that Miss Wei Sheng saved her classmate, Ravenclaw naturally deserves a point boost, but as she is currently asleep, Felix, please relay the news to her when you have a moment tomorrow. Certainly, Headmaster. The prospect of earning points for her house was undoubtedly exhilarating. Perhaps tomorrow, the gems in Ravenclaw's hourglass would surpass those of Slytherin. This year's House Cup seemed promising. Miss Wei Sheng's parents passed away long ago, and her guardian is a muggle wizard named Gelt Green. It is likely that Mr. Green has been the one to teach her advanced spells. Even with guidance in relevant fields, It is difficult to fathom how Miss Wei Sheng has managed to successfully cast high-level spells at such a young age. Dumbledore hesitated slightly when mentioning Wei Sheng's guardian, feeling that the name sounded vaguely familiar. However, with so many similar names in the world, he did not dwell on it. Miss Wei Sheng possesses remarkable magical talent and quick reflexes. More importantly, she is willing to extend a helping hand to others, all of which are commendable traits. If she could become a bit more outgoing and make more friends, I believe she might one day surpass me and become a great wizard. Dumbledore did not hold back his praise, causing Wei Shengbai, who lay in bed pretending to sleep, to feel a flush creeping to her cheeks. No. All she aspired to was to live a laid-back life, comfortably and peacefully. If she were to become someone like Dumbledore, that would be far too exhausting. The old headmaster from the original story was forever scheming and manipulating everything in sight, even sacrificing himself. She did not wish to lead such a burdensome existence. Ravenclaw students tend to be easily absorbed in their own worlds, and I suspect Miss Wei Sheng shares this trait. Yet it does not detract from her potential to become an exceptional wizard. Professor Flitwick offered a brief explanation, his words imbued with a clear sense of protection. It seems you have a fondness for this student. The old headmaster expressed surprise. While Professor Flitwick was generally kind to his students, it was rare for colleagues to hear him speak with such warmth. Outstanding students are always endearing, are they not? Flitwick shrugged, unabashedly revealing his favoritism, which brought smiles to Dumbledore's and McGonagall's faces. Since Flitwick had taken a mentorship interest, they felt it inappropriate to say more, silently wishing for Wei Shengbai's future growth. After the three departed, the girl who lay in bed with her eyes closed opened them, letting out a resigned sigh. Now she had caught the attention of Headmaster Dumbledore. Perhaps she ought to distance herself from the central figures of her generation, to avoid being swept into the tumult in the years to come. However, she still needed to explore the Forbidden Forest. To ensure she wouldn't get lost in such a vast woodland, her cooperation with Snape could not falter. The next day, as Wei Shengbai exited the medical wing, she felt invigorated, no longer burdened by the fatigue she had experienced before sleep. In fact, she sensed a subtle increase in her magical power. After surpassing her limits, one often ascends to a new realm. She was likely experiencing something akin to that. Yet, she could not rely solely on this method to expand her magical capacity. Yesterday's overexertion, resulting in exhaustion, was a fortunate outcome. Had she employed a more demanding spell, there was a significant risk of entering a state of magical turbulence, with the gravest consequence being total depletion of her magic, rendering her a veritable dud. Unable to wield her wand ever again, returning to a mundane existence after having witnessed the wonders of the magical world would undoubtedly be a tremendous blow to her. While it might not lead to despair, if that day were to arrive, she could very well wallow in despondency for quite some time. Collecting her thoughts, Wei Shengbai made her way to the Great Hall for breakfast, only to be intercepted by several individuals at the entrance. James Potter wore an expression that appeared somewhat unnatural, while his companion, Sirius Black, urged him on. "Hurry up, James, we have classes soon." Born into a pureblood family, the proud young man was aware that James had been at fault the previous day, yet he could not bring himself to believe that his dear friend had erred. Rather, he pondered why this newcomer had intervened to shield that disheveled Slytherin from the spell. Nevertheless, while James harbored a grudge against Snape due to Lily, he remained friendly towards students from other houses, excluding Slytherin. Moreover, this individual was merely a new Ravenclaw student, unaware of their past grievances. James assumed the other had instinctively acted out of a desire to prevent a classmate from being harmed. Feeling a twinge of guilt for his impulsive actions that inadvertently led to Wei Shengbai being sent to the medical wing, he cleared his throat. Ahem, regarding yesterday's incident, I wish to extend my sincere apologies. I hope you can forgive my impulsive behavior that caused you harm. I am truly sorry. It was no surprise that someone chosen by Lily to be her partner possessed his own charms. Although he had a penchant for mischief in his youth, violating school rules and bullying the younger Snape, he was fundamentally good-hearted. I accept your apology, upperclassmen. Regarding yesterday's incident, I did not sustain any serious injuries and have fully recovered by today, so there is no need for you to feel guilty. Since the other party made a special effort to apologize, I, Mikasa-bai, shall not dwell on the matter, and thus I smiled as I expressed my forgiveness. Oh, that's good. Then let us proceed to class. James Potter exhaled in relief, his face once again adorned with a boisterous smile. Just as he was about to leave with his friends, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to call out to Mikasa-bai. Excuse me, Junior. Could you wait a moment? Is there something else, Senior? Mikasa-bai inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. The individual you rescued yesterday is a student from Slytherin. You know, That house is notorious for producing dark wizards, and I have heard that he is also studying dark magic. I am unsure whether you know him, but it would be wise to avoid any association with him in the future. Apart from the fact that Snape often lingered around Lily, which irked James, the very presence of someone from Slytherin, a breeding ground for Death Eater recruits, filled him with genuine disdain. This sentiment was largely shared among most students from the other three houses, yet James and his trio stood out as particularly vocal representatives of this majority. Upon hearing his words, Mikasa Bai's brows knitted slightly, signaling her disagreement. Chapter 12. No regrets. I believe that what defines a person as a dark wizard is not merely their use of dark magic, but rather the essence of their heart. Just like yesterday, although you did not employ any of the 3 unforgivable curses, your actions still reflected a despicable ambush, which I find more objectionable than the actions of someone who has never encountered dark wizards. As for whom I choose to associate with, that is my own prerogative and none of your concern. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning. Farewell, Mr. Potter. Mikasa Bai calmly articulated these words and swiftly brushed past the group of 4. Perhaps due to her hurried departure, she failed to notice a certain figure lurking in a secluded corner. Once the others had distanced themselves, Snape emerged from the shadows, gazing in the direction Mikasa Bai had departed, her words seemingly echoing in his mind. Was she justifying his actions? Snape was perplexed, uncertain of Mikasa Bai's true thoughts. Would she still speak so kindly if she knew he was genuinely researching dark magic? As for how Snape felt and the extent of his speculations, Mikasa Bai remained oblivious. However, when she arrived once more at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he was already waiting at the agreed-upon spot. Although it was still early, and she typically arrived early out of fear of losing her way, she was taken aback by Snape's unexpected punctuality. Yet she dismissed it as a mere coincidence, pondering to herself, "Good evening, Senior Snape." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with brilliant hues of crimson and violet. Resembling a celestial garment draped over the distant mountains, a breathtaking sight. Snape responded softly, leading the way. Mikasa Bai followed closely behind, accustomed to his detached demeanor. However, as twilight enveloped the surroundings, her thoughts primarily occupied with the Forbidden Forest, she failed to notice the probing gaze he cast upon her. Venturing deeper into the forest, Snape had traversed this area numerous times, familiarizing himself with its paths and memorizing the locations of various herbs. Today he contemplated exploring other areas. Mikasa Bai, however, was unaware of his intentions. For her, visiting this place 10 times was not much different from visiting it once. Each expedition into the Forbidden Forest occurred at night, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any distinguishing landmarks, surrounded solely by towering trees. It was a wonder she could navigate at all. Ultimately, as long as she followed this human compass, there was no need for concern. Regarding what happened a few days ago, "You needn't have intervened on my behalf," Snape suddenly remarked as they traversed the tranquil woods. Mikasa Bai took a moment to process his words before realizing he referred to the duel club incident. While he intended to express gratitude, the words stuck in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a rather tactless comment. "But Senior Snape, if you had been injured and confined to the hospital wing, you would not have been able to accompany me to the Forbidden Forest today, and that would have posed quite a dilemma for me." Fortunately, Mikasa Bai understood Snape's character from the original narrative, and did not dwell too much on his awkwardness, instead smiling as she countered in an attempt to ease the tension. However, his response struck a different chord within Snape. His pace faltered for a brief moment before he regained composure. "If someone is in danger before me and I possess the ability to intervene, I cannot stand idly by. Often, for instance, if one encounters a pregnant woman about to fall, and they happen to be nearby, it is only natural for most individuals, unless they are devoid of compassion like the Dark Lord, to instinctively reach out to catch her." Mikasa Bai illustrated with a straightforward example. Besides her desire to prevent the duel club from being disbanded, her actions were largely driven by her inherent kindness. Such deeds may not yield tangible rewards, and sometimes, one may not even receive a simple word of thanks. Having been accustomed to the vicissitudes of human emotion from a young age, Snape struggled to comprehend her reasoning. In his tumultuous life thus far, only Lily had been an exception. Beyond her, he found it difficult to extend kindness to others. "I do not act for the sake of receiving gratitude. Primarily, I wish to live comfortably. Had I not shielded you from Potter's attack, and merely watched you get hurt, I would undoubtedly regret it, Senior Snape." The girl's words whispered like a gentle breeze, stirring something within him, a yearning for self-satisfaction and a desire to avoid regret. "You just mentioned individuals devoid of compassion like the Dark Lord. Are you familiar with him?" To quell the peculiar sensations stirring within him, Snape swiftly diverted the conversation to another subject. The master of the Death Eaters, Voldemort, who is unaware of him these days. Mikasa chuckled lightly, unabashedly uttering his name. From her tone, it was clear that she felt no fear regarding the infamous Dark Wizard, nor did she seem particularly concerned with his existence. He graduated from Slytherin and possesses formidable power. Many follow him. While Snape appeared to be merely providing an account of Voldemort, Mikasa could discern the admiration he harbored for the future noseless tyrant. Indeed, in the original narrative, upon his estrangement from Lily, he swiftly became a Death Eater, indicating Snape's deep allegiance to Voldemort. For that individual wielded power, sought glory and craved respect, qualities that Snape yearned for as well. Yet Mikasa perceived Voldemort as unreliable. They came to a halt, her expression earnest as she locked eyes with him, articulating her perspective word by word. To seek power, one can pursue education and training. To aspire for glory, one must toil with their own hands. To seek power, one can similarly ascend step by step, grounded in reality, towards the pinnacle. There is an ancient adage from my homeland that conveys this sentiment. If I desire to become a remarkable individual, then fate shall present me with myriad hardships as a test, compelling me to strive vigorously and attain success. Presently, all challenges merely serve as my whetstone, while the derision, mockery, and disdain of others will only sharpen my resolve. Therefore, I do not place my faith in what others bestow upon me. In this world, the only entity I can trust is myself, along with the wand I wield. If Voldemort can grant you power, it follows that he can just as easily take it away. Only that which is truly your own can never be seized by others. Dear Snape, I hope you come to realize this. Although my words may alter the trajectory of the original narrative, I, Wei Shengbai, have chosen to voice them with careful consideration. For whether one is on the brink of collapse or perilously close to the edge of a cliff, I wish to offer a hand. I do not want to witness the regret of having seen another plunge into the abyss in the future. And that is all there is to it. Chapter 13. Coincidence and Inevitability. Every word from Wei Shengbai resonated within his heart like a heavy hammer striking with fervor. He did not wish to relinquish his fate to others, did not seek the charity of the strong, nor heed the scorn of others. He aimed to live in this vast world solely through his own efforts. Though it may sound overly ambitious for him, who was currently ostracized, achieving what she spoke of seemed insurmountably difficult. Slytherin wizards are often burdened with stereotypes. Ambitious, self-serving, valuing honor, adept at self-preservation, discerning circumstances, and pursuing pure bloodlines. Consequently, they tend to reject muggles and half-bloods, and as a half-blood himself, he naturally found himself among the rejected. Lily had always regarded him as a friend. Yet he had never confided in her about the difficulties he faced in Slytherin, believing that the light of Lily should not be tainted by darkness. To secure a place in Slytherin, he had begun to delve into dark magic, advancing his skills in potions, and finally caught the attention of the elder Malfoy. How could he now afford to give up so easily? Perhaps you are right, but I have my own methods, Snape replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further as he continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Wei Shengbai did not expect that a mere few words would persuade him to abandon his lifelong aspirations. After all, they were not even true friends, and her voice held little weight. She had intended to follow him further, but a faint sound carried by the wind halted her steps. Wait, something seems to be coming our way, she warned. For reasons unknown, her sixth sense was particularly acute, a subtle sense of danger washing over her. Not overwhelming, but sufficient to heighten her alertness. After several encounters, Snape understood that she was not one to jest in such circumstances. Although he had not detected anything amiss, he chose to hide with Wei Shengbai in the shadowy thicket to assess the situation. After extinguishing the light from his wand, they were enveloped in darkness. It was now past midnight, with scant moonlight illuminating the night, without the glow of their wands. The faint light in the Forbidden Forest was insufficient to reveal their surroundings. They did not opt to leave the forest and return to Hogwarts. Firstly, they had yet to garner any significant findings, and departing would be a regrettable loss. Secondly, Wei Shengbai was uncertain of who might be approaching. Should it be Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, that would be one matter. However, if the individual was neither a student nor a professor from Hogwarts, but rather an outsider, it would certainly not be an ordinary person. At this hour, anyone venturing into the Forbidden Forest must be a fully fledged wizard, and the direction they were approaching was precisely the route back to Hogwarts, effectively blocking their escape. Considering all these factors, Wei Shengbai deemed it wiser to remain concealed and observe. As autumn approached, the temperature plummeted after nightfall. Though she had felt little chill while walking, once they paused, the cold seeped in, as if it had found a crevice to invade their bodies. In such conditions, Casting a warming charm would have been prudent. Yet doing so would generate magical fluctuations, easily detectable and rendering their concealment futile. After pondering, Wei Shengbai retrieved a cloak from her bag and draped it over herself, instantly feeling a surge of warmth. Not wishing to hoard this comfort alone, she lifted the other end of the cloak to cover Snape as well. Noticing her gesture, Snape frowned, intending to voice a protest, but then observed that her attention was fixated on the left front of their thicket, where she grasped her wand tightly. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Had they not been so close, he might have missed her warning entirely. In the enveloping darkness, having lost visual cues amplified their sense of hearing, Snape discerned not only the rustling of trees in the wind, but also faint footsteps. This abrupt sound, not born of nature, was indeed what Wei Shengbai had sensed earlier, emanating from their left front. Such astonishing intuition perhaps explained why she had been able to react so swiftly during the dueling club. Snape mused, drawing his own wand in preparation for the potential confrontation ahead. Zhou Ji hurried forth, intermittently casting spells with his wand to thwart the pursuer behind him, hoping to dissuade them, but his efforts bore little fruit. He had never anticipated that following the compass's guidance would lead him into the presence of a dark wizard roaming the forbidden forest. Upon noticing the dark mark boldly displayed on the assailant's arm, Zhou Ji was taken aback and sought to flee swiftly, yet he found himself targeted. The chase had persisted for 20 minutes, but it appeared the Death Eater had no intention of relenting, persistently trailing him. Although Zhou Ji's spellcasting was not proficient, his expertise in divination allowed him to navigate crises, coupled with their shared unfamiliarity with the vast expanse of the forbidden forest and the deepening dusk. These factors combined had permitted him to endure thus far. A way out, a path to salvation lay in that direction. His left hand was deftly calculating, while his right clutched his wand to hinder the Death Eater's advance. Yet as he pressed on, he found no means to extricate himself from this predicament. Had he miscalculated in his frantic escape? The Death Eater refrained from employing the killing curse to swiftly end his life, seemingly treating the chase as a game of cat and mouse. The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and the attacks intensified, revealing the pursuer's mounting impatience. It seemed the conclusion of this game was drawing near. Zhou Ji felt a sense of despair. He had only recently arrived from Huaxia and had yet to uncover the information he sought, now confronted with life-threatening peril. Just days before his departure, his master had prophesied that there would be no danger, that misfortune would turn to fortune. Yet he remained oblivious to where that fortune lay. The Death Eater appeared to grow weary of the game, casting a binding curse that summoned a rope from his wand, ensnaring Zhou Ji in place. This fortunate turn of events brought him crashing down right before the thicket where Wei Shengbai and Snape were concealed. All the fortuitous events in the world are, in truth, the inevitable results of fate. Gazing at Zhou Ji, who stood merely a step away, and the compass that had fallen from him, a phrase suddenly emerged in Wei Shengbai's mind. Chapter 14. The Former Home. Our little Bai is so intelligent, she must be the most gifted witch. Once things stabilize in a few years, let us return to the ancestral home in Huaxia to pay our respects. Recently, that esteemed gentleman has already sent someone to contact me. I have long foreseen his tragic fate. How could I possibly articulate such a conclusion? Perhaps we should seek refuge in another country. Little Bai is still young, and we cannot allow ourselves to be caught up in the impending turmoil of Great Britain. Alas, I had thought that by distancing ourselves from our homeland, we could enjoy a few peaceful days, yet tranquility continues to evade us. We have traversed vast oceans to reach Great Britain, and even if we were to leave once more, we would likely remain unable to escape our destined tribulations. The Wei Xing clan has long been privy to the mysteries of fate, an inescapable destiny. Now, all I hope for is that our child can grow up safely. In her memories, her father's broad hand would stroke her head, and when her parents spoke of these matters, they believed her to be too young to comprehend or remember. Yet they were unaware that their young daughter was a soul reborn from another realm, and thus she remembered every word with clarity. It was only after her parents' untimely demise that she belatedly realized that the unfortunate gentleman was none other than the infamous Voldemort. The Wei Xing clan is a direct descendant of the Zhou dynasty from millennia ago. In ancient times, the kings of Zhou excelled in divination and the understanding of destiny. However, the will of heaven is inscrutable, its authority profound, and how could mere mortals ever glimpse into the future? Even if the descendants of the Zhou kings change their names and live in seclusion, as long as they possess this inheritance and continue to wield the power of divination, they shall inevitably face the bitter fruits of their insights, to be borne by themselves or their progeny. Even in distant lands, they cannot escape this fate. Such is the nature of cause and effect. Wei Shengbai had never anticipated that she would not only be reborn in a world of magic, but that her family would also possess such an ancient legacy. Initially, she paid little heed to these revelations, for throughout history, there have been countless instances of humans prevailing against the heavens. She believed that both her own fate and the destiny decreed by the heavens could be altered through personal effort. She once naively thought this way until that fateful night when he personally arrived, and Wei Shengbai beheld, for the first time, the Dark Lord who had existed only within the pages of her story. The color of his eyes, a rare shade of azure. That figure, so often discussed by netizens in her original world, the ultimate antagonist, the one rumored to have had his intellect severed, stood before her unexpectedly, casually commenting on the peculiarities that adorned her. It was the moment Wei Shengbai first felt that this world was more vibrant than she had ever imagined. The pressure emanating from Voldemort was formidable, yet she found herself staring at him, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Luckily, he looked down upon a mere 5-year-old child and refrained from employing the Cruciatus curse. Otherwise, he would have witnessed her mind replaying the iconic scene from the original film where he met his demise. As Voldemort began to threaten her parents, Wei Shengbai yearned desperately for a wand or any weapon that could pose a threat to him. At that moment, she was far too fragile, appearing to the Dark Lord as insignificant as an ant, even unworthy of his peripheral gaze. Before he and her parents reached an impasse, Wei Shengbai racked her brain for a solution, fully aware of the gentleman's nature. Any threat to him, or anyone he could not manipulate, would not meet a favorable end. Little Bai, the fate of the Wei Sheng clan has always been thus. Yet I do not regret marrying your father, nor do I regret any of my actions. If one cannot live according to their own will, then their existence is in vain. Today's calamity is inescapable. Our greatest concern is you. Her mother took a moment, pulling her back to their room on the second floor, gently caressing her face, while downstairs, her father continued to negotiate with Voldemort, attempting to buy time. Though her time with her parents was brief, the bond of blood is unbreakable. In her previous life, Wei Shengbai was an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. She had once thought that regardless of the world she found herself in, she would live happily with her family in this lifetime. Take this. It can lead you to a place. That esteemed gentleman is a seer, and once visited the Wei Sheng clan, having connections with your grandparents. He will become your guardian. Good child, even if you are ordinary, that is unimportant. Your father and I only wish for you to have a life filled with joy and happiness. As her mother conveyed this to her daughter, she produced an ancient key from her pocket, and placed it in Wei Shengbai's hand. Although her face bore the same smile as usual, her voice trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had exhausted every means to divine the future, even resorting to the family's secret arts to alter their daughter's originally doomed fate. Now the backlash had arrived, and they could not escape, yet they had no regrets. Even knowing this was destined, they had prepared for separation in advance, arranging everything so that as long as Wei Shengbai could survive, they felt that any sacrifice was worth it. But to send her away with her own hands, forever severing their ties. How could a mother endure the profound sorrow that arose from her heart? Mother! Wei Shengbai clutched the key tightly, wanting to express her thoughts, perhaps suggesting that they could escape together, leave Great Britain, and disregard Voldemort. Yet she understood that these notions were mere fantasies. Once the Dark Lord had personally arrived, there was no possibility of escape. Only if her parents could confront him with their magic wands would she have a chance to flee. The woman kissed her daughter's forehead and embraced her petite frame tightly before turning the key. Wei Shengbai felt as though a hook had latched onto her navel, pulling her away from this space. Do not seek revenge. Do not involve yourself in future conflicts. Just survive. Little Bai, survive. Her mother's last words became fragmented as the key transported her to another realm, and she was no longer in Great Britain. The wind howled, and icy snowflakes assaulted her face, a sharp sting. Wei Shengbai gazed upon the dilapidated tower before her, where a familiar phrase was inscribed on the outer stone walls, a testament to the ambitions of that elder. Perhaps it is not too late. Perhaps there is still hope. Grasping the key tightly in the midst of sudden upheaval, she resolutely stepped forward. The outcome, however, was utterly despairing. When she returned to her former home, it lay in ruins. Wei Shengbai distinctly remembered the chilling wind that had swept over her that night, as cold as it was now. The clouds dispersed, and a faint moonlight illuminated the forbidden forest, casting light upon their small area. She concealed herself in the dense thicket, her gaze fixed intently on the dark wizard emerging to her left. More precisely, she focused on the dark mark on the man's arm, her breathing quickening. Senior, do not let them discover you. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a vial of purple potion from her satchel, reminding the person beside her. At that moment, Wei Shengbai's expression was unnaturally calm, as though she had forced herself to be composed. Yet this demeanor caused Snape to feel uneasy. Before he could inquire about her intentions, he saw Wei Shengbai down the potion, gripping her wand, and suddenly rising to her feet. Her alloyed wand, a blend of wood and magic, pointed unwaveringly at the dark wizard before her, embodying a resolute determination as she swiftly recited the chilling incantation, Avada Kedavra. The green light illuminated a small area of the forest, and Zhou Ji, bound to the ground, gazed wide-eyed at the young girl who had suddenly emerged before him. To his astonishment, there was indeed someone here. He witnessed the girl unleash the unforgivable curse from her wand, sending the Death Eater who had been pursuing him flying. Of course, given her current level of magical power, even after consuming a potion to replenish her strength, she was far from capable of instantly slaying someone with the killing curse. After all, characters in the game required levels to be stacked, indicating that the killing curse was not one that could be wielded lethally by just anyone. Thus, after delivering that decisive blow, Wei Shengbai seized the moment while the dark wizard was still reeling and dashed out from the underbrush, delivering a stunning spell to follow up. However, Wei Shengbai felt that merely this was not sufficient for her safety. While she still had some magic left, she also cast a binding spell on her foe before finally lowering her wand and turning to look at Zhou Ji, who had just broken free from his bindings and was now standing. It was exceedingly rare for someone of Asian descent to be found near the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. "Oh, thank you so much for saving me. I truly appreciate it." Zhou Ji's command of the language was not particularly strong. He had only spent a month brushing up on English before embarking from Asia to the United Kingdom, managing to engage in basic conversation, but little more. Faced with this unexpectedly bold young girl who had unhesitatingly cast the killing curse, he found himself at a loss for words, stumbling as he spoke. "My homeland is Huaxia, so you needn't worry about my understanding." Wei Xingbai's words flowed in impeccably standard Mandarin, a rarity in the 70s, and Zhou Ji was taken aback to encounter it in the distant UK. "All right, thank you for saving me." He nodded appreciatively, feeling a wave of relief wash over him at finding someone from his homeland in such dire straits abroad. "Let us not linger on pleasantries. My magic is dwindling, and he will soon break free of this binding curse. Since he was pursuing you, you may deal with him as you see fit." In truth, Wei Shengbai was reluctant to involve herself further, her sudden action having been provoked by the sight of the dark mark on the Death Eater's arm, which had stirred memories of events from years past. Moreover, the identity of the man before her weighed heavily on her mind. An Asian wizard bearing a compass was a rarity, more precious than a panda. Wizards from Huaxia were seldom seen, especially those skilled in divination. This thought inevitably led her to contemplate her own lineage. Her parents had once mentioned that the Weixin clan possessed an ancestral home in Huaxia, and had promised to take her back to pay homage when the time was right. Alas, should she return, she would be alone. Perhaps connecting with this compass-bearing man could yield information about her family, she mused. Zhou Ji naturally would not let his pursuer escape. Yet the thought of drawing a dagger and slitting the man's throat, or employing a fire spell to erase him entirely, felt too intense for someone so young beside him. Considering this, he shelved his thoughts of obliteration, and instead directed his wand at the man's heart, invoking the lethal Avada Kedavra. With the threat neutralized, Severus Snape remained concealed in the underbrush, uncertain of whether the pursued Asian held any ill will toward Wei Shengbai. Should the other display any aggressive behavior, he would act. However, given the current circumstances, the man appeared rather amicable. Zhou Ji, after dispatching the Death Eater, stowed away his wand, and despite perceiving Wei Shengbai as a solitary figure, he noted no impolite gestures from her. The Asian wizard, in the shadows, gingerly retrieved the compass that had fallen to the ground, blowing gently on it, and reassured after confirming that no scratches marred its surface under the moonlight. He exhaled in relief. "Little girl, are you a student at Hogwarts? What brings you here alone in the dead of night?" Stowing the compass, Zhou Ji began to inquire about Wei Shengbai, deliberately omitting any mention of her recent use of the killing curse. "It's merely a routine night stroll at Hogwarts, sir," she replied dismissively, as if this violation of school rules were a trivial matter in her eyes. Zhou Ji, unfamiliar with the specifics of Hogwarts night activities, accepted her explanation without probing further, assuming it was simply a night training session for graduate students. After all, how could such a small girl venture alone into this dark and perilous forest, fraught with magical creatures and the occasional dark wizard? "I just saw something fall from you earlier. However, having lived in the UK since childhood, I am not well acquainted with matters of my homeland." "I believe it's called a compass?" Wei Shengbai, wary of him departing, took the initiative to steer the conversation, seeking to glean the information she desired. "Indeed, a compass. A tool for divination. Since you attend Hogwarts, you must be aware that there are 2 courses on divination offered at this school. Arithmancy and divination itself. The former has been studied in Huaxia for thousands of years, developing numerous schools of thought, while the latter relies purely on innate talent, intuition, and bloodline heritage. The tradition of divination in Huaxia is profound, tracing back to the era of Fuxi. Having lived here, you might not be familiar with these concepts. Perhaps you should explore them further, as I believe you would find the colorful and enigmatic aspects quite captivating. Zhou Ji, becoming somewhat loquacious as he spoke of his expertise, grew friendlier toward Wei Shengbai, even tempted to ruffle her hair, though reason held him back from such an action. Can divination truly predict everything, including one's own death and that of others? Wei Shengbai pondered. Her parents had foretold that Voldemort would not meet a good end, which indeed aligned with the narrative's conclusion. Yet, why had her mother been so certain that they would perish at Voldemort's hands? Not even a thought of escape had crossed their minds? In the years since, she had repeatedly reflected on all her parents' words, replaying her mother's final sentiments as she was sent away, a pang of sorrow piercing her heart each time. In Wei Shengbai's understanding, divination in Huaxia was about seeking a path to life, a glimmer of hope, who would calmly march toward death upon foreseeing their inevitable demise. Unless it pertained to their own daughter, namely her future. Chapter 16. Uncertainty. Divination cannot directly ascertain the deaths of others, it can only reveal general outcomes. And no diviner dares make bold proclamations regarding matters of life and death, for life is unpredictable, and fate is inscrutable. Moreover, diviners typically refrain from predicting their own futures, as knowing the potential for change could lead them to attempt alterations, thus defying fate and rendering the original prophecy inaccurate, potentially incurring backlash. Zhouji elucidated Wei Shengbai's earlier inquiry, assuming her curiosity was genuine, unaware that she was deliberately probing for information. To change one's fate through self-divination? Could her survival in this world have come at some cost borne by her lost parents? By the way, my name is Zhouji, and you, little girl. What might yours be? After discussing so much, Zhouji remembered the importance of introductions, considering that there were few wizards from Huaxia settled in the UK. Perhaps he had heard of her family. The inquiry posed by the other party caused Wei Shengbai's heart to tighten. Her parents had once mentioned that the Wei Sheng clan held a notable reputation within the wizarding circles of Huaxia. To avoid drawing attention, it was prudent to adopt a pseudonym in this instance. Once she had accumulated sufficient strength and returned to Huaxia, she could seek out information regarding her family at a later date. My surname is Bai, and my name is Bai Shengwei. She continued, by the way, Brother Zhou, I would like to learn more about my homeland. Could you share your contact information with me? Maintaining her composure, she merely reversed her name, which did not arouse Zhouji's suspicion. The surname Bai? I do not recall knowing any Asian wizards. And as for contact details, Zhouji, though still relatively young, was a good decade older than Wei Shengbai. He found comfort in the young girl's address of him as brother, and thus refrained from probing into her true motives for requesting his contact information, readily providing his temporary residence address in Britain. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave now, Miss Bai. You should return as well. Zhouji handed her the note with the address, expressed his gratitude for the earlier encounter, and advised Wei Shengbai to hurry back to school before departing. Neither of them mentioned the corpse of the Death Eater lying not far away. This forbidden forest often saw wizards wandering about, and the number of those who perished at the hands of perilous magical creatures was countless. It would not be long before some carnivorous magical beast came to feast upon the unfortunate remains. As Zhouji moved farther away, Severus Snape emerged from the thicket. Throughout the entire exchange, Zhouji remained oblivious to the presence of a second individual. The conversation between him and Wei Shengbai had been conducted in Huaxia language, which Snape found utterly incomprehensible. However, observing their tones and expressions suggested that no conflict had arisen, and the atmosphere between the two Asians was remarkably harmonious. My apologies, Senior Snape, for keeping you waiting, Wei Shengbai said, turning to acknowledge Snape's arrival, her gaze shifting from Zhouji. Should I commend you for your courage and audacity, Miss Wei Sheng? Perhaps you ought to make your way directly to Azkaban to spare the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic a trip here, he remarked. His gaze pointedly directed at the now lifeless Death Eater, his brow furrowed. Ah, you mean the killing curse from earlier? Upon hearing his words, Wei Shengbai quickly grasped his implication. This matter does not concern you, Senior. Should you still wish to join the Death Eaters in the future, even if Voldemort were to probe your memories with legitimacy, he would only target me. You need not worry. Her mother's last words had been to refrain from seeking vengeance, thereby discouraging her from pursuing Voldemort. Thus, despite harboring hatred and disgust for the Dark Lord, Wei Shengbai had suppressed her vengeful thoughts. Firstly, because she currently lacked the strength to confront him, and the Horcruxes remained in Voldemort's possession, making a complete strike impossible. Secondly, she was aware of Voldemort's fate as depicted in the original narrative, and her parents had once said he would meet a grim end. Therefore, why would she risk her life recklessly? Yet, if the opportunity arose in the future, she would undoubtedly choose to strike from the shadows. You need not remind me. Snape felt a certain unease within himself, unable to articulate the source of his agitation. Regarding the Ministry of Magic's ores, as for that Mr. Zhou, so long as you do not speak of it, who would know that I have employed the unforgivable curse? Furthermore, do you truly believe they would accept that a first-year wizard could cast the killing curse? That is an advanced spell indeed. The killing curse requires the caster to harbor intense hatred and possess formidable magical power to be executed fully. In Wei Xingbai's case earlier, she could at best have knocked her target back. Snape understood that she spoke the truth, and he had never contemplated revealing this incident. The Sorting Hat has made a grave error in placing you. You are correct, it should have sorted me into Hufflepuff. In response to Snape's sardonic remark, Wei Xingbai nodded, her tone laced with jest. It is quite late, Senior Snape, we should return. With a Death Eater having met an untimely demise in the Forbidden Forest, I suspect the Dark Lord will surely notice something amiss. For the time being, let us suspend our explorations of the Forbidden Forest. As they walked back, Wei Xingbai resolved to temporarily cease her ventures into the Forbidden Forest, intending to devote her energies to the library at Hogwarts. Just as they were about to part ways upon exiting the Forbidden Forest, Wei Xingbai suddenly called out to him, Senior Snape, if you wish to consider tonight's events as a testament to your future allegiance with the Death Eaters, that would not be out of the question. However, I would appreciate a prior warning before your wand is aimed at me, so that I might prepare myself mentally. The girl spoke these words with a light-hearted demeanor, as if making a mere hypothesis, yet there was an air of prophecy about it. It was not until Snape returned to his dormitory, closing the door behind him and reflecting upon the events of the night, that he gradually comprehended the implications of her words. To join the ranks of the Death Eaters would mean he would be at odds with those opposing Voldemort, including Wei Xingbai, who had participated in and killed a Death Eater in the Forbidden Forest. If one day he truly found himself standing with the faction he wished to join, facing those who resisted Voldemort, if one day he were compelled to draw his wand against her, against someone once familiar to him, could he truly act without hesitation? Yet, apart from following Voldemort, what other choices were available to him as he sought power while entrenched in Slytherin? Contemplating this, Snape felt a tremor of uncertainty within. Chapter 17. In the Library. Mind Cloak. Legilimency. Wei Xingbai muttered softly, her eyes scanning the shelves before her. The Hogwarts library had existed for over a millennium, housing thousands of shelves filled with tomes on various aspects of magic. Aside from certain volumes related to dark magic that were kept in the restricted section, many commonly known or even rare spells could typically be found within. The prerequisite, however, was the ability to sift through the vast sea of literature to select the pertinent texts accurately. Though the card deck included the Legilimency spell, Wei Xingbai was unfamiliar with the specific usage of this incantation. Recklessly employing it on another could lead to unforeseen consequences, such as accessing irrelevant content or being detected by the target. The Mind Cloak served as a defensive counter to Legilimency, capable of preventing others from intruding upon one's thoughts. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort were masters of Legilimency. She needed to exercise caution against both. Strange. Why can't I find it? Surely, I cannot be lost in this ocean of knowledge, Wei Xingbai grumbled to herself, promptly opting for the most straightforward approach by turning to Madame Pants, the librarian, to inquire about books related to these two spells. The book on Mind Cloak was borrowed some time ago. You may have to wait a while for it to be returned. As for Legilimency, let me see, Madame Pants said, waving her hand in the air. Soon, a hefty tome flew from a distant shelf, landing effortlessly in her grasp. Here it is. But you are still quite young. Are you certain you wish to study such advanced spells? Madame Pants kindly cautioned, showing a particular fondness for young witches and wizards who cherished knowledge. Certainly, the pursuit of wisdom resonated strongly with a Ravenclaw's sensibilities. It's merely curiosity, madam. Thank you for your assistance, Wei Xingbai politely responded, taking the book that Mrs. Plins handed to her with both hands. She sought out a relatively secluded corner in the library, and began to peruse the pages before her. Interestingly, the tome primarily contained a collection of aggressive advanced spells, and she stumbled upon the card representing the spell Sandstorm. Unlike the minor incantations in her previous Life-S game, that merely sent opponents flying, this book explicitly stated that Sandstorm was a highly aggressive curse, capable of producing explosive effects when wielded by a wizard of substantial magical prowess. However, if Wei Xingbai were to attempt it now, she could likely only stir up sand to obscure her opponent's vision. The spells freeze, shatter, stun, and disarm were all listed, along with mind reading. Wei Xingbai found many familiar incantations in the table of contents at the front of the book and pinpointed the section on mind reading. Upon turning the page, detailed information regarding this spell unfolded before her. To utilize mind reading on another, one must gaze directly into the target's eyes, allowing not only the retrieval of their memories, but also the sensation of their feelings and emotions, creating fluctuations in the target's emotional state. The spell would be more easily executed when the target was relaxed or vulnerable. Vulnerable? Wei Xingbai pondered the ambiguous wording in the text, uncertain whether it referred to psychological frailty, physical weakness, or if it encompassed both conditions. A fleeting, perilous thought crossed her mind. She found herself inclined to seek someone for experimentation. Shaking off the errant contemplation, she refocused on the book's contents. As Severus and Lily entered the library, they immediately spotted Wei Xingbai, bathed in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. Seated alone in her corner, she was engrossed in her hefty book, absent-mindedly scratching her chin with the tip of her quill, and her lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an air of languor. Ignoring the students occasionally passing by and the sporadic debates among classmates, she was wholly immersed in the world of her book, her own world. In that moment, Severus distinctly felt that she was undeniably a true Ravenclaw, neither like a Slytherin nor a Hufflepuff. "Severus, what are you looking at?" Lily inquired, noticing her friend's distraction. Following Severus's gaze towards Wei Xingbai, she regrettably realized that the corner was occupied by other students, rendering her unable to discern whom he was focused on. "Just contemplating a problem. I'm going to borrow a book." He swiftly changed the subject, rising from his seat. As he passed Wei Xingbai, she seemed to sense his presence, momentarily halting her actions, lifting her gaze to meet his. Yet, she merely glanced before resting her head on her left hand. Returning her attention to the book, Severus brushed past her, their interaction as distant as that of strangers, with only their fleeting eye contact marking any connection. Their exchanges remained minimal except when absolutely necessary, a seemingly indifferent relationship that suited Severus, who was unaccustomed to socializing. He had thought it ideal. Reaching the bookshelf area, Severus retrieved the book he needed and opened it. At home, his mother overlooked his existence, their conversations cold and stilted. At school, Lily only discussed mundane matters related to life and studies. The professors admired him for his academic achievements and potion-making skills, while Lucius Malfoy approached him with ulterior motives. The tiresome quartet of troublemakers was hardly worth mentioning. Merely thinking of them incited his ire. Beyond that, his most frequent interaction was with the Ravenclaw first-year witch. She was unlike anyone else, free from mockery or sarcasm, devoid of forced intimacy, and lacking both admiration and disdain. Her words of encouragement in the Forbidden Forest, urging him to empower himself, felt like a sincere exchange between souls, stripping away all superficial aids, even if they were destined to face each other with wands drawn. Wei Xingbai had not suggested mercy, rather, she had insisted on prior notice. This compelled Severus to acknowledge her as a truly intriguing individual. If Lily represented the warm, blazing sun, then Wei Xingbai, the Asian newcomer, was akin to the unpredictable breeze that dances through the mountains, imparting a sense of comfort in her elusive proximity. Severus startled himself with this thought, abruptly closing the book in his hands. Chapter 18. The Ownership of the House Cup. As the semester drew to a close, Wei Xingbai received two distinct letters delivered by owls. One was from Zhouji, stating that his tasks were nearly complete, and that he would return to Huaxia in a couple of days, thoughtfully including a new contact address. While international correspondence posed challenges for ordinary individuals in this era, it was not a concern for the wizarding world. However, due to the current turmoil within Huaxia, it would likely be several days before she received any letters. The other letter was from her guardian, Mr. Geltgreen. Of course, that was merely his public name. The note was brief, merely conveying that he had acquired a property in London, and would take her there to live once Hogwarts broke for summer, sparing her from returning to the small village at the foot of the Austrian Alps. After tucking away the letters, Wei Xingbai began to contemplate whether she should bring some gifts for her guardian. As she mused, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Professor Dumbledore, who was dining at the staff table. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I shall request his autograph. The end-of-year examinations at Hogwarts posed little challenge for Wei Xingbai. She excelled in both written and practical assessments, securing the top position in her year with a remarkable advantage, her unique Asian name firmly at the forefront. Nearly impossible to overlook. This did not lead her to arrogance. She merely benefited from her rebirth, possessing a comprehension far surpassing that of her peers. And with Ravenclaw trailing Slytherin by a significant margin, the motivation among her fellow Eagles waned. Approaching the house point hourglass, she scrutinized the minuscule gap between the houses. Frowning slightly, with the exams concluded, unless Slytherin students committed major blunders before the feast, Ravenclaw stood no chance of surpassing them. However, time remained. And since Dumbledore had the capacity to award Gryffindor substantial points each year for Harry Potter's heroic deeds, it indicated that the scores were still subject to change. Weishingbei narrowed her eyes. The mere 10-point difference was exasperating. She returned to the leaderboard to analyze the scores. After reviewing each year's standings, a resolution formed in her mind. Before the feast commenced, students from each house gathered at their respective tables, with those from Gryffindor sighing at the paltry number of gems at the bottom of their hourglass. The penultimate Hufflepuff had already come to terms with everything. Their College Cup victories over the Millennium had been exceedingly few. As long as dinner today was delectable, there were no significant concerns. The atmosphere on the Ravenclaw side was relatively subdued, with some individuals displaying faces of discontent, while Michaela White sat at her place, seemingly lost in thought. The Slytherin long table was abuzz with restlessness, for they were poised to claim the College Cup yet again this year, a source of pride for the younger students. The older Slytherins, however, appeared far more composed, as they had long since acclimatized to such matters. In the midst of this quietude, Professor Dumbledore rose and gently tapped his metal knife and fork against his glass, the crystal-clear sound swiftly resonating throughout the grand hall, gradually silencing the cacophony below. Another semester had passed, and many had achieved commendable results. Some had reached their goals, while others were still striving forward, which was indeed gratifying. Shortly, the announcement of this year's College Cup would take place, but prior to that, I wished to slightly amend the rules by incorporating certain previously overlooked bonus points. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued, particularly from the Slytherin table. For them, an unexpected twist just before the honor was nearly theirs was profoundly disadvantageous. In contrast to the lower-scoring Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw's spirits lifted as they rekindled their hopes. Snape's gaze traversed the crowd, landing with precision on the composed Michaela White seated nearby. This afternoon, when the results had been published, he had observed her not only lingering before the first-year leaderboard, but also perusing the scores of every grade, as if pondering something, before departing towards the headmaster's office. Could Dumbledore's mention of rule changes pertain to her? Silence, everyone, please, Dumbledore commanded. Hogwarts, with its millennia of tradition, rarely altered its rules, and the students' curiosity and confusion were entirely understandable. He afforded them a moment to digest this news before resuming his efforts to restore order. The Hogwarts leaderboard had been unveiled, and to honor those students who excelled in their studies, a unanimous decision by the professors had been made to award points to the top 3 students in each year. The first-place student in each year would grant their house 10 points, the second 5, and the third 3. As Dumbledore's words concluded, the gemstone hourglasses of each house rose slightly. This year, Ravenclaw boasted 3 first-place, 3 second-place, and 5 third-place finishes, amounting to a total of 54 additional points. The Ravenclaw students observed with astonishment and delight as their hourglass surpassed that of Slytherin, transforming their earlier feelings of resentment and disappointment. Undoubtedly, as the most studious house, they had garnered the highest scores. Conversely, Slytherin found itself enveloped in an atmosphere of dismay, watching helplessly as their scores were eclipsed. Ultimately, the results were tallied, revealing Ravenclaw victorious by a margin of 3 points over Slytherin. Congratulations to Ravenclaw for winning this year's College Cup, Dumbledore declared with a smile, his wand waving gently, transforming the hall's banners to the blue and bronze of the Eagle House. Michaela White sipped her juice, quietly reveling in the accolades of Ravenclaw, feeling a sense of relief at the newfound recognition of student achievements at Hogwarts. As Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast and returned to his chair, his gaze subtly drifted towards Michaela's direction. The Sorting Hat had once revealed to him its intention to place this young witch in Slytherin, recognizing her shrewdness and situational awareness. However, it found no trace of ambition within her heart. Rather, she was indifferent to social pursuits or the chase for fame, seeking only her own comfort, which led her to Ravenclaw. The young eagle soared effortlessly amidst the gentle mountain breezes, truly a fitting home for her. Chapter 19. The Guardian. Upon stepping off the Hogwarts Express and returning to King's Cross Station, Michaela White immediately spotted an elegantly poised elderly gentleman amidst the throng. Clad in a simple black overcoat with his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall and proud like a resilient pine on a snow-capped mountain. Numerous individuals bustled about him, Yet they seemed oblivious to the distinguished presence of this gentleman, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, prompting them to unconsciously navigate around him. This was Michaela White's nominal guardian, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. However, those within the magical community were likely more familiar with his other name, Gellert Grindelwald. Long time no see, sir. How have you been lately? Michaela inquired politely as she approached, dragging her suitcase behind her. If your sense of direction had improved somewhat, I wouldn't have needed to make this troublesome journey here, Grindelwald replied, evidently displeased by the chaotic atmosphere of King's Cross Station, his brow furrowed. Occasionally stepping out for some fresh air is quite nice as well, sir, Michaela responded, understanding that while his words held a hint of complaint, they lacked any genuine malice, merely reflecting a sense of inconvenience. After years in Nurmengard, his former arrogance and hubris had long been buried beneath the ashes of prolonged solitude, leaving him introspective and subdued. By the way, sir, I have brought you a gift from Hogwarts. As she spoke, Michaela seemed to recall something and retrieved a photograph from her small bag. Dumbledore had been quite generous. Not only had she received his signature, but also his permission to capture a magical photograph. When immersed in a revealing potion, the figure of the venerable headmaster would spring to life as if in the flesh. I have no penchant for collecting photographs or autographs, Grindelwald stated, though he swiftly accepted the item from Michaela's hand. After glancing at the smiling visage captured in the picture, he tucked it away in the pocket of his overcoat. Close to his heart. Shall we? The elderly gentleman cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and turned to lead the way, seeking a secluded corner to apparate with Michaela. Meanwhile, Snape dragged his luggage alone, his mother, Eileen Snape, as in previous years, still not present at the station to take him home, a reality he had grown accustomed to. If at the beginning of his schooling he had still harbored a flicker of hope regarding his mother, over the years he had come to understand the situation with clarity. His mother, Eileen Prince, remained eternally ensnared in the nostalgia of happier times, unwilling to awaken from her delusions. A sense of sorrow welled within Snape as he lowered his head and departed with his luggage. James Potter, on the other hand, was in high spirits for this summer. Sirius had promised to stay at his house for a while, a prospect warmly welcomed by Mr. and Mrs. Potter. As he awaited his son at the station, Mr. Potter's gaze caught sight of Michaela White and Grindelwald as they brushed past. He felt a strange familiarity with the elderly gentleman, but could not recall where he had encountered him before. Perhaps it was a certain wizard who had once graced the pages of a newspaper, Potter mused, soon dismissing his inner queries and greeting his son with a warm smile. Having not seen him for several months, their new home in London was warm and comfortable, far superior to the modest dwelling at the foot of the Alps. Everything within the rooms was impeccably new. Your parents left a considerable inheritance for you, all secured in Gringotts. Here is the key. Now that Mavis White had begun her studies at Hogwarts, the legacy left by her parents could rightfully be entrusted to her. The key to Gringotts was exquisite and petite, enchanted with a spell to prevent loss and ensure traceability. Taking the key with care, Mavis stored it neatly before ascending the stairs to organize her room. The charming three-story house boasted a delightful garden brimming with flowers, and the sunlight streamed into the rooms at a pleasant angle, embodying the essence of the upper middle class. However, upon exploring the house, she discovered only a rather simple guest room, and no private chamber belonging to her guardian. Sir, do you not reside here? Is it truly the case that such a grand house is left for me to inhabit alone? This seems excessively extravagant and rather trusting. I am accustomed to staying in Nurmengard. I shall return there in a few days. It would be best for you to manage any matters on your own. Should you encounter something particularly troublesome, such as a threat to your life, you may contact me through the two-way mirror. Grindelwald nodded, having grown accustomed to solitude. Even during the years Mavis lived in the quaint village at the foot of the Alps, she had spent much of her time alone. When Grindelwald first became her guardian, he dutifully cared for her for a time. However, he soon realized that apart from her tendency to get lost, she was quite capable of managing her own affairs. Thus, he left her with some funds, permitting her to live independently in the village, and only descending the mountain to check on her once or twice a week. But sir, I still wish for you to live with me. Mavis hoped that he would emerge from Nurmengard, as Grindelwald's advanced age made residing in the cold, damp prison detrimental to his health. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with her surroundings. If she were to get lost while out purchasing groceries, it would spell disaster. Before departing Hogwarts, all students were required to sign a pledge against using magic off-campus, which meant that if she were to lose her way, she would be unable to use magic, and would have to rely solely on her own efforts to return. Give me my wand. Grindelwald, evidently considering this. After a moment's contemplation, retrieved Mavis's wand and cast a powerful confusion charm specifically tailored for wands upon it. With this, even if you use this wand to cast spells, the Ministry of Magic will remain oblivious. Miss White, if you do not learn to enhance your sense of direction, you will inevitably find yourself lost in this world one day. The essence of Grindelwald's words was that she needed to cultivate self-reliance. Even if she were to become disoriented, she must learn to devise solutions for challenges rather than solely depending on others. Very well, sir, I understand. What more could Mavis say? In truth, she did not wish to rely on others for this matter. Yet despite numerous attempts throughout her life, she had been unable to rectify this flaw, leaving her with a sense of frustration. As for other matters, you need not worry. I have been contemplating exploring other places and will not remain in Nurmengard indefinitely. As if reading her thoughts, Grindelwald gently ruffled Mavis's hair, his expression softening slightly, and thus, Mavis's summer vacation commenced. Chapter 20. Venturing out alone. After spending several days completing her summer assignments from Hogwarts, Mavis found herself in a predicament of having nothing to do. Her guardian, Grindelwald, had returned to Austria the day before, leaving her alone in the vast house. Of course, she had experienced such bouts of boredom during her time in the small village at the foot of the Alps. However, that village was so tiny that as long as she did not wander too far, the villagers would assist her in finding her way home. So she had never had to worry about getting lost. Moreover, Grindelwald was unaware of what books were suitable for a child of her age. Her small room was filled with tomes on alchemy, potions, and spells. She often nestled in her room, delving into the mysteries of magic. Before her enrollment, she had thoroughly perused those books, but lacking the guidance of an instructor, she struggled to grasp the contents, merely committing them to memory for later understanding. Now in London, she found herself in a city vastly larger than the village she had previously inhabited. Stepping beyond this neighborhood felt akin to entering an entirely different world, one from which she might not return. Fortunately, Grindelwald seemed to have anticipated her propensity to get lost, as a department store with a single entrance was conveniently located nearby, ensuring that she would not easily lose her way just outside her door. In the study, Grindelwald had not placed many books. Only the second-year textbooks from Hogwarts were laid out. After 3 days of previewing and attempting to learn the material, Mavis set down the spellbook she had mastered and fell into a state of confusion once more. The television offered scant programming, interspersed with humor she could not grasp. After a brief viewing, she turned it off with a blank expression. How dreadfully boring. Once aspiring to become a slothful creature lounging at home, Mavis now realized how tedious it was to remain idle in an era devoid of smartphones and entertainment. Perhaps I should take a walk. At the very least, she could purchase some books to peruse. She couldn't simply recline on the sofa and allow herself to languish. With this thought, her eyes brightened, and she began to gather her belongings. She would undoubtedly need to bring some galleons and pounds, and her wand was essential, should she encounter unsavory characters on the street. Her only means of escape would be through magic. She also found a map of London in the study. Although it appeared to her as a complex tapestry of convoluted routes, it could serve as a guide for asking others for directions. After packing everything into a bag enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, she took a deep breath, carefully secured the house door, and stepped outside. Since Grindelwald had directly transported her from King's Cross Station via apparition, Mavis could not discern which area of London she was in, so she resolved to proceed step by step. As a witch, one must not be afraid of challenges. Mavis encouraged herself and chose a direction, embarking on her lengthy adventure. Oh, are you searching for Charing Cross? Just turn right at the second intersection after you pass this street. The kind woman walking her dog, who answered Mavis's inquiry, had a somewhat plump figure but a warm heart. Mavis had claimed she was headed to a large bookstore in Charing Cross, located next to the Leaky Cauldron at number 1 Diagon Alley. Although she could not recognize the seemingly indistinguishable streets, she had memorized the names of specific roads. Thank you, kind lady. After expressing her gratitude, Mavis followed the direction indicated by the woman, stopping to ask another passerby for further guidance before clumsily arriving at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. However, she did not rush inside. Instead, she began to peruse the nearby bookstore. This establishment was quite sizable, featuring not only British literature, but also fascinating books from around the globe. Mikasa appeared to be entranced as she meticulously selected books that piqued her interest, hoping to pass the lengthy summer vacation with them. After gathering a considerable number of tomes, she struggled to carry the paper bag into the Leaky Cauldron next door, promptly stowing it in her small satchel. Having ventured out only after breakfast, she found that although Charing Cross wasn't too far from her home, it took her the better part of the morning to navigate her way there, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. At this pace, it seemed she would require 6 months to fully traverse London. Fortunately, the city boasted a network of subways and taxis. However, today she wished to relish the experience of finding her way on foot, thus refraining from hailing a cab on the street outside. By noon, the Leaky Cauldron was not particularly crowded, but the patrons were all wizards, making it a splendid place to relax compared to the need for concealment in the Muggle world. More importantly, it served as one of the entrances to Diagon Alley. Wizards often emerged from the bar's fireplace, greeting the owner before wandering to the wall behind the bar, which concealed the passage. Each young wizard was brought here by their elders before starting at Hogwarts to procure supplies. Yet Mikasa possessed her own wand, which Grindelwald assumed was a legacy from her parents, and thus did not inquire further. He had not accompanied her to purchase books. Instead, he had arranged for them to be delivered via owl directly to their village. Hence, this marked Mikasa's inaugural visit to the fabled Diagon Alley, stirring a sense of excitement within her. However, she did not rush inside. Rather, she ordered some delectable fare at the Leaky Cauldron, reasoning that it was wise to satisfy her hunger before embarking on her shopping spree. Diagon Alley boasted a plethora of shops, and as Mikasa strolled through, she felt compelled to explore nearly every establishment. She intended to purchase a selection of books from Flourish and Blots to enrich her understanding of the magical world and occupy her time. Additionally, she planned to acquire potion ingredients from Slugjigger's apothecary to experiment with brewing at home over the summer. The whimsical products at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes delighted young witches and wizards, and she selected a few amusing items that caught her eye. At Scribulus, she felt unable to resist the allure of quills, parchment, and notebooks, all of which were irresistible trinkets for a Ravenclaw of Asian descent. Finally, she visited Gringotts. After traversing an entire street, her gold galleons were nearly depleted, prompting her to withdraw more from the Wizarding Bank. Chapter 21. I am the King of Zhou. Gringotts serves as the Wizarding Bank of the magical realm, primarily staffed by goblins, who bear a resemblance to house elves, though there are distinctions. I needed to make my way to the vaults. Upon locating an unoccupied counter, Mikasa retrieved the key Grindelwald had entrusted to her a few days prior, eager to uncover what treasures her parents had stored in the bank. Ah. The esteemed Miss Bai, it has been quite some time, came a voice, and peering over the high counter was a well-dressed goblin. Willa, are you not in Austria? Mikasa recognized this goblin after a few moments of contemplation. He had assisted her during her earlier visit to the Gringotts in Austria. The key she had brought, much like her spellbook, could be summoned at will and was visible to others. During her childhood, when her parents were alive, she had lived without want and had never summoned these items in front of anyone, as she wished to avoid raising their suspicions. However, after the passing of her parents and her subsequent life with Grindelwald, she had fewer reservations. She had concocted a pretext, claiming she needed to withdraw some pocket money from Gringotts, which led Grindelwald to take her to the Wizarding Bank in Austria, where she was attended to by Willa. Oh. I was transferred here 3 months ago. Recent events have been rather tumultuous, prompting many of the older goblins to request reassignment. I should not have gone to work that day when they were selecting staff. Willa's tone turned sour as he recounted this, but he quickly regained his composure upon recognizing his esteemed client. I apologize, esteemed Miss Bai, my emotions got the better of me just now. You require access to the vault, yes? Please follow me. With that, he exited the counter, inspecting the key she held and leading the way ahead of her. Gringotts has branches in nearly every major city, and in bustling areas where wizards congregate, the presence of a bank is nearly ubiquitous. The vaults of Gringotts are categorized by the client's status and wealth, all situated in subterranean caverns. The most basic vaults are located nearer to the surface, with fewer protective measures, while the treasures of ancient families are concealed deeper underground, fortified with greater security. This key is exceptionally unique. It dates back at least 1,000 years, to a time before Gringotts was fully established. We must descend further, Willa remarked respectfully upon seeing the aged bronze key. Given its antiquity, am I not required to provide any other form of identification? Mikasa was taken aback by his attitude, surmising that this key was not procured by her parents during their lifetime, but likely belonged to her ancient lineage. Your surname and bloodline serve as the finest proof. Willa confirmed her suspicion. A millennium ago, had the ancestors of the Mikasa family already traversed oceans to this continent and interacted with goblins? The specifics eluded her, but she would have to explore the vault to uncover the truth. As they descended along the track, Mikasa beheld the dragon depicted in the original texts and glimpsed the waterfall reputed to wash away all magical traces. Bellatrix's vault lay beyond. She wished to memorize the location, Yet her navigational skills were lacking, leaving her to mentally note the surrounding environment for future reference. Perhaps one day, it could prove useful against Voldemort. After passing the waterfall and the dragon, the duo continued their descent. The air grew increasingly frigid, though not damp, indicating effective ventilation. While the light dimmed further, "Miss Bai, we have arrived." After some time, Willa finally halted the cart and retrieved a bright magical lamp from below. The vault adjacent to the track was marked by a rather rudimentary stone door, but as Willa explained, it would remain sealed unless a member of the family lineage, holding the key, were to present themselves. Approaching the door, Mikasa Bai took the key and, as instructed by Willa, gently tapped the tip against the stone door 3 times. The ancient door creaked open, as if unveiling a time portal to a millennium past. "Miss Bai, from here on, you must proceed alone," Willa advised, quickly retreating to the cart and averting his gaze from the interior. Taking a deep breath, Mikasa Bai gripped the key tightly and stepped into the ancient vault. The moment she entered, the dimly lit chamber erupted into brightness, as the magical flames upon the walls ignited, seemingly aware of her presence. The sudden brilliance of light compelled Wei Shengbai to squint her eyes. Once she adjusted to the radiance and dared to gaze upon the treasures within, even her affluent self could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. The bronze artifacts of the Zhou dynasty, the chime bells from the Warring States period, Tang Sankai pottery, Han white jade, and towering ingots of gold and silver. All of these resplendent relics of 5 millennia of Chinese history seemed to spring to life before her. They emanated a palpable aura of history and wealth that left her momentarily breathless. Furthermore, Wei Shengbai beheld numerous well-preserved bamboo slips, pulsating with magical energy, allowing the inscribed characters to remain legible despite the passage of time, albeit with a more antiquated charm. Her instincts whispered that the luminescent artifacts paled in significance compared to the pile of scrolls tucked away in the corner. Additionally, she discovered a single scroll placed delicately upon a stone table in the center. Perhaps this was what she had been seeking. Wei Shengbai approached with caution, gently setting her magic lamp on the table before reverently lifting the scroll, unfurling it slowly. However, even with her mental preparations, she was taken aback by the opening words. The text was entirely in classical Chinese, and if translated into plain language, the first line conveyed a chilling message. "I am the King of Zhou. Upon your arrival here and upon reading this sentence, it signifies that you have perished." In that instant, Wei Shengbai felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the bamboo slip away. If she had a mobile device at that moment, she would have eagerly posted on social media to express her shock. Transported to the magical realm, only to be informed of my demise by an ancestor from a millennium ago? What kind of absurdity was this? Chapter 22, An Encounter. Emerging from the underground vault, the stone door thunderously sealed behind her, returning to its former guise. She had not taken all the treasures within. Compared to carrying them herself, it felt safer within Gringotts. The items stored in the vault were largely collections her ancestors had painstakingly transported from China to overseas over the millennia, serving as a contingency plan. To her surprise, however, the stacks of bamboo slips and ancient texts, along with the aged parchment, contained scant information on divination techniques, and what little there was proved to be profoundly arcane, rendering it difficult to comprehend. In a subsequent family chronicle, Wei Shengbai uncovered the reason. To ensure their bloodline would not be severed by divine retribution, the Wei Sheng clan had shifted most of their heritage to collateral branches over the past 1,000 years, and embarked on journeys across the world, seeking ways to sustain their lineage. Consequently, the ancient writings were predominantly descriptive of various locales in China, and some countries worldwide, including accounts of extraordinary beings inhabiting those regions. Reflecting on the bamboo slips she had extracted earlier, Wei Shengbai felt a swirl of emotions, uncertain whether to heed the directives of her ancestor. In truth, she still struggled to believe that someone could foresee events concerning her bloodline's descendants a millennium hence. Even if the individual was not a deity, possessing such abilities was nearly divine. The magical world was indeed wondrous. She reassured herself and resumed her journey aboard the small cart on the tracks. "Willa, I will be studying here for the next few years. Could you assist in transferring the items from the Gringotts vault in Austria to this location? By the way, the money left there has gathered dust. Are there any investment opportunities in the Muggle or Wizarding worlds?" She had no desire to let her substantial sum of gold galleons languish idly. Thus investing it seemed a prudent choice. "Of course, esteemed Miss Wei Sheng. It would be my pleasure to serve you." Gringotts would certainly not decline a readily available investment, and Willa promptly acquiesced. As for the gold galleons in the Austrian vault, Wei Shengbai waited in a designated VIP room for only a short while before being informed that everything had been successfully transferred. In many respects, Magic proved to be quite convenient. After procuring some galleons for her living expenses, she stepped out of Gringotts, her bag brimming with today's bountiful discoveries. Glancing up at the sky, she realized it was already late, and the bustling streets of Diagon Alley were noticeably less crowded, indicating she had spent quite some time in the underground vault. If she did not hurry back, she might find herself sleeping on the streets tonight. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she emerged from the leaky cauldron, and was drawn to the music emanating from a nearby record shop, compelling her to select a few albums. The streets at night were sparsely populated. Observing a figure not far off, reeking of alcohol and appearing thoroughly inebriated, Wei Shengbai felt no inclination to approach him for directions. Perhaps she could spend the night at the leaky cauldron? It seemed a reasonable solution. Yet a sudden flash of inspiration ignited a bold idea. Since her arrival in this world, not only had she brought along cards and coins from the game, but she also possessed a personal pet space, filled with various small creatures she had collected in her former life. Among them was a pitch-black hybrid cat-like creature. According to the description, this hybrid creature had the unique ability to lead its owner home. Perhaps summoning it would be worth a try. In her previous days of boredom in a small village, she would often stroll with these pets in secluded areas. But proximity to the village had deterred her from testing this method. Yet now seemed the perfect opportunity. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she stepped into a deserted corner, drew her wand, and waved it through the air. Instantly, a black cat materialized before her. Wei Shengbai deftly caught it. "Little Black, it's been ages. Have you missed me?" She cooed, affectionately stroking the soft fur of the hybrid creature, which purred contentedly, emitting soft meows. "Little Black, I seem to have lost my way. Would you be so kind as to guide me home?" She placed it on the ground, beseeching it with a hopeful tone. The hybrid creature, being an exceptionally intelligent magical being, swiftly grasped her intent and meowed in response, striding forward with an elegant gait. To her astonishment, this method truly worked. Joy radiated from Wei Shengbai's eyes as she followed closely behind Little Black, traversing the unfamiliar streets. Meanwhile, Severus Snape had been expelled from his home, as his biological father had just returned from a drinking spree, unleashing his wrath within the household. His mother, Eileen, dared not resist. When the drunkard's fury turned toward him, Snape gripped his wand tightly, poised to strike at the man before him, who resembled a frenzied beast. Eileen discerned his intent and desperately implored him to exit the house. Thus he stepped out, leaving behind a place that hardly qualified as home. The night air was brisk, and Snape had taken nothing with him except for his wand. Perhaps it would be prudent to unleash an offensive spell upon the man. That way, everyone could find relief. Now as the clock struck 9, he wandered aimlessly through the streets, repeatedly suppressing the urge to return and attack the drunken man with his wand. The chill of the wind cleared his mind and pulled him back from the brink of his tumultuous thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed beyond Spinner's End and arrived in a desolate neighborhood. The population here had always been sparse, and several years prior, following a tragic building collapse, the remaining residents had vacated, leaving the area feeling even more abandoned. Throughout his life, Severus Snape had encountered countless situations akin to this one. Each time he departed from that desolate abode, he found himself instinctively drawn to a forlorn area where a dilapidated and abandoned church offered a respite from the elements. As he approached the church, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. The Asian girl, with deep brown hair and cerulean eyes, stood before a ruin, lost in thought. Her expression tinged with an incomprehensible bitterness. A black cat nestled at her feet, hissing a warning at Snape upon noticing his presence, pulling her back from her reverie. She tilted her head slightly and forced a faint smile. "Good evening, Senior Snape," she greeted. Chapter 23, Amidst the Ruins. All right, Little Black. No need to be so fierce, he's an acquaintance." After exchanging pleasantries, she bent down to scoop up the cat, murmuring gentle words of comfort. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, furrowing his brow as he stepped closer. It was already late, and this was certainly not Hogwarts. How could she dare roam the streets alone? "I just moved nearby. I intended to visit Diagon Alley today, but I seem to have lost my way back," she explained, stroking the soft fur of the cat in her arms. "I thought this little fellow would guide me home, but instead he led me here." Mixed-breed cats are known for their ability to lead their owners back home. "But it appears your pet lacks the requisite intelligence," Snape remarked, noting the area was predominantly filled with abandoned houses, making it improbable for her new residence to be situated here. Meow. The cat seemed to grasp the implication of his jest, swatting its paw at him in protest from the safety of her arms. "You're only partially correct, Senior Snape," she replied, a light laugh escaping her as she resumed petting the agitated creature. She then raised her gaze to the crumbling structures around them, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her features. This is not where I currently reside, but before I turned 5, I lived in that house before it collapsed. Little Black is indeed clever, perhaps even more so than I expected, for I never anticipated he would bring me back here. Severus stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by her unexpected revelation. She gently set the cat down and stepped forward, traversing the dust-laden debris. This was the living room. It was here that Voldemort stood before me and uttered a few words. Then my mother took me back to our room, using the key to the door. And under the Dark Lord's very gaze, she sent me away. That was the last time I saw my parents. Perhaps having been unsettled by the prophecy left by her ancestors earlier that day in Gringotts, she found herself speaking of that fateful night to someone she deemed familiar. Amidst this desolate expanse, by the time I returned, it had transformed into this state. I never imagined that years would pass without anyone coming to clean it up. Her parents' bodies had been taken by Grindelwald and subsequently reduced to ashes, buried at the foot of the Alps, not far from the small village where she once lived. Her desire to return to China and locate her ancestral home stemmed from a wish to allow her parents to rest in peace, their souls returning to their homeland. You mean to say that the Dark Lord killed your parents? But why? You should have had no dealings with him. Snape's astonishment was tinged with confusion. How could a girl from China have any connection to Voldemort? My family is rather unique, possessing certain prophetic capabilities, yet also susceptible to curses. Voldemort likely learned of my parents' abilities, which prompted him to approach them. They refused to assist him in divination, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, in his eyes, those who could not be swayed and posed a threat were not to be spared. She refrained from divulging to Snape the outcome her father had once foreseen, nor the conclusion she had encountered in the original narrative. It was not fear of altering the future that held her silent, but rather a warning from her ancestors inscribed on bamboo scrolls. Prophecies are often immutable, lest unforeseen consequences arise, potentially worsening the situation. The scrolls also hinted that should one wish to alter the fates foretold for others, the ancestral curse within her bloodline could serve as a formidable tool, wielding unexpected influence at critical moments. Thus, she deemed it was not yet time. I was the only one who escaped his gaze that night. Perhaps to Voldemort, I appeared merely as an inconsequential ant, one among many. Even if an ant were to scurry away before him, it would hardly stir his interest. Such is the Dark Lord you idolize. His power is indeed formidable, yet he is also a prideful and arrogant man. She reminded him of his humanity, stripping away the veneer of invincibility. Snape was taken aback to discover the depth of animosity between her and Voldemort. He recalled their conversation in the Forbidden Forest. Initially believing her advice stemmed from a place of impartiality, he remembered vividly how, at that moment, she bore no evident hatred in her eyes, merely expressing a viewpoint that one should cultivate their own strength and not place trust in others. She had even mentioned that if he were to join the Death Eaters, he ought to inform her. What thoughts had allowed her to maintain such a calm demeanor, even smiling while uttering those words? Severus remained oblivious. He sensed an immense power emanating from the girl before him, a force that seemed to sustain her as she stood there, as if a tempest were slowly forming around her. It gradually dispelled the shadows cast upon his heart from being banished from his home. Do you seek vengeance? Snape questioned, uncertain, for her eyes betrayed no malice. Even when discussing Voldemort while standing amidst the ruins of her shattered happiness, her expression remained relaxed, devoid of rage. Naturally. But not at this moment. Senior Snape, do you truly believe that an 11-year-old girl, soon to be 12, could stand alone against such a powerful Dark Lord? In fairy tales, it is typically the prince or savior who undertakes such quests. With a teasing smile, she stepped down from a pile of rubble, brushing the dust from her skirt. It's getting late. I must return home. Though it seems my pet's cleverness has led us astray, which presents quite the conundrum. She glanced down at the little black cat, who was rubbing against her ankles, a mix of affection and exasperation in her tone. Quickly, she turned her attention back to him. Senior Snape, should I engage your services as a guide to lead me home? What would be the cost in galleons? Her earnest and captivating tone resonated with him. It was nearing 10 o'clock, and Snape was acutely aware that the individuals residing nearby were akin to the vermin of Nocturne Alley. Outside of school, one could not wield their wand, and should she wander alone in search of her way home, she would likely find herself in peril. Where do you reside now? After a moment's hesitation, he managed to pose the question. She lowered her gaze and retrieved a map from her bag. Chapter 24. Not quite a place to call home. We've arrived. Observing the red circle marked on the map, and comparing it to the door number before him, Snape confirmed that this was indeed the place. Initially, she believed it would take some time to locate the address, but to her astonishment, Wei Xingbai's new abode was merely a couple of blocks away from Spider's Tail Alley. And the journey took only 20 minutes on foot. How could she, with a map in hand, end up lost? He found it somewhat perplexing yet harbored a faint suspicion. Could it be a lack of directional sense? Thank you, Senior Snape. Glancing at the familiar garden, Wei Xingbai, clutching her half-blood catfox, felt a slight relief. At least she wouldn't have to spend the night on the streets today. Turning to Snape beside her, she expressed her gratitude. You might want to learn to read a map yourself. I shall take my leave. He returned the map to her and was about to depart when she called out. Senior Snape, please wait a moment. What is it, Miss Wei Sheng? Do not tell me you've forgotten your keys. Snape's expression bore a hint of impatience. Yet he halted his exit. Of course not. I merely wished to ask if you would like to come in for a while. I could at least prepare you a cup of tea as a token of my gratitude for escorting me back. Alone at home after her guardian returned to Austria, she thought it fair to extend an invitation. By the way, I acquired quite a few herbs today, intending to prepare for next semester's potions class. I've heard you excel in that subject, and perhaps I could seek your guidance over tea. Not necessary. He replied curtly, clearly uninterested in her invitation. It's quite all right. My guardian is away, leaving me alone in the house. Besides, I bought some delightful sweets from Diagon Alley, which could serve as a late-night snack. Do come in. Wei Xingbai placed her pet, Xiaohei, on the ground and unlocked the gate with her key, gesturing for him to enter. At this point, to refuse would seem rather impolite. Snape, setting aside some of his reservations, hesitated for a moment before following her inside. Once the door swung open, Wei Xingbai fumbled in the dark until she located the switch on the wall. With a click, the room was instantly illuminated. The warm yellow light was gentle on the eyes and revealed the living room of the house. It was evident that decor was sparse, rendering the space somewhat stark and desolate, yet it was impeccably tidy. On the coffee table in front of the sofa lay neatly stacked second-year textbooks, indicating they had been perused, with bookmarks scattered among them. As Snape settled into the soft sofa, he detected a lingering, sweet fragrance, distinctly feminine, that made him momentarily stiffen. Throughout his life, apart from Lily, he had not known the warmth of friendship, and Lily's sister, Petunia, had never permitted him to visit. This was his first time stepping into another's home. In stark contrast to his own dreary, damp dwelling, which rarely saw sunlight, this place felt refreshingly clean and inviting. The sofa was plush enough to sink into, and the aroma of brewing black tea wafted through the air, imparting a sense of comfort. Glancing over, he saw Wei Xingbai at the open kitchen, pouring the brewed tea from the kettle. The steam spiraled upwards as she concentrated, her movements meticulous, as if performing a significant rite. In Britain, black tea was a beloved beverage, and coincidentally, Grindelwald shared a fondness for it, hence the well-stocked supplies in her new residence. In addition to the tea, Wei Xingbai retrieved some pastries she had purchased that day from her bag, which had been enchanted with a non-detection charm, presenting them as a midnight snack. Please do taste and see if my tea-making skills are to your liking. She placed everything on the coffee table, her tone tinged with anticipation. Previously in her village, she had never attempted such things. It was only recently, out of boredom, that she took to brewing tea herself. As a Chinese individual, she held a profound appreciation for tea, and Zhou Ji, who had recently returned to China, had promised to send her 2 packs of green tea, which she expected to arrive shortly. Snape lifted the cup of tea before him and took a delicate sip. The warm liquid was pleasantly mild, the flavor just right, and the rich aroma dispelled the chill of the night that clung to him. Though he was not particularly knowledgeable about black tea, the lingering sweetness and hints of orchid-like fragrance allowed him to surmise its quality. Not bad, he replied succinctly, aware that he would likely not receive any effusive praise from her. Nevertheless, this assessment was commendable in its own right. She lowered her gaze, savoring a sip of her own tea. Silence enveloped them, and after a moment of contemplation, Wei Xingbai set down her cup and began to extract herbs from her bag. Ariat leaves, mugwort extract, daffodil root powder, mistletoe berries wait. Where's my white ash? Upon hearing her exclamation, Snape observed as she rummaged through her bag, counting the remaining herbs repeatedly, but the elusive white ash was nowhere to be found. Unbelievable. I should have checked before leaving the apothecary, she lamented, furrowing her brow in regret. In the realm of potions, white ash was a common and essential herb, utilized in concocting healing, restorative, and invigorating brews, frequently featured in the second-year curriculum. It seems I must return to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Senior Snape, as you are aware, I am not well acquainted with the routes around here. Would you be so kind as to assist me in finding my way tomorrow? Wei Xingbai turned to him, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading. Of course. If there are any herbs you wish to procure, I shall purchase them alongside you. Please help a humble student with this small favor, Senior Snape. Initially, Snape intended to decline her request, yet the prospect of acquiring additional potion ingredients piqued his interest. Though he often brewed potions for sale to sustain himself, his resources were limited, and the meager earnings barely covered his living expenses, making it difficult to save. The chance to obtain other herbs was enticing. Very well. I shall accompany you to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Now I must take my leave. Setting down his teacup, he prepared to rise when Wei Shengbai interjected. Senior. It is rather late. I noticed you left alone, looking rather despondent. Perhaps there was an unpleasant altercation with your family? I do not wish to pass judgment on another's home life, but I cannot bear the thought of you spending the night outside alone. It is perilous to wander alone without your wand. Besides, I have a guest room available. Are you aware of what you are suggesting? Snape halted. Disbelief etched across his face. Of course I am. Although I typically act as though I do not know you at school. It is merely because I understand your aversion to others meddling in your affairs. I do not wish to be the one you resent. However, we can still consider ourselves friends, can we not, Senior? Think of it as staying over at a friend's house. How does that sound? Wei Shengbai recognized the audacity of her proposition, fully aware it could provoke his irritation. She had deliberated extensively before voicing it, motivated not only by concern for his safety, but also by a desire to reveal the true reason behind her impulsive invitation before he could refuse. Today, I found the possessions left to me by my parents. Yet now, this house is but a solitary refuge for me. It scarcely qualifies as my home. Perhaps this is the very reason why Little Black guided me to that desolate ruin today. You may find it amusing, but residing here alone has indeed instilled a certain trepidation within me. She uttered these words with a smile, while the sorrow and fear she had harbored for years enveloped her on this night. Subtle yet inescapable. Regardless of how resilient her spirit may be, even if she could bury her hatred for Voldemort, the moment she was led back to her former home by Little Black, the softest corner of her heart was deeply pierced. She once believed in the promise of a beautiful family, once envisioned a life filled with warmth, no longer marred by loneliness, yet now she remains utterly alone. Loneliness had receded from her life for 5 years, only to return with a vengeance. Lingering still on this day. Chapter 25. Breakfast for two. The guest room is located on the ground floor, furnished with a private bathroom, and devoid of excessive ornamentation, resembling little more than a dormitory, save for the absence of the deep, black lake outside. Good night, Senior. Wei Shengbai did not engage in much conversation, tidying up the sofa and kitchen before retreating to her room upstairs. Once she closed the door and ensured it was locked, she leaned against the cold wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Initially, she had thought that even after hearing those words, Snape would refuse. To her surprise, he hesitated for quite some time before finally nodding in agreement. In the original narrative, his childhood was fraught with suffering. Apart from Lily and Voldemort, no one else could truly penetrate his heart. To remain after hearing her plea suggests that he still possesses a measure of softness within him. Indeed, Wei Shengbai now regards the 14-year-old Snape as a typical adolescent, for she has traversed time and carries a more mature psychological age. This decision stemmed from her own empathy on this melancholic night. With such thoughts, Wei Shengbai approached her desk with a small bag in hand, extracting a cauldron. She then retrieved the white ginseng she had forgotten to purchase earlier, carefully preserved within the bag, not a single piece lost. After casting all the herbs into the cauldron, Wei Shengbai took out her wand, aimed it at the fresh ginseng, and uttered a spell. Flames erupted, bright and fierce. The fire blazed forth from the tip of her wand, igniting everything within the cauldron in an instant. Wei Shengbai watched as the flames danced, the fresh scent of the plants mingling with the acrid aroma of burning, creating a mildly uncomfortable sensation. Yet, she remained transfixed by the brilliant flames before her, standing motionless. Only when the fire finally subsided, leaving behind mere remnants, did she seem to regain her composure. With everything thoroughly cleansed, the cauldron returned to its original pristine state, and the white ginseng had vanished without a trace. By obliterating all that could unveil the deceit, this benevolent falsehood could transform into a semblance of reality. Time to sleep. For tomorrow brings an early rise, she murmured to herself, changing into her nightclothes and swiftly drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, downstairs, Snape reclined on a spacious, comfortable bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, his brow still furrowed. How had he allowed himself to momentarily lose his reason and agree to stay? Such a thing would have been unthinkable in the past. Perhaps he, too, was unwilling to spend the night in that dilapidated church, often frequented by vagrants. Perhaps it was Wei Shengbai's air of sorrow and solitude that reminded him of the time he had once curled up in a corner, alone. Or maybe it was simply because they were friends, and staying at a friend's home was, after all, a trivial matter. But friends? Were they truly friends? He had never heard of friends pretending to be unfamiliar with one another at school. As Snape tossed and turned in bed, he found himself unable to ascertain the nature of their relationship until, in a haze, he finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, a faint aroma wafting under his nose, rousing Snape from his slumber. As he sat up abruptly, the unfamiliarity of the room came rushing back, reminding him of last night's stay at Wei Xingbai's home. Gone were the echoes of his mother's mournful weeping, and he no longer had to remain vigilant against his father's drunken rants and assaults. He had peacefully endured a tranquil, dreamless night. Through the closed door, he could faintly hear the delightful sound of something sizzling in a frying pan, accompanied by the soft hum of a familiar tune, suggesting that she was in high spirits. It was akin to the idyllic mornings described in novels, evoking distant memories from his past. When old Snape had not yet fallen into ruin, their family had also resided in a house as spacious as this one, where Eileen would prepare breakfast like an ordinary mother. Shaking off the hazy recollection, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, dressed, and washed up before finally opening the door. Stepping out, he was enveloped by the rich aroma of frying bacon, intensified by the sweet scent of milk, a warmth so foreign it left him momentarily disoriented. "Good morning, Senior. Breakfast will be ready shortly. By the way, how do you prefer your eggs, hard or soft?" Wei Xingbei, still not fully grown, stood atop a small stool, serving the already fried bacon from the pan, while reaching for the eggs nearby. Upon spotting Snape emerge from his room, she cheerfully waved the egg in her hand, inquiring about his preference. "Whichever," he replied stiffly, taking a seat at the dining table. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe her deft movements. She melted butter in the pan before cracking 2 eggs into it. As they hit the bottom of the pan, the once liquid eggs quickly solidified under the high heat. With a gentle flick of her spatula, she deftly flipped one of the eggs while plating the other, which had been cooked to a soft texture. The toasted bread was placed aside, layered with bacon, eggs, and fresh vegetables, crafting a simple sandwich. Such a meal might be commonplace for many ordinary households. Yet Snape had not witnessed such daily life in many years. This ordinary morning, imbued with the essence of home, felt like an unattainable luxury to him. Unaware of Snape's thoughts, Wei Xingbei completed the sandwiches, cut them in half, and placed them on the table. "I can't prepare anything too elaborate. Please bear with me, Senior. I'll fetch the milk," she said with a smile, dashing back to the kitchen. When Wei Xingbei returned with the milk, she noticed Snape had already taken a bite of the half-cooked sandwich. It seemed he enjoyed it. She understood this instinctively, silently serving him the warm milk, enriched with a hint of oats and honey. The two of them quietly finished their breakfast. In truth, over the years, she had seldom shared breakfast with anyone. Other than the occasional visits from Grindelwald, Wei Xingbei had spent the past few years alone during meals and seasons. Although she did not feel lonely in solitude, her experiences as an orphan had fortified her spirit, yet the occasional company was a pleasant change. After finishing her milk, Wei Xingbei tidied up the kitchen, double-checked the items in her bag, locked the doors and windows, and stepped out of the house. Severus Snape stood in the courtyard, awaiting her arrival. "All right, let us proceed. Senior," she said, approaching his side and indicating that they could set off. The two walked side by side along the path, heading towards the leaky cauldron. Chapter 26, Refrozen. "Is this all you require?" Wei Xingbei inquired uncertainly, observing the rather mundane herbs Snape had selected. Having perused the compendium of herbs, she recalled that these were described as exceedingly ordinary and common materials, plenty of which could be found in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Wei Xingbei could hardly believe that Snape, who frequently roamed the depths of the forest, would be in need of such herbs. Moreover, they were hardly worth much, likely amounting to less than a single galleon. That is sufficient. Snape would certainly not permit a minor, especially one 2 years his junior, to purchase those extravagant items. Even if she claimed it was to express gratitude for his escort home the previous day, he remained aware of proper boundaries. "Very well." Wei Xingbei nodded, turning to the shopkeeper. "I'll take 5 more of these. Additionally, I require some bad bloodroot, daffodil bulbs, and fire lizard blood. Oh, and I believe I just spotted some shrivelfig feathers. I'll need 3 of those as well." The items she mentioned were predominantly ingredients for advanced potions, which, even as she entered her second year next term, she would not be able to practice. Upon hearing the shopkeeper announce a sum exceeding 100 galleons, Snape felt a peculiar pressure emanating from Wei Xingbei. Ultimately, she counted out an ample amount of gold from her small bag, placing it on the counter before taking the potion ingredients and stowing them away. Knowing that simply thrusting them upon Snape would result in refusal, She contemplated alternative methods. Halloween, Christmas, or even birthday gifts would serve as excellent choices. Yet, at that moment, another more opportune excuse presented itself. Snape-senpai, I have already attempted the potions required for the second-year curriculum just a few days ago. May I seek your guidance on the subsequent potion making? As they walked back, Wei Shengbai articulated her objective. While it was true that she had tried her hand at concocting second-year potions, this was not a recent endeavor. She had begun experimenting while still a first-year student at Hogwarts. After all, aside from her studies, the rest of her time at Hogwarts was rather tedious. Moreover, she found little interest in Quidditch, the sole entertainment among students, preferring the nightly dueling club for excitement. Thus, beyond completing her regular academic tasks, researching her cards, attending dueling club sessions to observe, and listening to her househead's teachings, she spent the remaining time in more engaging pursuits. Aspiring for a future of ease, free from becoming a mere pawn or a fish on a chopping block, she deemed it worthwhile to invest time in self-improvement. I have no time, Snape replied coldly. This was of course a falsehood. He had recently become rather entangled with this Asian girl. Additionally, he had not entirely given up on his goal of becoming a Death Eater, and naturally he was reluctant to engage too deeply with Wei Shengbai, who bore a profound grudge against Voldemort. Very well. Wei Shengbai did not press him further. She merely nodded, her expression betraying no hint of disappointment or loss. However, as Snape escorted her back to her doorstep, she withdrew a portion of the additional materials she had purchased earlier and handed them to him. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance yesterday and today, Mr. Snape. Wei Shengbai sensed his intent to refuse. Though she felt sympathy for his previously tragic fate, there was little she could do beyond this. The earlier term of endearment indicated her disregard for their differing houses and positions, but should he insist on descending into the abyss, she would sever ties for the sake of their futures, thus preventing Voldemort from harboring suspicion or resentment towards Snape. Realizing the shift in her address, Snape comprehended her meaning and slowly extended his hand to accept the materials. This gesture symbolized a return to an equilibrium between them, with no debts owed. It also indirectly diminished the likelihood of future interactions. I merely guided you, he remarked, grasping the bag filled with potion ingredients, which felt disproportionately heavy for such a simple act. What began as a mere escort had led to a peaceful night, a breakfast, and now potion materials. He could not help but feel that he was the one benefiting from this arrangement. I once said that I seek only my own comfort in my endeavors. Thank you for guiding me yesterday, for staying with me and preventing me from being alone at home, and most importantly, for sharing breakfast, something I have not enjoyed in a long time. These are my reasons for thanking you. Her words were sincere and poignant, yet the final somewhat distant term of address left Snape feeling slightly awkward. Having learned of some aspects of Wei Shengbai's home life the previous evening, he found it disconcerting that they were now beginning to draw lines. This inevitably led him to ponder the questions that had surfaced in his mind. If one day he found himself on the opposing side, compelled to draw his wand against Wei Shengbai, the very girl who had prepared breakfast for him that morning, could he truly bring himself to do it? This thought caused Snape to experience a moment of breathlessness. Then it is settled. I shall return to attempt brewing new potions. Farewell, Mr. Snape. Wei Shengbai nodded gently, producing her key to unlock the door, and did not forget to wave goodbye as she entered. The door closed, sealing off the thawing frost that had momentarily dissipated during their interactions, re-establishing its cold and unyielding state. Snape pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the now closed door of Wei Shengbai's home before departing the scene. Meanwhile, Wei Shengbai, who had just spoken of brewing potions, stood behind the curtains in her living room, peering through the sheer fabric at his retreating figure. Was what I just said somewhat inappropriate? Wei Shengbai mused to herself, watching Snape grow ever more distant. But soon, she shook her head, casting aside the fleeting doubt. If she were to sever ties, it should be done decisively. She could not guarantee that when Snape encountered Voldemort for the first time, he would be able to withstand the Dark Lord's probing gaze. Given that person's malevolent inclinations, should any future interactions occur and Voldemort recognized her as the girl who had escaped, she was acutely aware of the potential consequences. Voldemort would undoubtedly compel Snape to kill her as a demonstration of loyalty. Rather than face the possibility of being forced to confront one another with wands drawn in the future, it would be wiser to completely sever ties now, for the benefit of both. It was a pity, however, that the Forbidden Forest would now lack a guiding light. Wei Shengbai thought to herself as she lingered at the window, her expression obscured by shadows, rendering it difficult to discern her true feelings. Chapter 27. The time is not yet right. A few days later, Wei Shengbai received a package from China at her home. which contained not only the tea that Zhou Ji had promised to send her, but also various trinkets and a letter. In the letter, he wrote that he had safely returned to the mainland from the port, and inquired if there were any other Chinese specialties she desired. Recently, Wei Shengbai perused a selection of bamboo slips and ancient texts retrieved from the vault, which mentioned numerous wondrous creatures from the ancient Huaxia kingdoms, igniting her profound curiosity. However, it was impractical for her to ask Zhou Ji to send these items. It would be far more appropriate for her to experience them firsthand upon her return to her homeland. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Shengbai took out paper and pen, expressing that she had no specific desires, thus relieving him of any burdens, while subtly conveying her nostalgia and yearning for her hometown, planting seeds for future plans to return. Maintaining a relationship is a simple endeavor. The principle of reciprocity can deepen bonds. Wei Shengbai deliberately selected some unique items from the magical realm to include in her correspondence, which she entrusted to the International Magical Owl Postal Service to deliver back to Huaxia. A few days later, upon receiving her reply, Zhou Ji felt somewhat embarrassed upon discovering the gifts within the package. He perceived Wei Shengbai's longing for her homeland and, having learned through prior letters that she was now under the care of a Muggle wizard with the surname Green, could not help but entertain thoughts of taking her back to her roots. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to return and report to his master regarding the intelligence he had gathered during his time in Britain, specifically, the information that their ancestral family had been annihilated by the dark wizard Voldemort several years prior. Contemplating this, he folded the letter, his expression turning somber. In Huaxia, the notion of bloodline inheritance holds significant importance among ancient magical families, akin to the pureblood status in Britain, endowing them with considerable influence. Although the Zhou family currently wields substantial power, the loss of their ancestral bloodline would soon render them vulnerable to exclusion by other families. The ancient bloodlines sustain the prosperity of the family. Collateral branches bear a portion of the family's divine retribution, while the main family extends its bloodline strength to ensure the flourishing of the collateral branches. This ancient and mysterious bloodline covenant is why certain old families in Huaxia have managed to endure through countless turbulent eras without facing extinction. However, the news he had brought back would undoubtedly plunge all collateral branches of the Zhou family into severe turmoil, for their ancestral bloodline might have been severed. Yet, prior to his journey to Britain, his master had divined that a glimmer of hope still remained. Could it be that he had overlooked something during his investigation? With a heart laden with uncertainty, Zhou Ji stepped out of his ancestral home, heading towards another collateral branch to meet his master. Indeed, his master also bore the surname Zhou. Over the millennia, the collateral branches that had branched off from the main family had formed numerous distinct families, yet they largely retained the same surname and maintained a sense of unity and close connections. However, upon entering, before he could even greet his master properly, Zhou Xing kicked him as he approached. "You little rascal! Why have you returned so soon? Could you not have stayed there a few more days?" Zhou Xing stood beside him, fuming as he glanced at his bewildered disciple sprawled on the ground. "Master, what seems to be the matter?" Zhou Ji, slightly embarrassed to be kicked by his own master at his age, quickly rose to inquire. "Just a few days ago, I cast another divination, and the previously concealed glimmer of hope has now shone brightly, clearly indicating a turn of fortune. Yet you have returned home just as things were beginning to unfold. If only you had stayed a bit longer, perhaps we could have discerned the reason for this change in the divination." Zhou Xing sighed in exasperation, shaking his head as he retreated into the house. Zhou Ji had not anticipated that the divination would change. Following his master into the room, he realized that although he had written in advance to inform his master of the situation, it was imperative that he articulate the specifics in person. The main family had departed for Britain over a decade ago, employing secret family techniques to counteract divine retribution, ensuring their children could grow up safely. It was impossible that they all perished, indicating that there were arrangements unknown to them. "Since our search has not gone as planned, perhaps the time is simply not right. We shall wait a while longer," Zhou Xing mused, settling back into his armchair while stroking his sparse beard, lost in thought. Hearing his master's words, Zhou Ji nodded obediently. He had initially intended to recount the dangerous encounter he experienced near Hogwarts and the Asian girl he had met, but upon noticing the weariness etched on Zhou Xing's face, he refrained from speaking. Divination is an endeavor that demands considerable energy, particularly when it pertains to oneself or one's family. Zhou Xing's recent divination had evidently drained him, a testament to its intensity. Zhou Ji, not wishing to burden his master further, silently closed his mouth and turned to brew tea for Zhou Xing to alleviate his fatigue. His thoughts echoed Zhou Xing's earlier statement. The time was not yet ripe. Despite her relatively mature soul, Young Wei Shengbai was unaware of the complex relationship between the main family and collateral branches within the Wei family, as her parents had never shared such matters with her. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Ji, his master Zhou Xing, and the entire collateral Zhou family were seeking someone who had already intersected with her life. Currently, Wei Shengbai was immersed in her studies of her cards at home. She had realized that her previous line of thought was not misguided. If spell cards could deepen her understanding of spells, it would indeed enhance her proficiency without the need to cast the spell itself. The house contained a modest basement, originally intended for storage, which she had transformed into a simple practice space for spells. After attempting the relatively simple stunning spell, and deepening her comprehension of it, she found that her proficiency had significantly increased, rendering the spell far more potent than when she first attempted it. What once could only topple a wooden dummy now sent it crashing against the wall. Gazing at the fallen dummy, she summoned her spellbook. Contemplating the stunning spell card, she sensed that her supposed advantage was perhaps not as formidable as she had imagined. At best, it merely allowed her to learn spells in advance and gauge her strength through proficiency. Yet, as she observed the proficiency bar for the stunning spell, which was currently at level 7, she felt something was amiss. Having perused numerous resources and detailed explanations regarding the stunning spell in the Hogwarts library, she believed her understanding had reached its zenith. Yet the proficiency progress bar seemed to be stuck, even though intriguingly, it was still increasing in the absence of spell usage. The advancement was minuscule, perhaps a millimeter each week, while the level 1 proficiency bar was approximately 5 centimeters long. This discovery astonished Wei Shengbai, leading her to speculate that it might be connected to her own magical growth. However, if this continued, she might not reach maximum proficiency by the time she graduated. Moreover, she suspected there might be some hidden intricacies she had yet to uncover. Chapter 28. The second semester. The summer vacation passed swiftly. Aside from routine errands such as grocery shopping and replenishing supplies, Wei Shengbai did not venture far from home. Grindelwald returned to the residence on the morning of the first day of school, albeit in a markedly altered appearance, to the point where Wei Shengbai almost failed to recognize her guardian. The formerly white-haired old man now appeared significantly younger, perhaps around 50 years of age, with considerable modifications to his facial features, rendering him utterly different from before. Well, do you have any objections to my current appearance? On their way to King's Cross Station, Grindelwald noticed Wei Shengbai's frequent curious glances at his new visage and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No, not at all. It seems, sir, that you have indeed been enjoying some fresh air lately. Had he merely chosen to remain in Newmungard, he would certainly not have gone to the trouble of altering his appearance. Even if he were to accompany her to the train station for her school departure, a simple disillusionment charm would suffice, rendering such elaborate measures unnecessary. Thus, it was this reasoning that led Weiss to her conclusion. As I have previously mentioned, he would not be confined to Newmungard indefinitely. He intended to explore other locales as well. Have you gathered your belongings? He inquired. It is time for us to depart. Grindelwald cast a glance at the clock in the living room, noting that it was now 9 in the morning. The Hogwarts train would commence its journey at 11, and their apparition to the station would take but a second. Although there was still ample time, Grindelwald wished to avoid attracting the attention of other wizarding parents dropping off their children for school. Very well, sir, let us be on our way. Weiss nodded, having already packed all her belongings the day prior. This morning was merely a final check for any forgotten items. She obediently grasped the lapel of Grindelwald's coat, and in a whirl of motion, their figures materialized in a secluded corner of King's Cross Station. Sir, I wish to return to my homeland in a couple of years. As they walked, Weiss voiced a thought that had lingered in her mind. With 6 years remaining at Hogwarts, her heart was still tethered to the desire to return her parents' ashes to their rightful resting place. Moreover, having met Zhou Ji, she felt an undeniable urge to expedite her return. You have always held your own opinions and I seldom interfere. However, regarding this matter, I advise you to postpone such thoughts until after your graduation. Otherwise, should you return, you may find it difficult to return here. This was what your parents once conveyed to me. Upon hearing Grindelwald mention her parents, Weiss's expression dimmed slightly. Perhaps this was part of their preordained arrangement. Although the deeper meaning eluded her, she would not defy it. Understood, sir, she replied, nodding and refraining from further discussion on the topic. As Severus Snape arrived at the station, dragging his luggage, he beheld Weiss engaged in conversation with an unremarkable middle-aged man in front of the train. This man was her guardian. It did not take long for Snape to discern this, and after a fleeting glance, he hastily entered the carriage. Grindelwald, having sensed the gaze moments prior, turned his head slightly, but only caught a glimpse of the gaunt figure, failing to discern the individual's full countenance. A friend of yours? He inquired, retracting his gaze and raising an eyebrow at the diminutive girl before him. Perhaps, or potentially an adversary. Her tone was nonchalant, as though discussing the weather, yet Grindelwald, with his significant presence, had not lost his keen insight despite years spent in Newmungard. You seem somewhat concerned for him. Even a touch reluctant? With the time still early and the platform nearly deserted, Grindelwald's curiosity piqued, prompting him to probe further. Even a seer cannot alter the future. Can they? Sensing the probing nature of his inquiry, Weiss retorted, her words laced with a sharp edge, hoping to conclude the subject. What seers glimpse are often mere fragments of the future, but you must understand, fragments do not dictate the ultimate outcome. Prophecies are indeed difficult to change. Yet there are always exceptions in this world. There is a saying from your homeland. Man proposes, but God disposes. I hold this saying in high regard and hope you will remember it. Now let us board. I must be on my way. Observing Weiss's contemplative expression, Grindelwald affectionately ruffled her hair. By the way, sir, shall we celebrate Christmas together this year? Once inside the carriage, Weiss suddenly recalled this matter, turning to inquire of Grindelwald, who had yet to depart. No, I have other matters to attend to. Very well, I shall continue to bring you gifts after this term concludes. Farewell, sir. Grindelwald found himself momentarily taken aback by Weiss's words, his face betraying a mixture of hesitation and contemplation as he watched the girl search for a compartment. Have I been too indulgent with her over the years? To jest about my past, no less. How did she come to know of my history with Albus? He had never disclosed such matters to anyone. It seemed this little girl harbored many secrets, much like her ancient family, which remained elusive. With this thought, Grindelwald's demeanor regained its composure. He slipped his hands into the pockets of his overcoat, preparing to leave King's Cross Station. However, before doing so, he cast a glance at one of the train's compartments. The youth of today are truly intriguing. Upon meeting Grindelwald's gaze, Snape felt a sudden jolt of panic and quickly pressed himself against the cold train window, instinctively lowering his breath. Weiss's guardian, that seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, possessed a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. In that brief moment of eye contact, Snape felt as though his very thoughts had been laid bare. That penetrating look resembled the serious demeanor of Headmaster Dumbledore at times, and also echoed the chilling presence of Lord Voldemort, whom he had glimpsed from afar during a prior engagement with Lucius Malfoy. It was a sensation of being utterly exposed before such formidable figures. In the years he had spent at Hogwarts, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a presence within the wizarding world. What exactly was her guardian's true identity? He could scarcely believe that someone exuding the same gravitas as Dumbledore and Voldemort could be so ordinary. Perhaps he should inquire with Lucius? This notion flitted through Snape's mind only to be swiftly dismissed. Given the blood feud between Weiss and Voldemort, such actions might draw the Dark Lord's attention, potentially exposing her existence. Seated in the empty carriage, he tightened his grip on his wand. I cannot. Chapter 29, The Duel Invitation. For Weiss, now entering her second year, the most significant event was her opportunity to participate in the dueling club, held every evening in the Great Hall. When she had initially suggested to Professor Dumbledore the revival of the dueling club, she had not anticipated the imposition of a rule excluding first-year students. Consequently, she had been left to observe her peers sparring under the watchful eye of her househead, which had left her quite frustrated for some time. Now at last, the moment had arrived. As the dueling club was set to commence the following evening, she exited her dormitory with wand in hand, a sense of excitement tinged with anticipation. However, upon stepping through the Great Hall's entrance, the exhilaration she had felt over half an hour prior had faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. After a summer away, the campus, which had once felt slightly familiar, now appeared foreign once more. Yet this was of little consequence, for it did nothing to dampen Weiss's spirits. Upon entering the hall, she did not immediately seek out an opponent. Rather, she gravitated towards Professor Flitwick as she had done in the past. Good evening, Professor. She greeted her househead with a smile, noting many of her fellow students of the same year. Good evening, Miss Weiss. Are you eager to engage in a thrilling duel this evening? I believe you will perform splendidly. Though Professor Flitwick had only witnessed her in action once, during a moment of defense for a fellow student, it was evident from that incident that her reflexes were commendable. This belief prompted his encouraging words. Of course, Professor. That is precisely why I am here. However, I have yet to select an opponent. Everyone seems quite formidable. Surely, you wouldn't think less of me should I happen to lose? As she bantered with her househead, her gaze roamed the crowd, searching for a suitable target. She was not particularly acquainted with the students from other houses, so her first instinct was to seek out her fellow classmates to gauge the situation. Of course not. One must have a bit of confidence in oneself, Miss Mikage. During the previous year's dueling club activities, Mikage Shiro, being a first-year student, was unable to participate, and could only watch from the sidelines as others engaged in their duels. Professor Flitwick often shared key points about dueling with her, thus fostering a closer bond between the two. Flyingostine was a Ravenclaw student in the same year as Mikage Shiro, and today marked his inaugural attendance at the dueling club. Among the first-year students from last year, aside from the talented yet modest Mikage Shiro, Flyingostine had also distinguished himself, capturing Professor Flitwick's attention. When the end-of-year examination results were announced, Flyngostine's name appeared second in the year, just slightly trailing behind Mikage Shiro. The latter paid little heed to this minor discrepancy. Many diligent students resided in Ravenclaw, but she was not particularly enthusiastic about forming friendships, and even among her peers, she was not well acquainted with many. However, Flyngostine was preoccupied throughout the summer, troubled by the fact that he had nearly secured the top position, only to be overshadowed by Mikage Shiro. Thus, upon entering the Great Hall today and spotting Mikage Shiro conversing with Professor Flitwick, his pent-up emotions from the summer found an outlet, compelling him to approach her. "Miss Mikage, would you care to engage in a friendly duel with me?" His demeanor was polite, reminiscent of a gentleman inviting a lady to a ball. Yet Mikage Shiro discerned the seriousness in his expression. "Certainly, Mr. Flyngostine, let us find a more spacious area." Although she was uncertain why this relatively unfamiliar classmate had chosen her for a duel upon entering, it undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity for Mikage Shiro, who was still in search of a worthy opponent, and she would not let it slip by. After eagerly consenting, they made their way to a less crowded corner, each retrieving their wands. Professor Flitwick, intrigued, followed them. Although he perceived the duels of second-year students as not markedly superior to childish skirmishes, he was keen to observe these two promising students whom he held in high regard. Meanwhile, Lily, who had once again been tethered to Potter, perceptively noted that Mikage Shiro was about to engage in a duel. Her previously impatient demeanor shifted dramatically. "I apologize, Mr. Potter, but something has come up. I must take my leave." Swiftly declining his company, she seized Severus's sleeve and led him away from the confines of Potter and his friends. Redirecting her steps toward Mikage Shiro, James Potter, bemused, watched his goddess depart bewildered. What just happened? Driven by curiosity, he, along with Sirius and Remus, trailed after her. Soon catching sight of the Asian girl who had once thwarted his attack and expressed dissent toward his words, their movement drew the attention of other students, who began to shift their gazes toward the once remote corner, with some Ravenclaw students gathering to observe as well. "Why are so many people suddenly showing up?" Flyngostine, catching a glimpse of the encroaching crowd from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Professor Flitwick had already positioned himself between the two duelists, ready to declare the commencement of the duel. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers, Mikage Shiro maintained her usual calm demeanor, raising her elegant time wand before her, and performing a standard pre-duel salute. "Prepare." Professor Flitwick's voice rang clear amidst the somewhat noisy Great Hall, prompting Mikage Shiro to cast aside distracting thoughts and hone her focus. In her previous life, she had only experienced the dueling club within a game, but this was reality, devoid of the flashy effects she had once known, and without the benefits of cards. Some spellcasting habits also diverged significantly from those in the game. To ensure she was not constrained by her previous habits, she had diligently familiarized herself with lower energy spells over the summer and restructured her strategies. She understood that, while many details had changed, the principles of positioning and timing during duels remained crucial. Whether in a game or in reality, remaining stationary would not qualify one as a wizard. It would merely render them a target. Severus, surprised to find himself brought by Lily to witness Mikage Shiro's duel, pondered whether the boy she was dueling was a friend of hers from Ravenclaw. Just as he contemplated this, Professor Flitwick glanced at his two students, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Begin." As soon as Professor Flitwick's words fell, Mikage Shiro and Flyngostine simultaneously raised their wands toward one another, hurriedly chanting incantations. Disarm. Stupefy. Both were second-year students, and while the spells they invoked had yet to be covered in their defense against the dark arts class, Mikage Shiro had her cards, and Flyngostine had received guidance from his wizarding parents over the summer, thus allowing them to cast these spells earnestly. The two beams of light intersected in mid-air, speeding toward their respective targets. Mikage Shiro remained unperturbed. As Flyngostine raised his wand, she predicted the trajectory of his spell and deftly sidestepped it. Flyngostine, on the other hand, found himself in a precarious situation. After all, he was merely a second-year wizard, and facing a spell aimed at him could understandably induce panic. Nevertheless, thanks to his summer training, he narrowly avoided Shiro's attack. Yet before he could fully recover from the first exchange, Shiro launched her second offensive. Rather than retaliating with a counter-spell, he hastily cast a minor protective enchantment upon himself. However, enhanced spells were not easily warded off. Although the protective charm mitigated a significant portion of the spell's impact, the residual force caused Flyngostine to stagger backward several steps. Do you wish to continue? Noticing her opponent clutching the spot where he had been struck, Shiro furrowed her brows slightly. She could unhesitatingly cast the killing curse upon a Death Eater. But she had no desire to harm her classmate. Continue, Flyngostine grimaced, displaying no intention of conceding. Having exchanged only 2 spells with Shiro, surrendering now would render him utterly ineffectual. Very well, Shiro nodded, respecting her opponent's wishes, and then sent a sandstorm spell his way. In this magical realm, the sandstorm spell was known for its formidable offensive capability. A highly skilled wizard could even conjure explosions with it. However, as a mere second-year student, her version of the spell was not substantially more powerful than in the game. Dust swirled from the ground, causing Flyngostine's eyes to sting and hampering his movements. Had they been outside rather than in the Great Hall, the spell would have kicked up more than just dust. But that was precisely her intent. She merely sought to obscure his line of sight. Assessing her remaining magical energy, Shiro rapidly calculated the spells she could employ next. Flyngostine, his vision blurred by the swirling dust, found tears welling up in his eyes. Through his hazy gaze, he struggled to discern Shiro's movements, resorting to casting protective spells on himself, while striving to regain his composure. He was acutely aware of how disadvantaged he was, and while evading her attacks, he sought an opportunity to mount a counter-offensive. Professor Flitwick, observing his 2 students engaged in a spirited duel, stroked his little mustache, a smile illuminating his face. The onlookers could clearly see that Wei Shengbai had effectively subdued Flynn, leaving him with little room to retaliate. However, they were equally astonished by Flynn Goldstein's ability to endure under her onslaught for so long without conceding defeat. Admittedly, some of Wei Shengbai's spells appeared to be somewhat lenient. Yet Flynn's reflexes were commendable as he managed to counter each attack. Severus Snape, watching from the sidelines, noted Wei Shengbai's effortless demeanor and recognized that her spellcasting skills had significantly improved since the previous semester when she faced dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, anyone capable of maintaining their composure, while aiming a wand at a Death Eater, and unleashing the killing curse undoubtedly possessed considerable talent in dueling. It was only when the tip of Wei Shengbai's wand was a mere meter from Flynn's chest that he finally chose to concede. You could have defeated me much quicker, Flynn remarked, a hint of resignation in his expression, perplexed by Wei Shengbai's prolonged engagement, as if they were genuinely trading blows. Senior students are watching, she replied with a gentle smile, her voice barely audible, heard only by Flynn Goldstein. Is it to spare my dignity? Flynn felt a surge of gratitude, while Wei Shengbai opted not to elaborate further. If her true intention was to test her mastery of the spell she had learned, reluctant to vanquish him outright, she wondered if Flynn, as her opponent, might feel suffocated by the pressure. To consider his tender spirit, she chose a more tactful explanation. Following this duel, she subtly sensed that her skill level might no longer be suitable for engaging in friendly contests with her peers from the same year, and thus, she set her sights on the third-year students. Although she was not fond of socializing, being in the same house meant that there were not many students to interact with. Through casual exchanges regarding various issues, she gradually became acquainted with most of the individuals in Ravenclaw. After engaging in duels with her classmates for 2 days, she integrated herself into the circle of third-year students and began seeking challengers. The experience of dueling upperclassmen was entirely different from her solitary practice. While the Forbidden Forest offered numerous creatures to hone her skills, they were ultimately not human. Despite their intelligence, they lacked the strategic thinking of a human opponent and did not employ spells in their attacks. Thus, the essence of combat in the Forbidden Forest differed dramatically from that of dueling. Initially, the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw regarded Wei Shengbai, a mere second-year student, with indifference. But after a series of duels, they ceased to underestimate her youthful prowess. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight as he witnessed Wei Shengbai's rapid progress through each duel, nearly unable to contain his joy. Just as he believed she would continue to train and improve, she abruptly ceased her attendance at the dueling club. This sudden absence puzzled everyone, especially since she had consistently reported to the Great Hall since the beginning of her second year. Yet, neither Professor Flitwick nor the others paid it much heed. Only Snape, aware of certain matters, grasped the underlying reason. Wei Shengbai had already challenged a substantial portion of the third-year Ravenclaw students. Although the initial encounters were somewhat challenging, she had now become quite adept. This indicated that the strength of a mere second-year student was nearing that of a fourth-year. Could Wei Shengbai then seek out fourth-year students for duels? While others might. She could not, as it would draw the attention of both Professor Dumbledore and certain Slytherin students. The former was somewhat manageable, given that Dumbledore had been closely monitoring her since the earlier incident, but attracting the notice of Slytherin students posed a risk of exposing herself to Voldemort's scrutiny. Thus, Wei Shengbai resolved to temporarily suspend her dueling activities and redirect her focus toward other pursuits, such as her spell cards and the bamboo slips and ancient texts she had retrieved from her vault. Chapter 31. The Magic of the Mind. It was the weekend, and all students were free from classes. Wei Shengbai remained in her dormitory, sunlight streaming through the window, enveloping the girl with a furrowed brow. She wielded her quill, inscribing her speculations upon a blank sheet of paper, occasionally perusing fragments from the ancient texts, striving to uncover the reasons behind her stagnation and skill. It was not until the sunlight outside transformed into a resplendent golden hue that she paused her writing, her expression complex as she surveyed the material she had just compiled. The ancient texts largely chronicled the wondrous creatures of China and various regions of the world, but they also contained an abundance of other observations, including numerous descriptions of ancient spells. Presently, the spells taught by Hogwarts professors had been refined through millennia of validation, representing the pinnacle of pedagogical methods. However, it is crucial to recognize that long ago, not every wizard could harness magic through the study of spells. Moreover, there now existed wizards capable of wielding magic without wands or incantations, suggesting that wands and spellcasting were merely methods to better channel magical energy. What then enabled those who transcended the need for wands and incantations to wield magic silently and without tools? Shifting her gaze from the paper, Wei Shengbai peered through the bright window into the distance, recalling passages from the original text. Although Voldemort had fractured his soul, there was no denying that his corporeal power remained undiminished, perhaps even more insidious and formidable. How could such a powerful being ultimately be vanquished by an infant barely a few months old? Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the original narrative would understand that it was Voldemort's overconfidence and disdain for the most profound emotion in the world that led to his downfall. The love of Lily for her son. The formidable protective charm born of love was capable of withstanding even the killing curse unleashed by Voldemort himself. A sentiment the Dark Lord neither comprehended nor cared to understand. According to the text, at that moment, Lily wielded no wand, and her magical prowess was undoubtedly weaker than Voldemort's. Yet she performed a miracle. Lily's unwavering desire for Harry to survive was her most fervent wish in the face of the Dark Lord, and magic reciprocated her heartfelt intention, rendering it invincible in that instant. Furthermore, many spells have evidence that the efficacy of spells is deeply intertwined with the emotional state of the wizard. Such emotions, genuinely emanating from the depths of one's heart, resonate with magical energy, allowing them to manifest in reality. The most evident example of this is the Patronus charm. Wei Shengbai glanced at the wand resting beside her, but refrained from picking it up. She was acutely aware that she currently lacked the joyful emotions necessary to empower her to cast a Patronus. Undoubtedly, the first 5 years in this world, prior to the death of her parents, had been filled with happiness. Yet those memories had been buried alongside the ruins of that fateful night, and merely recalling them stirred a bittersweet ache within her. After a moment of emotional adjustment, Wei Shengbai tidied her desk and stowed the paper filled with various speculations into her bag. The civilization of China had thrived for millennia, with research into the mysterious arts commencing long ago. While her ancestors had traditionally referred to this power as cultivation, the essence remained unchanged. Since it was the same force, perhaps she could explore the cultivation methods derived from her homeland to see if she could achieve any new breakthroughs. In a world steeped in materialism, the extraordinary powers of magic stem from the realm of idealism. The cultivation of the mind is integral to the practices of the Huaxia tradition, and the ancient texts bequeathed by my ancestors have emphasized this aspect, which is quite intriguing. In the context of an experimental endeavor within the dormitory, the possibility of causing a disturbance looms large. Thus, knowing of a secret experimental base, where one could be utterly undisturbed, becomes paramount. However, will she successfully locate the room of requirement on the 8th floor? Before departing from the Ravenclaw common room, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Wei Shengbai's eyes. Chapter 32. The Troll Tapestry. As long as one's thoughts remain unyielding, solutions will always outnumber obstacles. The room of requirement at Hogwarts is located on the 8th floor, and Wei Shengbai recollects that her head of house's office is also situated there. This thought made her feel somewhat apprehensive as she clutched her books, trying to obscure the Ravenclaw emblem on her chest. Fortunately, her frequent visits to her head of house's office had granted her a semblance of familiarity with the layout, even if she was directionally challenged. As she cautiously navigated her way to the 8th floor, the sun had completely set, leaving only the flickering flames on the walls to illuminate the corridor. The entrance to the Gryffindor common room is also on this floor, resulting in a significant number of Gryffindor students passing through. When they spotted Wei Shengbai, a member of Ravenclaw, meandering in their vicinity, their curiosity was minimal, considering that Professor Flitwick's office was nearby. Initially, James Potter and Sirius Black shared this sentiment, but when she passed in front of the group for the 3rd time, they began to sense something amiss. Upon her 5th traversal before them, Wei Shengbai finally halted, gazing curiously at the quartet. "Mr. Potter, may I inquire if something is amiss?" The 4 pairs of eyes were filled with skepticism, making Wei Shengbai feel somewhat self-conscious. "I believe it is more appropriate for us to ask you what you are searching for." They had assumed that Wei Shengbai's repetitive presence was directed at either him or James. However, her gaze was as clear as a summer sky, devoid of the infatuation or adoration exhibited by others, leaving Sirius perplexed. If it were not to attract their attention, why had she been wandering the 8th floor for such an extended period? "I am currently researching trolls and have heard there is a tapestry depicting a troll on this floor, yet I am unable to locate it." Unbeknownst to her, Wei Shengbai wore an expression of frustration, oblivious to how long she had been wandering the 8th floor. It stands to reason that the location of the tapestry featuring the troll bashing the hapless Barnabas must be somewhat obscure. Otherwise, the Room of Requirement would not merely be a little-known legend within the Hogwarts campus. A tapestry featuring a troll? The quartet exchanged glances, surprised that Wei Shengbai was in pursuit of this, and they found it rather unusual that a second year which would be studying trolls. "Oh, I almost forgot. She is a Ravenclaw who solely focuses on her interests. We shall escort you," James Potter volunteered eagerly. "Is that so? I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Potter." Before she could even voice her inquiry, the offer of assistance caused her to feel a wave of relief. However, James and his 3 companions shared such a close bond that it was as if they were conjoined twins. Thus, the 5 of them walking together, with a Ravenclaw among 4 Gryffindors, attracted considerable attention. More importantly, the quartet was not without a reputation at Hogwarts, yet Wei Shengbai remained unaffected by the gazes of others, her thoughts solely fixated on the tapestry and the Room of Requirement beyond it. As Severus Snape concluded his study session in the library and escorted Lily back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, he chanced upon Wei Shengbai, encircled by the quartet in a nearby corner. She appeared to be engaged in conversation with James, a polite smile gracing her features before they departed together. "Thank you for accompanying me back, Severus." Lily, oblivious to the presence of James and his companions, noticed Snape's gaze directed elsewhere. When she turned to look, the group had already escorted Wei Shengbai away, leaving her with only the fleeting sight of several figures disappearing around the corner. "It is quite late. You should retire for the evening." Snape furrowed his brow, and only when he observed Lily uttering the password to the fat lady at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room did he turn and proceed in the direction from which the group had just departed. How did she come to associate with that bunch? Could it be that those fools are toying with her? Snape speculated internally, aware that he ought not to meddle but finding it impossible to turn a blind eye. Since the beginning of the semester, there had been no interaction between Wei Shengbai and him. Even when they crossed paths in the Great Hall or the library, they resembled strangers entirely unaffected by one another. It was reminiscent of the past, yet colder than the previous term, as if the gentle breeze that once surrounded him had come to a halt on that fateful day of summer. After school resumed, he would venture alone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, passing by the spot where they had agreed to meet last term more than once. But no one ever sat upon the stump, swinging their feet and humming softly in anticipation of his arrival. Occasionally, he would stand before the stump, lost in thought. Yet deep down, Snape knew she would not come. As long as he harbored thoughts of joining the Death Eaters, the frost between them would never thaw. Despite this understanding, when he saw her being led away by Potter and his friends, he could not resist the urge to follow. As long as he could glimpse her from a distance and ascertain that she was not being mistreated by them, it would suffice. With this thought in mind, Snape soon caught up with them, carefully concealing himself in the shadows, unnoticed by any. "Here we are," James Potter announced as they arrived before the tapestry depicting the troll, which showed the creature relentlessly beating Barnabas the Barmy with a stick, oblivious to the onlookers before it. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." Wei Shengbai nodded in gratitude, admiring the tapestry that was so famously depicted in the original text. I truly cannot comprehend what is worthy of study in these grotesque trolls. Do you intend to challenge these lumbering brutes? Upon witnessing Barnabas attempting to teach trolls ballet, only to provoke the ire of the troll wielding a club, James Potter felt as if his eyes had been sullied. Mr. Potter, every creature in this world possesses its own significance. Some intelligent trolls can even articulate a few human phrases. In ancient times, wizards employed them as guardians of their homes. Although these trolls may appear hideous, did you know that the mascot of the Norwegian national Quidditch team is one? Wei Shengbai had read about this in an ancient tome left by an ancestor, who had encountered the mountain trolls among 3 varieties during a voyage to Europe, even contemplating bringing one back to Huaxia. However, due to transportation issues and the destructive nature of mountain trolls, that idea was ultimately abandoned. What? It is actually a Quidditch mascot? James Potter could scarcely believe his ears. He found it hard to fathom that a Quidditch team would choose such a creature as their mascot, utterly unprecedented. It will soon be curfew. Shouldn't you gentlemen return to your dormitory? She inquired politely, her words seemingly considerate, yet laced with an underlying urgency. Chapter 33. The Cornered Individual. If the 4 of them remained there, Wei Shengbai would have no choice but to refrain from entering the room of requirement in their presence. Our dormitory is quite close. We are Ravenclaw, James stammered, seemingly somewhat embarrassed. But actually, I have other questions I wish to ask you. Mr. Potter wishes to inquire about something from me? The other party led her to the entrance of the room of requirement, and her spirits were quite buoyant. As for the unpleasantness between the 2 of them last year, she had not given it much thought. It was that Slytherin student, Severus Snape. Recently, I have seen him associating with students from families of Death Eaters. I assure you, I was not deceiving you. He is indeed delving into the dark arts. Wei Shengbai never anticipated that James Potter would still be intent on explaining this matter to her, seemingly worried that she might misjudge someone's character, and thus reiterated his concerns a second time. Standing at the corner, Snape's body tensed. Although he had expressed a desire to join the Death Eaters to Lucius Malfoy due to Lily, he had recently become rather perfunctory in his replies to Lucius, prompting others among Slytherin to test his resolve. He had not expected to be caught by that fool Potter, who then conveyed the information to Wei Shengbai. Contemplating this, he clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to leap forward and clarify. Mr. Potter, I comprehend that your words are intended for my benefit. Yet the truth remains that I am indeed not familiar with Mr. Snape. Furthermore, the matter of the dark arts is rather intricate. It is not merely a matter of black and white. Those who practice dark magic are not necessarily malevolent wizards, nor are all those who wield white magic virtuous. I trust Mr. Potter will exercise his own discernment. Moreover, does this world truly suggest that all who study dark magic are dark wizards? I harbor a desire to explore the killing curse. It is often deemed a curse of death, yet I believe magic embodies the power of miracles. Who can assert that the infamous curse lacks a counter-curse? Wei Shengbai's remarks, delivered with a smile, astonished all who heard them. James Potter could hardly believe that this second-year student, a girl significantly shorter than him, had the audacity to proclaim her intent to discover a counter-curse for the killing curse. Mr. Potter, if I were to genuinely pursue the study of the killing curse as I just stated, would you then consider me a despicable dark wizard? Her inquiry threatened to shatter the long-held, self-righteous beliefs of those present. Those who study dark magic are deemed dark wizards. Thus, those who study dark magic to find a counter-curse cannot be equated with them. Her perspective starkly contrasted with those who derive pleasure solely from tormenting others, leaving James and his companions momentarily speechless. Well, I merely provided an example. Besides, I am only in my second year and merely 12 years old. Surely, you do not think I could brazenly claim to study the killing curse? Gentlemen, it is quite late, and I must visit the headmaster's office shortly to pose some inquiries, so there's no need for you to escort me further. Also, thank you for bringing me here today. Ultimately, under Wei Shengbai's gentle persuasion, the group departed, their minds swirling with self-doubt. Once assured that no one was nearby, Wei Shengbai withdrew her wand and summoned her half-blood Kneazle. Little Black, we shall return here. Remember this giant troll tapestry. I shall entrust you with guiding me in the future. Cradling the half-blood Kneazle, she took a moment to familiarize it with the ambient sense until she heard her pet's affirmative meows, which eased her mind. With less than half an hour until curfew, there was no time to return to Ravenclaw's dormitory, let alone explore the room of requirement before her. She resolved to have Little Black memorize the location and unveil its mysteries once the coast was clear. Suddenly, the half-blood Kneazle began to squirm in her embrace, causing Wei Shengbai to feel puzzled. Nevertheless, she released her hold, allowing it to leap to the ground. Little Black landed almost soundlessly and swiftly darted forward, capturing the hem of a person lurking in the shadows. Snape had not anticipated that Wei Xingbai's half-blood Kneazle possessed such keen instincts. Upon hearing its meows directed at him, he sensed trouble and attempted to flee, only to find Little Black's reflexes swifter. Wei Xingbai followed Little Black to the corner, where she found the person firmly grasped by the cat's claws, leaving her somewhat speechless. Had this individual truly been eavesdropping there all along? Little Black, you are being quite rude to Mr. Snape. Come back. At the sound of her call, the half-blood Kneazle grumbled a few meows before relinquishing its grip and returning to her side, affectionately rubbing against her ankle. My apologies, Mr. Snape. My pet is rather unsophisticated. I hope you can overlook it. With that, she scooped up Little Black and prepared to depart. Wait. Observing her polite yet distant demeanor, as if reluctant to engage with him for even a moment longer, and recalling her recent defense of him regarding the study of dark magic, he could not suppress his urge to speak. Is there something else? Wei Xingbai inquired, her gaze lowered to her beloved Kneazle. She addressed him as Mr. now, rather than with the previous warmth and teasing of a senior. Snape momentarily faltered, taken aback by her clear delineation of their relationship, as if all past interactions had been erased. Haven't you ventured into the Forbidden Forest recently? After a brief hesitation, he posed the question. No. I have been preoccupied with other matters. She replied, if Mr. Snape has no further questions, I shall take my leave. It is quite late, and curfew will soon be upon us. Continuing this conversation could result in both of us being caught by the dormitory supervisor or patrolling professors. While she could seek refuge in Professor Flitwick's office under the pretense of asking questions, Snape's Slytherin dormitory lay in the dungeons, far too distant for him to return in time. Did you truly mean what you said about wanting to study the counter-curse for the killing curse? As she turned to leave, Snape stepped out from the shadows, swiftly inquiring. Hence, he had indeed overheard her conversation with James Potter. Hearing his question, Wei Xingbai raised her eyes, exuding a sense of resignation. Mr. Snape, curfew is approaching. If caught wandering at night, we would face penalties from the professors. Chapter 34, a difficult choice. She kindly reminded him, but Snape merely frowned, seemingly unconcerned with the prospect of being caught after hours. Indeed, he often returned to the dormitory in the dead of night from the Forbidden Forest, likely possessing a strategy for evading the dormitory supervisor and patrolling professors that did not require her concern. I wish to hear your response to the previous question. The study of dark magic is a forbidden matter, especially the killing curse. Furthermore, how do you intend to return? With the assistance of this half-blood Kneazle? Through their previous interactions, Snape had discerned that this girl was quite directionally challenged, and now she was advising him to hurry back to the dormitory. What about her own predicament? The counter-curse for the killing curse indeed piqued my interest, yet I am self-aware enough not to approach it at this time. As for how to return to the dormitory, Little Black is quite reliable. There's no need for Mr. Snape to concern himself with me. Hearing Wei Xingbai's response, which was devoid of warmth, Snape felt a knot in his chest. Just as Potter had stated, he was indeed engaged in research concerning the dark arts, and the deeper he delved, the more he sensed its unfathomable depths. Dark magic could bestow power upon individuals, but the more formidable the power, the more uncontrollable it became, subtly altering one's character and methods. Those whose hearts are shrouded in darkness find it increasingly challenging to uphold their inherent light. During his previous studies of dark magic, Snape had nearly succumbed to its overwhelming allure, yet he remained resolute within himself. For the majority of the time, the darkness within him was firmly subdued by the radiant light emanating from Lily, thus preventing him from gravitating toward the madness exhibited by certain Death Eaters. However, Wei Xingbai was different. Having lost her parents at a tender age and lacking companionship, she had grown accustomed to solitude, rendering her virtually unbound. Should she become enthralled by the realm of dark magic, it could spell considerable peril. He could embrace the shadows, having been raised in an environment devoid of light. Yet, Wei Xingbai could not. Like Lily, she possessed a promising future, making it unnecessary for her to venture into such treacherous territories. Observing the grave expression etched on Snape's face, which rendered him momentarily speechless, Wei Xingbai surmised the essence of his unspoken inquiry, and let out a soft sigh in her heart. For Wei Xingbai, who was privy to the unfolding narrative, Snape was a character imbued with complexity and tragic depth, second only to Professor Dumbledore in the original work. At this juncture, Snape had yet to experience the rift with Lily in their 5th year, caught in a limbo between light and darkness. He strove to grasp the brilliant sunlight above, yet found himself ensnared by the abyss that promised him strength. The struggle to relinquish one or the other, torn between two opposing forces, left his soul in turmoil with no apparent escape. She had contemplated finding a third path for him, but regrettably, she lacked the requisite power to facilitate his decision. I apologize, Senior Snape. I should not have spoken to you in that tone earlier. I understand your words were meant for my well-being, and I appreciate your concern for me. It is quite late now, you should return to rest. Initially resolved to draw a definitive line, she unexpectedly softened, her previously firm and distant tone yielding to gentleness. Yet she maintained her distance, her gaze never returning to him. She gently nudged the small black creature sprawled on the ground with her toe, and the clever half-breed cat-like creature promptly understood its mistress's intent, gracefully scampering away towards the Ravenclaw dormitory. Good night, Senior. Her voice was clear and tender, and as she turned to depart, she did so with decisive finality, leaving no room for lingering. Watching Wei Xingbai's petite silhouette recede until it vanished from sight, Snape stood rooted, lost in contemplation. It was only when the flames upon the wall extinguished and curfew commenced that he seemed to awaken from his reverie, retracing her steps as he departed. In the days that followed, there was no further interaction between Wei Xingbai and Snape. With the assistance of the little black creature, she could discreetly visit the room of requirement whenever she wished. Meanwhile, Snape found himself grappling with a letter from Lucius Malfoy, caught in a web of indecision. Perhaps due to his recent ambiguous demeanor, the young man poised to inherit the Malfoy estate had grown suspicious, prompting him to express his intentions in this correspondence. Formally introducing Snape to the Dark Lord. The designated time was set for this year's Christmas dinner, and with less than a month remaining until the event, Snape could not help but feel a flicker of joy and anticipation, for this was a prospect he had long yearned for. Yet, when his gaze fell upon a particular individual at the Ravenclaw table, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him, extinguishing the spark of joy that had ignited within. Voldemort was a master of legilimency, a fact Snape had discerned long ago. Thus, he had been diligently practicing the art of mental occlusion during this period. However, this technique was exceptionally intricate, and despite having made some progress, he could not guarantee that he could conceal all memories he wished to keep hidden from the formidable Dark Lord. Beyond Lily, there lingered the memory of that night. Amidst the ruins, when Wei Xingbai had casually stated that Voldemort was her enemy, this anticipated letter seemed to shred apart the fragile facade of calm he had constructed, compelling him to confront his forthcoming choices. As he stared across the hall toward Ravenclaw, embroiled in his turmoil, an owl flew in from the entrance, delivering a hefty parcel that landed squarely before Wei Xingbai. Upon unwrapping the package, the usually composed Wei Xingbai unexpectedly displayed a look of delight, even rising from her seat in uncontainable excitement, as she perused the covers of the books within. What treasures had she received to elicit such joy? Snape was perplexed. Narrowing his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the volumes in her possession, which bore little resemblance to typical European texts, resembling instead ancient tomes from the East. Indeed, he was correct. Wei Xingbai had received ancient books sent by Zhou. Although she could decipher some of the characters from the ancient texts and bamboo slips retrieved from the vault, many arcane phrases remained inscrutable. Now residing in Europe and unable to return home before reaching adulthood, she found herself in dire need of assistance from Zhou, who had returned to the East. Zhou, believing Wei Xingbai sought to explore her cultural heritage, readily agreed and took considerable effort to gather various ancient texts to send her. Armed with these reference materials, she could better decode the ancestral legacies left to her and delve into the magical mysteries of a millennium past. Realizing her behavior bordered on the excessive, Wei Xingbai cleared her throat, tucked away the package, and left the great hall with exuberance. After attending her classes and dining, she reopened the parcel from Zhou, diligently and patiently cross-referencing the previously incomprehensible characters in the ancient texts, slowly piecing together translations. The cultivation traditions of the East are deeply rooted, emphasizing not only formidable magical prowess, but also the importance of character and enlightenment. They firmly believe that inner strength can significantly influence one's path of cultivation, with various schools espousing differing methods to refine one's mental state. The ancestors of the Wei family had documented numerous approaches to mental cultivation, including those from foreign families, and Wei Xingbai broadly categorized them into two types. The first method involved gaining insight through one's experiences with the external world, nature, and the occurrences around them, naturally elevating one's mental state. This approach hinges on fate and understanding, requiring a harmonious alignment of circumstances. One cannot force it. Throughout history, countless gifted individuals have found themselves ensnared in the mundane, unable to escape the trappings of the world, while those who transcend the ordinary often struggle to grasp the joys and sorrows of human existence, ensnared by their own attachments and shackles, unable to reconcile both realms. However, This reflects the common human condition. There do exist those who can see through it all and grasp the truth. Yet individuals possessing such mystical powers are rare indeed. The second method of mental cultivation is straightforward, practiced by those of great resolve who elevate their state through rigorous self-discipline, akin to the well-known ascetic monks or Taoists who endure years of austere training. These individuals adhere steadfastly to their inner principles, practicing self-restraint, rejecting external material temptations, and enduring harsh conditions, ultimately achieving spiritual and mental liberation. Upon reaching this point, Wei Shengbai decisively closed the book, immediately dismissing the second method from her mind. As if to jest, she envisioned a future of leisure. Such a life of arduous training was completely at odds with her aspirations. While she respected and admired those who pursued such a path, she would not become one of them. As for the first method, of gleaning wisdom from nature and the impermanence of life, she was willing to explore that avenue. At present, her life has yet to experience any significant upheaval. Long ago, Wei Shengbai had already come to terms with her reincarnation and the loss of her parents. Otherwise, her character would not be what it is today, and she might have found herself sorted into Slytherin by the Sorting Hat. Just as her mother once advised her, if one cannot live according to one's own desires, then what is the purpose of traversing this world? Wei Shengbai does not wish to be blinded by hatred, thereby missing out on the myriad beauties life has to offer. Thus, she chooses freedom, a future unbound by the chains of her past. With no immediate changes in her life, she has decided to explore an alternative path for the time being. Magic in this world emerges from the mysterious forces of nature, much like the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revered in her homeland, as well as the 4 classical elements of earth, water, fire, and air esteemed here. More importantly, humans are also a part of nature, with numerous spells drawing upon its power. This realization fills Wei Shengbai with wonder. The mysteries of the world seem infinite, especially in a realm imbued with magic, which offers boundless possibilities that are utterly captivating. After dedicating several days to studying the books sent by Zhou Ji from her hometown, cross-referencing them with the ancient texts bequeathed by her ancestors, she felt a surge of eagerness. At her young age, her magical abilities develop slowly. Thus, if she wishes to enhance her mastery of magic during this period, she must seek alternative routes. A new path is subtly taking shape before her. Yet Wei Shengbai harbors many uncertainties about it. Only through personal experimentation can she uncover the answers. Moreover, she senses a divergence between the training methods of her homeland and those practiced at Hogwarts. As she cannot return home, she must amalgamate both approaches to forge a novel understanding of magic. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the weekend, and classes are not in session. Standing by her dormitory window, Wei Shengbai gazes silently at the vast forbidden forest in the distance, resolute in her decision. Chapter 36. The Isle of Solitude. With Christmas still a few days away, the weather grows increasingly frigid. Nevertheless, the Hogwarts library remains warm and inviting, attracting many students who choose to study or read there on weekends, although more prefer to venture to Hogsmeade. Recently, due to a letter from Lucius Malfoy, Snape has been somewhat perturbed, causing an unfortunate mishap with a potion he was brewing in his dormitory, further exacerbating his irritation. Lily and her friends have gone to Hogsmeade, leaving Snape alone in the dormitory, staring blankly out at the lake. Perhaps a walk would do him good, he muses, and before he realizes it, he finds himself at the entrance of the Hogwarts library. Lily, who adores reading and studying, often spends her free time here, and as her friend, Snape frequently accompanies her. As he stands outside the library, an inexplicable premonition stirs within him. He often sees her there, and he wonders if today she occupies that sunlit seat, poring over her books with her quill in hand. With this thought in mind, he steps into the library and instinctively glances toward the familiar spot. There she is, Wei Shengbai, as diligent as ever, absorbed in her reading, just as he had imagined. This sensation is peculiar. It feels as though he has arrived at an unplanned rendezvous, only to find her waiting patiently, never once failing to keep their unspoken promise. As Wei Shengbai meticulously organizes her spells, she senses a shadow fall above her. Pausing with her quill, she looks up to find Snape seated across from her, a book in hand. She surmises he may have something to say, but when he remains silent, she chooses not to inquire further, returning her focus to her work. I will meet the Dark Lord on Christmas. Snape finally breaks the silence. Since the day he received the letter, Wei Shengbai has been the first at Hogwarts to learn this news. Her quill halts once more, and Snape observes as the tip lingers over the final word on the page, leaving an unsightly blot of ink. Is that so? Congratulations, Mr. Snape. She replies in a flat tone, the words devoid of mockery, more a perfunctory acknowledgement. She then picks up her wand and skillfully erases the unsightly splotch with a vanishing spell. I may join the Death Eaters, but Voldemort may try to read my mind and discover your existence. Snape's words serve as a cautionary note regarding Voldemort, yet Wei Shengbai remains unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Voldemort is indeed powerful, a force even the Ministry of Magic struggles to contain. His ruthless methods instill fear, but not everyone cowers before him. She knows him well, familiar with all his secrets and the means to destroy Horcruxes. Thus she feels no trepidation. Mr. Snape. Does Voldemort hunt down those who slip through his fingers? Frankly, I am not particularly concerned, though I may appear weak now. I possess my own cards to play against him. However, since you have warned me, allow me to reciprocate. Voldemort is but a man, not a god. What he offers is merely an illusion, unworthy of your descent into the abyss. From the original text, it is evident that Snape possesses remarkable talent in potions and spells. Even without Voldemort, he could certainly rise to greatness. Perhaps Voldemort did indeed teach him many dark arts, empowering him. Yet this also branded him with the mark of darkness, shackling his soul, which could have soared to even greater heights. In my view, you are already doing splendidly. There is no need to hasten towards perfection. I have always believed you would become an exceptionally skilled wizard. Her voice, soft and gentle, carries a conviction that resonates deeply, as if she can see his future, instilling a sense of calm within him. Since entering Hogwarts, though professors have praised his excellence in potions and other subjects, urging him to look forward to the future, he has relentlessly pursued that bright future, eager to seize every opportunity to shape his destiny. He has floated in a sea rife with ridicule, prejudice, and disdain, desperate to claw his way to the shore, even if the driftwood he clings to is sharp and splintered. Yet now as he nears that piece of driftwood, someone tells him he has already done remarkably well. He need not inflict wounds upon himself in his haste for success. Wei Shengbai is neither the suffocating ocean nor the sun overhead, brimming with warmth and hope. She is not another piece of driftwood in his vicinity. She is a small isle amidst the sea, a tranquil refuge where he can catch his breath. Do I truly have any other choice? Though Snape phrases this as a question, Wei Shengbai discerns the underlying meaning. The boy before her, still in his youth, is enveloped in confusion about the future. He firmly believes Voldemort can grant him the power to seize his destiny, yet Wei Shengbai repeatedly contradicts this notion. At present, he has temporarily reached this isle. Yet he gazes at the floating, spiked driftwood and the distant shore with uncertainty. Certainly, there must be more than one path in this world. Recently, I stumbled upon some intriguing insights regarding the enhancement of magical prowess. Although I have yet to conduct any concrete experiments, would you care to join me in this exploration? Noticing a flicker of uncertainty within Snape, I gestured toward the tome before me, a comprehensive guide to basic spells, and inquired, could it be that mastering fundamental spells could elevate one's magical abilities? Glancing at the book he had perused in his first year, Snape appeared perplexed. Certainly not. This book merely serves as a reference for our research. My solitary endeavors have proven to be rather sluggish. Should you wish to embark upon a new path, then tonight at 9 o'clock, you may find me at the location we encountered on the 8th floor. However, if you are determined to join the Death Eaters, it would be best for us to part ways. As I spoke of my newfound magical discoveries, an air of exhilaration enveloped me. The library, teeming with curious onlookers, was hardly suitable for an in-depth discourse. Thus, I gathered my belongings, borrowed the unfinished book, and gave a subtle nod to Snape, who remained seated, before departing the library. Chapter 37. The Unexpected Guardian. Upon exiting the library, I caught sight of Professor Flitwick engaged in conversation with a gentleman whose back faced me. From his silhouette, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity. A fleeting image of a certain guardian crossed my mind, only for me to dismiss it promptly. No. This is Hogwarts, the domain of Professor Dumbledore. Surely he would not brazenly stroll in here. I must have misjudged. Just as Flitwick concluded his discussion with the gentleman, he turned to me with a smile. Miss Way, your guardian has arrived. Disguised, Grindelwald turned to face me, and I found myself momentarily speechless, my eyes wide with disbelief. Even dropping the book I held, Snape, who had just exited the library behind me, witnessed my shock, sparking his curiosity. He then turned to see the man who had caught him peering at the station, my guardian. Surprised to see me? Grindelwald chuckled lightly, retrieving my fallen book and brushing off the dust before placing it back into my stunned hands. His movements were remarkably graceful, reminiscent of a perfect gentleman. Were it not for the perpetual indifference in his gaze, I might have believed that he was an entirely different person. Sir, what brings you here? I quickly regained my composure, clutching the book. I had a few matters to inquire about, but could not adequately convey them in a letter. So I decided to pay you a visit. By chance, I encountered your head of house, Professor Flitwick, who kindly guided me here, suggesting you might be in the library. Grindelwald briefly recounted his arrival, and upon realizing that we required privacy to converse, Flitwick bid us farewell with a cheerful nod. While Snape harbored curiosity about my guardian's identity, he recognized the importance of discretion and prepared to withdraw. However, to his surprise, Grindelwald called after him. "One moment, young sir." Both Snape and I were taken aback by Grindelwald's sudden address, yet Snape halted, his expression stoic as he turned to face him. "What is it, sir?" McNair Prince was an exceptionally talented potions master, yet his untimely demise led me to believe that the Prince family had faded into obscurity, until I recalled his daughter. "You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather. Looking at you, I am reminded of the McNair Prince of yesteryear." Grindelwald's tone carried a tinge of nostalgia. Decades prior, he had sought to recruit the remarkable individual who helmed the Prince legacy, yet that endeavor had faltered when the individual eschewed power and prestige, dedicating themselves solely to the art of potion making. Given the Prince family's roots in Britain and certain peculiar circumstances, Grindelwald had chosen to withdraw rather than attract undue attention. My grandfather? Upon entering Hogwarts, Snape had indeed researched his mother's lineage, only to discover that the Prince family had fallen into decline following the death of the previous head. Although the once illustrious potion-making lineage had faded into history, few were aware that he was a descendant of that family. It was surprising to learn that my guardian, who had recently appeared at Hogwarts, had connections to my long-unmet grandfather. My surname is Snape. My mother severed ties with the Prince family before my birth, leaving me uninformed about prior matters. Snape was puzzled by Grindelwald's sudden mention of his lineage, but clarified that he had no association with that family. I was merely reminiscing, and my visit primarily concerns matters with young Wei. Additionally, there is a secondary issue regarding you. It seems fortuitous that I encountered you here, thus sparing me the effort of seeking you out. Grindelwald gently stroked my hair, his large hand caressing the soft, chestnut curls that felt like silk beneath his touch, a sensation both comforting and addictive. I stood still, yet the scene exuded an oddly unsettling warmth. Upon hearing Grindelwald's words, Snape furrowed his brow, a look of confusion clouding his features. This was, after all, their first meeting. What business could he possibly have with him? "I am aware that you and Wei have developed a certain rapport. Should you wish to join the Death Eaters and follow that fragmented, seemingly deranged Dark Lord, I implore you to keep your distance from my niece. Perhaps a memory charm would suffice to simplify matters." A fleeting glimmer of gold flashed in Grindelwald's deep blue eyes, and although his tone was unassuming, Snape could discern the underlying threat in his words. I raised my gaze to Grindelwald, who had been stroking my hair. Since he became my guardian, I often felt like a mere burden, an interruption to his tranquility, a presence that would shadow his existence. Many matters were arranged on my behalf, yet our relationship remained tepid. I held respect and reverence for him, tinged with guilt, yet seldom felt a familial bond. Today, however, Grindelwald had referred to me as his niece, an acknowledgement of an unbreakable, albeit non-blood, familial connection. He even urged Snape, who sought to join the Death Eaters, to stay away from me, a sentiment that felt oddly protective. "Sir," I stammered, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Grindelwald lowered his head, perhaps expecting a heartfelt response. But I quickly composed myself, pushing back the tears. "Sir, my senior only seeks power, and it is understandable that he could be momentarily beguiled by Voldemort's persuasive rhetoric. After all, you sir," I faltered, shyly averting my gaze to my shoelaces, my voice trailing off. The one who had once been beguiled by sweet words. The one who had once wielded sweet words to beguile others. Fortunately, today is the weekend, and with the cold weather, there are no passers-by near the library to witness the awkward scene here. Nonetheless, let us find another location for our conversation. Chapter 38. The Empty Classroom. Confronted by Grindelwald's threat, Snape furrowed his brow, refraining from immediately expressing his stance. Instead, he cast a glance at Grindelwald and W.B.I. before departing the premises. The duo, one large and one small, who had been standing at the library entrance, also relocated to a secluded empty classroom, where they enacted protective spells to prevent eavesdropping. "You should not associate with Death Eaters, nor with that Voldemort again." After concealing a newfound wand of unknown origin, Grindelwald addressed W.B.I. in the vastness of the classroom. "I have maintained a sufficient distance from him, and moreover, he has not yet joined the Death Eaters. However, sir, would you be interested in taking on a disciple? His aptitude for spells is as remarkable as his talent for potions." W.B.I. initially retorted, but then suddenly conceived an appealing idea. It was evident that Snape, in his relentless pursuit of power, had been visibly shaken after the recent exchange in the library. Grindelwald's unexpected arrival at Hogwarts seemed to unveil an alternative path for W.B.I. In his youth, Grindelwald possessed formidable strength and profound expertise in magic. Even in the realm of dark arts, she would dare to swear by Merlin that if Snape were to become his student, it would undoubtedly be a more reliable choice than aligning with Voldemort. You certainly know him well. It appears you are also quite familiar with me. The man who had once stirred a tempest in the magical world decades prior, instilling fear in countless wizards, narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger lacing his tone, causing W.B.I. to become alert. Your name was mentioned by both my father and mother, and out of curiosity, I have learned quite a bit about you in recent years. As for Senior Snape, I merely believe that the Voldemort of today pales in comparison to the grandeur you once exhibited. It would be a pity for your knowledge to fade away within Nurmengard. W.B.I. spoke with poised confidence, not expressing any urgency regarding her earlier suggestion of having Grindelwald take Snape as a disciple. We shall see. I am here today for another matter. Upon hearing the veiled flattery in her words, Grindelwald merely raised an eyebrow, appearing to contemplate the proposal without revealing his position. Have you been researching matters concerning magical power and spells lately? When the topic shifted to her, W.B.I. was taken aback, but recalling Grindelwald's prophetic abilities, she soon dismissed her surprise. Indeed, I have discovered some intriguing concepts and plan to delve into them in the coming days. W.B.I. confidently acknowledged this, preferring to disclose it herself rather than allow Grindelwald to surmise it through prophetic visions. As previously stated, Grindelwald and his acolytes had nearly swept across Europe, their formidable prowess inspiring reverence, with only Dumbledore capable of standing against them. Now that Dumbledore had become the headmaster of Hogwarts, he was regarded as the greatest wizard of the century. Despite Grindelwald's decades of confinement in Nurmengard, W.B.I. did not believe that the man who had once been Dumbledore's equal would have stagnated in power. Even if he had remained in prison for an extended period, his insight and understanding of magic would undoubtedly rival that of the present-day Voldemort. Subsequently, W.B.I. shared her hypotheses concerning spells with Grindelwald. Chapter 39. The Vision of the Future. Is there a classification of spells? And what is the relationship between magical power and the mind? After listening to W.B.I.'s preliminary exposition, Grindelwald stroked his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his face. What troubles you, sir? Is there an issue with this research direction? Noticing the seriousness on his face, W.B.I. felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, Grindelwald did not voice any objections. Instead, he gently patted her head in encouragement, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The current magical community lacks innovation. You should pursue the path you envision. However, as I mentioned before, your sense of direction is lacking, and this extends beyond external pathways. Exercise caution. The nature of magic is entirely distinct from the act of wielding it. Do not lose yourself in this mysterious world. As he spoke, Grindelwald could not help but recall a prophetic vision he had inadvertently seen a few days prior. In a dimly lit, spacious house, a girl with deep brown hair had grown up, yet her eyes were tightly shut, and blood trickled from her lips. She lay amidst countless shards, her wand, adorned with golden gems, lay broken beside her, the flickering flame of life wavering in the tempest. He had not anticipated that the little one he had nurtured for years would one day be reduced to such a pitiable state, prompting him to gather his belongings and hasten from other lands to visit her in Britain. On his journey, Grindelwald had made other predictions. However, as W.B.I. was a descendant of an ancient Chinese lineage, the constraints of her bloodline and the laws of the world limited his visions to a mere few fleeting images, including her desire to research magical power. As for how he knew of Snape's connection to her, it was not a matter of prophetic ability, but rather a result of his investigations initiated after spotting that brooding lad at King's Cross this term. After conversing for a while longer, Grindelwald, aware that they should not linger to avoid arousing suspicion, tidied his attire and soon departed from Hogwarts. Although he had exited the school grounds, he could still sense a scrutinizing gaze from above, imbued with doubt and inquiry. Grindelwald did not turn back. He was acutely aware that the source of that gaze was the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Now was not the time. There were still matters left unarranged. Wait a little longer for me, Albus. Grindelwald's unexpected visit to Hogwarts brought W.B.I. genuine joy. While they conversed, an instinctual feeling told her that Grindelwald's unannounced arrival was not solely for her research into magical power. The nature of magic and its application is entirely different. This statement, upon first hearing, seemed profoundly philosophical. However, upon further contemplation, W.B.I. found herself somewhat perplexed. Moreover, What did he mean by do not lose yourself? Under normal circumstances, she might have brushed it off, but could it be that Grindelwald, as a seer, had foreseen something regarding her future? Was her envisioned future not one of leisurely lounging at home under the sun? That being said, since discovering the prophecy book left by her ancestors in the underground vault, had her goal already begun to waver? After all, while she did aspire to be somewhat of a slacker, she did not mean in a completely desiccated sense. Clutching her books as she walked down the deserted corridor, Ishingbi sighed, watching the white mist from her breath slowly dissipate into the air. Indeed, there was no life in this world where one could completely recline in ease. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, with over an hour remaining until Hogwarts curfew, students largely remained curled up in the warm common room or dormitories due to the cold weather, with few venturing outside. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Ishingbi followed her pet, carefully selecting the secluded, inconspicuous paths leading towards the 8th floor and the room of requirement. The dim flames on the walls cast shadows of her petite figure, resembling a specter flitting across the ancient stone walls. Initially believing that Snape might not arrive, she lifted her head at the faint meow of the small black cat, only to behold the figure clad in Slytherin robes leaning against the wall at a short distance. His countenance was tranquil, resembling a statue ensconced in darkness, cold and silent. Yet upon hearing a sound, he turned his head toward the direction from which Wei Shengbai had approached, and in that fleeting moment, the statue sprang to life, infusing even the chilly night with a hint of warmth. Though separated by a modest distance, the silence enveloping them did not hinder Wei Shengbai and Snape from distinctly hearing the sound of glaciers melting anew. Good evening, Senior. Chapter 40. The Room of Requirement. Wei Shengbai approached the tapestry of the giant troll, and summoned her half-blood cat into her pet space. I thought you wouldn't come today. Gazing at the figure before her, a soft expression graced her eyes, akin to a gentle sigh of relief, as the anxiety that had once stirred within her began to subside. There is more than one path in this world. I find merit in your words. Perhaps it was the cold wind encountered on her way, but Snape's voice carried a slight rasp, prompting him to involuntarily clear his throat twice. We should find another place to converse. Curfew will soon be upon us, and it is rather cold here. Noting the thinness of his attire, Wei Shengbai furrowed her brow gently, contemplating the necessary location as she paced back and forth 3 times in front of the wall opposite the troll tapestry. Snape, unaware of her intentions, assumed she must have her own thoughts in mind for summoning him here. After her 3rd circuit, a previously bare wall began to slowly materialize into a remarkably smooth door. With familiarity, Wei Shengbai opened it and beckoned Snape to follow her inside. The Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, also known as the Come-and-Go Room, is a place you may have heard rumors about. For over 1,000 years, Hogwarts has concealed numerous little-known chambers and passages, and the Room of Requirement is one such marvel. This room, whose very name evokes wonder, is capable of fulfilling the vast majority of a user's needs. It can transform into whatever one envisions. Of course, magic adheres to certain rules. For instance, it cannot conjure food. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, it was divided into 2 distinct areas as imagined by Wei Shengbai. To the left lay a study with a desk, bookshelves, a fireplace, a sofa, and an array of experimental apparatus, including some open books and sheets of paper on the desk, alongside tools for potion making upon the experiment table. The right side was a spacious training area, populated by wooden dummies intended for attack practice. Although devoid of features, their height and weight closely resembled that of an adult. However, these dummies remained stationary and could not serve as realistic training partners, only useful for testing the strength of spells. Wei Shengbai even intended to study alchemy in the future, perhaps to create automatons suitable for combat. Please take a seat for a moment, Senior. I will prepare some tea. Upon entering, the door of the Room of Requirement vanished, and flames crackled to life in the fireplace, gradually warming the previously frigid space. Seated on the plush sofa, Snape observed as Wei Shengbai ignited an elegantly designed small stove on the experiment table, placing a kettle filled with water upon it to heat. She then retrieved a tin of black tea and tea utensils. As the water in the kettle began to simmer, she gracefully and precisely poured it into a cup containing the tea leaves. Wisps of steam, fragrant with the aroma of tea, wafted throughout the room. Watching her focused demeanor, Snape was reminded of that summer night when he guided her home, feeling as if the barriers that had formed between them over recent days dissipated in the fragrant embrace of the tea. Returning to the sofa with the cup of tea, Wei Shengbai took a few sips, feeling the chill within her dissipate, replaced by a comforting warmth. Here is a compilation of spells I organized over the past couple of days. I have categorized them into 3 main types. Please let me know if you find any errors or inaccuracies. Rather than inquiring about the Death Eaters, she produced several sheets of paper inscribed with spells, laying them before Snape. While the book titled Complete Compendium of Basic Spells did offer classifications of spells, these were primarily based on categories such as offense, defense, and utility. However, the classification Wei Shengbai presented was entirely different, distinguishing spells based on the mastery and understanding of nature, the manipulation of matter, and, intriguingly, the control over oneself. This methodology had never before appeared in the annals of magical history. The first two categories were understandable, yet the third, concerning self-control, clearly hinted at the mastery over a wizard's inner self, veering into the realm of metaphysics. The most representative incantation within this category was the Patronus charm. Why is the killing curse categorized under the third class? As he scrutinized the spells on the paper, Snape noted that several dark arts were included without any apparent hesitation. The killing curse was deemed uncounterable because it directly targeted the wizard's soul, contrasting with external attacks that might result in physical harm leading to death. Currently, injuries to the soul remained untreatable, rendering the killing curse a universally feared dark magic. Moreover, the caster of this spell must harbor profound hatred and malice to successfully wield it. Thus, it was the emotions emanating from the caster's heart that culminated in the victim's demise, which justified its placement in the third category. Setting down her cup of tea, Wei Shengbai elaborated on her findings regarding the killing curse. However, as she pondered this conclusion, she also considered that if there were means to heal soul injuries, would the killing curse, often wielded by Voldemort as a mere attack, retain its formidable threat? Furthermore, based on both the original text and current circumstances, the killing curse was a one-strike kill, offering no opportunity for healing. The soul disintegrated like cotton candy upon contact with water, leaving no time for remedy. This matter required further meticulous research in the future, for experimentation with soul-related magic had long been deemed taboo. Chapter 41. The Direction of Cultivation. Is this what you refer to as intriguing? Even with the newfound classifications of magic, how could one derive methods to enhance their power from this? Setting down the papers, Snape asked, puzzled. This new classification of spells is merely to facilitate a deeper understanding of their essence. Ultimately, it is magical power that constitutes the very foundation of every wizard. Someone once remarked that magic is a miracle that blooms within the souls of a select few. Yet miracles vary in magnitude. If one possesses a miracle but fails to strive for advancement, they will remain stagnant, ultimately becoming an ordinary wizard. The miracle Wei Shengbai spoke of referred to the magical power inherent in wizards. As she articulated her perspective, she produced an ancient tome from her satchel. She intended to showcase a particular page, but then reconsidered, surmising that Snape might not comprehend the Chinese text, and thus abandoned the notion. My homeland boasts a history of millennia, with countless ages nurturing a splendid civilization and culture, including the path of cultivation. Observing the slightly yellowed pages of the venerable book in Wei Shengbai's hands, Snape refrained from interrupting her narrative. He could discern that the girl, who typically handled everyday matters with composure, suddenly radiated an extraordinary pride and confidence when discussing her hometown, as if infused with boundless courage, her entire being shimmering with brilliance. In the descriptions of cultivation passed down from my ancestors, one significant method is the cultivation of the heart. You may not fully grasp this, but it essentially refers to the refinement of one's inner spirit. It is often said that magic is a manifestation of the mind, and thus the potency of magic must be inextricably linked to a wizard's innermost thoughts. However, this remains merely my conjecture, lacking empirical validation. Should I endeavor to cultivate my spirit, and subsequently experience an enhancement in magical prowess, it would serve as evidence for my hypothesis. As she spoke, she shook the ancient tome in her hand, the pages rustling, which piqued Snape's keen interest. That sounds quite reasonable. So, how do you intend to cultivate your spirit? This is indeed a pivotal question. The initial step is rather simple, daydreaming. Closing the book, Wei Shengbai's expression turned exceedingly serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Daydreaming? Yes, but not in the sense of idleness. It primarily entails clearing the mind of any distractions, remaining unperturbed by external stimuli, and not allowing sudden thoughts to disrupt one's tranquility. It involves emptying the mind and purging thoughts and emotions, akin to the techniques employed in mental shielding practices. Upon hearing this, Snape began to grasp the essence of her words. Naturally, if one were to delve deeply into the art of mental shielding, one cannot entirely eliminate emotions and thoughts, as this would raise suspicion in those who seek to penetrate the mind. And then? What comes after? I almost forgot. It's possible that you have already learned the art of mental shielding. After all, someone who could potentially spy under Voldemort's very nose, like Snape, would undoubtedly be an exceptionally skilled practitioner of this technique, making it unsurprising that he has already acquired such a spell at this juncture. The subsequent step can be succinctly summarized as eliminating distractions and focusing inward. This leads to a meditative state, which constitutes the first experiment of my cultivation plan. I have often pondered, if magical power can manifest into various spells wielded by wizards, then does it not imply that it is a tangible force? Can it be consciously sensed or even observed? If magical energy can be felt, can it flow or be controlled according to our will? Wei Shengbai proposed a series of hypotheses, grounded in certain rationales. For instance, there are occasions when young wizards, particularly those from Muggle families without adult wizards, experience surges of magic, even without systematic training or guidance from an adult wizard. These young wizards may still trigger an outburst of their innate magic in response to external stimuli, thus performing certain spells. It appears akin to silent, wandless magic. This indicates that magical energy indeed emanates in accordance with a wizard's intentions or emotions. After conversing further on this viewpoint, Wei Shengbai glanced at the clock on the wall, and noted that the hands had passed midnight. With fatigue gradually encroaching upon her mind, they decided not to embark on the experiment of her proposed theory tonight, but rather to expand upon their ideas to ensure the forthcoming experiment would be flawless. It was quite late already. With classes to attend the following day, it would be prudent for you to return to your dormitory and rest, senior. Wei Shengbai tidied her belongings and stood up, preparing to leave the room of requirement with him. However, just as she reached the door, a thought struck her. Senior, you mentioned that you would meet Voldemort during Christmas. Is that at Malfoy Manor? Recalling the original text, Snape's ability to meet the Dark Lord and subsequently join the Death Eaters was undoubtedly facilitated by Lucius Malfoy. Unfortunately, Lucius had graduated from Hogwarts before her enrollment, resulting in her never having encountered the future head of the Malfoy family. You are familiar with the Malfoy family? Of course. Who is unaware that the Malfoy family is among the most adept and trusted associates of the Dark Lord? So, senior, your meeting with Voldemort is indeed due to Mr. Malfoy's recommendation? They paused at the door, and Snape's presence here tonight indicated that he was indeed contemplating a departure from the notion of joining the Death Eaters. However, Lucius Malfoy had already extended an invitation to him, leaving him without a suitable reason to decline. Precisely. Snape pressed his lips together, affirming her conjecture. I would quite like to meet someone from the Malfoy family. After all, it is the esteemed Malfoy lineage. Could you introduce me? Just tell him I have a significant business matter, one that cannot be quantified in galleons, that I wish to discuss. Since she mentioned the Malfoy family, she was fortuitously laying groundwork for future endeavors. At this time, the Malfoy family was immensely powerful, especially with each head of the family epitomizing the traits of Slytherin to the fullest. Yet they were not devoid of vulnerabilities. Wei Shengbai sought to exploit these weaknesses to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. The future indeed holds much promise. Chapter 42. The experiment begins. Although Snape found Wei Shengbai's desire to meet a member of the Malfoy family somewhat perplexing, he did not impede her. Rather, he penned a letter to Lucius, requesting a meeting in Hogsmeade this weekend. Over the past 2 years, Lucius Malfoy had extended considerable assistance to him in an effort to win him over. Compared to his initial days at Hogwarts, his life in Slytherin had improved significantly, largely due to Lucius's influence. Thus, as he contemplated abandoning the plan to join the Death Eaters, he needed to consider Lucius's sentiments as well. Only students in their 3rd year or beyond are permitted to visit Hogsmeade. How do you plan to manage that? A few days later, Snape received a letter from Lucius, agreeing to the proposed meeting. At that moment, he sat in the room of requirement, facing Wei Shengbai, who was seated on the sofa, diligently gathering information from various ancient tomes. Since it was she who initially expressed the desire to meet someone from the Malfoy family, it was likely that she had formulated some plans in her mind. Historical records indicate that in 1612, goblins rebelled against the Ministry of Magic due to grievances, establishing their base in Hogsmeade during the ensuing turmoil, and leaving behind several secret passages connecting Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Flipping through the pages, Wei Shengbai responded without lifting her gaze. You are certain you can locate these secret passages? Having spent considerable time with her, Snape had become acutely aware of her tendency to be directionally challenged, and voiced his skepticism. At this, Wei Shengbai stiffened imperceptibly for a moment before regaining her composure. Behind the statue of the One-Eyed Witch in the 4th-floor corridor, there is a secret passage leading directly to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. I have already scouted it, and there should be no issues. Senior Snape, I would appreciate it if you could meet me at the candy shop. Setting her book aside, she offered him a bright smile. This left Snape momentarily speechless. Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade is one of the most popular shops among Hogwarts students, particularly among the girls. Thus it is perpetually crowded on weekends. Snape had never set foot in that shop, aside from his lack of funds. He also harbored a distaste for overly sweet confections, and abhorred the idea of jostling in throngs, even when Lily occasionally led him to that shop. Severus merely stood at the entrance, never once stepping inside. Yet, when Wei Shengbai had just suggested he assist her, was she implying he should bring her out of that cacophonous and saccharine establishment? The very thought was somewhat suffocating. Thus, it was decided with cheerful resolve. He would attempt meditation while she pursued her own path. Before Severus could voice a protest, the girl had already closed her book, solidifying her decision. She then moved to a corner of the training area, sitting cross-legged on a mat, her eyes shut as she focused inward, striving to clear her mind of distractions. Initially, Severus had contemplated trying the meditation technique she had described, but his inability to comprehend the ancient Chinese texts left him at a loss. He resolved to allow Wei Shengbai to experiment first before relaying her insights to him. However, he was not idle. Believing that other ancient cultures might possess similar methodologies beyond the ones documented in her texts, he asked her to seek clues within other magical tomes. For a moment, the only sound in the answering room was the soft rustle of pages turning, and despite being in the company of others, Severus felt a profound sense of tranquility. Meanwhile, Wei Shengbai, upon closing her eyes, swiftly cleared her mind of extraneous thoughts. She had previously sought information regarding the art of mental closure, and though she was only at a rudimentary level, far inferior to Severus, who had studied for 2 years, she had satisfied the preliminary requirements for meditation. The texts indicated that meditation was not merely a matter of emptying the mind, but required a certain purpose: to perceive nature, to understand oneself, and to grasp deeper truths were all goals of meditation. If she aimed to ascertain whether she could sense the magic within her body, she needed to be acutely aware of her own condition. For instance, in the stillness of night, when one lies in bed, one can perceive the rhythm of one's heartbeat amidst absolute tranquility. What Wei Shengbai sought to capture was the subtler flow of magical energy, even more delicate than the heartbeat itself. Her breathing gradually slowed and softened, indicating her entry into a meditative state. The journey into the unknown was tedious and required patience. After 2 consecutive days of effort, she still had not sensed the presence of magic, as if it lay dormant in the deepest recesses of her soul, eluding her every attempt. Perhaps I should try a different approach. After some contemplation, she decided to postpone the matter by a day. After all, today was the weekend, the day she had planned to meet Lucius Malfoy in Hogsmeade. Chapter 43. The Meeting. Wei Shengbai could hardly have anticipated that despite having scouted the area 2 days prior, she still wandered the 4th-floor corridor several times before finally locating the entrance to the One-Eyed Witch's secret passage. Her sense of direction seemed worse than ever, and she could not fathom why. Frowning, suppressing an inexplicable feeling, Wei Shengbai drew her wand and recited the incantation before the statue, separate to the left and right. As soon as the words left her lips, a dark opening appeared behind the witch, exuding a faint scent of decay and dust. It appeared that this passage had yet to be discovered by James Potter and his friends. Otherwise, there would surely be some signs of their presence. Recalling the Marauder's map, which the twins had acquired from Filch, marked this very secret passage. It was understandable, as the Marauders were only in their 4th year, and it was likely they had not yet stumbled upon it. Upon entering the passage, the entrance behind her closed, plunging her back into darkness and silence. She softly uttered another spell, and a small point of light emerged from the tip of her wand, illuminating the path beneath her feet with a gentle glow. Despite the faint light in the deep passage, the profound darkness ahead and the chilly atmosphere made Wei Shengbai feel slightly uneasy. All right, I suppose I should hasten my pace. Perhaps prompted by the image of Severus standing at the candy store entrance with a scowl, her lips involuntarily curled upwards, and her steps became noticeably lighter. To avoid arousing suspicion, Severus did not accompany Lily or any familiar faces, but instead trailed behind the group of students heading to Hogsmeade. By the time he arrived at the designated candy shop, Wei Shengbai had just reached the final stretch of the passage. The echoes of her own breathing faded, replaced by the cheerful laughter and chatter of boys and girls overhead, and the once dark path ahead now revealed a glimmer of light. There lay the exit. With this realization, she extinguished the flickering light from her wand and hurried towards the source of illumination. Inside the dust-covered candy shop's storeroom, a small gap suddenly appeared in the floor, revealing a pair of cerulean eyes. Few ventured into this storeroom, and the shopkeeper along with the staff were preoccupied with attending to students, entirely oblivious to the peculiar occurrence within their own storage. After scanning the area to confirm her solitude, Wei Shengbai lifted the dusty trapdoor and emerged from the underground passage. She stowed away her dust-laden cloak into her bag, her clothing remaining pristine and fresh. Wei Shengbai rummaged through her bag once more, finally pulling out a rather unremarkable pair of black-rimmed glasses to wear. Adjusting her bangs in an attempt to obscure her striking cerulean eyes. Having completed her preparations, she exited the storeroom, purchased some sweets along with the other students, and then left the shop. Upon seeing Wei Shengbai emerge, Severus swiftly grasped her arm and led her away from the bustling street. Given Lily's usual shopping habits, she would likely arrive shortly, and they needed to depart quickly. Wei Shengbai asked no questions, allowing him to pull her along, even breaking into a light jog at times to keep pace. Once they had distanced themselves from the lively streets of Hogsmeade, they finally paused. "Senior, are you quite familiar with this area?" she inquired, catching her breath as she attempted to steady her racing heart from the exertion. "Lucius once arranged to meet me here after graduation." Hogsmeade, being a well-known village populated by wizards, was a reasonable location for the Malfoy family to maintain a residence for emergencies. "I see. Then I shall rely on your guidance." She nodded, straightening her attire. Her previously disheveled bangs now gently swept aside, though the glasses remained perched on her nose. The distinction between wearing glasses and not could be quite significant at times, especially as she was about to meet Malfoy, who served Voldemort. Caution was paramount. Severus said little more, leading her to the designated residence, where he knocked gently on the door. It opened swiftly to reveal an exceedingly ordinary-looking man. Severus felt no surprise. After all, the Malfoy's platinum hair and exquisite features were strikingly noticeable, often necessitating the use of Polyjuice potion to conceal their identities during certain dealings. "Long time no see, Severus." The disguised Lucius maintained his elegant demeanor, greeting him with a smile. However, upon noticing the young girl accompanying him, his previously composed expression faltered visibly. "Ah. So the lovely young lady who wished to discuss business with me is indeed such a beauty. Regardless of the circumstances, do come in. It would be my fault if this young lady were to catch a chill." Lucius Malfoy had graduated from Hogwarts 2 years prior, and, under his father's guidance and through the refinement of various family affairs, had become increasingly suave, rendering his thoughts difficult to decipher at a glance. Wei Shengbai did not falter, confidently following Severus Snape into the room. "I cannot be away for too long, lest it arouse suspicion. If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly." Lucius took a seat on the sofa opposite Snape and Wei Shengbai, the flames crackling in the fireplace providing a modicum of warmth, dissipating the chill the two had brought from outside. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. My name is Wei Shengbai. In truth, I initiated this meeting and apologize for encroaching upon your valuable time." Since the other party preferred to be forthright, Wei Shengbai felt it unnecessary to hold back, promptly introducing herself and clarifying the purpose of their meeting to prevent any misunderstandings between Lucius and Snape. "Oh, Miss Bai, do you have a business proposition you wish to discuss with the Malfoy family?" Upon hearing Lucius's address, Wei Shengbai momentarily paused, recalling that surnames are typically placed at the end here. However, she chose not to correct Lucius, finding that it served to further obscure her own identity. Chapter 44. The Deal. "I indeed possess a considerable amount of assets and have made numerous investments, though most of them are located in Gringotts. I suspect that sums in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of galleons would hardly be of interest to the well-established Malfoy family, so I shall refrain from presenting such trifles for your amusement, Mr. Malfoy. Today, I wish to discuss a different matter, one that cannot be quantified in galleons." A humble expression graced Wei Shengbai's countenance, seemingly indifferent to the figures she had just mentioned, as she produced a folded piece of paper from her satchel and presented it to Lucius. Initially perceiving her as merely an inexperienced girl brought by Snape, Lucius's demeanor shifted as she spoke with poise, revealing her independent investments valued in the hundreds of thousands, compelling him to regard her with newfound seriousness. However, the revelation that she possessed a business proposition beyond monetary measurement piqued his rare curiosity. Observing the paper now in front of him, Lucius cast a glance at Snape, who shook his head slightly, indicating his ignorance of what the note contained. Acknowledging Snape's response, Lucius hesitated no longer and accepted the paper, unfolding it. Soon, the relaxed expression on his face transformed into one of skepticism and disbelief, his gaze towards Wei Shengbai tinged with suspicion. "I trust my words have not missed the mark. Sir, this is indeed a matter beyond the valuation of galleons." In the face of Lucius's doubtful gaze, the girl remained unperturbed, a faint smile illuminating her features, devoid of any hint of mischief. "I do not endorse the contents of this paper, yet you have certainly captured my interest, Miss Bai." Realizing his lapse in composure, Lucius cast the paper into the nearby fire, the vigorous flames promptly consuming the delicate sheet. Mr. Malfoy, even if you do not acknowledge it, time flows more swiftly than we anticipate. By this time next year, you shall grasp the essence of the matter. However, whether it will be too late to rectify any losses then remains uncertain. The Malfoy family has always conducted business with great caution. Once they sense something amiss, they retreat with the swiftness of a hare. Yet, Wei Shengbai would not grant him an avenue of escape. Rather, should Lucius choose to disbelieve her assertions, he would find himself without recourse. For both parties, devoid of any foundation of trust, this was a conversation conducted upon thin ice. Business, after all, is predicated upon mutual benefit. There is an adage from my homeland, when a deal fails, courtesy remains. As for you, sir, I have already extended my utmost courtesy. After a moment, the young Malfoy slowly rose, extending an invitation to the individuals opposite him. Miss Bai, would you mind accompanying me upstairs for further discussion? Snape had not anticipated that, despite being the one to facilitate this meeting, he would find himself alone in the sitting room, contemplating the flickering flames of the fireplace. What secrets did that now obliterated note hold? Before long, the two descended from the upper floor. Wei Xingbai's expression remained unchanged, while Lucius appeared as though he had drained himself of energy, his gait unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, he managed to steady himself and return to the sofa, his gaze towards Wei Xingbai now less skeptical and more complex. Then, Mr. Malfoy, I would request that you fulfill the first condition of our agreement. Resuming her seat beside Snape, after allowing Lucius's emotions to stabilize somewhat, she spoke again. The reason for not clarifying all the terms of their agreement upstairs was that this condition pertained to Snape. Chapter 45, Returning Together. Let us agree on this. At Christmas, you will recommend another Slytherin student to the Dark Lord, and shall henceforth refrain from mentioning Senior Snape in his presence. This is intended to extricate Snape entirely from the Death Eater and Voldemort's entanglements, signifying that he has temporarily relinquished a perilous path and opted for the vessel promised by Wei Xingbai. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that her actions were primarily motivated by her own considerations regarding magical research. As having resided at Hogwarts for an extended period and being of a tender age, she could not seek out other adult wizards to explore new avenues of magic. Snape was an excellent choice. His talents extended beyond potions, as evidenced by his later creation of dark magic. He yearned for strength, for mastery over his destiny. After severing ties with the Death Eaters, he maintained little contact with other students aside from Lily. Should she provide him with a path, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Such an almost perfect, gifted tool could also serve as a compass, an opportunity Wei Xingbai would not let slip by. Of course, she harbored a desire to alter that tragic future as well. After exchanging contact addresses, Lucius chose to hasten back with the information gleaned from Wei Xingbai. While she and Snape exited the modest abode, the sudden gust of cold wind struck Wei Xingbai's face, the abrupt temperature shift causing her to sneeze lightly. Although she was dressed adequately, it was insufficient to fend off the biting chill. Just as she contemplated hastily escaping the alley to return to the candy shop, she heard the sound of someone beside her drawing a wand and uttering an incantation, a wave of warmth enveloping her. She turned to see Snape calmly retracting his wand, his expression as impassive as ever. Thank you, Senior. By the way, would you care to accompany me through the secret passage back? Given the cold weather, and noting Snape's insufficient attire, along with the relatively short journey through the passage, she inquired without a second thought. Glancing at the overcast sky above, Snape did not refuse. After navigating through the crowded candy shop with difficulty, the two closed the hidden panel, shutting out much of the clamor. The glow of light flickered. A radiant glow emanated from the tip of the wand, illuminating the narrow passageway, which was scarcely wide enough for a single person to traverse. Wei Xingbai walked ahead, and although the passage was somewhat cool, it was still a welcome reprieve from the biting wind outside. After walking for a while, the surrounding environment fell once more into silence, with only the faint sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Isn't there anything you wish to inquire about, Senior? She asked, expecting him to raise questions regarding her recent dealings with Lucius Malfoy. To her surprise, Snape remained resolutely silent even in this intimate setting. Did he not wish to know what sort of bargain she had struck with the man? Did he not harbor suspicions regarding the implications of the terms she had proposed, which were somehow related to him? Wei Xingbai found it hard to believe that Snape was devoid of suspicion. Surely, he must wonder why she was willing to assist him to such an extent, even involving herself with Voldemort. Yet Snape chose to remain silent. Was this a form of trust? Wei Xingbai found herself perplexed by his thoughts. but she firmly believed that honesty was the best course to prevent any potential rifts from forming later. I do not understand your motives for wanting to assist me, but I cannot conceive of any reason you would wish to harm me. Snape conveyed his thoughts candidly. Was it because he had no ulterior motives or intentions of betrayal that he felt it safe to lower his guard? Wei Shengbai came to a gradual halt, her mind racing to decipher the meaning behind his words. Senior, regarding my transaction with Mr. Malfoy, my sole intention was to ensure he would agree to my terms. From the outset, this was the purpose of our meeting. To me, the information I provided held little value, yet the weight of such matters varies from person to person. Thus, my transaction was of considerable importance to him. Mr. Malfoy also acquiesced to several additional conditions, and the outcome of our clandestine meeting exceeded my expectations. Snape may have refrained from questioning her, but she felt it necessary to offer a brief explanation, lest he feel left in the dark. Long before Lucius Malfoy graduated from Hogwarts, he had recognized Snape's prodigious talent, and had sought to cultivate a relationship with him over the years, offering numerous advantages. Moreover, considering Snape's previous desire to join the Death Eaters, Lucius had intended to facilitate this connection during the upcoming Christmas gala. It was fair to say that Snape owed Lucius a considerable debt of gratitude, although Wei Shengbai and Lucius had not disclosed the specifics of their conversation. His willingness to sever ties with the Death Eaters indicated that she had already repaid part of that debt on Snape's behalf, while her earlier words suggested that she had not incurred any substantial cost, and that he need not concern himself with it. Wei Shengbai had made a valid point. The scale of value differs for everyone. Noticing Snape's continued silence, Wei Shengbai felt a twinge of anxiety, causing the glow at the tip of her wand to flicker and fade. Startled by the sudden onset of darkness, she momentarily forgot to recite the incantation to reignite the light, and instinctively took a small step closer to Snape. Reaching out with the hand that did not hold her wand, she seemed to grasp at the shadows, attempting to catch hold of the figure that had just vanished from her sight. However, instead of grasping at fabric, she collided with a warm chest. In the enveloping darkness, Snape's unexpected action mirrored her own. They both instinctively moved closer to one another, and it was only natural that their paths would intersect. Given their age difference of 2 years and the disparity in their heights, Wei Shengbai quickly recoiled upon encountering that warmth, inadvertently carrying away a trace of the bitter scent of potions. Snape forced himself to dismiss the sensation of the petite and soft figure he had just collided with. But even as he recited the incantation to illuminate their surroundings, he could not shake the lingering sweetness that clung to the air, reminiscent of her presence. Had she donned perfume? While the scent was refreshingly sweet, Snape felt an unusual discomfort, as he seldom interacted with girls. "Senior, I hope I didn't hurt you," Wei Shengbai remarked, rubbing her nose and stifling the tears that had threatened to spill forth from the brief pain. Noticing Snape shake his head, she chose not to dwell on the incident any longer. In the cramped passageway, sweetness and bitterness intertwined, and under the faint glow of light, these two disparate sensations began to harmonize. Chapter 46, Mistletoe. Days passed and the weather grew increasingly frigid. The skies over Britain remained shrouded in thick clouds, with no snowflakes to be seen. It had been several days since their return from Hogsmeade, and despite her attempts and thorough examination of ancient texts, Wei Shengbai was still unable to successfully locate the source of magic within her body. However, she had not emerged empty-handed. Often she felt on the brink of success, only to be thwarted by an elusive sensation that left her feeling disconcerted. Hogwarts' Christmas break spanned nearly a month, and she resolved to take a daring approach, attempting one last method. If crossing boundaries could unveil a new vista of existence, then the risks entailed would be a trivial matter. Should all else fail, she could always write to her guardian, Mr. Grindelwald, for assistance. At worst, she could include several signed photographs of the headmaster in her letter as a gesture of sincerity. Before the holiday season commenced, apart from secluding herself in the room of requirement to study her magic, she also ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Snape to visit the unicorns they had previously encountered. Seizing a moment when Snape was distracted, she released her pet and the magical creatures summoned from her cards, allowing them to bond and hone their skills while also providing these little beings with a chance to frolic. After all, remaining cooped up indoors was hardly beneficial. To her amusement, the proficiency of her summoning cards did not seem to be subjected to the same limitations as spell cards. As long as she spent sufficient time with these magical creatures, their intimacy accelerated their skill development. If she failed to uncover the mysteries of magic, perhaps becoming a summoner would be a worthy pursuit? If only the Forbidden Forest were not so close to Hogwarts Castle. She would have loved to let the phoenix from her card soar for a while. The phoenix within her card existed due to Fawkes, yet they were entirely distinct entities. Not the same bird, and the same held true for the other summoned beings. Thus, Wei Shengbai intended to give it a new name. This year, Lily could no longer resist the pleas of her roommate and friend, opting to remain at school rather than return home. This decision meant she would be able to attend the Hogwarts Christmas ball. Wei Shengbai sat in the library, hearing the excited whispers of James Potter beside her, muffled yet brimming with enthusiasm, as she calmly turned the page of her book. Currently in her second year, she could only partake in the Christmas feast, and she had already allocated her time for essential tasks during those days. The ball held no relevance for her. However, perhaps she could share this news with Senior Snape to bring him some joy. Of course, whether he would muster the courage to invite Lily to dance after hearing the news was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, she did not wish to dwell excessively on such matters. The unfolding of events was of little consequence to Wei Shengbai, and she preferred to let things take their natural course. With this thought, she turned another page of her book. It was only when she finished the entire volume that she realized she had scarcely absorbed any of its content. Was it the approach of Christmas that had stirred her interest, prompted by James Potter's earlier mention of the ball? Or perhaps it was the anxiety regarding her forthcoming plans during the holiday break. After pondering for a while without arriving at a concrete conclusion, she felt a subtle sense of agitation within her. Perceiving a disquiet in her emotions, she promptly closed the book and rose to approach Madame Pants to complete the borrowing procedure. It was only after stepping out into the brisk air of the corridor, the chilly breeze tousling her hair, that her previously tumultuous thoughts began to settle. Perhaps it would be best to return to her dormitory to read. With this thought, she contemplated her route back before setting off from the library entrance. The festive spirit of Christmas enveloped the campus, and although an exam loomed the next day before the holiday, it failed to dampen the enthusiasm of the students. As she walked, Wei Shengbai observed several students assisting professors in adorning the surroundings for the holiday, the area aglow with twinkling lights, while the sweet strains of familiar Christmas carols wafted through the air, prompting her to hum along. The jubilant atmosphere invigorated her spirits, and before she knew it, she was intercepted by Professor Flitwick along the way. "Dear Miss Wei Sheng, would you be so kind as to assist me in decorating the corridor? I find myself quite overwhelmed," he expressed, his face showing a hint of distress. The students in his college seemed more preoccupied with the impending exam than the festive decorations, which, while commendable, had slowed the decorating efforts. "Of course, Professor. What would you like me to hang in the corridor?" Wei Shengbai readily agreed, recalling the numerous ways in which he had aided her in the past. "It's quite simple. All you need to do is hang these greenery from the corridor ceiling." Professor Flitwick smiled, gesturing towards a pile of lush foliage beside him. As Severus Snape made his way to the Great Hall for dinner, he happened upon a secluded corridor where he spotted a girl intently casting spells with her wand. She held her head high, her deep brown locks fluttering gently in the cold wind. Despite the chill causing her wand-holding hand to tremble, her expression remained focused and earnest, her eyes radiating a warmth capable of melting ice. After hanging a sprig of mistletoe, Wei Shengbai rubbed her hands together to warm them, then shifted her gaze from the mistletoe above her head to see Snape approaching her. "You spend nearly every day in the library. Haven't you learned the warming charm yet?" he quipped, his tone laced with caring mockery, as an immediate warmth enveloped her. Noticing Snape retracting his wand, a pleasing smile graced Wei Shengbai's lips. "I simply forgot," she replied. "Are you heading to the Great Hall? Has it really gotten to dinner time already?" She discreetly redirected the conversation, glancing at the darkening sky outside the corridor. The task of decorating was not particularly arduous, merely a matter of using the levitation charm, but hanging the mistletoe required careful arrangement, which had slowed her progress. "How many more?" Caught off guard by Snape's inquiry, she paused momentarily. "How many more do we have left to hang?" he clarified, pointing at the remaining mistletoe, his expression revealing slight impatience yet lacking any intent to leave. "Does this imply he wishes to help?" "Just these few left. If you assist, we can finish swiftly," she replied. The task assigned by Professor Flitwick was indeed simple, merely requiring the endurance of the drafty corridor. With Snape's offer to help, she felt no inclination to refuse. Without further ado, he drew his wand again and skillfully employed the levitation charm to hang the mistletoe. Chapter 47. Before the Holidays. Wei Shengbai did not relent, moving on to hang another sprig. As they worked together, Lily, accompanied by her roommate on their way to the Great Hall, spotted them from the opposite corridor. Her eyes widened with curiosity, and she immediately pulled her friend behind a column to conceal their presence. "Isn't that Snape?" "Lily, I've never seen him with any girl besides you. Who is that lovely young lady?" her roommate inquired, clearly recognizing Snape and expressing some familiarity with the Slytherin boy who often accompanied Lily. Encountering him with another girl, especially a Ravenclaw, was indeed a rarity. I know her. She's a kind girl, though not very social. She even once saved Severus during the first-year dueling club, Lily responded. As darkness settled, the column where Lily and her roommate hid lacked any burning torches, while Wei Xingbai's area was bright with light. Thus they remained unaware of the watchful eyes observing them. Having hung the last sprig of mistletoe, Wei Xingbai moved to cast a spell to clean up fallen leaves from the ground, marking the completion of her task. Thank you for your help, Senior. He offered a slight nod in response to her gratitude, saying little else. By the way, I have some good news for you. Lily won't be going home for Christmas. She'll be spending the holiday at Hogwarts. You could invite her to the ball, she added. While in the library, James Potter had mentioned that he had just learned this news from other Gryffindor girls earlier that day, and it seemed Snape was unaware of this development. Utilizing this tidbit as a form of gratitude for his assistance today felt entirely reasonable. How did you come by this information? I overheard some Gryffindor students discussing it this afternoon in the library. She refrained from mentioning James Potter's name, for Snape, the Gryffindor who persistently pursued Lily, represented a peculiar taboo. Why should I invite Lily? Although he had always been by her side as her friend. Did his feelings for her manifest so overtly? Don't you like Lily? Isn't this ball a perfect opportunity for a confession? Her assertion came across as a matter of course. Snape had expected to feel a sense of embarrassment at having his secret exposed. Yet surprisingly, he found no such emotion within himself. What about you? Upperclassmen can invite lowerclassmen to the ball. I thought someone as esteemed as Miss Wei Xing would have received an invitation by now. It was indeed true that he held affections for Lily. Yet in the presence of Wei Xingbai, he did not exhibit any delight at this news. Instead, he felt an unexplainable, subtle anticipation towards her. Due to her outstanding performance in the dueling club, regular classes, and exams, Wei Xingbai had not only garnered Professor Flitwick's favor, but also attracted the attention of several upperclassmen in her house. Even among the older Slytherins, she often came up in conversations regarding Ravenclaw students. In her usual modest demeanor during social gatherings, she appeared understated. Yet even a pearl placed in the shadows could not hide its intrinsic beauty. Now Snape found her unintentional radiance somewhat disconcerting. Christmas, yes. An upperclassman from our house did invite me, but I had prior commitments and would mostly be in the room of requirement, so I declined. However, Senior, if you confess to Lily, I can assure you she will not refuse. You must give it your all. Even if I am not there, I will cheer you on from afar. The girl's unwavering confidence did little to assuage Snape's growing unease, instead evoking an indescribable irritation within him. Yet he found himself at a loss to pinpoint its source. The task of decorating the campus has been completed. Let us go, Senior. Let us dine in the hall together. After a long day of exertion, I find myself quite peckish. Noticing the impatient expression on Snape's face, Wei Xingbai assumed her candidness had inadvertently revealed some of his concealed thoughts, prompting her to redirect the conversation towards dinner. Although Lily, hidden in the shadows, could not hear their dialogue, she clearly observed the subtle shifts in Snape's expressions. It appeared that he harbored a rather discreet affection for the Asian girl named Wei Xingbai. This sentiment was well concealed, akin to a seed yet to fully germinate, and Lily sensed a burgeoning vitality yearning to break free. She did not expect to encounter such an intriguing situation tonight, which inevitably piqued her interest in Wei Xingbai. When had they become so familiar? She was entirely in the dark. Let us go, they are approaching. Lily concealed her thoughts and, alongside her roommate, departed from the scene. Following the small test before the Christmas holiday, and with careful observation, Lily gradually became aware of the peculiar dynamic between Snape and Wei Xingbai. For instance, when entering the library, Snape would instinctively glance towards the seat by the window, where Wei Xingbai often sat quietly engrossed in her studies. During mealtimes in the Great Hall, his gaze would wander to various places, half of it landing on Lily and half on the Ravenclaw table. Even in casual conversations, any mention of Ravenclaw elicited a response from Snape that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. This year, Ravenclaw has once again secured the House Cup, and Professor Flitwick seems quite pleased. Speaking of Ravenclaw, Severus, do you recall that girl named Wei Xingbai? The one who shielded you during the dueling club? Although Lily had begun to discern some hints, the presence of other students prevented any overt displays of familiarity between the two, which struck her as odd, prompting her to take the initiative to probe further. Yes, I remember. Snape, puzzled by Lily's sudden mention of her, narrowed his eyes and replied slowly. She is quite well known in Ravenclaw and will be a third-year student next year. I imagine many boys will seek to invite her when they visit Hogsmeade. At Hogwarts, some students tend to choose their future partners during their time on campus, often beginning their romances in the third year, culminating in marriage post-graduation. Snape typically opted for silence on such topics, allowing Lily to elaborate until the conversation naturally concluded. As anticipated, he remained inscrutable, his gaze fixated on the books sprawled across the table, offering no reply. Yet Lily, seated across from him, noted the fountain pen tightly gripped in his hand, its nib having left an unsightly ink blot on the paper. Chapter 48. Sending letters. During the Christmas holiday, many students opted to return home, leaving a sparse number behind at Hogwarts, rendering the campus considerably more desolate. Even with the lavish Christmas decorations adorning the surroundings, the atmosphere remained starkly quiet. After meticulously crafting Christmas cards and enclosing several photographs as gifts, Wei Shengbai bundled herself tightly in her coat, casting a warming charm before stepping out from the Ravenclaw common room. Outside, the biting cold wind prevailed. Most students, staying on campus during the holidays, chose to remain in the warmth of their dormitories, rarely venturing outdoors aside from mealtimes. Today marked Christmas Eve, with the Christmas ball scheduled for tomorrow night. She needed to seize the day to accomplish her tasks. It must be said, since the campus had been adorned with numerous Christmas decorations, Wei Xingbai's tendency to lose her way had intensified. Every corridor sparkled alike, and even her usual landmarks were obscured behind Christmas trees and ribbons, rendering navigation increasingly difficult. Under normal circumstances, she could have asked other students for directions, but after traversing several hallways without encountering anyone, she found herself quite vexed. Determined, she pressed on toward the direction of the Ollery from memory. Wandering through the expansive campus, she unwittingly arrived at the iconic water drop stone beast leading to the headmaster's office. While she recognized this landmark, it seemed she was straying further from her intended destination. As she hesitated, the stone beast staircase emitted a dull grinding sound, and Professor Dumbledore, clad in a notably warm coat, descended the steps. "Good afternoon, Miss Wei. In such frigid weather, I believe it would be wiser to enjoy afternoon tea in the warmth of the common room." The old headmaster's silvery beard fluttered slightly in the wind, his curiosity piqued as to why Wei Shengbai was wandering the campus, and he offered a rather appealing suggestion. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. I merely wished to send a Christmas card to my guardian from the Ollery, but I've lost my way amidst the Christmas trees. As you know, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. To be frank, I am not adept at finding my way." She refrained from fabricating excuses, and instead shared her concerns with the kindly old man before her. "I see. Tomorrow is Christmas. And today is indeed the day for sending gifts. I happen to have several letters for old friends as well. I believe it would be far more enjoyable to walk together than alone. Don't you think?" "It would be my honor, Professor." Wei Shengbai nodded, falling in step beside Dumbledore. He thoughtfully cast a spell, enveloping her in a protective barrier that kept the cold at bay. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. By the way, this is a Christmas gift for you." A bit taken aback by his gesture, Wei Shengbai retrieved an exquisitely wrapped gift box from her satchel and presented it to him. Wow, what a delightful surprise. Earlier that morning, Phileas had practically paraded his wine-red satin bow tie before all the professors. "I must say, you have an excellent eye for gift selection, Miss Wei." As he praised her, Dumbledore unwrapped the box she had handed over. Expecting perhaps a book he had never seen or some sweets, he was pleasantly surprised to discover several pairs of luxuriously soft cashmere socks, embroidered with stars and moons. The socks exuded a sense of childlike wonder without being juvenile. The fabric was gentle and plush, reminiscent of fluffy clouds against the sky, and even without touching them, one could imagine how comforting and warm they would feel on one's feet. Dumbledore's pace slowed, and through his transparent crescent glasses, his sky-blue eyes shone with an unusual tenderness. "Thank you, Miss Wei, I truly appreciate this gift. It seems this winter will be exceptionally warm. I find myself looking forward to wearing these socks." "I am glad you like them, Professor." Though somewhat conventional, this truly was the most fitting Christmas gift Wei Shengbai could conceive for the venerable old man. She certainly could not package her guardian as a gift, for she was certain that before she could execute such a plan, Mr. Grindelwald would first ensconce her in a garbage bag and unceremoniously discard her. After presenting this special gift, Miss Wei Shengbai distinctly sensed a softening in the old headmaster's demeanor towards her. During their conversation, the previously palpable divide between the headmaster and the students was diminished, replaced instead by a subtle warmth. Upon arriving at the Ollery, she successfully dispatched her letter, exhaling in relief only after witnessing the owl soar away. Clutching the envelope in its beak, Headmaster Dumbledore stood nearby, while the envelope contained numerous photographs she had clandestinely captured. If discovered, it would be quite difficult to explain. "By the way, Miss Wei Sheng, what sort of wizard do you believe your guardian, Mr. Green, to be?" On their way back, Dumbledore did not take his leave. Instead, He accompanied her towards the Ravenclaw common room. When he suddenly posed this question, it made her heart race several beats. Mr. Green? His magical prowess is commendable, albeit his temperament somewhat eccentric. Though we do not communicate often, he has proven himself reliable in critical moments. I lost my parents at a young age. Despite his lack of involvement, and the absence of any blood relation between us, he has upheld the promise made to my parents and has assumed the role of my guardian, ensuring my safety and well-being. To me, Mr. Green is a person worthy of trust. After a moment of contemplation, she endeavored to express some positive sentiments while concealing any remarks that might raise his suspicions, thus preventing Dumbledore from discerning the truth. Based on their earlier conversation, he seemed unaware that Green was, in fact, Grindelwald. Thus, his sudden inquiry might stem from genuine concern for her. Her parents had perished at the hands of Voldemort, a fact she had shared only with Severus Snape. But it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Dumbledore had uncovered the truth himself. As the new generation of Dark Lord, Voldemort's growing power undoubtedly weighed heavily on the old headmaster's mind. After all, her circumstances clearly indicated that she would never align with the Death Eaters. And given her exceptional academic performance, it was entirely reasonable for the headmaster to take notice. At this juncture, the Order of the Phoenix must have only recently been established. Could it be that the headmaster intended to involve her guardian in the order? Or perhaps he viewed her as a potential recruit. It was well known that James Potter had joined the order immediately upon graduation, suggesting that such inclinations may have begun during his time at school. As her thoughts wandered, they arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Chapter 49. What is the essence of magic? He seems to be quite an admirable wizard, Dumbledore nodded, as if reaching a decisive conclusion. Upon hearing his response, Weishingbai remained silent, now certain that Dumbledore had not unraveled Mr. Grindelwald's true identity. Perhaps it was merely curiosity. She comforted herself internally, and then grasped the eagle-shaped knocker at the entrance, tapping it twice. Pray tell, what is the essence of magic? Ravenclaw students must answer the knocker's question correctly to gain entry. It often posed peculiar or philosophical inquiries, some of which might repeat. But this was the first time it had broached the subject of magic's essence. Dumbledore stood beside her, observing this exceptional student, frequently spoken of by Filius, and he was curious to see how she would respond. After contemplating for nearly a minute, the girl slowly articulated her thoughts. The essence of magic is the existence of all possibilities in this world. The knocker fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering her answer. I do not dismiss this response. Once it finished speaking, the grand door to the Ravenclaw common room swung open. At times, the knocker's questions did not have a definitive answer. As long as the response seemed reasonable, it sufficed. Weishingbai believed her answer was not the sole interpretation. She merely expressed her understanding of the essence of magic. All possibilities existing in the world? That notion is indeed intriguing. What led you to such a thought? Dumbledore gazed at the second year which before him with astonishment. And the more he reflected on her words, the more he sensed the profound wisdom they contained. I have been researching the relationship between spells and magical power, and have discovered that the magic wielded by wizards corresponds to tangible phenomena within this world. For instance, manipulating the elements of nature corresponds to pyromancy and similar spells. Altering the transformation of matter corresponds to transfiguration. Manifesting one's emotions through magic corresponds to charms like the joy charm, among others. Each of these is indeed real and not mere illusion. After some thought, Weishingbai decided to share her discoveries and insights about magic with Dumbledore, hoping that this wise elder might provide her with further illumination. You are correct. Although few become wizards in this world, we live alongside muggles. Emotions are one of the vital sources of our magical power, yet many overlook this truth. I am pleased that you recognize it, Miss Weishing, Dumbledore replied, appearing somewhat pleased. Recalling events from the original narrative, she understood why he would express such sentiments. The great Dumbledore, the finest white wizard of the century, had spent much of his life healing the scars left by that fateful summer, and the duel that followed. Scars that remained difficult to mend. His deep reverence for magic had led to such an outcome. In truth, Weishingbai yearned to ask him, do you regret it? Yet. She could not pose the question, fully anticipating the response he might give. With this thought, her nostrils tinged with emotion. She hastily shifted the conversation to prevent him from sensing her disquiet. Sir, while I have gained some understanding of magic, I still feel that magical power possesses a certain form. It is akin to the wind, a mass of energy that is unseen and intangible. Could you enlighten me on how one might clearly capture its essence? This was, indeed, her greatest quandary at present. Originally, she believed that meditation alone would suffice. Yet it seemed she lacked something more. As she had just mentioned, at times, magical power would slip away from her fingertips like the wind, eluding her grasp. While this may seem somewhat premature for you, even some adult wizards do not ponder the nature of magical power. Undoubtedly, you are a remarkably intelligent child. However, since you have inquired, as a professor at Hogwarts, I feel it is my duty to address a student's questions. Dumbledore had initially been reluctant to respond, but perhaps considering her Ravenclaw heritage, he realized that even if he did not answer, she would diligently seek the truth, to prevent her from heading down the wrong path. Appropriate guidance was warranted. In this world, the beings capable of wielding magic must possess a soul. Do not attempt to capture magical power. Just as you cannot seize your own soul. It is an integral part of your being, a portion of your soul, a fragment of your life. What you must do is recognize your existence. To acknowledge your existence and affirm your presence is to validate the existence of magic, and in turn, your magical power will respond. After imparting this profound wisdom, the old headmaster waved his hand and departed from the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, leaving Wei Xingbai immersed in contemplation. To recognize my existence? It seemed she had grasped a few clues, akin to a faint light illuminating a previously obscure path. Excitement sparkled in her azure eyes as she turned and returned to her dormitory. The following evening, after indulging in a sumptuous Christmas feast, Wei Xingbai discreetly exited the banquet, not returning to her dormitory, but instead venturing to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. She murmured something under her breath, pacing back and forth in the corridor opposite the tapestry of the giant, until a familiar door materialized before her. However, upon opening it, she found not the usual room that she and Snape utilized for their magical studies, but rather an entirely new chamber, shrouded in darkness. Listening to the faint strains of music wafting from the great hall, she understood that it heralded the imminent commencement of the ball. By Merlin. She hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. With a silent prayer for Snape and her own forthcoming plans, Wei Xingbai resolutely stepped into the dimly lit room of requirement. The door closed behind her, erasing all evidence of her presence. No one would know that a student had entered, striving to scale the lofty walls within, merely to glimpse the new vistas of the magical world. Snape donned his only suitable attire as he entered the newly decorated Great Hall, where the long tables of the 4 houses had vanished, replaced by a banquet hall aglow with flickering lights. The upperclassmen attending the ball had adorned themselves in splendid new garments, reveling in the rare festive occasion at Hogwarts. Among the sparse crowd of students, he immediately spotted Lily, who was mingling with her roommates. Her crimson locks shimmered with a golden halo under the candlelight, and the deep red dress accentuated her youthful beauty. Steeling himself, he pushed aside the encouraging words that Wei Xingbai had spoken to him days prior, and made his way toward the red-haired girl. Chapter 50. Silence and Clamor. In the silent room, the only sounds that could be heard were her own heartbeat and breath. Wei Xingbai did not linger at the entrance, but instead ventured into the darkness, eventually selecting a spot to sit cross-legged. Surrounding her was nothing but an impenetrable void. The only presence in this space, a condition she had set before entering the room of requirement. Silent and lightless, she was severed from the outside world, intent on concentrating solely on uncovering the possible paths ahead. To rediscover the door to the outside world within this seemingly endless darkness, she would need to conjure light from within. Without even a wand or magical artifact, it meant that if she could not perform wandless magic, she might remain trapped in this room indefinitely. This near obliteration of her retreat would compel her to navigate in the right direction. Expelling the distractions from her mind, Wei Xingbai closed her eyes, as if her very soul had quieted. The raucous music filled the great hall of Hogwarts, where golden and silver ribbons intertwined and adorned every visible surface. Enchantment had been cast upon the ceiling, causing delicate snowflakes to drift down from above, bringing beauty and dreaminess without a hint of chill. As he wove through the crowd, Snape approached Lily step by step, gazing into her emerald green eyes. He felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Good evening, Severus." He remained silent, yet it was Lily who broke the ice first. "Good evening, Lily." With this customary greeting, Snape felt some of his tension dissipate, no longer as rigid as he had been moments before. Her roommate glanced at them and then excused herself to find her own dance partner. The upperclassmen had nearly all arrived for the ball, and the music shifted, heralding the commencement of the first dance. Looking at the red-haired girl who had occupied a special place in his heart for years, Snape bit his lip, inhaled deeply, and mustered the courage to utter those long-held words. "Lily, may I invite you to dance?" Lily regarded her friend who had extended the invitation, sensing a newfound assertiveness in him. Although surprised, she did not decline. "Of course, Severus." Instantly enveloped in overwhelming joy, Snape gently took Lily's hand, leading her into the dance floor. Within the once quiet room of requirement, Wei Shengbai slowly opened her eyes, sensing a gentle breeze brush past her before vanishing. As before, she could perceive the presence of magic, yet it swiftly eluded her, slipping away time and again. Do I need to recognize myself? Reflecting on Dumbledore's words from the previous day, she sighed softly, feeling a profound force of destiny gradually drawing her deeper into this world. Though she had lived in this realm for 12 years, she had never forgotten her origins. In her past life, there existed no magic. She was merely an ordinary individual among the masses, surviving by instinct alone. The conflict between her former self and her present being had erected a barrier, isolating her from the enchanting vistas of this new magical world, intertwined with the notions of past lives and the observations of others. She had come to understand that the root cause of this estrangement largely lay within herself. The soul of her past life was her own, just as the soul of this life belonged to her. The disparity in magical perception stemmed from differing worlds and bodies. Perhaps this was why Wei Shengbai had yet to successfully connect with magic. Magic is a matter of the mind. When one's heart harbors discrepancies, the magic will not respond. What a profound topic of fate it was. Yet despite uttering such words, a smile of relief graced the girl's face. Perhaps it was time to embrace the self of this life. In the silence of the darkness, a gentle breeze re-emerged, lingering momentarily. The dance was approaching its conclusion. Yet Snape felt increasingly anxious. Should he say it? Should he finally voice the sentiment that had lain dormant within him for so long at this moment? If he did, would Lily reject him? Or would she accept? As his thoughts spiraled in confusion, a voice unexpectedly surged from his memory. Senior, I assure you that if you confess to Lily Senpai, she will not refuse. The girl's words rang clear and strong, a certainty that even he could not guarantee. How could she be so confident? What were her true feelings on this matter? Snape's thoughts drifted, and he noticed that Lily too had sensed his distraction. Lily was an astute girl. She could see that her childhood friend harbored feelings for her that transcended friendship. Yet she often felt that Snape's dependence on her outweighed his affection. She understood that this situation arose from Snape's familial circumstances, leading her to believe that while being with him would be wonderful, it was not necessarily his best option. Just days ago, witnessing Wei Shengbai and him hanging mistletoe behind a pillar had only solidified this belief. Perhaps even Snape himself was unaware of how relaxed he was around that Ravenclaw girl. The emotions he typically concealed would effortlessly surface in her presence. He might not yet realize it, but the seed had quietly taken root, and perhaps soon it would break through the surface. Snape was her best friend, and Lily merely wished for his future happiness. As she pondered this, seizing the opportunity while the dance was still ongoing, she casually mentioned Wei Shengbai. Severus, it seems she did not come to the ball tonight. Did you not invite her? That girl named Wei Shengbai? Lily's question caught Snape off guard, causing him to falter for a moment, and his footsteps momentarily lost their rhythm. However, he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow, uncertain of how to respond. Did Lily's words imply that she was already aware of his acquaintance with Wei Shengbai? If she truly knew, to what extent had she perceived? They had merely met due to last year's incident. There was nothing more between them in truth. Although he wished to articulate that he and she were not familiar, Severus found himself unable to voice it. Chapter 51. A better person. The relationship between him and her was indeed distant. Even Severus himself was reluctant to acknowledge this fact, preferring to lie rather than concede. A strange and vexing thought plunged him into silence once more. I saw you chatting with her a few days ago, and thought you would invite her. I'm so pleased to see you making new friends, Severus. Lily's joy was unmasked, and after such a long time at school, apart from the insufferable students of Slytherin who dabbled in dark magic, it was the first time she witnessed Severus interacting with others. This clearly indicated that the girl held a special place in his heart. Lily, actually Severus interrupted Lily's discussion of Wei Shengbai, longing to express his innermost thoughts. When the music fortuitously ceased, as the dance concluded, Lily stepped back, leaving Severus with a sense of loss. Severus, you always wear a facade before me, concealing all your negative emotions so well that I cannot perceive them. While I appreciate your consideration for my feelings as your friend, I do not wish for you to hide like this for a lifetime. You are a wonderful person, but I believe there are better individuals who have entered your world. After they descended from the stage, she smiled as she uttered these words, promptly departing from his side, leaving him standing alone in contemplation. Lily's earlier words were a veiled rejection, and he felt a pang of sadness, a hollow emptiness that left him bewildered. In an effort to regain his composure, he forced himself to ponder the implications of her statement. Severus acknowledged that he consistently masked his darker side when interacting with Lily. preventing her from encountering those shadowy aspects of his life. It was only natural that she would sense something amiss. This had been his method of safeguarding their friendship. And he had never explicitly articulated those hidden feelings. Had there indeed appeared a better person in his life? No. Ultimately, his connection with that Asian girl was solely academic. In the realm of reality, she could never surpass Lily. As this thought flitted through his mind, Severus's expression grew grim with a delayed realization. The fact that he instinctively thought of Wei Shengbai in this context undeniably revealed certain truths. Speaking of which, what urgent matters occupied her on this bustling Christmas day? After being gently rejected by Lily, Severus lost interest in remaining there. His gaze slightly dazed as he meandered out of the raucous great hall. The absolute darkness and silence could swiftly pacify one's inner turmoil. Yet such a state could not endure for long. Deprived of external stimuli, it felt as though he had severed all ties with the world, leaving him utterly alone. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed outside. Although sitting in this place inevitably fostered a sense of solitude, it was heartening to realize that upon rediscovering and understanding himself, he could barely recapture the fleeting magic he had once felt within. If he could only quicken his pace and sharpen his awareness, he could fully seize the magic coursing through his being. Sensing a surge of impatience within, Wei Shengbai was compelled to recalibrate herself, gradually recalling the moments of her past. From the arduous struggle of her previous life, to her inexplicable rebirth in this original world. Every individual and event she encountered, all the joys and sorrows, were profoundly her own experiences. Whether in the mundane world or the magical one, there had always been just one Wei Shengbai. Even after the incredible journey of reincarnation, she remained herself. Her spirit had never wavered. Just as the prophecy from the vault of Gringotts proclaimed, her past self had perished, and the one living now was the true Wei Shengbai. Upon grasping this realization, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the shackles on her soul had been unfastened, liberating her from all anxiety and sorrow. The area around her heart warmed slightly, radiating a fervent energy from within, effortlessly manifesting her magic, as if it were a natural extension of her being, easily manipulatable with but a thought. At last, she had succeeded. The scenery beyond the walls was breathtakingly uplifting. Even in darkness, Wei Shengbai could perceive the tapestry of the magical new world unfurling before her. She needed to share this wonderful news with her senior. She wondered if he had successfully confessed to Lily. With that thought in mind, she rose from the ground and recited a spell that shimmered with luminescence. Regrettably, she did not witness the anticipated brilliance in the darkness as she had hoped. What was amiss? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, prompting her to steady herself and repeat the incantation. Once more, there was no change in her surroundings. Wei Shengbai forced a smile and settled back down on the ground. Casting a spell required resonance with the magic within her. Without the wand as a conduit, performing nonverbal spells was inherently different. It appeared she would need to remain here for a while longer. The luminescent spell was the simplest of magics and typically served as a transitional spell for most wizards practicing nonverbal incantations. She had initially believed capturing the essence of magic would facilitate its ease of use, but it seemed she had miscalculated. This was also one of the reasons she had amended the conditions of the room of requirement to be dark and silent. As it turned out that her original plan had only succeeded halfway. Fortunately, she had chosen to come here on Christmas Day. Everyone was in the Great Hall or their dormitories, and after making an appearance at the feast, no one would notice her absence, merely assuming she had returned to her dormitory for rest. Now that she had begun to sense the flow of magic, she believed she would soon master nonverbal spells. She concentrated once more, delving deeper into her studies in that direction. However, on the morning of the day after Christmas, the 27th, when Severus entered the Great Hall for dinner, he still did not see that familiar figure at the Ravenclaw table. Was she still in her dormitory? Or perhaps in the room of requirement? Severus furrowed his brow, chewing on his food, occasionally glancing at the Ravenclaw table before quickly averting his gaze. After the events of the ball, Lily had not brought up anything further, continuing to interact with him as usual, which significantly alleviated his unease and panic. Yet, when he failed to see Wei Shengbai yesterday and today, he could not help but speculate whether something had happened to her. As breakfast concluded and he exited the Great Hall, Severus found himself unconsciously heading towards the 8th floor. After passing the entrance to the room of requirement 3 times as usual, the door did not materialize as it typically would. Staring at the empty wall, devoid of any change, Severus's sense of foreboding intensified alarmingly. Someone else was inside the room of requirement. More likely, Wei Shengbai had entered a strange room under conditions he was entirely unaware of. What on earth was she doing? Chapter 52. What a foolish method is this? Within the confines of the room of requirement, Wei Shengbai lay motionless on the ground, resembling one who had succumbed to slumber. When she finally reopened her eyes, the passage of time outside was an enigma. All she discerned was a sensation of dehydration, accompanied by a slight dizziness that rendered even the act of standing a formidable challenge. A day, perhaps two? The worst of her fears had materialized. For in her eagerness to succeed, she had not only neglected to bring her wand, but had also entered without sustenance or a flask of water. Nevertheless, she refused to succumb entirely to despair. Should her stay extend beyond 2 days, an owl would deliver a pre-written plea for help into Severus Snape's hands. The fact that the door to the room of requirement remained unopened indicated that the time for sending the message had not yet arrived. Yet, even with contingency plans in place, the oppressive solitude of this dark, soundless chamber stirred within her a maelstrom of anxiety and confusion. The stifling atmosphere threatened to inflict psychological torment. Although Wei Shengbai felt relatively well aside from her thirst and hunger, she understood that her situation would inevitably deteriorate. Very well. I must trust in myself. Waiting here for someone else to rescue me is not my nature, she murmured, as if engaging in a dialogue with her own thoughts to alleviate the encroaching sense of oppression. The discomfort of her body and mind had yet to impede the flow of her magic. Theoretically, once she clearly attuned to her magical essence, it would require a harmonious resonance of thought to conjure spells without the aid of her wand. Without the wand's assistance, all that remained was to rely on her conviction. Faith and magic were akin to two disparate frequencies. Only when they aligned could the spark of magic ignite. Having previously placed her trust in her wand to provide her with everything, she resolved to alter her approach. With this intention, she clasped her hands together in a gesture reminiscent of prayer, resting them upon her heart, and concentrated her thoughts anew in the pitch-black environment. The incantations of spells varied across the globe, and after contemplation, Wei Shengbai concluded that if her yearning for illumination emanated from her very soul, the magic should respond regardless of the language she employed. With a spirit of experimentation, she cast aside the previously flickering incantations and softly uttered a phrase in the tongue of her homeland, etched deep within her spirit. Let there be light. Suddenly, within the pitch-black room of requirement, a glimmer appeared, faint yet more luminous than a candle's flame. Meanwhile, Severus Snape paced restlessly before the door of the room of requirement on the 8th floor corridor, having traversed it several times and attempted various conditions he believed might unlock it. All to no avail. The door remained obstinately closed, leaving him at a loss. Since the Christmas feast, he had not laid eyes on Wei Shengbai, even amidst pressing matters. One could hardly forsake the necessity of meals. Thus, it was plausible that she had entered the room on Christmas night and had yet to emerge. He was entirely unaware of the nature of the chamber she had conjured, only speculating that it might be related to her previous magical experiments. Having failed to unlock the door, Snape ceased his pacing, leaning against the wall as he mulled over the situation. Exploring new avenues of magic was an arduous endeavor. Logically, only fully matured witches and wizards, intimately familiar with spells, would dare to practice wandless, silent magic. In gradually mastering this advanced technique, practitioners would slowly and distinctly begin to sense the flow of magic within their bodies. This was a process requiring long-term accumulation. A pinnacle many wizards would find elusive throughout their lives. It was not a goal to be achieved on a whim. Wei Shengbai's previous suggestion to first perceive the existence of magic contained an inverted implication. It was akin to a great mountain before them, where others chose to ascend step by step, while she proposed to first arrive at the summit to survey the entire landscape. If the soul and consciousness could reach the pinnacle ahead of time, then all the shortcuts at the base would come into clear view. The descent was invariably easier than the ascent. Knowing where the optimal shortcuts lay alleviated any fears of missteps or disorientation. It was precisely this path she sought. Only a Ravenclaw, it seemed, would entertain such notions. As this realization dawned upon him, Snape abruptly recalled something, leaving the wall and returning to the corridor. Ravenclaw, yes, Ravenclaw. She was a composed Ravenclaw. Perhaps due to her distinctly different upbringing, Wei Shengbai exhibited a maturity beyond her peers, compelling him to view her not as an ordinary Ravenclaw. Just as Voldemort and Lucius, both graduates of Slytherin, diverged from other typical Slytherin students, so too did Wei Shengbai differ from her fellow Ravenclaws. Calm, insatiably curious, and ardently devoted to knowledge, if these traits were magnified, she might very well resort to unconventional methods in pursuit of higher peaks. Contemplating this possibility, Snape furrowed his brow even further. What sort of environment would allow her to glimpse the scenery from the summit? Meditation necessitated absolute silence. Did he require a room devoid of sound? Snape pondered as he traversed the corridor 3 more times, yet the door remained absent. The conditions were not conducive. Perhaps he should explore other similar possibilities. He believed that as a Ravenclaw, even while fervently pursuing new magical avenues, she would retain a measure of caution and a fallback plan, never risking everything. However, a full day had elapsed since the Christmas feast, and perhaps her attempts had faltered, with her contingency measures yet to take effect, resulting in this predicament. He had no knowledge of the safeguards Wei Shengbai had established. Yet he could not feign indifference and abandon her to solitude. He was incapable of turning a blind eye. After nearly a minute of contemplation, he silently recited another set of conditions. I require a room that is absolutely quiet, dark, soundless, devoid of any presence. After incorporating all conceivable conditions, as he passed through the corridor one last time, the previously motionless wall began to unveil a door. Recalling the words that had echoed in his mind, Snape's expression darkened. Damn it. What a foolish method. He yanked the door open, revealing the girl collapsed not far from the entrance, seemingly attempting to rise but rendered powerless by sheer exhaustion. Upon sensing the door's opening, Wei Shengbai instinctively opened her eyes, beholding the figure hastening toward her. I did it, Senior Snape. She managed to utter with her final ounce of strength, as if shedding a great burden, a smile of relief gracing her features before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. The boat is ready. In the depths of the dark room, the sole illumination guiding her path was the faint glimmer in her hand. This was the flickering Lumos spell she had painstakingly managed to conjure, a true manifestation of wandless magic. Should it extinguish? She could not ascertain whether she possessed the strength to cast it anew. Though the process had proven somewhat arduous and the plan deviated from its initial perfection, she had nonetheless succeeded. However, she is still a minor and her magical prowess is somewhat feeble. After walking for a while, Shirabai could distinctly feel her limitations. Due to her inexperience, the mana consumption of the spell fluorescent flickering was considerably greater than when she usually cast it with her wand. Coupled with the need for heightened concentration, having spent an entire day and night in the room of requirement, she was beginning to falter. If possible, she longed to exit sooner. The thought of her contingency plan being triggered sent a shiver down her spine. She could hardly bear to imagine the dreadful expression on Snape's face upon reading the letter. At that point, even if she did not succumb to her own turmoil, she would surely be overwhelmed by his venom. She desperately wished to avoid being seen by him, particularly in her current disheveled state. It was she who had once told him, deep within the forbidden forest, to ascend steadily, step by step. Yet in pursuit of experimental avenues, she had taken reckless risks and found herself ensnared here. The darkness was suffocating. It was truly profound. Aside from her own presence, there were no other sounds. And even the faint glimmer of light in her hands felt profoundly lonely. In that moment, gazing at the flickering glow she held, Shirabai felt an uncanny resemblance to it. As the thought crossed her mind, she felt the magic within her body suddenly stagnate, and the light extinguished in an instant. At that moment, she lost her strength, collapsing limply onto the cold floor, allowing the chill to seep through her clothing and gradually envelop her entire being. There was no alternative. Despite having come to terms with her past and present selves, prolonged confinement in such a claustrophobic environment inevitably rekindled feelings of oppression. Shirabai harbored no regrets for imposing such conditions upon herself. Yet as she caught sight of the outline of the room of requirement's door in the distance, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being downed here. She yearned to struggle and continue her advance, but every part of her body protested vehemently, and even her mind grew heavy. She pondered whether Snape had successfully confessed his feelings to Lily. If he had indeed succeeded, would she not be altering the course of history? Should she be more cautious about the distance between them in the future? How delightful it would be for Lily to address him by his given name. Perhaps she might even grow to call him something more endearing? To stave off the impending faintness, Shirabai could not help but entertain a flurry of disjointed thoughts to stimulate her mind. It seemed that due to her shallow social interactions within the school, her mind was inundated with matters concerning Snape. Senior? Severus? Severus Snape. Lying on the ground, Shirabai sighed. Feeling her earlier murmurs were somewhat neurotic, she resolved to continue referring to him as senior, a term that could be considered her exclusive appellation for him. Once this decision was made, fatigue washed over her like a relentless tide, compelling her to slowly close her eyes. Just as she was about to succumb to the darkness, the door to the room of requirement was unexpectedly flung open. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, Shirabai lifted her gaze to behold an anxious Snape hastening towards her, illuminated by the warm light from outside. How curious it was to witness such an expression on his typically icy face. Perhaps she was merely imagining things. Nonetheless, she had succeeded. With this, She had ample evidence to demonstrate that it was indeed possible to gain strength independently, without relying on the Dark Lord or joining the Death Eaters. No need to fear drowning in the future. She had already constructed her vessel, Professor Snape. This was the final thought that crossed her mind before she fully lost consciousness. When Mikashira regained her awareness, her eyes were not yet fully opened, but her other senses provided her with immediate feedback from the external world. The crackling of flames in the fireplace, the faint scent of charred wood, and most notably, the aromas of milk, soft bread, and sweets wafted through the air. A soft and comfortable blanket enveloped her, a stark contrast to the icy floor she had previously encountered. Where was this? The common room and dormitory of Ravenclaw were always infused with the scent of ink from books, while Madame Pomfrey's infirmary was a mix of bitter potions and antiseptic. None of these environments matched her current surroundings. Surely this could not be the headmaster's office. The thought flashed through her mind like lightning, dispelling any inclination to linger in bed. However, the abruptness of her movements, combined with nearly 2 days without food, left her weak. As she merely sat up, her eyes barely registered the azure blanket draped over her before darkness threatened to engulf her once more, almost causing her to faint back onto the bed. In another corner of the room of requirement, Snape, who had been dozing lightly on the sofa, was jolted awake by the commotion Mikashira caused. He immediately rose and approached her, only to find her sitting on the bed with her eyes covered, biting her slightly pale lower lip, her body swaying slightly as she struggled to quell the dizziness in her mind. Despite the severe ringing in her ears, Mikashira could still hear the footsteps approaching, accompanied by the familiar, bitter scent of potions. "Senior?" She turned slightly towards the newcomer, her tone laced with inquiry. Yet her expression bore no hint of doubt, as if merely seeking to confirm his presence. Snape had intended to scold her thoroughly, to instill a lesson that would deter her from such foolish actions in the future, but the words failed to escape his lips. He merely replied affirmatively. Yet, Mikashira could discern the suppressed anger in his voice. The sound of his voice allowed her to relax completely, the agonizing dizziness gradually dissipating. She lowered her head and slowly opened her eyes, the darkness lifting to reveal the azure blanket covering her. "I'm sorry, Senior, for causing you concern." To placate his anger, her second statement was an apology. Chapter 54, just a bit afraid. However, this apology did not quell Snape's ire as she had anticipated. Rather, it seemed to fuel his fury even further. "Concerned? What is there to be concerned about? Do you truly believe I would worry over such an utterly foolish act of yours? Miss Mikashira, I am genuinely impressed that you could conceive such a startling method. Or do you simply disregard your own well-being? In that case, my concern as an outsider is utterly futile." He stood at the bedside, delivering a string of remarks in a low voice, leaving Mikashira momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "I'm sorry, Senior." Finally, she lowered her gaze, focusing on the blanket covering her, murmuring softly, "I'm just a bit." Mikashira's consciousness still seemed somewhat hazy, and she rummaged through her mind for any words to defend herself, but she lingered on an unexpected emotion. "I'm just a bit afraid, Senior Snape." She raised her head, the corners of her lips curving into a faint, almost helpless smile, accompanied by a surprising emotion within her. She claimed to be merely a bit afraid, yet Snape was perplexed by the meaning behind her words. Since their acquaintance, even in the face of Death Eaters within the Forbidden Forest, or while discussing Voldemort and her vendetta amidst the ruins, he had never perceived fear within her. So now, what was it that troubled her? "By the way, Senior, where is this? Is it the room of requirement?" Realizing belatedly what she had just uttered, Wei Xingbai swiftly reacted, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Snape cast a glance her way and nodded lightly. "You were merely fatigued and dozed off. Aside from that, there is no cause for concern. I assume you would prefer to avoid Madame Pomfrey's incessant nagging in the hospital wing, due to this incident. Drink this potion." He vaguely elucidated the current situation before retrieving a bottle of deep blue potion from the nearby table and presenting it to her. Obediently, Wei Xingbai accepted the vial, and upon uncorking it, an intensely bitter aroma wafted forth, causing a wave of bitterness to rise in her throat merely from the scent. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any complaints and downed the potion in one go. The frigid liquid prompted an involuntary shiver, and as for its flavor, words failed to convey its unpleasantness. Grasping the now empty bottle, she furrowed her brow and took a moment to compose herself before she felt somewhat better. This was no peculiar concoction but a restorative elixir, one that Snape had formulated himself. The potion proved effective, though its taste left much to be desired. He had been in the process of refining it, and this was the first time he had administered it to anyone other than himself. He had intended for Wei Xingbai to learn a lesson, yet to his surprise, she had consumed it without hesitation, uttering not a single word of complaint regarding its taste. "Thank you, senior. I feel significantly better. Is this your newly developed potion? Its efficacy is quite remarkable." Wei Shengbai perceived the effects of the mysterious elixir. Its impact was evident. Save for a twinge of hunger, the dizziness that had lingered in her mind had completely vanished, and she felt a surge of energy. Indeed. Collecting the returned empty vial, he gestured towards a selection of snacks on the adjacent table, indicating that she should partake, before returning to the sofa. Throwing off the covers, the room, imbued with warmth from the crackling fire in the hearth, felt inviting. She was dressed in the attire from Christmas night. Having removed her outer garments while lying in bed and felt no chill, the sweet treats dispelled the lingering bitterness of the potion and satiated her hunger. The gnawing sensation in her stomach dissipated, leaving her feeling far more stable, albeit still somewhat lightheaded. "By the way, senior, I successfully captured my magical power. And I even performed wandless magic." She was uncertain whether Snape had heard her words before she fainted, but regarding this revelation, the only person she could share it with at Hogwarts was the individual seated on the sofa not far away. As she spoke of this achievement, her previously calm demeanor transformed into one of exhilaration. Her spirit visibly lifted. "Oh, are you expecting me to congratulate you? Perhaps what deserves more commendation is that you did not starve to death in that room." Snape scoffed, evidently still irked. "No, it should be celebrated, not just for me, but for us," Wei Shengbai replied, setting down her fork as she slowly rose to the edge of the bed. "We shall embark on a path entirely distinct from that of the Death Eaters, Voldemort, and even other Hogwarts students. We will have the opportunity to truly appreciate the wonders of the magical world, and experience the might and incredibility of magic. In the future, we shall not be beholden to others. We will live genuinely for the pursuits we desire and the goals we aim to achieve." Her tone, though not as fervent as one might expect, brimmed with hope for the future. Snape regarded the girl seated on the bed, sensing a subtle yet profound change within her. She seemed more tangible, as if the gentle breeze that once brushed past her now lingered around her, enveloping her entirely. Was this transformation a byproduct of her exploration of new paths? "Perhaps your methods are not universally applicable," he remarked, furrowing his brow. "How can one know without trying? Besides, senior, you need not venture into that dark room. I can relay my experimental process to you. If you too can successfully capture your magical power, it would indicate that the environment is not a determining factor. While I would love to attempt this with you right now, I must first return to my dormitory. I believe you should return and rest properly to avoid fainting again," he advised. The memory of her collapsing in front of him in the room having left a considerable impact and emotional scar on him, prompting his words to be laced with a lingering edge. Wei Shengbai hesitated, casting a glance at him before gently shaking her head. "No. I merely wish to retrieve my wand." Watching the door to the room of requirement close behind her before he could express further anger, Snape forced himself to regain composure. He stood and approached the spot where the warmth of the girl still lingered, silently observing the place she had just occupied, along with her words, which seemed to be a form of self-defense. "Just a bit frightened," she had said. Chapter 55. The same answer. What could possibly instill fear in her, when she was unafraid of the Death Eaters or Voldemort? Originally, her research into magic had been methodical. When did she become so impatient? When did she begin to force herself forward? In the suffocating silence and darkness that could drive one to madness, what thoughts occupied her mind? He knew, or rather, he should know. Everything began that night, the moment he chose to believe in her words regarding a new path in magical research, leading him to the room of requirement. Upon reaching this realization, Snape found that much of his anger had dissipated, yet a part of it swiftly redirected towards himself. He felt anger for not having noticed the anomalies in Wei Shengbai's life prior, and for having overlooked her plans on the day of the mistletoe. Snape pressed his lips together tightly and bent down, yearning to touch the spot where she had been seated moments earlier. Yet ultimately he halted his motion, withdrawing from the bed in the room of requirement. Left alone in the vast room, he began to wrestle with his emotions. Another girl's image, unexpectedly, arrived from beyond his world, riding the gentle breeze and lingering in his heart. On her way back to the dormitory, Wei Shengbai encountered no other students, but unexpectedly crossed paths with Professor Dumbledore. The expression on Dumbledore's face bore a hint of concern, yet upon sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from her, he shifted to one of astonishment. "Miss Wei Shengbai, it seems you have glimpsed a broader expanse of the magical world." The old headmaster's keen insight was indeed remarkable. In a mere exchange, he discerned the transformation of Wei Shengbai's magical power. During their student years, young witches and wizards experience a gradual growth in their magical abilities, akin to water slowly filling an empty bottle, clear and pure. However, after Wei Shengbai captured her magical essence and encountered its true nature, the magic within her began to undergo a transformation, as if the water were gradually converting into a denser liquid. Although the liquid in the bottle remained unchanged in quantity, this represented a qualitative shift, an entirely different metamorphosis, signifying her elevated understanding of the essence of magic. It is worth noting that most wizards only attempt this transformation when their bottles are nearly full. This suggests that she possesses a future far broader than those wizards, and will have the opportunity for more unique explorations in magic. Thanks to your previous guidance, I owe you my gratitude, sir, she expressed. Mikoto Bai was well aware that even if Severus Snape could not discern the changes in her magical essence, the astute Albus Dumbledore would certainly be capable of doing so. While indulging in refreshments within the room of requirement, she sensed a shift in the flow of magic within her body. Contemplating whether to conceal this transformation, she was taken aback by the sudden encounter with him. After all, he was the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the happenings within the castle were largely under his purview. Her disappearance from the campus since the Christmas feast would naturally draw his attention. This is a result of your own making. I merely offered a modest suggestion. You should take pride in yourself. I must admit, you are the most courageous Ravenclaw student I have ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Mikoto Bai chuckled softly. Dear headmaster, do be cautious not to let Professor Flitwick overhear such sentiments, or he may begin to worry whether I might transfer schools. However, she had always believed that courage was an indispensable quality within every individual, not merely the exclusive domain of Gryffindor students, just as you possess extraordinary wisdom. She accepted Dumbledore's praise with a jest, reciprocating with compliments of her own, and the atmosphere between them visibly lightened. Given that a Voldemort had once emerged from Slytherin, she could not afford to become the second incarnation of the Dark Lord in Dumbledore's eyes. Thus she chose her words with care in the presence of the venerable headmaster. Indeed, you are correct. Courage resides within the depths of every heart, yet not all possess the audacity to confront adversity. It is precisely this rarity that renders it so precious when faced with challenges. May I be so bold as to inquire what manner of existence has bestowed upon you the courage to scale treacherous peaks and navigate through the shadows? Dumbledore's words were still probing, yet upon hearing them, Mikoto Bai fell into a contemplative silence. She lowered her gaze, avoiding the piercing azure of Dumbledore's eyes, lest he delve into her memories. Meanwhile, her mind raced, seeking the right response to assuage his suspicions. Dumbledore remained patient, standing quietly beside her as he awaited her reply. After a brief moment, Mikoto Bai finally lifted her head, inhaling deeply, a faint bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Do you know? Prophecy is perhaps the most terrifying and inescapable curse in this world. The more one attempts to flee, the deeper one becomes ensnared. My parents once made a prophecy concerning the Dark Lord but never revealed it to him, ultimately inviting calamity. Yet their love enabled me to escape the fate that should have claimed my life. Thus, I believe there exists something in this world that can defy that wretched prophecy. Therefore, sir, you need not doubt me. All I do is in defiance of the future, striving for a brighter tomorrow. She disclosed a fragment of her truth to Dumbledore, yet she refrained from mentioning the prophecy concerning Voldemort. However, upon discovering the ancient prophecy scroll left by her ancestors in Gringotts' underground vault, she understood that she was the one who had broken free from destiny, and was uniquely capable of altering its course. This realization compelled her to urge Snape to distance himself from the Death Eaters, and to seek new paths. She was no savior, nor did she wish to be an outsider meddling with the narrative. If it were possible, she would prefer to retreat to a secluded corner, and live a quiet life. Regardless of Voldemort, the Death Eaters, the rift between Snape and Lily, the birth of the Savior, the sacrifices and the tragedies, all were merely elements of a story. Yet, she could not escape this reality. As a being capable of emotion, living authentically in this novel-like world, she found it impossible to entirely detach herself as a mere spectator. From the moment she laid eyes upon Voldemort, or when the key transported her to the gates of Azkaban, perhaps even earlier, from the day she arrived in this world, the fate of this realm had begun to shift. All she desired was a more favorable conclusion. Mikoto Bai spoke earnestly to the weathered elder before her, for she believed that regardless of whether he truly existed within this world or merely traversed it through the pages of a book, when the final act approached, every soul who cherished this world and envisioned its reality would echo her sentiments. Chapter 56. A few similarities. When Snape extricated her from the somber silence of the room of requirement, it was still morning. Now, however, evening had descended. The elder and the youth stood in the corridors of Hogwarts, gazing out through the expansive glass windows as the cold wind howled from the forbidden forest, bending the branches of the trees under the weight of the snow. Yet they stood resolutely proud. though the coldest season had arrived. It also signified that spring would soon follow. Beneath the blanket of snow, vibrant life awaited its moment to burst forth. Once the white veil was lifted, the once desolate forest would be rejuvenated with vitality. By then, the Hogwarts campus would once again be filled with laughter and joy. Ah, the beauty of youth. The desire to pursue dreams, to grasp aspirations, to seize opportunities, all fueled by fervor and courage. I believe you will achieve the future you desire, dear child. Thank you for your blessing. I have always been confident in every endeavor I undertake. Thus, I believe that even if I were to falter in the future, I would not regret a single moment spent in the present. To live without regret had always been Mikoto Bai's guiding principle. Your homeland has a saying. Too rigid easily breaks. Being overly obsessed with one's ideals is not always beneficial. I hope you do not rush. You are still young, Miss Mikoto. If you neglect other aspects of life in fervent pursuit of your aspirations, perhaps no amount of time in the future will suffice to mend what has been lost. The headmaster's words carried a calm wisdom, seemingly a gentle reminder for her benefit. Yet Mikoto Bai understood that these were the echoes of his own past experiences, the pains he had endured, indelible scars upon his heart. I understand, sir. Mikoto Bai replied earnestly, vowing to remember his counsel. The old headmaster nodded, and after this exchange, he appeared to have temporarily set aside his reservations about her. The girl stood still, watching the slowly retreating figure of the weathered elder, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Every word exchanged with him had sprung from sincerity, yet they were not devoid of embellishments. She could not utter any radical sentiments that aligned with the likes of Grindelwald from decades ago or the current Voldemort, positioning herself on the side of righteousness. Though she harbored no ambition, the mere foreknowledge of certain events selfishly spurred her desire to alter the future, prompting her to feign kindness in the elder's presence. In truth, whether through benevolent or nefarious means, even the pretense she had exhibited before Dumbledore did not trouble her, for she was acutely aware of her own actions, and every decision she made was the product of careful deliberation. Yet, she pondered how her earlier assertion of never regretting her choices for a better future compared to Dumbledore's past, particularly his rift with Grindelwald during that fateful summer. Dumbledore was testing her, and she too was subtly probing into the old man's past. The distant silhouette, slightly hunched, bore the desolation and melancholy of the winter's chill. Yet, reflecting on the recent actions of her guardian as he emerged from the depths of the Neumont prison, Mi Shengbai felt a tinge of uncertainty about the future. She turned her gaze once more to the expanse of white outside the window, where the tempest of wind and snow had finally abated, revealing a scene as tranquil as an oil painting. She mused that even the oldest trees, when the snow melted in the coming spring, would still burgeon forth with tender, vibrant new leaves. Upon returning to her dormitory, the sky outside had not yet succumbed to complete darkness. Mi Shengbai found herself marveling at how remarkably smooth her journey back had been, almost beyond belief. However, she dismissed such thoughts as a gray owl alighted on her windowsill, hooting softly in her direction. As she opened the window, the little creature darted inside, bringing with it a gust of frigid air that chilled the previously warm room. Thank you for your efforts, she said, gently stroking its head before retrieving a letter clutched in its beak, offering it a morsel of jerky in return. She refrained from eagerly perusing the contents of the letter, for it was a missive she had penned herself, a contingency plan for her own sake. Had the owl failed to find her in the dormitory or the Great Hall that evening, this letter would have found its way into Severus Snape's hands. Now that she had safely returned, the letter's purpose had diminished. She tossed the letter into the cauldron and, picking up her wand, cast the spell of flames, feeling a distinct ease in her spellcasting that surpassed her previous experiences. The magnitude of her magical prowess directly influenced the precision of her spells. Since she could now harness the magic coursing through her body, it indicated a significant enhancement in her control over magic. The release of flames, whether large or small, and their exact placement had transformed from a task requiring intense focus into a mere thought. With a flourish of her wand, the long-neglected spellbook appeared before her, just as she had anticipated. To her delight, apart from the summoning cards, the proficiency levels of all the spell cards had increased by more than one tier. Many of these cards had surpassed the 8th level, advancing toward the 9th and even 10th levels. During her time in the Room of Requirement, she had pondered the origins of this spellbook, yet neither her deceased parents nor the ancient tomes of the Misheng family had ever mentioned the concept of parallel worlds. Could it truly be nothing more than a unique advantage bestowed upon her? Mi Shengbai was unwilling to accept such a notion. If she believed this realm to be real, then every cause must surely have its origin. There had to be a rational explanation connecting her past life and the spellbook, and she was determined to uncover the truth in due time. After examining the spellbook closely, she tucked it away and then exited her dormitory. After retrieving a dinner from the Great Hall, she returned to the room of requirement. Severus Snape sat on the sofa. Although the bed where she had lain upon awakening had been removed, if not for the fear of arousing the suspicions of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick, she would have liked to set up a bed here, spending every day of the holidays studying magic without the need for constant back-and-forth trips. "Senior, I've brought dinner. Let us share a meal," she suggested. Once they had finished eating, she intended to begin her experiments on capturing the flow of magic within Snape's body. Regrettably, until the end of the Christmas holiday, when the students returned to school, Snape still had not succeeded in mastering the flow of magic within him, unlike Mi Shengbai. What could be the source of the issue? Frowning in confusion, Snape's distress was evident, and Mi Shengbai began to grasp the reason for his failure. Admittedly, Snape's proficiency in spellcasting was commendable. He had mastered many spells typically reserved for upperclassmen even in his first year, showcasing his undeniable talent. Yet, no matter how great his talent, he remained bound by unbreakable mental barriers. Dumbledore had once told her that recognizing oneself, seeing one's soul, was equivalent to understanding one's magic, and magic would naturally respond in kind. However, Mi Shengbai was aware that Snape subconsciously perceived his soul as dark. Due to his familial circumstances, he had never emerged from the confines of self-repression to embrace the light and accept himself. He held an inseparable grudge against his former, shadowy self. Mi Shengbai had intended to hint at this realization. Yet Snape, at this juncture, was an exceptionally sensitive and insecure boy. After much contemplation, she could not find the right words to express her thoughts. It was indeed a dilemma. Seated alone in the library, she paused her writing with the quill, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the company of Lily. She had learned of Snape's failed confession to Lily at the Christmas ball. Yet this had not tarnished the friendship between them. However, Mi Shengbai was perplexed. Having watched interviews with the original author, she recalled J.K. Rowling mentioning that had Snape expressed his feelings to Lily, she would have been willing to be with him. So what was the current situation? After pondering for a moment, Mi Shengbai chose not to dwell on the issue. While she truly wished to alter that tragic ending, it did not necessitate her involvement in every matter. She silently repeated her resolve, preparing to redirect her attention back to the book spread before her. Yet, just as she was about to lower her head, the previously quiet Lily suddenly looked up, locking eyes with her. The beautiful girl with red hair suddenly sparkled with a bright light in her eyes, and offered Mi Shengbai a friendly smile, closing her book in the process. Lily whispered something to Snape beside her, but Mi Shengbai was too far away to hear. Then she rose with her book and approached. "Hello, may I sit here?" Lily asked, her request impossible for Mi Shengbai to resist. Momentarily stunned, she nodded gently. "Of course, library seating is not private. You may choose any spot. The sunlight here is splendid, and I saw you seem to enjoy this position, so I hesitated to come over." "I'm so glad you don't mind," Lily replied. "By the way, do you remember me? My name is Lily. We met at the dueling club." Seeing that Mi Shengbai did not refuse, Lily, who had sought permission to sit, appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, and began to inquire further. "Of course I remember. Senior, you were very kind to guide me when I was lost. And when I was in the infirmary, I mentioned that you could call me by my name. It's a pity we are not in the same house, or we could have gotten to know each other better." A subtle smile graced Mi Shengbai's face, for she found herself quite fond of the lively and cheerful Lily. After all, people are visual creatures, and first impressions hold great significance. "Really? That's wonderful. Bye. I've always wanted to be friends with you. You are so kind and even saved Severus. I've always admired you," Lily said, her words a touch too direct. Though Mi Shengbai understood that Lily's affection was not of a romantic nature, she still felt a flutter of shyness. Throughout her life, from her past to the present, no one besides her parents had ever expressed such straightforward fondness toward her. "Ahem, thank you." Seated in his original position, Severus Snape observed with clarity as the girl, after exchanging a few words with Lily, was swiftly adorned with a delicate blush, her gaze flitting nervously. What were they discussing? Darn it. He was a tad too far away. Snape subtly leaned forward, yet regrettably, this action proved futile. The library prohibited loud conversations, and with several desks separating them, eavesdropping on the girls' dialogue was impossible. While Snape pondered this, Lily abruptly turned around and beckoned him with a wave. Was she summoning him over? Recalling the Christmas dance, where they shared a moment on the floor, it was evident that Lily was aware of his acquaintance with Muggle-born Miss Granger, and they were evidently familiar with each other. So now she called him over. Was she seeking to inquire about something? "I've invited Severus to study with us. Feel free to ask him anything you don't understand." he heard Lily say as he approached their table. Miss Granger excelled academically, consistently ranking first in Ravenclaw and among her peers at Hogwarts, and thus required no further guidance. In the presence of others, Snape chose not to exhibit any familiarity with her. After all, his reputation was less than stellar, even within Slytherin, and Lily's friendship with him had already incurred the disdain of some over the years. There was no need for Miss Granger to endure the same. As the two girls heard this, they simultaneously turned their heads towards him. Lily bore a hint of reproach upon her face, mingled with an undertone of disappointment, as though chastising him for uttering such a cold remark. Miss Granger's expression was more intriguing. She appeared neither embarrassed nor offended, as if she had effortlessly discerned his unspoken intentions. Under her gaze, Snape felt his well-meaning yet misguided concern for Lily laid bare. It seemed from the very beginning, Miss Granger possessed an uncanny ability to see through his facades, unfazed by the rumors surrounding him, relying solely on her own judgment. To befriend him? Were they truly friends now? Snape sat beside Lily, watching the girl across from him redirect her focus to her book, lost in thought. Chapter 58. The conclusion of the second year. Months slipped by unnoticed, and as the academic year came to a close, Snape found himself still unable to master the art of harnessing magical energy, unlike Miss Granger. Initially, she felt a sense of urgency and even contemplated whether to confront him directly about his emotional barriers. However, she hesitated at the edge of that boundary, refraining from intruding impolitely, as a sign of respect. Furthermore, given their current rapport, it was not yet appropriate for Snape to unearth his past scars, still unhealed, before her. Fortunately, she appeared calm, devoid of any signs of anxiety. Moreover, a letter from Lucius, sent exclusively to her, revealed that Voldemort had ceased to concern himself with the aforementioned potions prodigy from Slytherin, which gradually eased Miss Granger's apprehensions. After packing her belongings, Miss Granger followed the throng to Hogsmeade Station, where she was spotted by the astute Lily, who promptly pulled her over to invite her to share a compartment. Since their library conversation, the bond between the two girls had grown increasingly intimate, though most of the time, it was Lily who initiated the greetings, and Miss Granger felt too bashful to decline her warm overtures. Additionally, Lily frequently encountered her around campus, guiding her through unfamiliar paths and sharing shortcuts, making it difficult for Miss Granger not to develop an affection for the vibrant girl. By the way, White, would you like to come over to my house during the summer? Once the compartment's curtain shielded them from the outside clamor, Lily eagerly posed the question. I'm sorry, Lily. I'll be returning to Austria with my uncle in a couple of days, and I'm uncertain when I'll be back here. If I return during the holidays, I'll write to you, and we can hang out then, alright? Just days prior, Miss Granger had received a letter from Grindelwald, stating he would come to retrieve her back to the Alps soon. Coincidentally, she also intended to bring her parents' ashes back, as Grindelwald had recently emerged from Nurmengard, and opportunities to return would likely be scarce in the future. She couldn't bear to leave her parents alone at the foot of the desolate mountains. After graduation, she planned to bring them home, to their ancestral abode, allowing them to rest in peace. Very well then, but do return promptly. Upon hearing this, Lily nodded with a hint of resignation, her initial excitement shifting to a gentle sadness. It's all right, Senior, I can write to you. The village where I used to live boasts beautiful scenery, and I can send you some photographs. Noticing Lily's downcast demeanor, Miss Granger added a comforting remark. As for Snape, she had initially intended to continue working on mastering magical capture techniques with him over the summer, but with Grindelwald's unexpected letter, he would have to delve into his studies alone until her return. When I come back, I'll send you an owl. You should still remember where I live, right? Senior Snape? She had already greeted him in the room of requirement, reflecting on her time in Austria. Aside from the books she had grown up reading and some daily necessities, the most significant items were her parents' ashes. Everything else seemed trivial, and she anticipated a swift return to Britain. I don't have a poor sense of direction, Snape remarked coldly while perusing ancient tomes at his desk. Senior, you must understand that everyone has their imperfections. If one cannot accept their flaws with grace, how can they expect others to understand and embrace them? Besides, I feel my sense of direction has improved significantly. She subtly expressed her viewpoint, hoping he might resonate with it. I understand, Snape replied, leaving it ambiguous whether he genuinely concurred with her perspective, or was merely addressing her earlier inquiry about whether he remembered her home. The Hogwarts school bus traveled swiftly, however. The distance from the Highlands of England to King's Cross Station in the city centre remained considerable. They boarded the bus at 9 in the morning, and did not arrive at their destination until approximately 3 in the afternoon. As Miss Granger stepped off the bus, she immediately spotted Grindelwald, who had altered his appearance, amidst the crowd. "Thank you for your patience, sir," she said, holding a seemingly lightweight suitcase. With a bag enhanced by an extension charm slung over her shoulder, her face adorned with her customary gentle smile as she greeted him. The girl's hair had grown longer since their last meeting, cascading down to her waist, and the sorrow she once bore during their encounter at Hogwarts had faded, replaced by affection and warmth, leaving Grindelwald somewhat unaccustomed. "Let us depart," he nodded, skillfully masking his slight discomfort, sliding his hands into his coat pockets, and turning to lead Miss Granger away from the station. Though he had cast an exceptionally adept concealment charm, allowing other wizards and some muggles to instinctively overlook him, he preferred to leave the area swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. Micro White raised her foot, attempting to match the pace of her companion, but she halted abruptly, as if sensing something. Turning her head, she spotted Severus Snape standing alone a short distance away, gazing in her direction. Lily, brimming with anticipation, rushed toward her family, embracing them and sharing tales of her longing. The bustling King's Cross platform bore witness to myriad reunions and farewells, yet he seemed to stand alone, his eyes reflecting a profound disappointment and indifference. Nevertheless, before departing, he cast his gaze toward Micro White, who was about to follow her guardian uncle away. The girl appeared to sense his presence. She turned and, amidst the throng, offered him a faint smile. "I shall return shortly, Senior Snape," she silently conveyed. Snape deciphered her lip movements and watched as she waved goodbye, swiftly resuming her guardian's pace, vanishing into the crowd. How soon was soon? Snape pondered, though he was distracted by thoughts of returning to his dim, damp home, filled with the stench of alcohol and the sounds of abuse, instinctively furrowing his brow. The vague emotions he had harbored were now overshadowed by revulsion. At Hogwarts, he had brewed potions using herbs from the Forbidden Forest to earn some money. Perhaps it was time to consider moving out. Chapter 59, Studies at Nurmengard. Meanwhile, Grindelwald did not escort Micro White back to the small house in London, but instead brought her directly to the entrance of Nurmengard prison in the Alps. She took a few moments to steady herself, still reeling from the shock of the apparition. The distance from central London was considerable, and the magical power required for such cross-border apparition was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard, especially when accompanied by another person. It seemed that Mr. Grindelwald's magical prowess had markedly improved since their last encounter. Whether he had returned to his former peak or advanced even further was uncertain. However, this realization was not unwelcome. On the contrary, having such a reliable presence behind her allowed her to set aside some of her apprehensions about the future. Yet, had he not mentioned returning in a couple of days? She had assumed they would remain in London for 2 more days before coming back. "Your magical abilities have seen a breakthrough, which is commendable, yet further refinement is necessary. Starting today, I shall personally instruct you until you master all the spells currently within your grasp. Additionally, you must prepare for the boggart we will encounter in third-year defense against the dark arts class. I would prefer you not to incite any unnecessary chaos during class, such as invoking that so-called Voldemort or drawing attention to my presence." Micro White was taken aback by the sudden assignment. Yet she understood that he had her best interests at heart and nodded in agreement. "Originally, I intended to take you to Diagon Alley for some additional purchases, but that fragmented Dark Lord has been conducting a Muggle eradication campaign lately, and I do not wish to be embroiled in that matter." Grindelwald explained that his current public persona was Gellert Grind, a Muggle wizard, and given his recent activities in the wizarding world, it was easy for him to become a target. He expressed his desire to avoid any entanglements with this dark wizard, whose methods bore a slight resemblance to his own. Yet their ideologies were entirely divergent. "I see," Micro White replied, following him as they entered Nurmengard prison. Given that the Muggle eradication campaign was primarily aimed at Muggle wizards, and considering Voldemort typically struck in areas densely populated by wizards, it was unlikely that Snape and Lily would be affected. When exactly had Snape's parents passed away? She suddenly recalled this question, and meticulously reviewed all the events from the original narrative, realizing that there was no mention of the death dates of Eileen Prince Snape and Tobias Snape, not even a rough estimate of the year. Based on Snape's demeanor at school, it seemed highly probable that his parents were still alive. Since he had joined Voldemort's ranks after graduating from the original timeline, and had been living alone in Spinner's End, it likely had only been these past 2 years. Could it be this year? As this possibility dawned on her, Micro White's pupils constricted, her mind racing with thoughts. If his parents were indeed to pass away during this time frame, even if he shared little affection for them, it would inevitably shake him. The most critical aspect was that he had yet to reconcile with his past self. If Eileen and Tobias were to die, could the knot in his heart ever be untangled? Would that dark boy from his past remain forever entrenched in the depths of his soul, impossible to dispel? Contemplating this potentiality, Micro White's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Grindelwald, observing her unease during their magical lessons, though unaware of her inner turmoil, admonished her sternly. If you have matters that require your attention, it would be best to focus and diligently learn what I am teaching you before pursuing them. You must understand that in this world, nothing is obligatory, nor is anything guaranteed. Grindelwald's words helped Micro White regain her composure. He was right. All perfect outcomes are not to be forced, especially when the matter at hand did not concern her own interests. Why had she become so anxious upon considering this possibility? This was not characteristic of her former self. With a soft sigh inwardly, she set her doubts aside and resumed her magical studies with Grindelwald. It must be said that Gellert Grindelwald truly lived up to his reputation as a magical prodigy, who once stood alongside Albus Dumbledore. His insights into magic were remarkably unique, and he had a penchant for exploring the fusion of spells. This was the realm of those wizards who had grasped a portion of the essence of magic and possessed exceptional skill. Moreover, Grindelwald excelled in combining two or even multiple spells of different natures, with his most famous example being his Flame Shield, a quintessential case of a formidable and practical spell. The Flame Shield incorporated a series of incantations, including the Blasting Curse, the Armored Charm, and the Unbreakable Vow. In essence, he had flawlessly combined offensive dark magic, defensive spells, and binding incantations, creating a powerful new spell that remains unforgettable to older generations of wizards. This was a formidable spell unlike the Killing Curse. Had it not been a fleeting phenomenon in Grindelwald's hands, it would likely hold a prominent place in the annals of dark magic today. Thanks to Micro White's diligent efforts and the personal instruction of its creator, she unsurprisingly mastered this spell, even after a lifetime of studying the mysteries of magic. I find them as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Though our paths may differ, after I impart this knowledge unto you, you shall gain new insights through your own reflections. The wizards of today are but dust-covered relics, utterly unremarkable. I look forward to your future. After approximately a month of study, their instruction neared its conclusion. Grindelwald appeared quite pleased with Micro White's progress and, for once, offered her a rare word of encouragement. Now, we shall turn our attention to the matter of the boggart. He stepped aside and gently patted a towering wooden cabinet, from which intermittent thuds resonated. It was evident that within was a boggart, procured by Grindelwald from some unknown source. A magical creature capable of revealing one's deepest fears. Chapter 60, What She Fears. Micah had long since prepared for her third-year coursework, and she had heard of the boggart. It could unveil the fears lurking in one's heart and manifest them before a wizard, especially in a classroom setting, where familiar faces bore witness alongside a respected professor. The notion of publicly exposing one's fear seemed far more daunting than the fear itself. She had contemplated what her greatest fear might be, yet after much reflection, she remained uncertain. Nevertheless, with only Grindelwald by her side, she felt secure from the possibility of revealing her fears to others after witnessing something unsettling. Standing before the closed cabinet, she tightened her grip on her wand, mentally reciting the incantation to confront the creature. Curiously, she pondered what it was that truly terrified her. Let us begin. Noticing her readiness, Grindelwald uttered a low command, then waved his wand, a curious artifact he had acquired, gently towards the cabinet door. A plume of gray smoke swiftly emerged, confronting Micah directly. The smoke morphed and twisted in the air, probing into the depths of her heart to uncover her genuine fears. Micah did not feel as though her mind was being invaded. Thus, it suggested that the mental occlusion charm might not affect this extraordinary magical creature. For sometimes, individuals themselves are unaware of what they truly fear. After approximately a minute, the smoke continued to shift, failing to settle into a discernible form. Grindelwald stood beside her, unhurried, merely awaiting the outcome, glancing occasionally at the girl whose expression betrayed her tension. Perhaps she possessed no specific fear. Or perhaps the object of her fear was too elusive to manifest. These were plausible explanations for the current situation. Nonetheless, the boggart did not dissipate or retreat into the cabinet. It persisted in conjuring a myriad of bizarre shapes, as if rapidly skimming through all that resided within her heart, moving too swiftly to discern. Ultimately, when a wizard clad in black robes, with a flat visage and crimson eyes, materialized before them, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow but refrained from further comment, while Micah's complexion darkened. Undoubtedly, the figure was none other than the infamous Voldemort, now in his prime, yet not as he currently was. Though the present Voldemort had begun to fragment his soul, and bore the marks of his dark pursuits, he still resembled his former self. The apparition before her was unmistakably the Voldemort from her memories. the one who had resurrected using Harry Potter's blood during the Triwizard Tournament. If she was unafraid of the powerful, yet not fully deranged Voldemort of the present, how could she fear this iteration of the Dark Lord, whose soul was nearly shattered? Thus, it became clear that this manifestation of Voldemort did not embody her true fear. Instead, he served merely as a representation. Before Micah could delve deeper into her thoughts, the figure of Voldemort spoke. Do you truly believe that what you are doing now is effective? Upon hearing this, Micah pressed her lips tightly together, raising her wand to her chest. She refrained from immediately casting the spell to confront the boggart, choosing instead to listen to what he would say next. The overwhelming aura of Voldemort chilled her to the bone, yet she stubbornly remained rooted in place, unwilling to take a step back. Do you think the future can truly change as you envision? He continued. What are you but a mere shadow, surviving by chance? His words pressed upon her, challenging whether she truly believed she could alter the course of her destiny. The Voldemort conjured by the boggart relentlessly advanced, and Micah recognized that these were not the words of Voldemort himself, but rather the interrogation of her own inner self. This future Voldemort, resurrected as depicted in the original narrative, represented her fears regarding the future. The remnants of her ingrained understanding of the original text relentlessly questioned her present self. Prophecies cannot be altered. They are the most stubborn and malevolent curses, an inescapable vortex that shatters all hopes that oppose them. Grindelwald, observing the boggart's inquiry and the internal struggle reflected in Micah's eyes, remained silent, quietly witnessing the unfolding drama. He understood that her lineage possessed a unique power closely tied to prophecies, making her confrontation with such doubt entirely anticipated. So, who was this fearsome and grotesque wizard? What future was he speaking of that Micah wished to transform? Perhaps, she mused, gazing upon the future Dark Lord before her. An emaciated figure flickered in her mind, and her previously tumultuous spirit began to ease. Perhaps the future would not unfold as impeccably as I had envisioned. However, I have not surrendered. Nor will I easily relinquish my resolve, for to do so would not be true to myself. Moreover, some things have indeed changed, have they not? Yes. If she were to be swayed by these fleeting words and abandon everything she currently held dear, convinced that the future remained immutable, she would have never stepped into this vortex in the first place. Just like the day after the heavy snowfall, when she stood in the corridor conversing with Dumbledore, she firmly believed that every action she took now held significance. Even if the future were to bring failure, she would not regret it. Presently, Snape had ceased his obsession with joining the Death Eaters and serving Voldemort. Did this not signify a substantial alteration in the future depicted in the original narrative? She softly replied to the Dark Lord before her, simultaneously addressing her own hesitations and fears. There is nothing to fear. There is no need to struggle. I shall trust in the path I have chosen. In the murky darkness ahead, had not a guiding glimmer already emerged? What then was there to dread? Having come to this realization, Micah felt a renewed sense of lightness, and in a subtle way, the magic within her began to flow more vigorously. She fearlessly pointed her wand at the dark wizard before her, as if wielding a sharp sword, challenging the future. How ludicrous! The incantation flowed clearly from her lips, causing the Voldemort before her to shift form, ultimately condensing into an ancient tome, its weight suggesting it contained the lives of many. Chapter 61, Seeking Shelter. After vanquishing the boggart, her studies at Neumont drew to a close. Before departing, she returned to the small village at the foot of the Alps, where she gathered her parents' ashes and other belongings into a small pouch. Ever since being transported to Neumont at the age of 5 by the key, Grindelwald had arranged for her to reside in this village, and nearly 7 years had passed since then. This secluded village was tranquil, free from external disturbances, resembling a hidden paradise. The villagers were simple and kind-hearted, and she wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to return here again. If it were not for the obligation to return home to settle my parents, coupled with the increasingly frequent movements of Voldemort and his Death Eaters in Britain, Wei Shengbai would have deemed this place a splendid retirement locale. Let us depart, Grindelwald called out to the dazed Wei Shengbai as he stood outside, surveying the impeccably tidy little house. The two swiftly disapparated from the location. Upon returning to the quaint villa in London, Grindelwald imparted a few instructions to Wei Shengbai, essentially advising her to remain vigilant in her magical endeavors before taking his leave. However, just before his departure, the elderly man, who had long concealed his true appearance, turned abruptly and uttered a rather peculiar statement. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Gellert Grindel. Please take note of how you address me henceforth. Before Wei Shengbai could fully comprehend the implication of his words, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Wait, at least clarify yourself, she thought, somewhat exasperated. It seemed Grindelwald was preparing to undertake some action. Yet the information was too scant for her to deduce anything. Oh well, she mused, if something urgent arose. Given his capabilities, there would be little she could contribute. Upon re-entering the villa, she observed that, thanks to magic, the place remained as pristine as it had been nearly a year prior, untouched by dust. Even the flora in the front yard thrived in vibrant health, devoid of any sign of weeds. However, the pressing concern for her now lay in the fact that the space within her inconspicuous bag, which had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, was dwindling. Aside from the ancient tomes procured from Gringotts and the occasional books sent by Zhou from China, a plethora of miscellaneous items occupied considerable space. Yet the majority consisted of materials harvested from magical creatures. During the last semester, although she had spent much of her time immersed in the library and the room of requirement studying magical energy, she had also frequented the Forbidden Forest. Aside from unicorns, various magical creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest had taken quite a liking to her, including some particularly rare and formidable beasts that elicited envy and trepidation from Snape. While other wizards often found themselves in trepidation, needing to pay a hefty price for materials related to magical creatures, Wei Shengbai merely needed to sit among them and engage in playful antics to gather a significant haul. She felt that if this continued, she would soon pluck the unicorn's bald. Perhaps she could attempt to sell these items? No one would object to having more money, and before returning home, she wished to leave some trace of her existence in Britain. Thus, Wei Shengbai began contemplating the possibility of opening a shop in Diagon Alley. The establishment need not be grand or bustling. The rare magical creature materials she possessed would be akin to luxurious treasures in the eyes of potion masters and alchemists, valued not by quantity, but by rarity. A quaint little shop with a steady clientele would suffice. She needed a place from which to discreetly observe the movements of the Death Eaters. With this idea in mind, Wei Shengbai promptly set about writing to the Goblin Willa at Gringotts, requesting assistance in selecting a suitable shop. She also sent a photograph to Lily and penned a letter to Snape. Willa was swift in her response. The following day, an owl delivered his reply to the villa. Lily acknowledged receipt of the photograph and extended an invitation for a visit, but there was no correspondence from Snape. Logically, upon seeing the owl that had delivered her letter, he should have replied immediately, yet Wei Shengbai scoured her surroundings to no avail. There was no response from him. Was something amiss? Recalling her earlier suspicions during her time at Newmontgard, Wei Shengbai furrowed her brow and pushed open the villa's door. The path before her was desolate, the sky swirling with ominous dark clouds, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil, all foretelling the imminent arrival of a fierce storm. Gazing upward at the dreadful weather, the fierce wind tousled her hair, concealing the hint of concern etched upon her face. Should she go? Should she seek him out? Would the still-growing Snape be able to accept her, merely as a friend, crossing the boundaries he had erected to shield his vulnerabilities? Had she not already made her decision? With a resigned smile, the girl lowered her gaze and released her pet, a hybrid cat-raccoon. Little Black, lead me to Senior Snape, would you? The hybrid, possessing an uncanny intelligence, understood precisely who her master referred to. The small black creature crouched at her feet, affectionately nudging her ankle before setting off with a sprightly gait out of the house. Wei Shengbai grabbed her bag and followed closely behind. The girl trailed after the black cat, crossing wide streets, navigating through long-collapsed ruins, and winding through filthy, crowded alleys, ultimately halting before a dilapidated wooden door. Meow. Little Black paused, grooming its sleek black fur in a languid manner, a stark contrast to the sordid surroundings replete with filth and hidden depravity. Indeed, she felt equally out of place. The cacophony of thunder was accompanied by the distressing sounds of shouting and cursing emanating from within the house, punctuated by the muffled sobs of a woman, which stirred a deep discomfort within her. Before the first raindrop fell, Wei Shengbai inhaled deeply and knocked upon the rickety door that appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet, upon hearing the commotion within persist unabated, she withdrew her wand from her bag and, aiming it at the precarious door, recited the incantation she knew by heart. Reducto. A flash of red light erupted as the door shattered, collapsing with a resounding crash, allowing the scant light outside to illuminate the otherwise pitch-black interior of the house. The clamor ceased abruptly as the girl stepped into the storm, casting a charm to brighten the perpetually dim space. My apologies. I merely wished to come in and escape the rain. Chapter 62. An Inescapable Past. The girl's voice was gentle and courteous, a stark contrast to the crude shouts that had preceded her arrival. With Wei Shengbai now present, the small room, which allowed for a comprehensive view of its contents, harbored 4 individuals. A man, visibly inebriated and clutching a bottle of liquor while slumped on the sofa, and a woman, seated on the floor, silently enduring the man's tirade, presumably his parents. At that moment, Snape was curled in a corner, his head snapping up upon hearing the familiar voice emanating from the entrance. She saw him. She knew. She stood before him, amidst the very environment he desperately sought to conceal. A most unexpected revelation. A surge of anger welled up within Snape. He rose, intending to chastise her, to drive her away, even contemplating the use of a memory charm to erase her recollection. Yet before he could act, his biological father staggered to his feet, gripping the bottle tightly, the remaining liquid sloshing within. "Damn it, who do you think you are, breaking my door? Pay for it. At least £5, no 10. He cursed as he approached Wei Shengbai, spewing an array of offensive words. However, when he caught sight of the wand she aimed at him, the effects of the alcohol dissipated significantly. "Damn wizard. You little bastard, you're a wizard. How dare you cast a spell upon me? Spare me, you wretched creature, and vanish from my sight. Depart. The sooner the better." Upon sighting the wand, the disheveled, foul-smelling old man recoiled as if confronted by his most loathed adversary. Though his voice rang out with fervor, it could not mask the palpable tremor of fear within. He dared to threaten Eileen, yet revealed trepidation before a mere underage wizard. A repugnant and cowardly man. The bottle in his hand was hurled violently at the feet of Wei Shengbai, shattering and sending shards of glass flying, one of which grazed her cheek, leaving a faint crimson mark. A droplet of blood began to trickle from the wound as Snape stood frozen, ensnared by her tranquil gaze. She remained unfazed by the grotesque visage of the man before her, devoid of any revulsion, and instead offered him a serene smile, as was her custom. She did not engage in prolonged conflict with the elder Snape. In response to his intimidation, she uttered another incantation. Bind swiftly. Ropes materialized from thin air, ensnaring the shouting man and silencing him with a spell that locked his tongue. It was a spell devised by Snape himself to silence others, which he had once imparted to Wei Shengbai during their time in the Room of Requirement. Snape approached her. While their discussions of magic at school had often been frosty, they had never quite reached the depths of emptiness and numbness that now lay between them. "I have pondered whether to come here. I am aware that you do not wish for my presence. I understand that you do not want others, especially those familiar with you, to witness such a scene. Yet I have come nonetheless." Wei Shengbai lowered her gaze and grasped his drooping right hand, returning his wand to him. This wand was imbued with a powerful shielding charm. Even should you cast the killing curse upon it, no one would be the wiser. The warmth of her soft, delicate hands flowed into his cold palm. Yet the words that escaped her lips were delivered with an icy calmness, as though recounting the most mundane of matters. "From now on, whatever you choose to do, I shall not impede you. However, my dear senior, I also hope that your soul does not become tainted by darkness for the sake of such a scoundrel. After all, it is dark magic." Wei Shengbai articulated each word deliberately, while the storm raged outside, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. The blood upon her cheek congealed into a line, dripping onto her tightly clenched hand, fervent and searing. Snape's fingers seemed to awaken from their chill, and he grasped the girl's wand in return. He cast a sidelong glance at the bound man, who, rendered voiceless, could only struggle futilely on the floor, tears and mucus streaking his face, exposing his abject pleas. The act of aiming the wand at old Snape was one he had contemplated before, but had always been thwarted by Eileen. Now Eileen, his mother, lay unconscious nearby, her frail body having succumbed to the harshness of recent events, and had fainted upon Wei Shengbai's entrance. No one could halt Wei Shengbai from sensing his movements, ready to withdraw her hand, just as she had previously stated. Even if Snape were to use the killing curse against his own father, she would not intervene. Yet, to her astonishment, upon seizing the wand, Snape did not aim it at the old man on the ground. Instead, he directed it toward the girl's cheek, casting a healing spell. "How did you find your way here?" He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with displeasure. Naturally, he would not present a favorable demeanor when confronted with his most disheveled self. Were it not for Tobias's outrageous actions, were it not for the absence of any disdain in Wei Shengbai's eyes, were it not for her unreservedly handing him the wand, were it not for her willingness to accept all his flaws and offer him unwavering trust, Snape would have never permitted her to remain here. "I sent you a letter. Yet you never replied. I had shall we bring me here." She spoke these words with unflinching honesty, for they were indeed the truth, devoid of any embellishment. "I received the letter. I simply have not responded yet." "Very well, you may leave." Snape returned the wand to her. Yet as she cast a glance outside at the tempestuous weather, uncertainty clouded her eyes. "Surely, I cannot allow her to return in the rain. Besides, she is directionally challenged." Even for Snape, who was often obtuse, this should be evident. It appeared that her abrupt arrival had thrown Snape into disarray. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them until Wei Shengbai took the initiative, using a spell to restore the door she had shattered moments earlier. She also placed a sleep charm upon the man, reinforcing his bindings with additional ropes to prevent his escape once the spell waned. We must first get Auntie to bed. She needs to rest properly. Wei Shengbai spoke softly as she again offered him the wand. Snape regarded her with a complex expression, standing in silence for a moment before gradually accepting the wand from her grasp. Chapter 63. The Method. The wooden floorboards in the attic had become loose in numerous places, bearing the scars of past violence, and creaked ominously underfoot. The room boasted but a single drafty window, through which the howling wind and torrential rain assailed the glass, allowing water to seep in and trickle down the walls, pooling into small puddles on the floor. Within the room lay a large bed, strewn with old garments, and a blanket that appeared woefully inadequate for warmth. Snape laid his unconscious mother upon the bed, still clutching the wand that bore the lingering warmth of the girl's touch. The golden gem at the base of the wand shimmered brightly, the most vibrant hue in the dimly lit room. Renewed. He murmured the incantation, and although this was not his own wand, it felt remarkably familiar in his grasp, the magic flowing effortlessly without any awkwardness. Not only her wand, but even his own seemed to welcome him. His grip on the wand tightened slightly, greedily wishing to absorb the residual warmth, only to be startled by sounds of footsteps ascending the stairs. After retrieving Xiaohui from the pet space, Wei Shengbai ascended as well and found Snape standing in a daze by the window, her wand in hand, lost in thought. Were she to know that he was questioning why the wand felt so natural in his hands, she might have internally scoffed, attributing it to the power of investment. She looked unwell. Approaching Snape's side, she utilized the faint light filtering in from outside to observe the woman on the bed once more. Years of malnutrition had rendered her hair a dull, brittle yellow, and her frame was so emaciated that the contours of her bones were starkly visible. More alarming still was the absence of unblemished skin anywhere on her body. It was marred by an array of bruises, some bearing remnants of blood that had yet to be fully cleaned. Even in slumber, the furrows of despair and desolation etched upon her brow remained unyielding. This was her own choice. Snape could not comprehend why his mother, on the brink of being unrecognizable from torment, clung desperately to the meager memories of happiness past, unwilling to confront the cruelty of reality, resolutely refusing to let go. Her fixation was terrifying, as she immersed herself in the beautiful illusions of her own creation, allowing herself to descend into ruin. From the very beginning of my recollections, she has silently endured, never once resisting the circumstances surrounding her. Though she is a witch, capable of wielding any spell to alleviate her suffering, she has never chosen to do so. She would rather bear the burden herself than draw forth her wand, even to cast a healing charm. I fail to comprehend why she has transformed into this state. Could it be that during her time at Hogwarts, she resembled this very image? All because of that muggle, that accursed, foolish, despicable muggle. He has brought forth a wretched half-blood like me. Senior. As Snape grew increasingly agitated, resorting to coarse and self-deprecating language, Wei Shengbai promptly interjected to halt his tirade. Senior, half-bloods, purebloods, and ordinary muggle-born wizards are fundamentally the same. The worth of each individual does not stem from their lineage, but from the character of their soul. You cannot simply dismiss your own value. Her words gradually calmed Snape, who cast a sidelong glance at Wei Shengbai, whose expression was earnest and fell silent. Snape had not anticipated that he would unveil such long-buried sentiments in front of another, as if exposing his darker facets for her scrutiny. If she were to discover his vile nature, his shadows, would this person who had always placed her trust in him step away from his world? He feared that her countenance might betray disgust, much like some at Hogwarts, leading her to distance herself from him. He yearned for her unwavering trust, hoping that someone could truly understand and embrace all that he found repugnant, accepting his grotesque and bloody wounds with equanimity. This felt like the mentality of an extremist gambler, and at the moment Wei Shengbai intervened, Snape sensed that he might have won the gamble. Senior, did you know? It is not solely through magic that one can exert mental control. Through unreasonable words, physical torment, and psychological oppression, one can inflict profound psychological harm on others, achieving control over them. Moreover, the longer it endures, the more difficult it becomes to escape. In a sense, this resembles a pathological form of hypnosis. I believe what your mother experienced was akin to this. Such cases are rarely encountered in everyday life, and are far less severe than what Eileen endured. Snape was unaware of his mother's plight, making it difficult for Eileen to awaken from her ordeal, leading her to sink deeper into despair. Perhaps it bore some resemblance to the soul-sucking curse in dark magic, though that was a form of passive control, making it somewhat different. Wei Shengbai elucidated this concept of mental control through a magical lens, rendering it more comprehensible. What shall we do? He displayed a rare expression of helplessness, seeking assistance from the girl beside him. This was Snape, who had languished for countless days and nights in an environment devoid of light, now inquiring of her for a solution, yearning to alter his current circumstances. His heart, which had grown numb to such a life, began to flicker with renewed hope. If someone could indeed pull him from the mire that threatened to engulf him, he would grasp at that hope with all his might. Yet there is no particularly excellent solution. The best would be to use a forgetfulness charm. But at our current level, it would undoubtedly harm her memories. Other alternatives. Oh, how could I forget about Mr. Grindelwald? He surely has the means. When it comes to persuasion and mental control, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald is a true expert. Decades ago, when Grindelwald first emerged in the magical world, those who were once staunch believers, fully aware of his ulterior motives and the severe consequences he could unleash upon the magical community, still chose to follow him, willingly becoming his disciples. Words, at times, can prove more potent than the magic that binds a person, provided they are wielded with care, and are often safer than the forgetfulness charm. I shall write to Mr. Grindelwald at once. Observing the fervor in her gaze, it was apparent she held immense confidence in her guardian, which began to instill a flicker of hope in Snape's previously anxious heart regarding the future. Chapter 64, Her World. Wei Shengbai and Snape brought Eileen to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where the healer furrowed his brow deeply upon observing the scars upon her body and conducting magical assessments of her condition. Had she been brought in a few hours later, it might have been too late to salvage her. As the healer spoke, he employed healing magic to stabilize Eileen's condition temporarily and arranged for her to be placed in a ward on the 5th floor. This floor was designated for the treatment of those suffering from magical injuries, as well as those who had endured psychological trauma from dark wizards. Given Eileen's unique circumstances, she too was assigned to this level. Perhaps due to the magnitude of her suffering, even under the attentive care of the healers, her external wounds had been treated. Yet she remained unresponsive. Just as Snape had indicated, she was ensnared in the web of her own crafted dream, unwilling to depart. Perhaps it is best to let her rest for a while. As for the situation in Spinner's End, you should avoid returning there for the time being, Senior. Sitting by the bedside and gazing at Eileen, whose eyes remained tightly shut, Wei Shengbai could not help but recollect the actions taken against Tobias before their departure from Spinner's End. Her wand had been subjected to a powerful shielding charm by Grindelwald. Although she had failed to deliver a killing curse to that old man, the forgetfulness charm intended for Eileen had been redirected to him. Snape had erased all memories related to Eileen and himself since his downfall, including the fact that Eileen was a witch. That detestable drunkard was likely frantically searching for the void in his mind, having plummeted from heaven to hell overnight, a torment more agonizing than death itself. After ensuring Eileen was settled, the two could not linger in the hospital indefinitely. With nowhere else to go, Snape initially considered spending a few days in a shabby inn. But Wei Shengbai called out to him, and spoke of the prospect of opening a shop in Diagon Alley. The goblin Willa replied to me this morning. His efficiency is commendable, and he has found several suitable locations. Will you accompany me tomorrow, Senior? I fear I may get lost. Bringing up this matter on their way back seemed a fortuitous excuse. Perhaps you should learn to navigate on your own. Without me, what will you rely on? On that black cat, who, like you, struggles to find its way home? Little Black is quite reliable. See, it led me to your home this time, did it not? At this point, Snape halted, his gaze lowering to the girl who had been absent for over a month. She was at an age of growth. In just over 30 days, she seemed to have gained a few inches, her once youthful visage now blossoming into a more mature form. The summer storm came swiftly and departed just as quickly. It was now evening, the clouds in the sky had nearly dissipated, leaving only a delicate veil on the horizon, with the splendid twilight casting its hues, resembling the most exquisite verses penned by poets. The girl, sensing his pause, also ceased her forward motion, and turned to look back at him with a puzzled expression. Why? Why do you care so much about me? He had intended to convey concern, but the words felt awkward on his tongue, and he ultimately opted for a different expression. The sudden inquiry from the other party rendered her momentarily blank, and she found herself at a loss for an appropriate explanation. Indeed, there were numerous ways to alter the outcome. Aside from Snape, there were clearly other avenues to explore. Why him? Why was it specifically he? This question puzzled Wei Shengbai as well. She had perused the original text, and from the moment she entered this world, she had already gleaned the majority of the lives of its inhabitants. For a long time, she had observed the fates of the characters from a godlike perspective, until she resolved to accept her past and present self, ultimately integrating into this world. Was it sympathy? The tragic figures in the narrative were certainly not limited to Snape alone. There were undoubtedly others in need of aid, and if one were to speak of life's melancholy, Dumbledore himself was among them. But why? Last summer, she had decisively rebuffed Snape, refreezing the relationship between them, which proved she was not reliant on him. Nor was it for the sake of some so-called salvation. When did this begin? Wei Xingbai's thoughts were remarkably clear as she gazed at the boy before her, who had yet to become Professor Snape, sifting through all the memories they shared. Observing the seriousness etched on her face as she pondered, Snape, who had mustered the courage to ask, suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have asked. He shouldn't have posed this question for the sake of his own faint hope. What was she contemplating? What thoughts occupied her mind? Why did she suddenly smile? Lost in her own thoughts, Wei Xingbai noticed Snape's expression returning to one of cold indifference, prompting her to stifle a gentle laugh. It was not a derisive chuckle, but rather a manifestation of relief and ease upon uncovering an answer to her dilemma. Senior, you need not doubt my intentions. You perceive my attitude towards you as special because you are willing to trust me, willing to forsake joining the Death Eaters to seek me out in the room of requirement. Since that night, you have already become a unique presence in my life. Before the end of term at Hogwarts, Lily had once inquired why she always walked alone, failing to make friends in Ravenclaw. At that time, she had not provided a clear answer, for since her parents had perished at Voldemort's hands when she was merely 5, she had lived her life this way. Grindelwald's concern for her had never been overtly expressed, and though the villagers were kind, she was still an outsider, not a native of that place, which gradually led her heart to close off. She began to navigate this world with the same attitude she had adopted during her time in the orphanage. One could thrive alone, even in barren lands with scarce rain and sunshine that only occasionally graced her. In her previous life, she had fought to take root and survive. Thus, she could do the same in this life, relying solely on herself. Her world was vast, capable of encompassing all the bitterness and solitude of life. Yet it was also small, for no matter how vivid the contents of her existence, in this world, she stood alone. She did not yearn for others to understand her world, nor did she wish to share it. This was the essence of her being before encountering Snape. Chapter 65, The Second Breakfast. The sun is about to set. Shall we return home, Senior Snape? Wei Xingbai glanced at the scenery on the horizon, saying little as she tugged at his sleeve, leading him back. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Snape halted her with a gentle pull. I must remind you, you are heading in the wrong direction. The once poignant moment abruptly ceased, and Wei Xingbai chuckled awkwardly, promptly following behind him. I wish to believe you. Is this matter truly significant to you? After this small interlude, Snape's words began to flow more freely, and his tone lost its previous sharpness. Naturally, one side yearned to join the Death Eaters, wielding the formidable power of the Dark Lord, while the other was merely a young second-year wizard, promising only in words. To be candid, when he first spied her in the corridor of the Room of Requirement, he had initially doubted his own vision. Even now, he could not fathom why he had chosen her. Upon hearing her curious remarks, Snape's heart hesitated. Why? It was, of course, because he was unwilling to one day find himself in a position where he would have to draw his wand against her. Thus, even if her discussions about magical research seemed implausible at the time, he forced himself to make a choice and arrived at the Room of Requirement before their agreed time. Realizing this, the previously suppressed vitality within Snape burst forth at that moment. It turned out that from a long time ago, Wei Xingbai had already been a remarkable presence in his life. Unlike his dependence on Lily, a yearning for a ray of sunlight in the darkness, Wei Xingbai had seen the genuine him from the very beginning. She effortlessly accepted his other side, the one he never showcased to Lily, and began to push herself to prove that ideal path to him sooner rather than later. When he was with Wei Xingbai, he always felt at ease, devoid of the need to conceal anything or fabricate lies. Even Lily, who was unaware of the full picture, could vaguely discern this, and it was only now that he truly grasped its significance. As the sun completely set, the vibrant crimson clouds in the sky gradually dimmed, revealing the unique beauty of the twilight sky, imbued with a slight chill that made it unforgettable at a mere glance. The girl matched her pace to his, closely following him, like a gentle breeze wafting in from the horizon, astonishingly soft. Even if the world plunged into darkness, even if the sun remained oblivious to the nature of that darkness, it mattered not, for a refreshing wind always surrounded him. He was no longer alone. The following morning, Snape stood at Wei Xingbai's doorstep, knocking on her door. He had not stayed there as before but had found a small inn nearby, spending the night with the scant change he had left. It was only this morning that he returned. Coming. He heard her familiar voice from behind the door, retracting his hand from the knocker and waiting outside. The door swung open swiftly, revealing the girl, still bleary-eyed, clad in a charming nightgown, her hair tousled, toothbrush in hand, suggesting she had just awoken. "Good morning, Senior. I apologize for sleeping in a bit late yesterday. Please come in and have a seat." Perhaps aware that her current appearance was less than presentable, she offered an embarrassed smile before hastily retreating to the washroom. In less than 10 minutes, she had changed into her usual attire and tidied herself up, then made her way to the kitchen. "For breakfast, we'll have sandwiches. You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you?" Considering it was early morning, Snape likely had no time to procure breakfast, and Wei Xingbai naturally prepared an extra serving. The air soon filled with the aroma of fried eggs and toasted bread, a scent belonging to the lives of ordinary people. This was Snape's second encounter with such a wondrous feeling. Breakfast was swiftly prepared. He moved from the sofa to the dining table, and they began to tackle the meal. With each bite, the runny yolk of the egg spilled forth, the flavor he relished. It was curious. During their first meeting, Wei Xingbai had inquired about his taste. What had he said back then? Whatever. Later, he chose the breakfast that resonated with his heart, only to be astonished that she had remembered it, and that memory had lingered until now. As he began to pay closer attention to her every action, Severus Snape discovered that the tenderness and intricacy within this girl surpassed his initial expectations. Reflecting on his earlier harsh demeanor towards her, as well as the thoughtless words he had uttered, he found himself momentarily struggling to digest his feelings. "What's wrong, Senior? Is the breakfast unpalatable?" observed Wei Xingbai, noting that Snape's gaze often fell upon her with a hint of curiosity. "No, it is quite good," he replied, swallowing his food and managing to utter a rare compliment. "That's a relief. Are you perhaps worried about Aunt Eileen? She is under the care of a dedicated healer at St. Mungo's. As for Mr. Green, I am uncertain of his whereabouts. Since his return from New York, he seems to have been preoccupied with some pressing matters. It is not unusual to go without correspondence for a while. Perhaps we shall wait another couple of days." That was a close call. She nearly revealed too much. It was her fault for having kept the name of Numungard in her mind, rarely mentioning it, but sometimes slipping it into conversation. Thankfully, she had quickly adapted her reasoning, taking a couple of sips of her milk to steady her emotions. She delicately brushed aside the matter. "You traveled to New York previously?" Snape remarked, recalling the place she had mentioned, and the fact that she had been away from Britain for over a month. "Yes, and I also returned to Austria," she nodded, finishing the last bite of her sandwich. Fortunately, having seen the prequel film Fantastic Beasts, she possessed a modicum of understanding about the wizarding community across the ocean. Otherwise, she might have struggled to fabricate a plausible tale to satisfy Snape's curiosity. There, the regulations for wizards were stringent. Upon entry, one was required to register their wand at a designated location. Any exposure would result in an aura arriving to apprehend and investigate. In that realm, Muggles were derogatorily referred to as Muggle chickens, and intermarriage with non-magical folk was strictly forbidden, as was the disclosure of a wizard's existence to outsiders, due to a grave breach of confidentiality that had occurred in the past. "If you are interested, Senior, you might consider visiting there for your graduation trip. The potion-making techniques differ significantly from those here." "Graduation trip?" he mused, realizing that upon returning to school he would be in 5th year, with only 3 years left until he graduated from Hogwarts. "And what about you? Where do you wish to go after graduation?" He was eager to learn more about Wei Xingbai. He longed to understand her future. "As for me, I shall likely return to my hometown first. They have been away for far too long, and I must bring them back. As for what lies ahead, perhaps I shall settle in a more secluded place and engage in various pursuits." A fleeting frown crossed her brow, but upon remembering Snape's presence, she swiftly concealed her momentary anxiety. "Let us not dwell on the future for now. After all, none of us can predict what will transpire." Although she might eventually confront the Dark Lord, she would not deliberately place herself in peril. To her, Voldemort was merely a challenging level in this life. With diligent self-improvement and the ability to create opportunities within constraints, she would navigate through when the time was ripe. After breakfast, she efficiently tidied up, gathered her belongings, and exited the door alongside Snape. The hour was still early, and the two first visited Street Mungo's to check on Eileen, who remained unconscious in her hospital bed. After inquiring with the healer about her condition, and confirming that she was stable, they left the hospital with a sense of relief. Diagon Alley was busier than usual during the summer. Not only were adult wizards procuring supplies, but young witches and wizards on holiday often gathered with friends for fun. In just a few days, as the start of term approached, throngs of students would descend upon the place with their parents, eager to acquire their textbooks and school supplies. To avoid getting lost amid the crowd during that bustling time, Wei Shengbai wisely decided to purchase her books for the upcoming semester today. Oh, and senior, your fifth-year textbooks as well. Isn't it time to start preparing for the O.W.L.S.? She inquired, glancing at the proprietor of Flourish and Blots. The astute shopkeeper immediately grasped her implication and waved his wand, summoning several relevant books that floated down before them. I shall take all of these, she declared, swiftly paying and stowing the items in her satchel before Snape could voice any objections. You need not purchase these for me, he frowned as they stepped outside. Even with the new term approaching, she was merely a third-year student, with ample time before the important exams of fifth year. Thus, these books could only be intended for his use. Consider it a loan. You can return them to me after your exams. And then I shall have the pleasure of seeing your notes, she replied. Lily said you excel in your studies, so having access to your notes is hardly an unfair exchange. Moreover, I have something I would like your assistance with later. Think of this as a small token of payment. Her reasoning was always so compelling that it left little room for dissent. Previously, Snape had believed these to be her genuine justifications, seemingly fair on the surface, but only now did he realize that Wei Shengbai was discreetly safeguarding his pride, ensuring he felt no sense of indebtedness. Given the situation, even upon realizing this, would he still refuse her kindness? What is it that you need my help with? He inquired, noting that time was drawing near. Let us go to Gringotts and meet with Willa. We can discuss it there. Checking the time on the clocks in the other shops, Wei Shengbai refrained from immediately divulging her intentions, allowing Snape to lead her to the entrance of Gringotts. As a valued client of the bank, Willa, the goblin responsible for her account, awaited their arrival with respect even before they reached the entrance. I hope I am not late. She greeted Willa with a smile, having not visited since the previous summer, and their communication had been limited to correspondence. Not at all. You are quite punctual, dear Miss Wei Sheng, Willa replied. Regarding the matter mentioned in yesterday's letter, I believe we require a completely private and undisturbed space to discuss it properly. Please follow me. Willa discreetly glanced at Snape beside her, but refrained from further comment. He was solely focused on providing exemplary service to his client, regardless of any additional company she brought along. The two were led into a private room adjacent to the main hall of Gringotts, where the door sealed shut, cutting off any external noise. This room was fortified with multiple protective charms, including those against eavesdropping and intrusion, rendering it a secure environment suitable for discussing significant transactions in confidentiality. Miss Wei, please take a look at these locations I have selected for you, Willa stated, presenting a series of options. Goblins, who viewed wealth as paramount, engaged in nearly every business venture, including real estate. As the epicenter of monetary flow for the wizarding community, Gringotts held ownership of several properties in Diagon Alley, in addition to those held by various families. Wei Shengbai perused the appealing options before her, and upon setting down the last piece of parchment, she chose not to finalize any particular location just yet, but rather to broach another topic entirely. Last night, I sent you another letter, hoping you could organize all the fixed assets, current assets, and some intangible assets under my name. May I see them today? Certainly, however. Some assets entrusted to us by your ancestors are classified as top-secret archives of Gringotts. Although these assets belong to you, regulations prevent me from retrieving them without authorization. Please bear with me for a moment while I fetch them. Willa nodded and swiftly exited the room. Severus Snape, who had remained silently beside her, never anticipated that she, seemingly unremarkable at Hogwarts, would enjoy such treatment at Gringotts. It raised questions about her ancestry. Just which prominent family from the East did her forebears belong to? Senior, I wish to select a shop in Diagon Alley to sell a few items. The space need not be extensive, nor will I operate it frequently. However, I lack acquaintances here, and given the value of the items I intend to sell, I am hesitant to enlist the help of others. Would you be willing to assist me? She pushed several sheets of parchment across the table towards him, her expression earnest as she inquired. In her previous correspondence, Wei Shengbai had already mentioned her desire to find a location for the shop, yet Snape remained oblivious to the suddenness of her decision. You do remember I have yet to graduate, Snape remarked, glancing at the shop location she had presented, instinctively rejecting her proposal. That's why I said it won't be open often. It can operate during your breaks, she countered. Moreover, once Aunt Eileen recovers, she will need a place to stay. One Tishi? And I assure you, the salary for the hired help is quite generous. Would you not consider it? Her words were undeniably tempting, making it difficult for him to remain unmoved. Just as they were at an impasse, Willa returned to the VIP room, carrying the documents. He divided the files into 2 portions and placed them before Wei Shengbai. This contains your assets at Gringotts, along with information regarding the investments you have entrusted to us. The other pertains to the assets your ancestors have stored here. Please take a look. Willa's demeanor was evidently more respectful than before in the presence of these documents. Wei Shengbai nodded, initially opening the records of her ancestors' assets stored there. The thickness of these files amounted to 5 inches, resembling a remarkably hefty tome. Imbued with an air of antiquity and mystery, the assets were chronologically arranged, the earliest entries dating back over 2 millennia, with substantial deposits recorded every few decades thereafter. Remarkably, even decades ago, the accounts continued to grow until the onset of great turmoil in the East brought an abrupt halt. Wei Shengbai surmised that the last recorded transaction coincided with Grindelwald's rise, marking the beginning of a world war. Intriguingly, she noted investments made by some of her ancestors to various pureblood families. "Oh, how fascinating!" she exclaimed, nearly unable to suppress a smile upon recognizing familiar family names. Had the Malfoy family and several others, in their rise to prominence, indeed been touched by her ancestors? Furthermore, it appeared that funds continued to flow in from these investments, though that constituted a separate account. Setting aside the records, she turned her attention to her own portion. A lingering question haunted her mind: the origin of the gold galleons in her account that corresponded with her game figures, as well as other funds. Following her recent suspicions regarding the spellbook, her doubts intensified. Having established that this world was indeed real, she could not fathom how these galleons could exist without a source. They could not belong to a system or game mechanic, but must have been placed there by someone. With this hypothesis in mind, she sought to examine her financial flow at Gringotts. Steeling herself, she turned the pages with a gravitas that befitted the moment. The first line of the initial page provided the answer she sought. July 31, 1962, at the Austrian Gringotts Wizarding Bank, an account was established solely for Wei Shengbai. A total of 193, 521 galleons, 250 magical gemstones, and 21 wands were deposited, valued at approximately 500,000 galleons. Due to the considerable sum, 36 vaults were opened, and the keys were personally retrieved by the account holder on the day of establishment. Impossible! Wei Shengbai gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as her breath quickened. She murmured softly, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. "It cannot be. July 31, 1962, that was the day of my birth. The very first day I arrived in this world with the memories of my past life." She vividly recalled opening her eyes to see her mother lying in a hospital bed, with her father ever present, supporting the 2 of them. There was no conceivable way they could have taken the time to establish an account at Gringotts on that day. Thus, who was it that opened this account for her? Depositing assets that mirrored her previous life? Who foretold her birth? Who anticipated her arrival? Was the individual who established this account male or female? What did they look like? Did they leave behind any other words? Willa, do you know? If you do, please provide every detail, for it is of utmost importance to me. Gripping the parchment tightly, she lifted her gaze to the goblin seated across from her, her tone profoundly serious. It was the first time Snape witnessed her in such a state of disarray, as though she had encountered the most preposterous revelation, casting a shadow of doubt upon her understanding of this world. "Very well, Miss Wei Sheng. Please try not to become too agitated. I happened to be present at the time, as it was a significant transaction in decades, and peculiar events unfolded thereafter. Allowing me to recall that day distinctly, the account was opened by a lady who seemed to have cast an extraordinarily powerful charm upon herself. As a result, all goblins who saw her that day forgot her appearance. We do not know her age, have forgotten her voice, and the identity information retrieved later revealed no such person exists. However, as this account belongs to you and you were already born at the time, it could not be a false account, which is why it remains, awaiting your arrival. I regret that, Miss Wei Sheng, the only information I can provide is this." Willa dutifully responded to her inquiries, yet apart from the scant gender detail, he had nothing more to offer, leaving Wei Shengbai somewhat disappointed. "However, you need not be overly surprised. The wonders of magic far exceed your imagination. While this may sound incredible, every mystery has its answer. And I believe you will find it," Willa reassured her, helping her gradually regain composure. "Indeed, every question must have an answer. If it cannot be found now, then it shall be sought in the future. If ancestors from thousands of years ago could predict her demise in another world, then it is hardly surprising that someone could foresee her arrival and prepare an account for her." She released the slightly crumpled parchment from her grasp and turned to the second page. The subsequent financial transactions revealed little in terms of secrecy. It was merely a record of her withdrawals of gold galleons following the demise of her parents, along with the acquisition of her wand and some investments in various enterprises through Gringotts. Over the years, after numerous additions and subtractions, this data file was meticulously compiled, showing a significant increase in the assets previously held at Gringotts, with her gold galleons surpassing the threshold of 200,000, now edging towards 300,000. After re-evaluating some external investments suggested by Gringotts, a mere 150,000 galleons remained in her account. This sum was intended for the purchase of a shop in Diagon Alley. Chapter 68. Selecting a shop. The parchment did not provide a comprehensive view of the shops. If Miss Weasley has no pressing matters, perhaps she would accompany me to the actual locations for a closer inspection, suggested the fairy Willa, as she tucked away the 2 files before her. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, she nodded, rising from her seat. Then please lead the way. As a valued client of Gringotts, Miss Weasley enjoyed a level of service far more lavish than that afforded to ordinary customers. Coupled with the heritage of her lineage, this status compelled them to regard the relationship with utmost importance. Willa had been employed at Gringotts for many years, earning her a status akin to that of an elder. Although it would suffice to assign a lesser fairy to escort Miss Weasley for the property inspection, Willa chose to personally guide her, a gesture of respect. The shop's location need not be in a bustling area. A more secluded spot would be preferable. The size is not a critical factor, but I would like it to have a 2nd or even 3rd floor. Proximity to the leaky cauldron would be an added bonus, she articulated. I have identified 2 shops on this parchment that align with my criteria. Let us proceed to examine them. As you wish, esteemed Miss Weasley, Willa replied with a smile, leading the way with the parchment detailing the shop locations. Severus Snape walked alongside Miss Weasley, and they soon arrived at one of the shops. As anticipated, the shop was situated in a less frequented area, with few wizards passing by to make purchases. They hurried along, and even after making their purchases, they departed swiftly, casting wary glances in the direction of the shop. Miss Weasley found this behavior peculiar, and mentally noted the observation. Here we are, Willa announced, halting before a storefront that exuded an antiquated charm, suggesting it had been long since anyone had entered. Even the heavy bronze chain securing the door was coated with a fine layer of dust. It appears you seldom send anyone to maintain this place, Miss Weasley remarked as she followed Willa forward. Willa produced a key from her coat pocket, which Miss Weasley noticed bore the distinctive insignia of Gringotts, signifying it was one of their properties. Few customers seek out shops in obscure locations, which accounts for its lack of popularity. However, should you find it appealing, once we finalize the contract and obtain the deed, we will arrange for cleaning to ensure your satisfaction, Willa assured, inserting the key into the lock. With a soft click, the dust-laden chain fell away. Upon pushing open the door, a musty odor assaulted Miss Weasley, prompting her to take a step back. Willa waved her hand to disperse the dust and stepped inside the shop. Shall we enter as well, my senior? Just as Miss Weasley was about to cross the threshold, Snape held her back. He leaned closer to her, whispering something in her ear before quickly creating distance between them. Surprised, she looked up at him and then glanced toward a nearby alley, nodding gently. Understood. Thank you for the warning, senior. Let us proceed inside. We have another potential location to consider, so this need not be our only option. With her words, Snape felt a wave of relief, and together they stepped into the shop. The interior was not particularly spacious, roughly 80 square meters in total. However, within the confines of Diagon Alley, it could be considered moderately sized. The lighting was insufficient, and even devoid of any furnishings, the emptiness was palpable, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Miss Weasley, this shop does possess a 2nd floor. Would you care to accompany me to inspect it? Willa inquired, standing beside a weathered wooden staircase, its railing eroded by time to a mere skeletal frame, with the steps appearing dilapidated. Miss Weasley hesitated, questioning whether ascending would lead to a 2nd floor, or a descent into a basement. I think I shall forego the 2nd floor for now, Willa. Could you inform me of the approximate cost of purchasing this shop? It would be prudent to have an idea, she said nonchalantly, her expression unchanged from before they entered. Oh dear Miss Weasley, as our most esteemed client, please do not concern yourself with the price. I assure you, I will provide you with a most favorable rate. However, considering this is Diagon Alley, one of the most frequented locations for wizards in all of Britain, even Europe, I trust you are aware of this, Willa continued. For a mere 100,000 galleons, you can secure the deed to this property, ensuring you remain its sole owner, until such time as Diagon Alley is dismantled. Naturally, having watched you grow up, I can further reduce this price, ensuring you receive a fair deal. What do you think? When it came to business, The fairies of Gringotts exhibited an eagerness unmatched by others, their demeanor shifting to a more amiable one, reminiscent of shrewd merchants in the Muggle world. "Oh, are we truly on such amicable terms?" she replied with a smile that held an air of skepticism, addressing the fairy she had known for nearly 7 years. "Indeed. Dear one, I swear by Merlin's name," Willa asserted earnestly, invoking the name of the magical god, though regrettably, her theatrics failed to deceive Miss Weasley, as Snape had already provided her with a cautionary word. "My dear Willa, while I wish to place my trust in you, I must contemplate the possibility of appointing another fairy manager to oversee my future investment projects. I am confident I will find a fairy manager within Gringotts who will speak honestly with me. Would you not agree?" Her tone was apologetic, yet her expression bore no trace of remorse. Willa stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes before she regained her composure. "Ah, how forgetful of me. I neglected to inform you about the surroundings of this shop. While it indeed meets your requirements, I must mention that just a short distance to the west lies the entrance to Nocturne Alley. If you wish to avoid excessive contact with those dark wizards, the location of this shop warrants careful consideration. As you are still a minor, your safety is paramount, so I urge you to deliberate cautiously." Willa's adeptness at navigating the situation quickly enabled her to rectify her previous oversight under the guise of forgetfulness, her tone becoming increasingly respectful. Chapter 69. A Threat. Setting aside the fact that Miss Weasley's current investments at Gringotts amount to several tens of thousands of galleons, her concealed identity and the treasures stored within the vault for millennia compelled Willa, and the entirety of Gringotts to treat her with the utmost seriousness. The fairies at Gringotts had come to realize that befriending this young lady meant securing a valuable client, and in doing so, they held considerable influence. Once the fairy manager, Wei Xingbai, opts for another, it essentially signifies the dissolution of their relationship, leaving him in a predicament far less favorable than the current one. Offending Wei Xingbai for a modicum of personal gain renders this transaction decidedly unwise, hence his immediate shift in tone. "Let us explore another shop," he suggested. Wei Xingbai chose not to pursue the matter further. Had it not been for Snape's timely reminder at the door, she might have indeed considered this location. This incident made her acutely aware that her bond with Willa was not as resilient as she had previously believed. The shop in question was situated near the notorious Nocturne Alley, a neighborhood infamous for harboring many disgraced dark wizards, which likely accounted for the store's lack of clientele. Perhaps Willa was testing the waters, gauging whether Wei Xingbai was aware of the perilous proximity to Nocturne Alley. If she remained oblivious, the likelihood of her purchasing the shop from him would significantly increase. In such a scenario, he would acquire galleons while discarding a troublesome asset, an advantageous arrangement indeed. However, the tables had turned. Following this brief interlude, the balance of power gradually shifted to Wei Xingbai, rendering Willa hesitant to engage in any deceitful maneuvers. The group departed from the area, venturing onto another street. The ambience here was markedly more pleasant than that of the previous alley, despite the sparse number of wizards shopping. The expressions on their faces were relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension that had pervaded the former street. The shopkeepers appeared amiable, primarily offering an array of magical trinkets and antiquities. The most frequented establishment was a store dedicated to magical plants, where a kindly woman was meticulously watering an assortment of peculiar magical flora displayed outside. Willa guided them to another shop situated diagonally across from the plant store. The atmosphere here was inviting and comfortable, devoid of the oppressive feel of the previous street. Upon entering the new shop, warm light streamed through the expansive, clear windows, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air like tiny motes of light, exuding an air of tranquility and leisure. The establishment boasted 3 floors. Though slightly smaller in area than the one previously viewed, yet Wei Xingbai felt satisfied. The staircase was in much better condition than the dilapidated one before. Although it required some repairs, it was at least sturdy enough to support one's weight. She inspected the shop thoroughly. The second floor was divided into 2 sections. One spacious and unobstructed area featuring a fireplace, which could serve as an additional living room and kitchen, and another comprising 2 interconnected rooms with a generous balcony. The third floor contained a bathroom and 2 empty rooms, along with a terrace of approximately 10 square meters. Overall, the space was largely vacant, precisely as Wei Xingbai had hoped. She envisioned filling the shop with new items after renovations, and the proximity to the leaky cauldron was ideal. As Willa noted, it was merely a 5-minute walk away, entirely in line with her prior expectations. "Truth be told, this place is far superior to the one you previously showed me," she remarked, standing on the terrace of the 3rd floor and glancing at Willa, the fairy beside her, nodding in approval. "Your satisfaction is of utmost importance." My previous considerations were indeed lacking. However, the price of this shop has increased significantly compared to earlier, Willa replied, wiping the sweat that had inadvertently gathered on his brow, forcing a smile. You must know I am not short of funds, nor am I stingy with my expenditures. I chose you to assist me in selecting a shop because of our prior acquaintance, and the trust one placed in you, Willa. Can I still trust you, Mr. Willa? Of course, of course. You shall always be my most esteemed client at Gringotts, Miss Wei Xingbai. It is my honor to serve you. Let us hope it remains so. After my graduation, I plan to return to my homeland, and should I wish to retrieve the wealth accumulated by my ancestors stored here, I trust you would not mind. Correct? Therefore, Mr. Willa, please remember your earlier promise. Her words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, intensified the perspiration on Willa's brow. The fairies have long believed that all wealth is safest within Gringotts, equating their monetary values to life itself. Storing wealth in Gringotts and establishing a vault incurs custodial fees, particularly for the vault located at the lowest level. Due to its immense value and the highest level of security, a substantial annual fee is required. Wei Xingbai had previously observed in the accounts that this fee was consistently covered by dividends from several pureblood families in which her ancestors had invested, representing a considerable and enduring revenue stream for Gringotts. If Wei Xingbai were indeed to take back the vast, priceless antiques to her homeland as she had suggested, Willa's position as her fairy manager would effectively come to an end. She was threatening him. Willa realized this with clarity, yet he could harbor no complaints. He must sell the shop to her at the most favorable price. This was his punishment for previously concealing the truth. Willa quickly grasped this, feeling fortunate that he had not yet lost Wei Xingbai as a significant client. Very well, let us formalize the contract. Just as she had stated earlier, she was not at all hesitant to spend, and upon returning to Gringotts, the shop, originally priced at 15,000 galleons, was transcribed onto the parchment of the contract at a reduced price of 12,000. She expressed her satisfaction and immediately entrusted Willa with arranging for the shop's renovations, a service Gringotts provided, signaling a restoration of her trust in him. Once all was settled, noon arrived, and she and Snape opted to head to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. Snape was aware of her considerable wealth, but after experiencing the morning's events, he truly comprehended that not only was she affluent, but her family was even wealthier and shrouded in mystery. Observing the girl across the table intently studying the menu, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 70. Not unpleasant. I plan to sell some rare magical creature materials and herbs in the shop. What do you think of painting the walls a beige color? After handing the menu to the waiter, Wei Xingbai began discussing shop matters with Snape. Do as you please, he replied nonchalantly, for the shop was her acquisition, and she could manage it as she saw fit. I believe a simpler style would suffice. Perhaps deep green and navy blue would be appropriate, given the connection to potions and alchemy. Guests may appreciate a more subdued atmosphere. By the way, would you prefer to stay on the second or third floor? She brought up the question seemingly casually, as if confident in her previous suggestion. I don't believe I ever agreed to that, Snape replied, noting that Eileen's hospitalization had not been funded by Wei Xingbai. He had utilized what he had originally intended to spend on renting an apartment to cover his mother's medical expenses. His savings were now dwindling, and he contemplated selling some potions at the apothecary later. He understood that Wei Xingbai was attempting to alleviate his difficulties, and having a place to stay was certainly beneficial. Under different circumstances, he would have readily accepted the offer from another shop owner. Yet it was her proposition that complicated matters. He had nowhere else to go, and while she was trying to preserve his dignity by offering this condition, he was left to wrestle with his own pride. Damn it! What was he so conflicted about? Severus Snape found himself momentarily perplexed by his own thoughts. Perhaps it was his unwillingness to appear diminished in the eyes of another. Yet he was acutely aware that Wei Xingbai had never harbored such notions. It was he who was overthinking, attempting to suppress the burgeoning vitality within him through a steadfast refusal, stifling the inappropriate desires and fanciful thoughts he had no right to entertain regarding her. Senior? Snape Senior? Severus? The girl's hand waved before him, seemingly calling his name. Lost in contemplation, Snape suddenly became aware of her summoning his given name. He swiftly regained focus, grasping the small hand that fluttered before him, his breath growing rapid. What did you just call me? The soft hand was tightly held by him, leaving Wei Xingbai momentarily stunned, her gaze becoming evasive. Ahem, you were lost in thought just now. Lunch is ready. I merely intended to call you to eat. I didn't mean to use your given name. If you dislike me addressing you that way, I shall be more mindful in the future. Wei Xingbai attempted to retract her hand from his firm grip, but after a brief struggle, she could not free herself. Her earlier intention had been one of playful mischief, deliberately invoking Snape's given name, and in that fleeting moment, she had caught a glimpse of the joy that flickered across his face. The warmth of his palm felt like a surge of heat, a flow of blood coursing into her heart, a warmth that belonged to another, igniting a flutter of anxiety within her. I do not dislike you calling me that, he replied softly, then released her hand. The girl quickly withdrew her hand beneath the table, lowering her gaze for 2 seconds before raising her head again, her expression returning to its previous calmness, as if her earlier fluster had merely been his illusion. Then shall we eat, Senior? Very well. Snape did not dwell on the matter further. The girl was still quite young, perhaps, given time, when he had come to terms with his own feelings, and as she matured, she would understand. Yet unbeknownst to him, beneath her seemingly composed demeanor, Wei Shengbai grappled with her own tumultuous emotions. Snape believed her too young to comprehend the subtle undercurrents of desire, failing to recognize the yearning evident in his gaze. However, Wei Shengbai's soul was not as innocent as her outward appearance suggested. Though she had never experienced romance in her past life, she had observed the interactions of other couples around her, and thus was not entirely naive in matters of the heart. Coupled with her previous observations of Snape's every move, she was certain that the look in his eyes had once been reserved for Lily. What was happening? Had he mistaken her for someone else? No, that was impossible. She and Lily were vastly different, and his demeanor towards Lily had always been one of restraint. Even after confessing his feelings at the Christmas ball and being rejected, he had never crossed the boundaries. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Wei Shengbai's cutlery suddenly halted mid-motion. Wait a moment, since the Christmas ball? It seemed that ever since that fateful night, Snape had ceased to regard Lily with the same depth of feeling and restraint as before. Everything appeared to have shifted after she awakened in the room of requirement. Yet Snape had concealed his emotions so adeptly, perhaps out of habit, that it left Wei Shengbai with lingering doubts. She had no idea how to confront Snape if her suspicions proved correct. Perhaps it was all mere speculation on her part. After all, his earlier reaction alone could not substantiate her theories. As the two concluded their lunch at the Leaky Cauldron and walked back, they conversed about trivial matters, each concealing their true thoughts and emotions, ensuring not a single crack in their fade was visible. So, Senior, have you given it some thought? Upon returning to the small house, she once again broached the topic of the shop. As you wish. This time, Snape did not refuse. Perhaps being closer to her would allow him to better discern his own heart. Moreover, when he had agreed, he had felt a surge of exhilaration from deep within, startling him with the realization that he seemed to genuinely be developing feelings for this girl by his side. After their return from Diagon Alley, engrossed in researching potion magic and organizing materials for the shop, Wei Shengbai invited him to stay with her. She had an inkling that Snape was running low on funds, which inspired a new idea. Senior, the potion you gave me previously was quite effective. Did you concoct it yourself? How about we sell it in the shop? I can offer you a generous share of the profits. Wei Shengbai paused her writing, looking up at Snape, who was meticulously extracting a unicorn tail hair from a pile of materials to place in an exquisite mahogany box, one of the shop's future primary products. A single unicorn tail hair was worth 10 galleons in the wizarding market, far exceeding the entirety of his current funds, compelling him to treat it with the utmost seriousness. The potion's effect is sound, however, the flavor requires improvement. After placing the unicorn tail hair securely, he addressed Wei Shengbai's earlier inquiry. I find the flavor acceptable. It could certainly be launched as is. Hearing her words, Snape cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at her, as if questioning her taste buds. Do you require any other potions? Yet he did not intentionally belittle her. Rather, he inquired if there were any other potions she needed. If you manage to develop any new potions. I do not intend to sell anything that is overly commonplace in other shops. It would be best to have our own unique offerings, as standard potions can be found elsewhere in Diagon Alley. Should you create any new potions, I will certainly inform you. He made this promise while continuing to handle the unicorn tail hair. Then I shall provide you with some funding for potion research. As long as you ensure that these new potions are sold in my shop. Would 1,000 or 3,000 galleons suffice? Although already aware of Wei Shengbai's considerable wealth and her disregard for spending, Snape was still taken aback by her extravagant proposal. Very well, he responded softly, not declining her offer. As they fell into another comfortable silence, a tawny owl flew in through the open window, clutching a letter in its beak, landing beside the sofa. It is a letter from Mr. Grindelwald. Wei Shengbai, with keen eyes, discerned the emblem on the envelope, depicting a phoenix poised for flight, a design favored by Grindelwald in recent years. Thankfully, it was not the saint's symbol, Otherwise, should any wizard inadvertently lay eyes on this letter, it could incite chaos within the magical community. How strange! Why hasn't he returned? Wei Shengbai rose from her seat to retrieve the letter from the owl, muttering to herself. He could easily have returned via apparition. Yet he chose to send a letter, indicating he did not intend to address the matter in person. Upon opening the letter, she found 2 sheets filled with handwriting. As she sat on the sofa, her brow furrowing deeper with each line she read. Upon finishing the last word, her face was awash with confusion. What is it? Snape, having encountered Mr. Grindelwald only twice, sensed a dangerously enigmatic aura about him. Fortunately, he was the girl's guardian, and did not fall within the realm of enemies. He mentioned he has matters to attend to, so he will not return before my term begins. He instructed me to resolve things according to his guidance. She paused, perplexed. What could he possibly be busy with? It has been decades since he had anything to attend to. The girl's initial remarks were distinctly heard by Snape. However, her subsequent mutterings regarding her guardian dwindled into a faint whisper, as if she were speaking to herself. Nevertheless, the contents penned by Mr. Green in the letter should prove beneficial. With the sun poised to set, it seems prudent to postpone our visit until tomorrow, Senior. She carefully tucked the 2 sheets of parchment into her bag, refraining from showing them to Snape, for some of the information contained within was not meant for prying eyes. Typically, when she and Grindelwald exchanged correspondence, they deliberately avoided mentioning their pasts or terms like Nermengard. Yet, for the sake of caution, it was imperative to keep such matters concealed, lest they arouse suspicion regarding their recently liberated companion. Snape, not one to indulge in curiosity, refrained from probing into the details of the letter. The following morning, the 2 ventured out from the quaint cottage once more, making their way to St. Mungo's Hospital. Upon entering Eileen's ward, they were met with a pleasant surprise. She had emerged from her comatose state, her complexion no longer as pallid as when she first arrived. However, there was a disheartening aspect. Although Eileen was awake, she sat on her bed, her gaze vacantly fixed on the sky outside, unresponsive to anything Snape might utter. She resembled a lifeless marionette, isolated from the cacophony of the world around her. Senior, let me have a go. Could you step outside for a moment? Noticing the subtle hint of frustration and the simmering anger on Snape's face, she grasped his sleeve, gently leading him away from the bedside. Do you need me to leave? He was unaware of the method Mr. Green had proposed, yet he was inclined to trust the girl before him. Indeed, Grindelwald's suggested approach appeared deceptively simple, yet it was not characteristic of her style. Should Snape overhear her utter such words, it might provoke suspicions regarding her guardian's identity. Though he would likely not deduce it was Grindelwald, it might still pique his interest. Thus it was crucial to keep him from witnessing or hearing those insidious words. Very well, I shall retreat elsewhere. He nodded, casting one last glance at the unresponsive Eileen before exiting the room without delay. After closing the door, and ensuring no one would intrude, Wei Shengbai took a deep breath and turned to face Eileen. Tobias Snape is dead. The words tumbled from her lips like a thunderclap, reverberating in Eileen's ears. Snape had refrained from mentioning Tobias in her presence, fearing it might distress his mother. Yet Wei Shengbai understood that this name was the sole means to capture Eileen's attention, to momentarily extricate her from the abyss of despair and numbness. Indeed, upon hearing this proclamation, Eileen stirred, turning her head to regard the unfamiliar girl standing a short distance away. Tobias Snape is dead. But there is another piece of news that may bring you joy. Would you care to hear it? Wei Shengbai offered a gentle smile, slowly approaching the withered woman, articulating each word with clarity. The good news is that magic has not forsaken you. It has consistently remained by your side, dear Eileen Prince, the distinguished graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Eileen's eyes widened, for she recognized that the girl before her was producing a wand, one that had once belonged to Eileen Prince herself. No, it can't be. Upon sighting the wand, Eileen instinctively recoiled, only to find herself backed against the cold wall, unable to retreat or escape. You mean to say that it was discarded by you, is that correct? Wei Shengbai spoke as she grasped Eileen's hand, placing the wand into her palm. Thus I reiterate, this is indeed good news. It signifies that magic has never abandoned you. It is you who have turned your back on it. Eileen's wand may have been hidden away, but from the moment she resolved to pursue the life she desired, it implied she had forsaken her identity as a witch. The wand in Wei Shengbai's possession was merely a temporary prop, one she had learned of through her inquiries with Professor Slughorn regarding potions. Coincidentally, she had a duplicate among her collection of wands, which evoked a peculiar sensation within her. However, she swiftly quelled this odd feeling, recognizing that her priority was to extricate Eileen from her mental enslavement. Reflecting on the words from Grindelwald's letter, Wei Xingbai steadied herself, releasing her grip on Eileen's hands. The instinct to survive is inherent in every being, regardless of the depths of despair or the trials endured. As long as a glimmer of hope remains visible, one will seize it without hesitation. The former Tobias, or rather the man Eileen remembered as tender and kind, had been the beacon of hope she clung to over the years. She had abandoned her family, relinquished the pride of being a witch, and in that moment, all that remained was that faint, nearly imperceptible glimmer of hope. What Wei Xingbai aimed to do was extinguish the flickering ember of her delusions and reignite a brighter flame, one that Eileen had once extinguished herself. Do you recall your time at Hogwarts? Back then, you were a Slytherin student, and Professor Slughorn sang praises of your talent in potions. To this day, he remembers your name and mourns the loss of a remarkable potions master from the magical community. These were the sentiments Slughorn had expressed in his reply, lamenting the loss of Eileen's brilliance upon learning of Wei Xingbai's discovery of her. No, that is not true. Eileen's grip on the wand trembled, yet she did not relinquish it or cast it aside. Clearly, Wei Xingbai's reminder had prompted her to confront memories of her past as a witch. The past she had forsaken began to resurface, starkly contrasting with the life she had led without her wand, continually tugging at her thoughts and soul. Since Tobias had learned of her identity as a witch, he had seemingly found a means to justify his own shortcomings, shifting the blame for his financial ruin onto Eileen. All his malice found an outlet, and all the sordidness rushed toward her, leaving her no respite. She could only cling to that fragile hope, allowing it to sustain her existence. Potions might heal her body, but should she willingly abandon her soul, no remedy would cure such a terminal affliction. The girl's small hand gently caressed Eileen's gaunt face, the warmth of her palm seemingly imbued with boundless courage and strength, transmitting a silent trust. I understand that the path ahead is fraught with muck and struggle, yet I also know that remaining stagnant will forever keep you ensnared in this darkness. Now, the chains that bound you have vanished. Can you truly not rise again and reclaim the exceptional self you once cast aside? Wei Xingbai wiped away the tears that had unconsciously trickled down Eileen's face. Observing Eileen's tightening grip on the wand, she knew her words had resonated. The therapeutic dialogue had begun to bear fruit. But to eradicate all the shadows lurking within Eileen's heart would require far more than this single conversation. She requires a continuous stream of encouragement, a completely different living environment, and the presence of others, along with new experiences, to heal the wounds of her past. All of this has been meticulously planned by Wei Xingbai. I have acquired a shop in Diagon Alley that needs someone to manage it, and if you are inclined, you may reside there. Adjacent to the shop is a second-hand bookstore, filled with an assortment of peculiar magical tomes gathered by the proprietor from far and wide. Across the shop's door, diagonally, lies a quaint establishment specializing in magical plants, run by a kind-hearted proprietress who delights in crafting exquisite and delectable pastries. It is conveniently located near the Leaky Cauldron, where each year before the commencement of the Hogwarts term, one can witness many mischievous yet endearing young wizards, brimming with hopes and dreams of magic, flocking to Diagon Alley. Wei Xingbai recounted these delightful scenes with eloquence, and from her descriptions, Aaron could almost envision the tranquil street, inhale the scent of ink from the books and the fragrant allure of magical plants, and hear the merry laughter of the young wizards. Aaron conceded that she was somewhat captivated by such imagery. However, she was perplexed as to why this seemingly unfamiliar girl was demonstrating such kindness towards her. Why did it seem they had never met? The girl had an unusual appearance, and Aaron rummaged through her memories of all the wizards she had encountered, yet found no clues. Nevertheless, the shop she described and the serene beauty of the scenes evoked a powerful sense of déjà vu within Aaron. It was as if, long ago, within the hazy recesses of her memory, she had heard a remarkably similar narrative. Who had uttered such words? Aaron could not recall, having evaded the wizarding community for so long that nearly all her memories had grown fragmented over the years. Wei Xingbai herself was uncertain why she harbored such thoughts regarding Aaron's future. Upon reflection, when the notion of opening a shop selling magical supplies, and enlisting others to manage it first arose in her mind, it was not Snape's visage that flashed before her eyes, but rather that of her mother, Ms. Aaron Prince. This was indeed a most peculiar occurrence. Despite the fact that they had never crossed paths, she found it baffling that such an idea would manifest. Who are you? Aaron grasped the girl's delicate hand, her expression a blend of confusion, skepticism, and an almost imperceptible hint of nostalgia. When Snape returned to the ward, he beheld this poignant tableau. His mother clutched her wand in one hand, while the other grasped the girl's slender wrist. The previous numbness and emptiness had dissipated, replaced by a vivid expression he had never witnessed on her face before. Her voice was hoarse yet resolute. seemingly inquiring about the girl's identity, while simultaneously seeking confirmation of something. Have we met before? Chapter 73, New Bonds. This brief inquiry stirred a tempest within Wei Shengbai's heart. Why would Aaron pose such a question? Strangely, Wei Shengbai recalled the mysterious woman mentioned by Willa, who had opened an account for her at Gringotts. Although these two matters bore no apparent connection, she could not help but associate the enigmatic woman with the identity Aaron was alluding to. The latter appeared to be mistaking her for someone else due to unclear memories. Yet the tone of her inquiry was imbued with certainty. It was as if an unfounded intuition ignited a flame within her heart. "Mother, what are you doing?" Snape hastened to the bedside, pulling Aaron's hand away from the girl. Upon noticing Snape's arrival, Aaron instinctively stiffened for a moment before lowering her gaze, caressing the familiar wand in her hand, remaining silent. "It's all right, Senior. Let Aunt rest well. Aunt Aaron, we will visit you again tomorrow. And I hope you will ponder the words I just spoke." Wei Shengbai gently massaged her wrist, dismissing the sudden interruption. What Aaron needed now was a tranquil and undisturbed space to reflect and gradually emerge from the shadows of her past. Snape glanced at Aaron, nodded, and together they exited the ward. To prevent Aaron from harboring any negative thoughts that might compel her to flee St. Mungo's hospital, Wei Shengbai took the precaution of informing the healer to keep a watchful eye. On their way home, she followed closely behind Snape, her mind occupied with recent events, as well as the myriad occurrences since her rebirth into this world. The very notion of reincarnation was inherently extraordinary. Wei Shengbai had always believed it to be the consequence of her parents' desperate measures to ensure their child's survival through forbidden magic. For years, this had been her steadfast belief, until she learned from the fairy Willa of another mysterious woman linked to her existence, revealing that the reality was far more complex than she had imagined. Aaron's demeanor earlier did not suggest that she viewed her as a stranger. Rather, it indicated a questioning of her identity, implying that she had stirred some vestige of Aaron's blurred memories. In a distant past, before her own birth, someone had foreseen her future, perhaps even interacted with Snape's mother. A faint possibility began to take shape in her mind. Willa had spoken true. The wonders of magic far exceeded the imaginations of wizards. The world of magic was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, teeming with the unknown and the mysterious. Yet, as long as one continued along their path, there would inevitably come a day of reaching solid ground, a day of uncovering answers. Since the answer eluded her for now, it seemed prudent to set it aside for the future. Wei Shengbai had originally contemplated this, and as she was soon to advance to the third year, she should be able to request that magical artifact from Professor Flitwick. Perhaps it would yield some clues. Snape walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at the girl lost in her thoughts, fearful that she might inadvertently wander off. He had initially believed her tendency to be directionally challenged would gradually improve, but by the end of her second year, when she still required assistance locating the charms classroom, he realized her condition was irreparable. He could not fathom how one could be so hopelessly directionally challenged, unable to remember even familiar places traversed almost daily for nearly 2 years. It was as if she were under an exceedingly powerful enchantment. However, no spell so potent could escape the notice of Headmaster Dumbledore, so it must be her own issue. The two returned to their quaint residence, each lost in their thoughts. With less than a month until the commencement of the new term, they needed to expedite the arrangements for the Diagon Alley shop, and also focus on enhancing Snape's magical abilities. Perhaps it was the liberation from the constraints of Spinner's End, perhaps it was the severance of ties with Tobias, or perhaps it was the gradual improvement of Aaron's condition. Regardless, before the term began, he had finally, much like Wei Shengbai, managed to harness the magic that belonged to him. "Congratulations, Senior," she whispered, as if releasing some burden. A sigh of relief escaping her lips, followed by a smile. "Perfect timing. Aunt Aaron is being discharged today, and the shop in Diagon Alley has been renovated. Let us take her there." After severing the ties between Aaron and her husband, although she had gradually come to terms with her situation through gentle persuasion, Wei Shengbai could see that deep down, she had yet to fully let go of her past. It was clear that only a fresh environment could fill the void in her life. Thus, after retrieving Aaron from St. Mungo's, they headed directly to Diagon Alley behind the Leaky Cauldron. After a fortnight of companionship, Eileen gradually became acquainted with Wei Shengbai. When Wei Shengbai later inquired who Eileen perceived him to be, she gently shook her head, indicating that the memory eluded her. She merely felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had heard words akin to his before. Perhaps it stemmed from her time at Hogwarts, where she overheard other students discussing the prospect of opening a shop in Diagon Alley, which sparked the association. Eileen expressed her reluctance to be tethered by her family after graduation, voluntarily relinquishing her identity as a witch, and subsequently ceased all contact with other wizards. If anyone had mentioned opening a shop in Diagon Alley in her memories, it must have been during her final days at Hogwarts when she overheard such conversations inadvertently. Wei Shengbai nodded. Although her curiosity remained partially unsatisfied, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. With the aid of magic, tasks became exceedingly convenient. What would have taken months to renovate in the mundane world was now fully completed. Willa, impeccably dressed, stood upright beside the shop's entrance, awaiting the arrival of Wei Shengbai and her companions. Eileen looked up to see a beautifully crafted sign hanging by the door, featuring the silhouette of a phoenix, inscribed with the name Rare Magical Materials Shop in English, Latin, and Chinese characters. Aunt Eileen, I shall entrust this shop to your care, she declared. The merchandise within was sparse, primarily consisting of rare magical creature materials, uncommon herbs, and some special potions, suggesting that there would not be an overwhelming number of wizards requiring these items, and thus, the shop would likely not be excessively busy. Regarding compensation, a straightforward contract could be signed shortly. The trio, accompanied by a pixie, entered the shop as Wei Shengbai inspected the arrangement of goods while discussing future plans with Eileen. Acquiring this establishment would not only serve as a means to monitor Voldemort's movements in Diagon Alley and investigate the Death Eater's presence within the wizarding world, but it also fostered a profound connection between her and the British realm. Once all issues were resolved, retiring at this shop seemed quite appealing. After all, compared to her former homeland in her past life, she now undeniably felt a stronger bond with this place. Chapter 74, A New Endeavor. Eileen took residence in the Diagon Alley shop, assisting Wei Shengbai in managing the establishment, while Severus Snape relocated from his temporary lodging in a small house. The second floor housed the rooms for the mother and son, while she occupied a room on the third floor. Occasionally, when night fell too late, she preferred not to return, and would stay in Diagon Alley instead. Most of the items in the shop were already neatly arranged, with the most common being the tail hairs of unicorns and thestrals, as she had developed a close relationship with these two creatures in the Forbidden Forest, often grooming their fur. Having previously discovered the lair of the Acromantula, she also possessed a considerable stock of the rare Acromantula venom, which was not commonly found on the market. Strangely, even when she approached the lair and dispatched several spiders, the little creatures seemed oblivious to her presence, in stark contrast to their behavior towards Snape, whom they would eagerly chase upon sight. Other more ferocious magical creatures exhibited similar behavior. Although they did not display the friendly demeanor of unicorns, they seemed to regard her as one of their own. Out of caution, she refrained from provoking the largest Acromantula, as well as other excessively aggressive magical beasts. This perplexed her, and upon inquiring with some articulate magical creatures, she learned that she emanated an aura that made them feel a sense of kinship. However, the source of this aura remained a mystery even to the magical beings. In addition to the rare magical materials and potion ingredients found in the Forbidden Forest, there were also potions previously concocted by Snape. These potions, capable of rapidly restoring both physical and mental vitality, were ultimately designated as restorative potions. By the way, I also have some magical creature materials from China, which should be quite rare here. I have a reliable source for acquiring them, making them one of the shop's signature offerings, she continued, pulling out a collection of rare materials from her small bag, some of which even Eileen, born into a family of potion makers, had never encountered. Earlier, when contemplating opening a shop, she had written to Zhou Ji, who resided far away in China, and he promptly sent a plethora of materials he had gathered during his travels, requesting her assistance in selling them. Naturally, Wei Shengbai had no reason to decline such a generous offer. Most of these materials, she had only seen in the Shanhai Jing in her past life, and she was astonished to find their existence in reality. Indeed, this world bore many differences from her former one. Regrettably, even the legendary, said to prevent one from losing their way when worn, could not remedy her own propensity for getting lost. Standing by the counter, she gazed at the newly displayed blue flowers, delicately housed in exquisite boxes, and sighed inwardly. The foot traffic was sparse, and the items in the shop were not inexpensive. Often, a mere 1 or 2 transactions a day could equate to the income of other shops on the street for an entire day. As the school term approached, younger witches and wizards began to frequent Diagon Alley more frequently, bringing a livelier atmosphere to what had previously been a rather quiet business. Eileen gradually immersed herself in her work, spending less time daydreaming at the counter, and her expressions grew richer than before, suggesting a slow but positive change. However, her communication with Snape remained limited, with only a few words exchanged each day. Yet the atmosphere between the mother and son visibly softened. indicating that their relationship would likely improve over time. As the new semester commenced, Grindelwald still had not returned, nor had he sent a single letter, leaving her uncertain of his activities. Surely, he was not gathering his old followers to once again sweep across Europe? Shaking off the rather startling thought, she could only helplessly set off with Snape towards King's Cross Station. Perhaps they had arrived too early, as there were but a few students already at the station, allowing them to easily find a suitable compartment. Senior, aside from feeling more adept at controlling your magic, do you sense any other changes within yourself? Wei Shengbai inquired of the individual seated across from her. Even though she had already begun to grasp her magical abilities, she refused to abandon this line of inquiry, hoping to uncover further insights. Previously, due to the busy preparations for the shop's opening, they had not engaged in a detailed discussion about this topic. Now, with ample time on the train, she could no longer contain her curiosity and broached the subject. It's indeed easier to brew potions than before, and learning new spells has become significantly swifter. You must have experienced the same, Snape remarked after a moment's contemplation. Is that so? I feel little difference from before. Although casting spells does seem more effortless now, Wei Shengbai replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Before she had learned to harness her magic, she was able to master spells not found in the spellbook with just one attempt. Aside from her initial lack of proficiency, she encountered little difficulty. As for potion making, her performance was commendable. Yet Professor Slughorn remarked that while her potions were of high quality and categorized as excellent work, they lacked a certain spirit and adaptability, preventing her from ever becoming a master potion maker. She understood the essence of his words. Akin to a musician who may earn an outstanding certificate, but may never grace the world stage. It seemed prudent to temporarily set aside the topic of magical abilities. Perhaps it was time to explore other avenues of research. After all, they were still students and had yet to reach adulthood. The ability to capture one's own magic already placed them significantly ahead of their peers, and there was no pressing need to pursue this path further. A suitable degree of moderation is indeed necessary. It is only after venturing beyond the confines of academia, armed with a broader perspective and enriched experiences, that the growth of magical prowess stabilizes, marking the opportune moment to delve deeper into research. It appears you have devised a plan? Severus inquired, observing the girl lost in contemplation by the window. Well, perhaps. She had resolved to seek out Professor Flitwick upon returning to school, to request the time turner, that enchanted artifact. She yearned to ascertain whether its powers could sustain a wizard across decades, perhaps even spanning a century. She refrained from disclosing this matter to Severus, for time, much like the soul, is not easily comprehended and harbors unpredictable perils. Moreover, this concern was her own. There was no need to involve others. Severus, understanding her nature, did not press further. It was customary for a Ravenclaw student to pursue their passions with fervor. Having mastered the art of harnessing magic, it seemed unlikely that she would venture into perilous subjects for the time being. Chapter 75. The New Professor. As the clock on the wall gradually aligned with the train's departure time, Lily boarded, exchanging mere pleasantries with Micah before being whisked away by her Gryffindor friends to another compartment. The train began to chug forward, and Micah, leaning against the edge of the window, closed his eyes to rest, while contemplating the intricacies of the time turner. Severus cast a charm of oblivion within the compartment, glancing at the girl beside the window as he retrieved an unfinished book from his luggage. Outside the carriage, students frolicked in the aisles, yet within this solitary space, an aura of tranquility prevailed. Upon disembarking, she and Severus chose a carriage at random, and the thestral beside her seemed intimately familiar, affectionately bowing its head to nuzzle her shoulder. Having witnessed death at an early age in Spinner's End, Severus recognized the skeletal creature's unusual affinity for Micah. Her parents had fallen victim to Voldemort, so it was only fitting that she would encounter the embodiment of death in the form of a thestral. This realization filled him with gratitude for the choices he had made. However, unbeknownst to him, Micah had never witnessed the death of another. She seemed innately capable of perceiving thestrals, the reasons for which remained a mystery. She attributed this to her affinity for magical creatures, or perhaps to that spellbook. In any case, she had many peculiar traits, and the ability to see thestrals was merely one of them. With a limited number of carriages, 2 students from another year joined them, and the thestrals gradually set the carriage in motion. The great hall had already been prepared for the welcome feast for the new students. Micah and Severus took their places at their respective house tables, awaiting the arrival of the newcomers. Apart from Professor McGonagall, who was leading the first years, the other professors were already seated, and as her gaze swept across the room, Micah caught Professor Flitwick smiling at her. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she thought she saw Dumbledore glance her way, a hint of inscrutable mirth in his expression. Unlike previous years, the seat designated for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor remained conspicuously vacant, and no one occupied it even after the sorting ceremony concluded. How curious! Had the wizarding world heard of the curse afflicting this position, and chosen to steer clear of it, leaving Dumbledore unable to find a suitable candidate for the role this year? The students beneath the staff table noticed this peculiarity, murmuring among themselves, expressing their concerns regarding the course. Micah had not encountered any mention in the original text of a professor missing from the Defense Against the Dark Arts position in previous years. Dumbledore always managed to find a reliable candidate, a fact she never worried about. Silence. As the students' whispers grew increasingly louder, Dumbledore rose with calm assurance, casting a spell that amplified his voice throughout the hall. I am aware of your concerns, dear children, but your worries are unfounded. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is an exceptionally talented wizard, who has informed me in advance that he will arrive a tad late. Let us commence our dinner. After extending a warm welcome to the new students, the amiable headmaster waved his wand, and the 4 long tables were suddenly adorned with an array of delectable dishes, their aromas wafting enticingly through the air. Upon hearing Dumbledore's reassurances, the young witches and wizards relaxed, their hunger overwhelming as they eagerly reached for the chicken legs and pies atop the table. Micah also seized a goblet of pumpkin juice, preparing to take a sip. At that moment, the doors of the great hall swung open, and entering with the knight was a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak. Our new professor has arrived. Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore stood at the forefront of the hall, his face alight with joy as he beheld the approaching figure. His expression devoid of doubt, only delight, as he led the applause. The new professor bore an unremarkable visage, lacking any distinctive features, save for his somewhat gaunt frame and the elegant yet slightly mysterious aura that emanated from him, captivating the attention of all present. Clang! Just as the applause crescendoed, a sharp sound of metal striking the ground disrupted the moment, diverting everyone's gaze to the Ravenclaw table. Upon spotting the newcomer, Severus immediately turned to glance at Micah's position. She sat there, mouth agape, a look of bewilderment on her face, before her metal goblet brimming with pumpkin juice slipped from her grasp, splattering the floor in a chaotic mess. Merlin's beard. I must be dreaming, she murmured, seemingly unable to fathom the scene unfolding before her. You ought to be mindful of your composure, my dear niece. Grindelwald, no, Mr. Grind, smiled as he approached the Ravenclaw table, effortlessly waving his wand to rectify her earlier mishap. I am so sorry, Mr. Grind, she stammered, quickly regaining her composure, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach, as if playfully chiding an elder. This exchange clarified to the surrounding students the nature of their relationship, illuminating the reason for her earlier shock-induced blunder. With Grindelwald adopting a new identity at Hogwarts, she resolved to avoid any actions that might raise suspicion among others, particularly in the presence of Headmaster Dumbledore himself. I merely wished to provide you with a small surprise. Now let us discuss this matter later. For now, let us all enjoy our dinner. Grindelwald nodded, signaling the end of this brief interlude, then took his seat, warmly greeting the other professors nearby, watching her guardian navigate the faculty table with ease, unperturbed by the possibility of Dumbledore uncovering his disguise. Micah exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. Once composed, she couldn't help but marvel at Grindelwald's audacity. It seemed that this year's school life was destined to be anything but tranquil. She silently anticipated how the curse Voldemort had placed upon the Defense Against the Dark Arts position would fare against Gellert Grindelwald, a formidable predecessor who once rivaled Dumbledore himself. Chapter 76, A Conversation in the Office. The office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was a place seldom visited by Misha Bai, who was acutely aware of her chronic affliction with directionality. After the dinner concluded, Grindelwald awaited her outside the hall. Snape observed the girl trailing behind her guardian, the new professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, as he led her toward his office. Although Grindelwald had arrived late to the evening's welcoming feast, his belongings had already been transported here by Hogwarts house elves, requiring only a modicum of tidying. Upon entering the room, Misha Bai instinctively locked the door, ensuring that no other students or professors could unexpectedly intrude. Why the anxiety? Relax a little. Would you care for a cup of red tea? Grindelwald waved his wand, causing a tightly sealed trunk to spring open, from which a plethora of books and magical artifacts soared out, swiftly cluttering his desk and shelves. Thank you. But I shall decline your kind offer, she replied, settling onto the nearby sofa. Observing Grindelwald's leisurely demeanor, her previously taut nerves began to unwind. If the individual in question was unafraid of revealing his identity, then her own nervousness was rendered futile. I hear from Phileas that you wish to borrow a time-turner this semester for your studies? Once the office was in order, Grindelwald took his seat behind the desk, regarding her with keen interest. Yes, she stammered. She had mentioned this to Professor Flitwick last semester, who likely informed Grindelwald upon learning of their connection. Oh. While it may not be detrimental to expand your course load, I advise against seeking the power of a time-turner for other purposes. The manipulation of time delves into the most enigmatic realms. No one can toy with time. This has been an eternal truth. Throughout history, many wizards have attempted to employ time-turners or similar magical instruments to revisit the past and amend their regrets. Yet all such endeavors have ended in failure. There is but one outcome, one conclusion. It remains unchanged. Anything done upon returning to the past is merely a reiteration of events already set in the future. What you believe to be a changed conclusion is simply a matter that has already transpired. Noticing Mishabai's contemplative expression on the sofa, Grindelwald chuckled softly and opened a nearby box. I too have endeavored to alter the past, yet some matters are intrinsically immutable. Much like a prophecy, the relentless pursuit to alter outcomes only solidifies an even more unyielding curse. He gestured for her to approach. As she neared his side, she caught sight of a delicate necklace adorned with an hourglass, glimmering in the dim light of the room. Phileas mentioned that your grades across all subjects are commendable. There is no need to burden yourself with mastering every course. It would be exceedingly exhausting. He entrusted me with this item, hoping I might counsel you accordingly. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. He slid the box containing the time-turner toward Mishabai, seemingly awaiting her verdict. However, Grindelwald's earlier remarks had imparted a clear understanding to Mishabai. Previously, she had speculated that her future self had returned to the past to establish an account at Gringotts. If this hypothesis held true, it indicated she must have accomplished this in some moment yet to come. The events of the past had already unfolded. Under this assumption, the future was predetermined. Thus, regardless of whether she took possession of the time-turner today, the outcome would remain unchanged. Grindelwald was evidently signaling that now was not the appropriate time. I understand, sir, she replied dutifully, pushing the box back, indicating her decision to refrain from exploring this matter for the time being. By the way, was your appointment as a professor personally conducted by the headmaster? The curse placed upon the position of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts was well known among wizards across Europe, although some, convinced the curse was mere rumor, would volunteer themselves for the role. It was typically Dumbledore who extended the invitation. I am aware of your concerns. Perhaps he has sensed something amiss. Yet he currently lacks the means to penetrate my disguise. Closing the box, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, his expression devoid of any unease, as though he were entirely unconcerned about concealing his identity at Hogwarts. Then, sir, you sought employment here of your own volition, correct? Mishabai inquired cautiously. Observing the enigmatic smile upon Grindelwald's face, she promptly reined in her audacious curiosity, opting not to pursue the topic further. Subsequently, Grindelwald assessed her magical proficiency and engaged in various discussions. When she finally departed from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, only an hour remained before curfew. As she made her way back, the other students had already returned to their dormitories, leaving the corridors eerily silent, save for the whispering wind. The night outside was as dark as ink, with only the flames within the castle illuminating the path ahead, resembling the solitary lighthouse amidst a continuous mountain range. Having just been advised by Grindelwald to avoid the taboo subject of time, Mishabai found herself momentarily devoid of her next research target. Lost in contemplation of future studies, she inadvertently neglected to summon her familiar, Little Black, to guide her, aimlessly wandering the campus. Suddenly, the torchlight on the adjacent wall flickered out. Mishabai immediately registered that curfew had arrived. She needed to return swiftly. Being caught roaming the grounds by a professor would result in a deduction of points. Not wishing to begin the school year with such a blemish, she prepared to summon Little Black, when she discerned movement in the dark ahead. Someone was approaching. Realizing the predicament, she noted the lack of hiding places amidst the surrounding walls and, rather than panic and flee, opted to cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. This practical spell rendered her form indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, effectively cloaking her presence. Once she had completed the incantation, she retreated to the farthest corner, intent on determining whether the figure advancing was a patrolling professor or merely other students out after hours. James Potter found himself regretting his decision. The new caretaker, Filch, possessed ears far more acute than he had anticipated. They had initially planned to tease him, but unexpectedly, he had caught on to their presence. To avoid deducting points from Gryffindor on the very first day of term, the four of them conferred and concluded that their collective presence was too conspicuous and impractical for a quick escape. thus deciding to disperse. Chapter 77. Explanation. Listening to the relentless footsteps pursuing him from behind, it was evident that Filch was hot on his trail, leaving him no opportunity for escape. He had forgotten to wear his invisibility cloak when leaving the dormitory, otherwise he would not have been so easily singled out. As he watched James Potter dash past, Mishabai hesitated, realizing that remaining stationary was unsafe, and thus resolved to follow him in his flight. Consequently, James noticed that the footsteps behind him had multiplied from 1 to 2. What's going on? Are there other students out as well? Confusion enveloped him until, after shaking off Filch and entering a secluded empty classroom, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered that there was still a night-wandering student trailing behind him, prompting him to cautiously survey his surroundings. "Good evening, Mr. Potter." Observing him searching for her presence, Mishabai grew disinterested in teasing him, and promptly lifted the disillusionment charm, revealing herself. "I hadn't anticipated a Ravenclaw student would be out at this hour. I assumed it was merely other Gryffindors." James squinted, recognizing the figure before him in the faint moonlight that trickled through the window. "I remember you. After the Christmas holidays last semester, you often spent time with Lily and that snot-nosed brat." He referred to the events that transpired after Lily had approached him in the library, leading to their frequent study sessions together. "I am Wei Shengbai, Mr. Potter. Moreover, as a scion of pure-blood lineage, or perhaps simply out of basic decorum, I hope you can use more appropriate terms when addressing others. For instance, you might refer to him as Snape, or add Mr. before his name, which would better reflect your upbringing." She reminded him with a smile, though her words caused James to furrow his brow. "I have no desire to refer to that foul creature, who delights in the study of dark magic, in such a manner. Should I then infer that for someone who enjoys ambushing classmates from behind, I might also bestow upon him a moniker befitting a scoundrel?" Upon hearing Wei Shengbai's slightly mocking retort, James Potter's face flushed with anger, yet he was mindful of Filch, who was searching for him outside. He clenched his fists and lowered his voice in rebuttal. "No, I was merely in a foul mood that day. I don't even know why I acted that way. It was unintentional." Perhaps his defense sounded somewhat feeble now, as if he were grasping at excuses, but Wei Shengbai, observing his reddened face and the note of grievance in his tone, sensed something was amiss. He appeared not to be lying. "All right, calm down, Mr. Potter. It seems we have both allowed our emotions to get the better of us. You seem to harbor some hidden truths regarding this matter. Perhaps we should have a thorough discussion." The girl spoke calmly. Hearing her suggestion for a serious conversation, James Potter felt a glimmer of hope, and quickly stepped closer to Wei Shengbai. "Are you willing to hear my explanation? I know it may be difficult for you to believe, but I assure you, I felt as though I were being manipulated by my own emotions at that moment. I have spoken to Sirius and Remus about it, but they simply comforted me. I know they don't believe my account." The two found clean chairs in the empty classroom, and Wei Shengbai began to inquire about the incident at the dueling club. "They believe you acted impulsively toward Senior Snape, because you felt embarrassed in front of Lily. However, as your closest friends, while they may find your actions somewhat rash, they understand and thus dismissed your defense, continuing to reassure you not to feel guilty. Am I correct?" "Precisely." James nodded vigorously. He had explained this to numerous people, but never had anyone grasped the essence of his defense quite like Wei Shengbai. "Could you elaborate on your thoughts prior to casting that spell?" Wei Shengbai's tone was gentle, devoid of any impatience. To James Potter, it was far more comforting than the reassurances offered by his friends. "Actually, I had just learned that spell not long before. My parents taught it to me during the summer. They felt that Hogwarts was overly protective of the students, so they hoped I would at least possess the ability to defend myself. I wasn't very adept with that spell, but it seemed as though another version of myself was urging me to use the most powerful spell I had learned to defeat him, perhaps even to kill him." As he spoke, James Potter clutched his head in frustration, seemingly ashamed of the malicious thought that had crossed his mind at that moment. Perhaps this incident had led him to deeply question his character, as his explanation sounded as though he were merely recounting an impulsive act. "I don't know what came over me. By the time I regained my senses, I had already uttered the incantation." Observing the boy across from her in distress, Wei Shengbai felt a peculiar familiarity with his description. "The killing curse? No, that is not quite right. If we are speaking of dark magic at Hogwarts, it must pertain to that room of hidden requests." Gazing out at the moon now high in the sky, Wei Shengbai murmured her speculation, but James Potter, lost in his memories, did not quite catch what she was saying. "Before attending that dueling club, did you come into contact with anything peculiar? Or perhaps, did you venture into any strange places prior to the incident?" She could not directly inquire if he had seen or touched anything akin to a diadem. Voldemort's Horcruxes were far too perilous. If Potter were to learn anything, his innate curiosity and adventurous spirit would undoubtedly compel him to scrutinize her words today. Strange places? At Wei Xingbai's question, James Potter blinked in surprise, as if recalling something, his eyes widening slowly. Yes, I did stumble upon a rather mysterious room. Sirius and I had snuck in to pilfer all the alcohol from the previous head of house, and he was chasing us around in a furious rage. The old man was like a mad dog, with a nose that could sniff out the scent of the hidden liquor. We nearly got caught. In a panic, I sought a place to stash the drinks and stumbled into a room I had never seen before. If all goes as expected, the room he described, ideal for hiding things, was indeed the room of requirement that James Potter had inadvertently accessed. Chapter 78. The Truth. The Ravenclaw diadem, that which had been turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, lay within. After hiding the liquor in that room, I started to explore. It was quite spacious, cluttered with various items, and I even spotted a damaged golden snitch. As he recalled the events of that night, he began to recognize his own unusual behavior. I was just wandering around, thinking I would go out shortly, curious to see what interesting things were inside. Then I ventured deeper into the room, feeling as though something compelled me to move forward. At this point, James Potter knocked on his own head, his expression becoming increasingly bewildered. What happened next? Did you find anything of interest? Noticing that his demeanor was becoming increasingly erratic, Wei Xingbai interjected to redirect his drifting thoughts. No. I tripped over some clutter on the floor, and remembered that Sirius and the others were still outside. Fearing they might get caught by the head of house, I left. However, when I later returned to search for that strange room, I could never find it again. James Potter shook his head as if recalling something, and continued looking at Wei Xingbai. Weren't you trying to find that giant troll tapestry? That peculiar room seemed to appear in that vicinity. Have you seen it? What he described was indeed the room of requirement. To evade the head of house, he had inadvertently unlocked the room, entering the very place where Voldemort had hidden the Ravenclaw diadem. The voice urging him to delve deeper into the room was likely the Horcrux exerting its influence. No. Hogwarts has existed for over 1,000 years. This ancient castle conceals many peculiar chambers. Perhaps you simply chanced upon it. She refrained from disclosing the existence of the room of requirement, knowing that if James Potter were to return, his adventurous nature would lead him to obsess over that room. For their group of thrill-seekers, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Her secret base remained hidden within, and it must not be discovered by others. The following day was filled with numerous classes, and my restless night left me in a foul mood, resulting in several inexplicable arguments with Lupin and others. When I arrived at the dueling club that evening, the incident occurred. I sincerely apologize, Miss Weasley, for the harm I inadvertently caused you. Upon hearing James Potter's repeated apologies, she shook her head, indicating that she had long since moved past that incident. His sudden attack on Snape from behind was a consequence of the influence of a Horcrux. This was an exceedingly malevolent artifact of dark magic, one that even Dumbledore in the original narrative was tempted by when retrieving the Resurrection Stone ring, let alone James Potter, who was merely a third-year student at the time. From your description, it seems that room was filled with peculiar items. I have read that certain malevolent magical artifacts can affect one's emotions. You must have encountered something in that room that amplified your feelings, ultimately leading to a loss of control. While your actions were influenced by external factors, they remain your own, and I can empathize with and forgive you. However, I believe the person you owe the greatest apology to is not me. With this understanding, James Potter grasped the underlying implication of Miss Weasley's words. She wanted him to apologize to that insufferable individual. The mere thought of humbling himself to express regret to that wretched person darkened James's expression, as countless voices within him protested vehemently against the idea. Mr. Potter, your disdain for Senior Snape stems from two primary reasons. Firstly, you harbor an aversion to those who delve into dark magic, perceiving them as dark wizards, particularly some from Slytherin, whom you find arrogant and haughty. The second reason lies in your affection for Lily, who often associates with him, hence your animosity towards Snape. Am I correct? At present, James Potter was merely a 15-year-old adolescent wizard. At this age, young boys and girls are typically clear in their discernment of right and wrong. They embrace their affections and aversions without any semblance of disguise. They lack the ability to consider others' perspectives and do not comprehend that every individual lives in a distinct environment, with varying motivations for survival. They often perceive the world in stark contrasts of black and white, good and evil, wielding their judgments like a sharp blade, unflinchingly dividing all. Even if such a blade may inflict wounds upon others, oblivious to the scars hidden within. Upon mentioning Lily, an awkward and bashful expression flitted across James Potter's face, only to be quickly suppressed as he nodded. All right, let us first discuss the initial issue. I have spent considerable time with Senior Snape, and have come to understand him to some extent. I wish to share my perspective on him. My first encounter with him occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Do not regard me with that peculiar look, I was merely curious. My initial formal interaction with Snape transpired during my first venture into the Forbidden Forest. My sense of direction is rather poor, and I often find myself lost. That night, he was gathering herbs in the forest, and though some events transpired, he ultimately guided me out. Later, I sought to conduct some magical experiments in the forest, and once again, he led me in and subsequently back out. It is rather astonishing, despite his outward demeanor of aloofness and unapproachability, and the occasional mockery from his unflattering remarks, he is not as difficult to engage with as one might presume. At that time, I was aware of his keen interest in dark magic. He aspired to join the Death Eaters. However, after interacting with him, I found it hard to believe he would ultimately become a despised dark wizard. No rational individual would detest the light, nor would anyone willingly forsake hope, unless they had lost both. Mr. Potter, not everyone exists in the world as you do, growing up blissfully under the tender care of loving parents, free from worry. Not everyone lives in a realm of brightness and hope. Suffering is an ever-present reality, akin to darkness. For some, merely surviving is a relentless struggle. As she spoke, the girl seemed to drift off topic. It appeared she was addressing Snape, yet also alluding to her own past. Because of her understanding, her empathy, and her own arduous childhood, Miss Weasley has always comprehended Snape, whether in the original narrative or in this tangible world. If the version of herself that once resided in an orphanage had encountered someone willing to provide her with sustenance and warmth, someone who could liberate her from the burdens of winter labor, allowing her to experience the normal childhood she had longed for, it would have been difficult for her youthful heart not to be swayed, even if the other harbored ulterior motives. Those who dwell in darkness, ensnared in the mire of despair, yearn for strength to extricate themselves from their oppressive surroundings. Mr. Potter, do you believe such aspirations are misguided? Miss Weasley gazed earnestly at the boy before her, one who had never known suffering, hoping he might provide an objective, unbiased response. For reasons unknown, James Potter felt an urge to evade her penetrating gaze, a gaze belonging to someone who had survived in an entirely foreign world, one he could not comprehend. I believe there is no wrong in that. His voice was somewhat hoarse. As the only child of the Potters, who had been older parents, he had always been somewhat indulged, which had fostered a degree of obstinacy in his character. However, this did not imply he was incapable of understanding hardship. Rather, it was that no one had ever asked him such direct questions as Miss Weasley did, making the topic feel weighty for him. Yet even so, he could not condone the study of dark magic. There were indeed alternative routes, as exemplified by Dumbledore, a formidable wizard, along with the professors who had never resorted to such means. They had never employed dark magic, a point James Potter intended to articulate, but refrained from elaborating. He was already 15. Though still youthful, he had surpassed the age of innocence. While the Ministry of Magic prohibited the use of exceedingly malevolent dark arts, he understood that even someone as powerful as Dumbledore could not rely on stupor-inducing spells to vanquish Grindelwald in the past, to apprehend some overly zealous Death Eaters. The Ministry was currently deliberating the authorization of Aurors to utilize the killing curse when necessary. As I once mentioned, what determines an individual's path to becoming a dark wizard is not merely the use of dark magic, but rather the state of their heart. If one day, Mr. Potter, you become an Auror and employ the killing curse to eliminate a particularly nefarious Death Eater, would you consider yourself a loathsome dark wizard for having used such a vile spell? Senior Snape's desire to explore dark magic is simply a means to gain strength swiftly. I trust you do not believe he would employ it to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, do you? James Potter found himself momentarily at a loss for words, bowing his head, uncertain of how to counter her assertions. His previous rigid impressions of Snape began to blur in the face of the girl's narrative. Miss Weasley's descriptions of Snape revealed facets James had never considered. Reflecting on it now, he realized his past perceptions had been overly one-sided, fixating on Snape's flaws while failing to grasp the true essence of who he was. Voldemort was indeed no paragon of virtue, yet he was immensely powerful. Apart from Dumbledore, he was arguably the most formidable wizard across Europe. Many individuals hold deep admiration for Dumbledore, while others are drawn to Voldemort. For both occupy positions of power, one in the light and the other in the shadows. It is only natural for someone to idolize those who stand tall. After all, it is far easier for one who has always basked in sunlight to pursue the light, whereas those mired in darkness may find it simpler to embrace the shadows. Mr. Potter, I share these thoughts not to elicit your sympathy, but to encourage you to refrain from judging a person solely based on superficial impressions. For what you perceive is not the entirety of their being. Even the murkiest swamp can be graced by sunlight, where flowers bloom and butterflies flit about. I believe you ought to witness these wonders as well. Throughout our conversation, Wei Shengbai has not once mentioned the desire for James Potter to apologize for the unpleasantness at the dueling club. The hour approaches midnight, and she retrieves a few snacks from her small bag, placing a portion into James Potter's embrace. Here, James's eyes widen in surprise, having not quite caught how she produced such an array of treats. The enticing aroma of food stirs his hunger. Go ahead and eat. And thank you for bringing me here earlier. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss to escape from Filch. She casually fabricated an excuse, and took the initiative to nibble on a small cake. James, not wishing to decline, had just stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth when the girl posed a question that nearly made him choke. Mr. Potter, if I were to pursue Senior Lily, would you come to loathe me as you once did with Senior Snape? Cough, cough, cough. The sudden inquiry caught James off guard, as a morsel of cake lodged in his throat, making him gasp for breath. After accepting the water Wei Shengbai offered from her bag and gulping down several hearty sips, he finally managed to regain his composure. Yet, the incredulity lingered on his face as he recalled her question. You pursue Lily? It seemed he doubted his own hearing, repeating her words while his hand trembled with the small cake he held. Indeed, Senior Lily is exceptionally beautiful, with a delightful disposition. Besides the boys, many girls admire her as well, and I frequently find myself in her company. You still haven't answered my question. If I were to pursue her, would you speak harshly to me as you did with Senior Snape? And no, I should not. I doubt I would. Her somewhat audacious statement provoked a flustered response from James, who stammered and felt a suspicious flush creep across his cheeks. So your animosity is directed solely at Senior Snape, as he has always appeared to be of ill character, which incites your disdain for Lily's closeness to him. However, after our conversation tonight, you should recognize that he is not inherently malicious. You retain the right to dislike him, but it is essential to respect others, barring those truly wicked individuals. Respecting others is tantamount to respecting oneself. It is a fundamental aspect of being human, and a noble virtue. This applies not only to Senior Snape but to Senior Lily as well. You must learn to respect her if you wish to earn her affection. I don't quite grasp your meaning. James scratched his disheveled hair, finding the term respect too broad to comprehend in that moment. Do not fret. I shall formally pursue Senior Lily starting tomorrow, and you will come to understand then. By the way, if you return me to the Ravenclaw common room now, I could provide you with a few demonstrations later. Is she serious? James Potter was enveloped in a cloud of questions. Chapter 80. The Initial Confrontation. Senior. Does this question have other answers? Senior Lily, shall we dine together in the Great Hall shortly? Senior, the sun shines brilliantly today. Let us stroll by the Black Lake. Senior, in 2 weeks' time, the third-year students will be allowed to visit Hogsmeade, I hope. Snape trailed behind the two girls. Sensing that Wei Shengbai seemed somewhat clingy today, particularly towards Lily. Was it perhaps the longing from their prolonged separation during the summer? He found himself perplexed by the girl's intentions, opting to observe silently from the sidelines. Meanwhile, concealed behind a tree by the Black Lake, James Potter watched as Wei Shengbai clutched Lily's arm tightly. Recalling her declaration to pursue Lily, a pang of jealousy surged within him. She is serious. How infuriating. He had never held Lily's hand. Was it truly easier for girls to win affection? No, Lily would never be with another girl. He continuously reassured himself, even as he inadvertently overlooked Snape standing beside them. His mind consumed with thoughts of what it would mean if Lily and Wei Shengbai were to be together. Sirius and Remus had to call his name several times to draw his attention away from the two. What is it? Perhaps he was unaware of the brooding expression contorting his features, one that even startled his close friends. Are you still watching Evans? Shouldn't you go and speak with her? Typically, Sirius would suggest this, following a familiar pattern where Lily would politely decline the invitation to stroll. Snape would roll his eyes, and James would mock him, leading to Lily's irritation and departure, often followed by Snape's exit or a confrontation with them. Let us wait for another time. James hesitated, uncertain of Wei Shengbai's intentions, and unsure of what might unfold if he approached her now. What are you afraid of? Do you no longer fancy Evans? Or are you intimidated by that booger? At worst, it will just be a fight. We won't be the only ones losing points. Sirius remarked nonchalantly, tugging James towards Lily and the others. Remus and Peter trailed behind, and Wei Shengbai caught sight of the approaching trio. glancing briefly before resuming her conversation with Lily. Snape, too, noticed them, but curiously, Potter was fixated on the two girls, his expression lacking the usual arrogance, instead betraying a hint of distress. Is there something you need? Lily, engaged in discussing plans with Wei Shengbai regarding their visit to Hogsmeade, could not ignore the presence of James and his friends as they approached. Thus she politely inquired. We wish to. James stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought under Wei Shengbai's intense gaze. It appears they have nothing of consequence to discuss. Senior Lily, perhaps we should return. Did you not mention seeing an intriguing book in the library a few days ago? I would like to see it. The girl gently tugged on Lily's arm, attempting to extricate her from the awkward situation. Wait, we merely wished to invite Ms. Evans for a walk here. As the three began to depart, Sirius, disregarding James's unusual demeanor today, quickly interjected. He nudged James with his elbow, snapping him back to reality. Right, a walk. I simply wanted to invite Lily for a stroll. James had adored Lily from the moment he set foot in Hogwarts. Her warmth, her beauty, her vivacity had captured his heart irrevocably. Even after Wei Shengbai had issued her challenge, despite the ensuing turmoil, his feelings for Lily remained fervent and pure. What did it matter if his rival was a girl? He would not concede, never. Upon contemplating this, James felt his courage and confidence gradually returning. He stepped forward and fixed his gaze upon Lily's emerald-like, gentle eyes, inquiring once more, Lily, may I invite you for a stroll? The outcome was all too predictable. Lily glanced at her companions, Micah and Snape, then subtly cast a sidelong glance at the group of close friends encircling James. Before shaking her head in refusal of his proposal, Snape, as was customary, wore a mocking smile directed at the group, particularly towards James Potter. The expected exchange of barbs and potential escalation into a quarrel was thwarted today, however, due to Micah's presence. The two who typically found themselves at the epicenter of such conflicts now held a degree of restraint in her company, rendering the usual routine ineffective. Though the two fell into silence, none present anticipated that the girl who had been grasping Lily's arm would speak up. Mr. Potter, you are neither Lily's close friend nor a gentleman. To suddenly invite her to abandon us for a walk. Is this not rather uncouth? And with such a large entourage, do you intend to intimidate us? The girl's words, delivered with a gentle smile yet imbued with undeniable authority, caused James's countenance to shift dramatically, the confidence he had just reclaimed dissipating in an instant. No, I do not. He fervently denied the accusation, his gaze darting nervously between Lily and Micah, fearful that the former would be swayed by the girl's insinuations and come to detest him. Then I kindly ask that you step aside. We wish to return. A group of boys encircling two delicate girls, extending frivolous invitations. Did they truly believe such behavior commendable? Had no one ever taught them the meaning of respecting others? Standing nearby, Snape was taken aback. Despite the girl's soft-spoken demeanor and youthful appearance, her words resonated with a formidable and irrefutable strength, compelling James and his friends to part ways. According to Micah's earlier remarks, James's words, or indeed, all his seemingly candid expressions towards Lily, now appeared somewhat superficial. I apologize. We are heading to the library. Sensing Micah's agitation, she gently patted the small hand that clung to her arm in a gesture of reassurance, inwardly agreeing with her sentiments. Any self-assured girl would not be swayed by such flippant young men, and she was no exception. Although she recognized that Potter harbored no malicious intent in his invitation, she regrettably felt no flutter of affection for him, at least at that moment. Chapter 81. I will assist you. Do I truly lack respect for Lily? Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, James Potter collapsed onto his bed, lamenting, Don't ask me. I have never pursued anyone. It is always those girls who approach me. Sirius closed the dormitory door and shrugged in response. That girl, Micah from Ravenclaw, I believe. Perhaps she has a point. Remus, sitting beside James, was the most level-headed and perceptive among the four, and he had absorbed some of Micah's wisdom. What point? Have I not respected Lily in the past? Did my previous actions strike her as frivolous? Has she always viewed me this way? The more James spoke, the more despairing he became, raking his fingers through his already tousled hair, as if it might clear his thoughts. Perhaps you might try to mature a bit, suggested Remus, offering what seemed a reasonable piece of advice, though they were all merely 15-year-old underage wizards, with only a superficial understanding of respect and maturity. Regardless, I will not give up. Reflecting on Lily's smile, James felt a surge of vigor, sitting upright with renewed determination. Isn't it simply about learning to respect others? Isn't it about becoming more mature and reliable? I will strive to improve. For Lily, he would never relent. It must be said that James Potter's resolve was quintessentially Gryffindor, resembling a valiant lion charging forth regardless of the obstacles ahead. wielding all his courage. Although at times he appeared somewhat rash or foolish, these traits were indeed his unique radiance. By the way, where did you go after we parted ways yesterday? Why did you return to the dormitory so late? After concluding the discussion about Lily, Sirius shifted the topic to James's nocturnal escapades. Ah well, I encountered a minor incident, but it is of no consequence. I must first visit the library to seek out some books that may aid my quest for steadiness. In an apparent attempt to conceal something, James hastily diverted the topic, eager to leave the dormitory before his friends could detect his unease. Meanwhile, Snape noticed that Micah seemed somewhat distracted today. Even during meals and while studying in the library, she appeared lost in thought. What could be troubling her? Furthermore, her attitude towards Lily and her remarks directed at that fool Potter felt uncharacteristic. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he stared at the cauldron on his desk, contemplating for a moment before seizing his wand and stepping outside. The night was chilly as Micah followed closely behind Sirius, slowly making her way towards the room of requirement. Before she could reach the entrance, she spotted a figure leaning against the wall, waiting. What is he doing here? After the magical creature capture experiment, she had no new research topics, and Grindelwald had subtly thwarted her previous intentions to study the time turner. Thus she had not arranged to meet him in their secret haven. He ought to be in his dormitory. Nervously anticipating what was to come, Micah clenched her hands, plotting ways to persuade him to leave. With hands tucked into his pockets, Snape observed as Micah halted in the distance, the flames flickering on the wall illuminating her perplexed expression. What brings you here? She asked, bewildered. Snape hesitated to respond immediately. He sensed something was amiss with her today, as if she were concealing something, and having been unable to concentrate in the dormitory, he had ventured here in hopes of finding her. To his surprise, he had found her. I remembered I left a few books here. I will retrieve them shortly. Seeing Snape remain silent, Micah's heart began to race, but she steeled herself with a seemingly plausible excuse. Then let us go inside together. I, too, wish to collect a few items. This was clearly a falsehood, for they had tidied the room of requirement at the end of the last semester. In her moment of panic, she had momentarily forgotten this fact. It was evident she was indeed hiding something. The room of requirement is quite a fascinating place. I had never discovered it before, nor had I heard anyone mention it. You seem well acquainted with it. Perhaps there are other secrets within? Have you found a new research subject? Micah felt somewhat exasperated. Snape possessed an astute ability to read between the lines, piecing together the truth from trivial details in her earlier fib. I apologize, Senior. This is my independent project. Realizing she could no longer maintain her fade, she directly refused him. The matter of Horcruxes was far too perilous. Perhaps she alone was the true variable in this world, and she did not wish for anyone else to take risks, especially not this significant character from the original narrative. Is it like last time, when you fainted in that dark room? Are you about to engage in yet another foolish endeavor? He approached the girl, and though his physique appeared somewhat gaunt, he towered over her by a considerable height. When the two of them found themselves alone, Wei Shengbai could acutely sense the oppressive aura and warmth radiating from him. She discreetly took a step back, distancing herself from the bitter scent of the herbs, and her heart, which had wavered due to his skepticism, regained its steadfastness. Senior Snape, I never embark on ventures without certainty. I am well aware of my actions, so please, do not worry about me. She hastily uttered these words, contemplating that she would not encounter the Horcrux tonight, and thus intended to retrace her steps. However, just as she turned to leave, Snape unexpectedly reached out, grasping her wrist with a suddenness that caught her off guard. I will assist you. His voice was low, as if it could disperse into the wind at any moment. Yet it resonated clearly in the girl's ears. What do you wish to do? I will help you. Consider it a token of my gratitude for your continued care. Even if the undertaking was perilous, be it a task or an experiment, working together would undoubtedly alleviate much of the burden. He no longer wished to be oblivious to the dangers surrounding her. The haunting image of her collapsing into the silent darkness had plagued his dreams incessantly. Wei Shengbai, held firmly by her wrist, parted her lips, intending to utter a denial, but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. You truly are something. She turned to face him, gazing into his inscrutable black eyes, and after a lengthy internal deliberation, she could not find the words to express herself, only managing a gentle sigh, a silent acquiescence. I will take you inside. Chapter 82. A Warning from the World. After lingering at the entrance of the room of requirement 3 times, a grand door slowly materialized on the previously bare wall. Snape stepped ahead of Wei Shengbai, taking the initiative to open the door. An ancient scent wafted forth, imbued with a hint of decay, along with a fine dust that made it particularly acrid to the senses. Concerned that someone might pass by and notice the anomaly, the two ventured into the room, shutting the door behind them. It was now deep into the night, with only half an hour remaining before curfew. The light within the room of requirement was dim, illuminated only by an indistinct source filtering through the sealed windows, casting a faint glow on the surroundings. The room was cluttered with a chaotic assortment of items, and Snape raised his wand, casting a flickering lumos that instantly brightened their immediate vicinity. Scattered at their feet were numerous books, empty potion vials, and some damaged magical artifacts. Wei Shengbai also spotted a few wilted magical plants, as well as what could have been liquor pilfered by James Potter from the previous head of house. The sheer volume and disorder of the contents rendered the floor nearly impassable. One misstep could lead to a fall. "What are you searching for here?" Observing the mountainous pile of clutter, Snape turned to inquire of the person beside him. Since she had come to this room without wishing to disclose her intentions, it suggested her concern for certain items, perhaps even a specific object. Voldemort's audacity and formidable power were well known. Even Professor Dumbledore harbored reservations about him, fearing that he possessed means to either bring the magical world to ruin, or to escape dire circumstances. Undoubtedly, his apprehensions were justified. Wei Shengbai did not immediately venture deeper into the room of requirement. Instead, she stood at the entrance and began discussing Voldemort with Snape. "Have you uncovered any of his secrets?" The mention of the Dark Lord prompted Snape to tighten his grip on his wand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings as if anticipating an unexpected threat. Even without any immediate plans to confront Voldemort, he did not wish for the girl beside him to be endangered. "Indeed, I possess some intelligence. Voldemort was once a student at Hogwarts and learned much here. The restricted section of the library contains extensive records on dark magic, including references to Horcruxes." Before she could fully articulate the word, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged from the depths of her soul, as if a powerful and peculiar force had ensnared her mind, rendering her temporarily devoid of control over her body. Snape watched helplessly as she suddenly collapsed, his reflexes quicker than his thoughts, and he swiftly caught her in his arms, preventing her from hitting the ground. What has transpired? How could she suddenly be in this state? The girl in his embrace frowned, her eyes tightly shut, and her lip clenched, exuding an aura of profound unease that tugged at Snape's heart. If he had not followed her inside today, would Wei Shengbai have fainted alone in this cluttered room? Would she have encountered further dangers? She had been speaking solely about Voldemort, and this room might conceal something related to him. Could that be the reason for her sudden collapse? Snape's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, but thankfully, the girl did not remain unconscious for long. After approximately a minute, she slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting shadow of darkness passing through her azure gaze. The fainting spell she had just experienced was unprecedented in both her past and present lives, yet it imparted a vague understanding of certain truths. Even though she found herself in this world, where everything felt authentic, it was still a realm derived from the original narrative. There were aspects that could be altered, but pivotal plot points, especially those concerning Voldemort's Horcruxes, were sacrosanct and must not be tampered with. Otherwise, the entire world would crumble. The force that had bound her soul moments ago was a warning from this world, a reminder. The existence of Horcruxes was of paramount importance, as they were intricately woven into the fabric of the original story. She could alter Snape's destiny, could shift the events surrounding Grindelwald's escape from Nurmengard, could change various occurrences, but she must never alter the narrative of the antagonist and the savior. Harry was destined to be born. Voldemort and the Horcruxes would inevitably meet their end through him. Now, if she sought to reveal the existence of the Horcruxes to others, it would be an attempt to alter the most crucial storyline, risking the very foundation of this world. One Horcrux, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, entailed unforeseen consequences that summoned the world's constraints. If she had not already modified certain aspects of Snape's existence, Wei Shengbai would have been on the brink of despair regarding her seemingly inevitable future. Initially, she had simply wished to live a tranquil life, yet unbeknownst to her, she had become emotionally tethered to those familiar individuals around her. She could not bear to witness Dumbledore, Lily, and Snape slowly gravitating toward tragic fates. "Senior." She grasped Snape's collar, an action that seemed to deplete her remaining strength. Trembling as she called out to him, "I am here." Snape was bewildered by what had transpired with the girl. He could only perceive the fear in her eyes, a stark contrast to her usual composure. "Will you join the Death Eaters again? Will you follow Voldemort? Will you become a double agent for Dumbledore and Voldemort? Will you recklessly plunge into the abyss for Lily? Will you forsake all the light in this world, even your own life, in a world devoid of unforeseen occurrences?" Akin to one where her existence is absent, she felt the darkness tear at her very soul. A tinge of fear gripped her, the apprehension that in the next heartbeat, The world might revert to the original narrative, causing all her actions, intentional or not, to dissolve into mere phantoms. Fortunately, Snape's subsequent response rekindled a flicker of courage within her. No, he asserted, his words succinct and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she belatedly became aware of her position nestled in his embrace, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Thankfully, the dim surroundings, coupled with the extinguished light from her wand due to the earlier incident, concealed her embarrassment from Snape as he gently helped her to her feet. Chapter 83. Fragments of the Soul in the Crown. My apologies, Senior. I encountered an unexpected situation. She dusted herself off, appearing to regain her composure. Yet the tremor in her voice betrayed the tumult within her heart. As I mentioned before, my family possesses some foresight abilities. I intended to share some information regarding Voldemort, but it seems I have suffered a backlash. Clearly, the time is not yet ripe. She quickly devised an explanation, attributing her fainting spell to her family's abilities, hoping to alleviate Snape's concerns. Not because of that Dark Lord, I presume? Though she appeared unscathed, Snape's worry lingered. After all, Voldemort's power was formidable. Any foresight or prophecy related to him was not something she could casually disclose at this moment. Perhaps when my own abilities strengthen further, such occurrences will cease. She brushed the matter aside lightly, seeking to soothe his anxiety. Since divulging the existence of Horcruxes to Snape would inevitably alter the primary narrative, she realized she could not share this with Dumbledore or anyone else, either. She felt an urgent desire to ascertain whether she could indeed approach the Horcrux. If permitted, the original plot would afford her a degree of agency. If not, she would have to seek alternative means. Regardless, she could not allow a mere warning from the world to render her passive. With this resolve, she lingered in the room of requirement, more eager than ever to glimpse the true visage of the Ravenclaw diadem. Senior, I shall venture inside for a moment. Remembering he was beside her, she tugged at his sleeve, softening her tone in an attempt to dissuade him from hindering her. I will not stray far, and I possess protective charms against dark magic. Should any danger arise, I have means to escape. I just need to confirm something, if you please. Upon hearing her plea, Snape contemplated that if he opposed her now, she might attempt to sneak in later when he wasn't around, which could prove even more perilous. After a brief hesitation, he acquiesced to her request. Initially, he intended to scout ahead, but was dissuaded by her assertion of possessing protective artifacts against dark magic. Reluctantly, Snape followed closely behind her, keenly observing her silhouette, maintaining a distance of merely 10 meters to ensure he could respond promptly to any unforeseen situation. As they proceeded, Mihoabai raised her wand, the tip emanating a glow that illuminated the cluttered surroundings. She recalled fragments of the original story. The Ravenclaw diadem was said to rest atop a shattered statue, shrouded in a cloth, beside which lay a deceased 5-legged creature confined in a cage. This distinct feature guided her search, and after approximately 10 minutes she halted, fixating on the obscured statue not far ahead. Yet what truly confirmed her suspicions was a sudden voice that echoed in her mind, seemingly emanating from her very core, insidiously urging her to advance further. I've found it. The diadem sought to entice her closer, yearning to siphon the powers of a witch, oblivious to the fact that this very desire served as the strongest evidence of its own discovery. Senior, please remain there and do not approach if you would. She swiftly turned and called out to Snape, who seemed poised to advance. Recognizing the urgency in her tone, Snape understood she had made a discovery, yet he feared that his proximity might complicate matters for her. Moreover, she appeared steady, thus he complied with her request to remain still. The girl refrained from proceeding, unwilling to endanger Snape or herself. This distance felt just right. The Ravenclaw diadem lay concealed beneath fabric, its true form hidden from view. Yet she was acutely aware that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes resided there. The voice in her mind continued to resonate. Perhaps sensing her vigilance, it ceased to encroach, instead amplifying its power, awakening the soul fragment dormant within the diadem. One of Voldemort's soul fragments sensed the peculiar essence emanating from the unfamiliar girl nearby, and could not suppress a question. This girl's soul appeared intriguingly captivating, infused with familiar undertones. Perhaps her uniqueness piqued the fragment's interest, for in the next moment, Mihoabai heard a youthful voice echo in her mind. Beautiful girl, are you a student of Hogwarts? Logically, the sudden emergence of another's voice within her mind would incite bewilderment or alarm. Yet the fragment, observing her calm demeanor, noted a flicker of brightness in her eyes, as if its presence had intrigued her. Splendid. The possibility of communication arose, implying that while she could not disclose the existence of Horcruxes to others, she could indeed interact with it. As long as she adhered to the principal narrative, ensuring that Harry vanquished the Horcrux and Voldemort's primary soul in the end. Her clandestine machinations behind the scenes should pose no issue. Who are you? She refrained from vocalizing her thoughts aloud, instead engaging in mental dialogue, mindful of Snape's presence behind her. Me. I was once a student at Hogwarts. But an unfortunate incident during magical experiments left a fragment of my consciousness trapped within that statue before you. I have no sense of time here. Could you kindly inform me of the current year? The fragment's voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of beguilement, aiming to ease her defenses. It harbored no concern that Mi Huabai might uncover the diadem. Rather, it yearned for her to draw closer, thereby seizing the opportunity to influence her actions and thoughts, facilitating its escape from this dusty, cluttered confinement. It is 1975. Are you also a student of Hogwarts? What is your name? Indeed, Mi Huabai appeared captivated by its words, swiftly responding to its inquiries. You may call me Tom. What is your name? Which house do you belong to? The fragment endeavored to convey a semblance of joy, having remained in solitude for so long. The arrival of someone to converse with invigorated its spirit, a natural response. Chapter 84. The Life He Once Lived. I am Bai Shengwei, a student of Ravenclaw. Mr. Tom, it is quite late now. I shall return to chat with you another time. She did not fully open her heart, and the fragments are understandable. From her perspective, it was a stranger, or perhaps an ethereal consciousness parasitizing a statue. Although she had relaxed her guard somewhat, there remained a hint of caution. The magical power stored within the soul fragments of the diadem was already meager. The range of its perceptive abilities was limited. Furthermore, distracted by the presence of Wei Shengbai, it naturally failed to notice another's existence. Snape stood approximately 10 meters behind Wei Shengbai, observing her as she remained still, refraining from approaching her impulsively. Suddenly, he saw her hand move to her back, signaling him to leave, and she began to retreat slowly. The two departed from the perceptive range of the diadem's fragments, finally relaxing their tense hearts only upon reaching the entrance of the room of requirement. Let us leave this place for now. She chose not to divulge the matter of the diadem to Snape, and they exited the room, wandering outside 3 times before entering the small house they often frequented. There was indeed an object imbued with dark magic within. If this object was indeed related to Voldemort, it posed a significant danger to them. I will inform Uncle Grindelwald about this tomorrow. He should be able to resolve it with Professor Dumbledore. Upon hearing Wei Shengbai say this, Snape felt a sense of relief. If possible, he hoped the girl would have no entanglement with that Dark Lord. You asked me earlier if I would consider joining the Death Eaters. Did you glimpse something in your foresight? Regarding my situation. The two sat facing each other on a soft sofa, recalling the moment when the girl had urgently tugged at his collar, questioning him with fervor, a gentle wave of indescribable emotion washing over them. Since their acquaintance began, she had consistently urged him concerning this matter. Reflecting on what she said about her family's abilities inevitably led Snape to ponder further. Wei Shengbai gazed at the slender boy before her. Snape was already 15 this year, and she could vaguely discern the figure of the potions master, the head of Slytherin, as described in the original texts. His life had been as bitter as the potions he brewed, steeped in the darkness of the Slytherin dungeons, staining his robes, his soul, his very essence. Wei Shengbai could not help but imagine an alternate reality. If she had maintained a stance of an observer and refrained from intervening in his life, what would his fate have been? He might have collapsed in that dilapidated room, blood soaking his robes, his dark eyes devoid of life, coldly lying in a desolate, neglected place, without even a semblance of a truly reassuring conclusion. Merely contemplating such thoughts brought a pang of pain to her breath. Although the girl did not immediately answer his question, Snape gleaned some semblance of the outcome from her slightly hurried breaths, and the sorrow reflected in her eyes. It was likely, very unfavorable. The unsaid prophecy bore no weight. I will not utter any prophecies concerning the future. The meaning behind her two statements was somewhat ambiguous, yet they conveyed her firm resolve to never acquiesce to the original conclusion, the original timeline. Until the story's conclusion was formally drawn, it signified that there remained an opportunity for alteration. As the long night stretched on, Snape escorted her back to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, standing on the steps as he watched the girl reach the door. She swiftly answered the question posed by the eagle knocker, turning back to wave at him before entering. Thank you for always seeing me back. Good night, senior. A semblance of her former smile returned to her face. Yet Snape perceived clearly that she merely buried all her negative emotions deep within her heart. Watching Wei Shengbai enter the common room and close the door, he softly uttered good night. Ever since their visit to the room of requirement and her brief encounter with one of Voldemort's soul fragments within the diadem, Wei Shengbai felt her emotions becoming somewhat awry. It was not that she, like James Potter, had become quick to anger or amplified her underlying negative emotions. Rather, it was a strange sense of unease. She began to grow silent. Previously, while chatting with Snape and Lily, she could articulate her thoughts coherently, but now, even responding to others felt slightly burdensome. Though her coursework and assignments remained as stellar as ever, she found it difficult to muster enthusiasm, as if she had lost interest in everything. Snape could not restrain himself from inquiring about her condition, even suggesting she visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. Yet she deflected his concerns with the excuse of after-effects. Wei Shengbai knew something was amiss with her state, and thus a few days later, she proactively sought out Grindelwald in his office. I found no traces of dark magic upon you. It appears that the influence is not from Voldemort's dark artifact. Grindelwald waved his wand over her, shaking his head to dismiss her earlier conjecture. Previously, Wei Shengbai had approached him regarding the existence of Voldemort's remnants at Hogwarts, but they both agreed it was best not to disturb that object for fear of drawing Voldemort's attention. After all, that artifact would not be moving anytime soon. For now, it sufficed to be aware of its existence. Wei Shengbai attempted to broach the subject of the Horcruxes, but found herself unable to voice it, and thus, she temporarily set it aside. This is due to my own reasons. However, after much contemplation, she could not pinpoint the source of her current state. This is a calming potion. Drink it, and upon returning have a good sleep. Perhaps you will feel better upon waking tomorrow. Conveniently, you have one of my classes tomorrow, so we can discuss this matter properly afterward. Grindelwald retrieved a vial of potion from his desk drawer, watching Wei Shengbai drink it before taking the empty vial back. All right. You may go. He nodded, seemingly confident in the potion's efficacy. Wei Shengbai, somewhat dazed, prepared to leave as per his instructions. But when her hand brushed against the cold doorknob, she was jolted by the chill. Ah, sir, there is one more thing. She withdrew her hand from the doorknob and turned to face the man seated behind the desk, who concealed his true visage. Why did you agree to my parents' request to become my guardian? Was it merely because you had past dealings with my grandparents? This reasoning seemed rather unreliable. Wei Shengbai had always believed that Grindelwald had obtained something from her family, which prompted him to accept the request to be her guardian. However, upon sensing another possibility, she began to question this matter. She initially intended to confront him about it face-to-face during the summer, but certain events transpired that caused her to forget until just now. I indeed have had some dealings with your family, but those matters, perhaps when you return to your homeland, you may investigate further. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with this now, just ensure you get a good night's sleep. Grindelwald's grip on the empty vial tightened slightly, yet he answered her inquiry with composure. Her condition seemed to have progressed more swiftly than he anticipated, though whether that was good or bad remained uncertain. All right, I understand. Thank you for your response. Good night, sir. Although she did not receive a definitive answer from Grindelwald, Wei Shengbai had gleaned something from his words. It seemed she would indeed have to wait until after graduation to uncover the answers to those questions. At present, she is merely in the 3rd grade, with over 5 years remaining until her graduation from Hogwarts. Reflecting on her previous solitary existence, she perceives this duration as not particularly long. Upon returning to her dormitory, Wei Shengbai reclines on her bed, gazing at the spellbook that hovers before her, leafing through its pages one by one. This spellbook bears an almost uncanny resemblance to the one from her former Life-S game. The spells inscribed on the cards can be mastered without formal lessons, and the magical creatures depicted can be summoned forth. Although these creatures exist in reality solely through her own magical prowess, lacking the flesh and blood authenticity of true magical beings, Wei Shengbai feels a profound sense of satisfaction. However, within this spellbook lie certain cards that cannot be utilized, summoned, or even engaged with, specifically the character cards. She pokes at Hermione, then at Hagrid and several others. While they respond faintly as they do in the game, they serve no further purpose. Since her birth, she has possessed this spellbook, even during her infancy. When her magical abilities were insufficient to summon it, she could still sense its presence. She had previously believed that her arrival in this world was attributed not only to the forbidden arts employed by her parents, but also to the game's influence. Yet, a series of recent revelations has begun to undermine this deeply ingrained understanding. If the galleons and gems in Gringotts were arranged for her, perhaps by her future self returning to the distant past, could it be that this spellbook, which has accompanied her since birth, was also deliberately crafted for her? Spells can be stored in alchemical artifacts, magical creatures can collect essences, yet certain character cards that may only manifest in the future seem to reflect something profound. The spellbook floating before her appears as a bridge connecting the past, present, and future, forming an immense enigma. Is it truly within the power of my future self to return to a time before my birth? From whence did this spellbook originate? What purpose and circumstances culminated in the present outcome? She murmurs to herself, and after a while, she stows the spellbook away, closing her eyes in preparation for slumber. However, her sleep is restless. Grindelwald's potion seems to have had little effect, and when she regains her senses, she realizes she is in a lucid dream. A lucid dream is one in which the dreamer is aware they are dreaming but cannot awaken at that moment. This state of lucid dreaming reflects the subconscious. And Wei Shengbai finds solace in the fact that, although she cannot awaken immediately, she can observe her thoughts. Perhaps she might uncover the reasons behind her recent emotional turmoil. Resolving to move forward rather than remain stagnant, she takes a step into the dreamscape. The scenery is a blend of indistinct and vivid images. She recognizes that she stands in Hogwarts, albeit not in the era she currently inhabits. The entire castle is shrouded in thick ominous clouds. Despite it being daytime, an eerie chill of darkness envelopes her. The once mighty castle, which has stood for millennia, now bears numerous signs of collapse. And cries from students and the authoritative voices of professors striving to maintain order echo from all directions. Numerous dementors drift through the sky. And this scene makes Wei Shengbai acutely aware that she may be witnessing the climactic battle described in the original narrative. No. This is not the future in which I reside. She insists to herself, constantly reminding herself that this is merely a dream. As she wanders through the castle, she finds it peculiar that she does not feel lost as she usually does. Instead, she clearly understands her position. The faces of the students are blurred. And while the professors appear similarly indistinct, she can identify them by their silhouettes. She drifts like a ghost, an observer weaving through the throngs, searching for someone she longs to see. Yet, no matter how extensively she explores Hogwarts, including a visit to the headmaster's office, she cannot find Severus Snape. Not only him, but Dumbledore is absent as well. However, as she attempts to leave the office, she inadvertently catches sight of a portrait hanging on the wall. Impossible. She gazes at the kind old man dozing in a rocking chair within the portrait, her heart surging with tumultuous emotions. This cannot be the future of her current world. Grindelwald has left Nurmengard, and he would never allow Dumbledore to perish like this. This is the world of the original narrative. Wei Shengbai realizes this with clarity once more. Yet the rising tide of panic remains uncontainable. Where is Snape? She stumbles out of the office, hastily making her way toward the Whomping Willow. In that moment, she seems to forget that this is merely a dream, neglecting the fact that she possesses magical abilities. Consumed solely by the urgency to reach her destination as quickly as possible. Why is this happening? Is her subconscious conveying that no matter how hard she strives, the outcome will remain unchanged? Has this led to her recent despondency? Is it the feeling of powerlessness that makes her want to give up? This is certainly not the case. She detests this conclusion and feels nothing but revulsion and regret. Wei Shengbai halts before the Whomping Willow. As soon as she enters the hidden passage beneath the tree, she could reach the Shrieking Shack and perhaps encounter that person. Yet at that moment she stops. Regret? Chapter 86, An Unfathomable Emotion. Regret? Wei Shengbai keenly senses this emotion within her heart, finding the emergence of the word rather perplexing. What is she regretting? What does she harbor hatred toward? Nothing has occurred, so from whence do these emotions arise? Is this truly her imagined version of the original world? Or, for some inexplicable reason, has she inadvertently glimpsed the authentic future? After all, only through genuine experience does the emotion of regret arise. Does it not? Faced with the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, she instinctively retreats a step. Wei Shengbai dares not confront the events that may unfold next, as if deceiving herself. Unwilling to take even a single step forward, she lowers her gaze, observing her hands that starkly differ from reality, and closes her eyes. Soon she awakens from the dream. The faint light of dawn illuminating the outside world, clearly indicating that morning has arrived. The alarm clock set by her bedside rings punctually, yet she lies motionless in bed, allowing the jarring sound to resonate throughout the dormitory until it ceases automatically. It feels as though this dream has drained her of all vitality. With visions of the Whomping Willow's branches thrashing about, and the Shrieking Shack she never entered replaying incessantly in her mind. It is time to rise. Today she has a class with Mr. Granger, and he will be displeased if she is late. The girl uses this flimsy excuse to motivate herself. And in the next moment, she struggles to move her stiff arms, placing one on her forehead to conceal the tears welling at the corners of her eyes. As she steps into the Great Hall, Snape immediately senses something amiss. To avoid becoming disoriented, Wei Shengbai arrives early for breakfast, but today, there is no sign of her at the Ravenclaw table. Just as Snape begins to feel puzzled, the girl enters through the Great Hall's doors. Her complexion appears far from favorable, even more so than when they last met, and she seems oblivious to his presence. Her head bowed as she listlessly takes a seat at the Ravenclaw table like a marionette on strings. Snape observed that the corners of her eyes were tinged with a faint red, as though she had been secretly weeping. This conjecture startled him. Although Wei Shengbai had been somewhat unwell in spirit these past few days, nothing particularly distressing had occurred. What could have caused such a sudden change today? Was she being bullied? In the next instant, Snape dismissed this thought. While the girl was not particularly sociable, her character was quite amiable. And even the more haughty individuals in Slytherin held no prejudice against her, let alone her own housemates or those from other houses. Moreover, her guardian was currently the professor of defense against the dark arts, so it seemed unlikely that her apparent tears stemmed from that. Over the years, he had come to understand that she was not a fragile person. Indeed, he had never witnessed her in a state of sorrow, at least, not until recently. Recalling the incident from a few days prior in the room of requirement, he vividly remembered the sadness that had flickered in her eyes. Since their return from that room, she had been different. He had initially attributed it to the influence of the dark magical artifact, but now he suspected that the cause lay within himself. What could she have seen in her future that warranted such profound sadness? A pang of bitterness welled up within him. He had intended to approach her and inquire, but with the increasing number of students in the Great Hall and her guardian, Professor Grindelwald, attentively watching from the staff table, he found it difficult to draw near. Thus, he remained seated at his own house's long table, consuming his breakfast with little appetite while keeping a watchful eye on her every movement. Grindelwald had not anticipated that his intention to allow Wei Shengbai to rest and relax with a calming potion would lead to an even worse state of mind the following day. This led him to question the efficacy of the potion. If she felt unwell, there was no need for her to force herself to attend class. After finishing his breakfast, Grindelwald approached Wei Shengbai, gently touching her forehead to ascertain that she was not ill, and to facilitate a magical probe of her mental state. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. In fact, I feel much better today than before," she replied, her words reflecting the truth. The sense of despondency that had engulfed her upon waking had dissipated. While she had not completely returned to her former state, she found it manageable to engage in normal conversation. The reason for her seemingly poor spirit primarily stemmed from the dream she had experienced the previous day. The vividness of the dream had been such that even upon waking, she found it challenging to shake off the deeply ingrained pessimism. She simply needed time to recover. Snape did not find an opportunity to converse with Wei Shengbai, as her next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and she was promptly escorted away by Grindelwald. Despite repeatedly reminding himself that with her guardian's supervision, there should be no additional concerns, Snape remained anxious, frequently losing focus during the lesson, and nearly causing a potion to explode. Fortunately, a timely reminder from the professor prevented a disaster in his potions class. Meanwhile, seated in the classroom, Wei Shengbai chose a spot as they prepared to learn how to confront a boggart. Having practiced early, she now felt a renewed sense of apprehension, due to the previous day's dream. She seemed to foresee the kind of scene she would encounter. At times, she found the boggart, that peculiar magical creature, utterly detestable. Whatever people feared most, whatever they desperately sought to conceal, would be laid bare before it. This defense against the dark arts lesson was equally vexing, as the fears of others often became fodder for student gossip. However, Wei Shengbai did not wish to retreat. She could not allow herself to be bested by a mere boggart. She endeavored to relax, observing the once mighty Grindelwald, now teaching at Hogwarts, which seemed astonishing. His explanations during class were engaging and lively, and his occasional display of formidable skill undoubtedly endeared him to many students, who admired him. Though he was somewhat impatient while grading assignments, Wei Shengbai could see that he genuinely enjoyed the process of teaching. Most importantly, he had the opportunity to see Headmaster Dumbledore every day, which was a significant reason for his enthusiasm. After outlining the characteristics, weaknesses, and incantations necessary to combat a boggart, Grindelwald waved his wand, neatly arranging the classroom's desks, and placing the cabinet containing the boggart at the front. "Now it is time to showcase your courage," he announced. "Form an orderly line one by one to confront it. Do not fear any danger, and trust in your ability to conquer your fears. You can do this." The students quickly formed a line as instructed, noticing Wei Shengbai's pallor, and they kindly suggested she take a seat nearby to rest until it was her turn to try. As she observed the expressions of both fear and eagerness on her classmates' faces, her mind contemplated the possibility of employing the brain lock spell. However, Grindelwald was watching closely, and she was unsure whether the spell would even be effective against a boggart, so that option was not viable. Just as she was lost in thought, under Grindelwald's guidance, The line swiftly progressed to the end, with classmates reminding her to prepare herself. Standing at the rear, Wei Shengbai took a deep breath, mentally encouraging herself. No matter what appeared, she only needed to cast the spell at the precise moment the boggart transformed. She had practiced once before and was confident this time would be successful. Soon enough, the student ahead of her overcame their inner dread, transforming the boggart's manifestation of a giant serpent into a stone statue. Ecstatic, he waved his wand and moved aside to share his joy with friends. Now, only Wei Shengbai stood in the center of the classroom. No matter what you see, it is not real. As the boggart began to shift again, Grindelwald whispered beside her. Yes, it is not real. It is merely a dream. The boggart before her began to contort, and this time, the transformation did not last as long as it had in Numengard. Soon, a familiar plant materialized before everyone. Students who had been resting and joking nearby suddenly realized that what Wei Shengbai feared was none other than the whomping willow planted beside the school. This boggart was much smaller than the actual tree, yet its ferocity remained undiminished, its limbs thrashing wildly as though ready to strike at any moment. Just as Wei Shengbai felt a wave of relief and prepared to utter the incantation, the boggart began to shift once more. Now everyone was perplexed. Had the boggart sensed something other than Wei Shengbai's true fear? This infuriating magical creature offered her no moment of respite. In an instant, the towering whomping willow morphed into the shape of a man. A dark-haired figure in black lay against the wall, disheveled hair obscuring his face, blood seeping from him as though it would never cease, drowning her entire world in blinding red. Even with some mental preparation, when this scene unfolded before her, she found herself unable to maintain control. It was absurd. The man appeared for only a fleeting moment, apart from Grindelwald. No one else could discern his features as Wei Shengbai forced herself to recite the spell. Countless vibrant flowers blossomed from the blood, as if they had gathered all the brilliant hues of this world, gently enveloping the man. Grindelwald sensed that something was amiss and swiftly returned the boggart to the cabinet. Upon completing this task, he turned to the girl, only to discover she remained fixated on the spot where the boggart had just stood, trembling violently. After a few seconds, she slowly diverted her gaze. However, when Wei Shengbai lifted her head, Grindelwald finally noticed the tear streaks on her face. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang, startling her awake. She quickly wiped the moisture from her cheeks and, upon receiving Grindelwald's permission, dashed out of the classroom. She paid no heed to the astonished stares of her peers, did not register the calls as she passed Lily, nor did she notice the contemplative expression on Dumbledore standing by the corridor. All she desired was to flee this place, to escape the dreamlike realm that mirrored her nightmares, seeking to rid herself of the encroaching fear that gripped her heart. Although the conclusion of Snape's fate in the original tale was one she wished to avoid, witnessing the man collapse before her suddenly imparted a profound understanding. The visage of the one lying in a pool of blood was not that of a fictional character from a past film, but rather the true, grown-up form of the Snape she had once imagined in this world. What Wei Shengbai truly could not bear to accept was the terrifying notion that this world's Snape might one day meet his demise in the original manner foretold. She could only stand idly by, powerless, like an outsider rendered helpless, unable to intervene. This feeling of futility was the very essence of her current dread. It should not be this way. Clearly, the narrative had diverged significantly from the original tale, and such an ending was implausible. She repeatedly reassured herself in an effort to quell her inner turmoil, reminding herself that regardless of what transpired, maintaining composure was of utmost importance. Wei Shengbai ran breathlessly to the edge of the Black Lake, pausing on the bank to catch her breath, gripping her wand tightly. Since acquiring this wand, it had become her sole reliance, a source of strength and courage in times of adversity, and a potion for her swiftly rejuvenating spirit. In a world devoid of others to depend upon, this wand was her unwavering companion, the only hope for her survival in the magical realm. Yet at that moment, no matter how tightly she clutched her wand, she could not quell her trembling. She attempted to calm herself through deep breaths, only to be met with the familiar, bittersweet scent of herbs. Snape had found her. To her astonishment, upon seeing the figure before her, all her emotions dissipated like snowflakes melting away. The tremors that had once plagued her ceased. He seemed to have rushed over, the flush from exertion still lingering on his cheeks, a stark contrast to the pale, lifeless form she had witnessed moments before. This was the living Snape. Perhaps her mind had yet to fully grasp the reality, for a thought, seemingly foolish in its simplicity, suddenly emerged. He was alive. Yet this notion, much like her wand in the past, bestowed upon her the courage she so desperately needed. The world once shrouded in blood instantaneously reverted to its normal state. The unspoken prophecy held no power, as you yourself once declared. Therefore do not grieve. Do not mourn. Do not shed tears for the uncertain future that lies ahead. He is not worth your sorrow. Chapter 88. The First Affection. Just moments ago, as Snape exited the potions classroom, a sense of unease tugged at him. He intended to follow the path to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in search of her presence, but encountered Lily instead. When Lily informed him that she had seen Wei Shengbai with reddened eyes, stumbling as she fled the castle, he immediately discarded his textbook and hurried in the direction Lily indicated. How calm Wei Shengbai had once been, even when discussing Voldemort, her demeanor had remained unflinching. When had he ever witnessed her in such disarray? It was only when he found her in a secluded corner by the Black Lake that he finally relaxed the tension that had gripped him moments before. You tell me not to be sad. Do you truly understand what it is that weighs upon my heart? Having spent years in each other's company, along with his prior knowledge of Snape, Wei Shengbai assertively grasped his arm, looking up into the depths of his dark eyes that reflected her petite form. In those mirror-like pupils, she saw herself, stirring ripples of emotion within her. Snape felt her grip tighten on his arm. He attempted to pull away, but regrettably, he could not loosen her hold, which only seemed to intensify. He should have stated that he understood. Yet Wei Shengbai's counter-question sowed seeds of uncertainty within him. Was it not because of her prophetic visions? Had he misjudged the source of her sorrow? It was not merely the sight of a potentially grim future that had caused her distress. There must be another reason. Had he been overly presumptuous, clinging to the notion that her treatment of him was unique, foolishly believing he held a different place in her heart? From the moment the seeds of desire had begun to sprout, he should have nipped them in the bud, rather than allowing them to flourish unchecked. As if such indulgence would anchor the gentle breeze to the treetops. He selfishly fantasized about it all, wishing for that fleeting breeze to remain forever by his side, forgetting that the wind is inherently free. Snape felt the warmth of his blood gradually chill. In truth, I have not truly seen your future, Severus. Wei Shengbai perceptively detected the unease emanating from him, and in a moment of impulsivity, gently caressed his cheek with her other hand. They stood close, their whispered words reminiscent of secret exchanges between lovers. Her cool fingertips lingered at the corner of his eye, igniting him like a spark in the wilderness. The world, fate, soul, future, these are all wondrous concepts. I am a Ravenclaw, driven by the quest for answers, seeking to uncover the truths of this world. However, first and foremost, I am an independent soul. My endeavors arise solely from my own volition. Thus my life shall not be governed by the uncertainties of the future or prophecies. Perhaps I will experience fear regarding the unknown, but such trepidation is fleeting. I apologize for causing you concern these past few days. Her words sounded rational, yet they merely served to explain her recent emotional turmoil, without providing a concrete answer to her own inquiry. Snape found it astonishing that such a simple, soothing gesture and a few words of explanation could entirely obliterate the dark thoughts that had been festering within him. Just moments ago, he had come to a realization. Wei Shengbai released Snape, taking a step back, restoring the distance that had once felt intimate between them. She raised her beautiful wand to her eyes, gazing at it with a mixture of nostalgia and emotions that Snape could not quite decipher. All along, my greatest affection in this world has been this wand in my hand. I have previously expressed to you that it is the most reliable presence in my life. Yet just now, I suddenly realized it is no longer my foremost favorite. It now lies far from my heart's true preference. Senior, do you think it is too capricious of a girl like me to suddenly change her affections? Previously, she had merely believed that her feelings for Snape were just a fleeting fondness, far removed from the desire to be lovers. However, after enduring that dream, her vague affection was brought into sharp focus upon waking, revealing an unsettling truth. This transformation was not instantaneous. It was during the recent Defense Against the Dark Arts class, upon witnessing the figure conjured by the boggart lying in a pool of blood, that she fully grasped her true sentiments. She could not accept a conclusion akin to that in the original narrative. Not solely because she wished to alter his fate, but because she could not bear the thought of Snape vanishing from her life. Acknowledging this, she fled the ancient castle, her heart a tumult of fear and uncertainty. She intended to retreat to a solitary place to calm her thoughts and untangle her emotions, but unexpectedly, Snape soon followed her. The moment she laid eyes on him, clarity washed over her. She recognized her own detached nature. Although she navigated relationships with a certain finesse, a significant distance always lingered, resulting in friendships that seldom endured. She had never desired to expend energy maintaining those connections, let alone entertain the notion of romance. Yet, Snape was an exception, an anomaly in both her past and present life. Initially, she believed that sincerity was essential to earn his trust and reshape their destinies. To her astonishment, as she progressed step by step, She found herself unwittingly investing her own heart. What was she saying? Why was he staring at her so intently? Who was the one she cherished most? In that moment, Snape appeared to have lost the ability to articulate his thoughts, yet he could hear his heartbeat quickening in response to her words. After a prolonged silence, he struggled to regain composure and shook his head. No, it was he who was being willful. He could have easily pursued the girl's line of inquiry. Yet he merely uttered a denial and fell silent. He understood he should not behave this way, yet he could not quell the resurgence of fear within him. He dreaded hearing a different answer from her lips, one that bore no connection to him. If time could halt at that instant, he would choose to remain suspended with her forever. Chapter 89. A portion of my world for you. Do you truly believe that, Senior? She asked, her smile illuminating her face, seemingly satisfied with his response. Their dialogue was stilled by this question, leaving Snape without the answers he sought. Even as he furrowed his brow during dinner in the Great Hall that evening, perhaps he had yet to fully release Lily from his heart, and what he felt for her was merely friendship. Yet, if that were the case, why didn't he mock her as he had in the past? Why not ask, "Which fool have you taken a fancy to?" Or so you possess some self-awareness. Instead, he found himself so entangled in his thoughts that he struggled to swallow his meal. Mingbai was not intentionally leading him on. She simply felt that, based on their prior conversation by the Black Lake, the moment was not yet ripe. The microphone was practically at her lips. If Snape truly harbored feelings for her as she suspected, all it would take was a simple question from him. "Is it me?" To resolve everything. Did he truly believe that, in the wake of her candidness, he could doubt that the answer was not himself? He lacked the courage to admit his feelings, and Mingbai surmised she understood the turmoil within him. He merely did not trust himself. It seemed she would need to devise additional strategies. Otherwise, even if she initiated the conversation and they eventually became a couple, a superficial barrier would remain. As she absent-mindedly prodded her steak, contemplating her next move, Snape caught sight of her. The unspoken tension between them thickened in the wake of his suspicions. Days passed in this manner until Mingbai, armed with a consent form signed by her guardian, prepared to join the third-year students on their excursion to Hogsmeade. Without having revisited the topic they had broached by the Black Lake, both Snape and Mingbai were adept at concealing their emotions, and they had skillfully avoided displaying any signs of change before Lily. The third years could select 2 additional elective courses, while the fifth years were preoccupied with preparing for the significant end-of-term examinations. They were not students who sought frivolous distractions, so their time together in the library increased, while private meetings became scarce. Until this weekend, when Mingbai, having contemplated her strategy over the past few days, finally decided on a course of action. If her efforts did not yield success, she was not one to cling desperately to her feelings. She would endure the pain of loss, which would likely sting more than before, but she would persevere. Under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the group set off towards Hogsmeade, forming a long line, with Snape barely able to catch a glimpse of the Ravenclaw girl ahead. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, when Professor Flitwick announced the freedom to explore, he noticed her exchanging a few words with Lily before they parted ways. Following Lily's direction, Snape observed her moving towards a secluded area that he knew was rarely visited, prompting him to wonder why she would venture there. Had she arranged to meet someone else? Recalling her previous remarks, he hastily followed her. Though Mingbai had no intention of meeting anyone, she was headed to the infamous attraction known as the Shrieking Shack, a notorious haunted house rumored to be inhabited by genuine spirits. Villagers avoided it, and students seeking adventure had failed to find the entrance despite numerous attempts, ultimately abandoning their exploration. After walking for a while, she paused by the roadside, gazing at the dilapidated house on the hillside, her mood somewhat heavy, yet devoid of the fear she had felt in her dream. Indeed, this experience was markedly different. Lowering her gaze to her youthful hands, she prepared to leave but was startled to see Snape approaching from behind. Caught off guard, she momentarily froze, unsure whether to advance or retreat. How had he followed her? This was hardly an appropriate place for a conversation. "I'm merely passing through." As she stepped further, it became clear that Snape's excuse was as feeble as her earlier fib at the entrance of the room of requirement. "Senior, wait," she called out as he turned to leave. Although the setting felt awkward, they were indeed undisturbed, surrounded only by desolate land with no places to hide. Snape halted at her words, turning to face her. "You know, I've never heard you call my name." She approached him, looking up, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, though the twinkle in her eyes betrayed no insincerity. "Your name?" "Yes, upon reflection." He realized he had never uttered her name aloud. "It's quite simple. Bai, which means white. While the word may sound like a farewell in English, in my homeland, it carries a multitude of meanings." Uncertain of the reason, The girl suddenly broached the subject of her name, leaving Snape feeling somewhat perplexed. I wish to hear you call it, may I? Since ancient times, a wizard's true name has been imbued with magical essence, allowing spells to be cast upon it. It holds significant importance, representing a lifelong existence. Although Snape could not fathom why Wei Shengbai had suddenly brought this up, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal, while gazing into her cerulean eyes. Bye, he softly called. A tone so simple, yet it stirred a myriad of thoughts within the girl. Ever since her parents had passed, it had been a long time since anyone had addressed her with such gentle inflection. When her father and mother had chosen this name for her, they had deliberated for an extended period. A smile gradually illuminated her face, her gaze unwavering from his, as she solemnly spoke to him. They wished for her to remain pure and untainted, to act with integrity and live a life of clarity. They hoped for her to traverse a path of ease, and that her world would forever be suffused with light. They desired that all her future experiences would transform into vibrant strokes of color, freely painting the canvas of her life. This name encapsulated an immeasurable love for a new life, a singular blessing that would accompany her throughout her existence. The girl shared much, these being some of her most treasured memories, now generously laid bare before him. As she took a step closer, the distance between them dwindled to less than a meter. She lightly bit her lip, appearing somewhat bashful, yet she uttered the words she yearned to express the most. If you are willing to call my name, then I too am willing to share this blessing with you. If you believe your past is devoid of worth, and thus hesitate to respond to me, then I am ready to share what I possess. Half of my blessing, half of my world. Chapter 90. It is you. The girl, as if cradling a trove of treasures, earnestly declared her intent to share them with him. In her view, the act of affection was not a matter of worth. She was wholeheartedly inclined to share what she had. The distance between them had shrunk to a mere step, as if he could enter the realm she had opened for him with just one more stride. Was it me you referred to by the Black Lake? Am I the first in your heart? Snape distinctly heard his own retort, feeling as though his heart might burst, nearly leaping from his chest. It is you. Wei Shengbai smiled softly, her eyes reflecting only his figure, leaving no room for anything else. Even if all the affections of second and third place combined could not surpass that of the first, such was the depth of her feelings. Do you understand, senior? Her enchanting words seemed endless, repeatedly stirring Snape's heart, akin to an unceasing flow of sunlight and dew, flowers and butterflies, gradually filling his once barren and desolate world. Snape's hands trembled slightly. He had never revealed his thoughts, yet he had failed to recognize that she too had been concealing her own feelings. He instinctively believed he would not receive a reply, and thus habitually restrained himself, fearing he might frighten her. Yet unbeknownst to him, the distance between them had been largely closed by the girl, leaving only the final step. Reflecting on the recent days of errant thoughts and sleepless nights, Snape felt a strong urge to mock his former self. However, more pressing matters awaited his attention. He took that final step, enveloping the petite girl in his embrace. You two are my first. He held Wei Shengbai's soft form as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. She responded quietly. Though she had anticipated this moment, hearing it from him sparked an uncontrollable sweetness within her. I may not utter sweet words. Perhaps even the word like is difficult for me to express. Couples at Hogwarts often bandy about the term like, yet for someone as reserved as him, it posed a considerable challenge. It matters not, I can voice it for both of us. Wei Shengbai chuckled softly in his embrace, having never realized Snape bore such a burden. I previously spoke many unkind words to you. I apologize. I know those words were devoid of malice. You merely find it difficult to articulate your concern. I cannot claim to be a good person, especially since I am drawn to the study of dark arts. How coincidental. I too cannot claim to be a good person, having once desired to study the unforgivable curses. Their conversation flowed with an exchange of words, seemingly intended to distance the girl in his arms, yet his grip tightened unconsciously. Is there anything else you wish to say? Wei Shengbai looked up at him, only to be caught off guard by the depths of his dark eyes. If there is nothing, then allow me to speak. Senior, you have always denied yourself, which truly is detrimental. Even if you possess flaws, unlikable traits, struggle to express yourself, and prefer to conceal your emotions, none of this matters to me. I have always understood what you said, yet none of it impedes my affection for you. If my words do not alleviate your unease, I would not mind repeating them daily. Snape sensed that she maintained a degree of rationality regarding their burgeoning affection. It was this clarity that enabled her to swiftly discern his internal hesitations and anxieties. In this budding romance, it seemed she bore more of the burden, contemplating more deeply, which undeniably filled Snape with a sense of guilt. I apologize. I should have expressed my feelings sooner. Upon hearing his words, Wei Shengbai shook her head. In truth, it is only in recent days that I have discovered and confirmed my feelings for you. I merely acted with more initiative upon realization. So there is no question of early or late. However, senior, prying open your heart has proven quite the challenge. Considering my efforts, could you grant me a small consolation? Her smile carried a hint of sweetness, eliciting a delightful sensation within him. What consolation? Snape felt his throat grow hoarse, his heartbeat accelerating without a return to normalcy. Something like this. The girl extended a hand, grasping the green tie adorning his chest, emblematic of Slytherin House, and gently tugged it downward. The distance between them diminished once more, and in the next moment, a warm kiss brushed the corner of his lips, fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Akin to fireworks igniting within his heart. Snape had not anticipated her action. It far exceeded the minor consolation he had envisioned. You do not dislike what I did, do you, senior? The girl smiled brightly, resembling a little fox that had stolen a sweet grape, her tone elongating the otherwise mundane address, rendering it particularly enchanting. Not at all. Rather, I find it quite delightful. Though he attempted to appear composed following such a bold gesture, he could not help but notice the charming blush adorning her earlobes. He knew his own state of being was hardly commendable, yet he found it of little concern. Snape felt his affections for her increase manifold, perhaps even more in the days to come. In this desolate expanse, the two individuals, initially immersed in a splendid moment, swiftly relinquished their rationality, transitioning from an embrace to a hand-holding gesture as they prepared to return to the streets of Hogsmeade. Were it not for the existence of an endpoint to this path, Severus Snape would have genuinely wished to walk alongside her indefinitely, just the two of them. However, upon the sudden appearance of their fellow classmates, Wei Shengbai abruptly recalled something and unhesitatingly withdrew her hand. What transpires between us must remain concealed from others for the time being. Of course, my senior. My affections for you shall not diminish as a consequence. Recognizing that she had a guardian serving as a professor at Hogwarts, Snape expressed his understanding. She was merely in her 3rd year. Despite their 2-year age gap, it was somewhat inappropriate for a girl of her age, even if her emotional maturity exceeded 13, to engage in romantic pursuits, especially when wizards typically embarked on such endeavors far earlier than muggles. The former Snape had also considered this aspect, which led him to meticulously disguise his feelings until the present day. Thus he had no objections to Wei Shengbai's proposition. Chapter 91. Matters of Concealment. I apologize, my senior. There is a significant matter I have kept from you. As they walked side by side, having expressed their feelings, Wei Shengbai felt that aside from the unspeakable, it would be best for them to harbor no further secrets. She resolved to delicately broach the subject of her encounter with James Potter that night. They selected a tranquil CAF in Hogsmeade, and once their coffees arrived, they cast soundproofing and oblivion charms around their table. During the dueling club incident, my intention was not to ambush you from behind. I suspected there might be underlying circumstances, so I spoke with him. Wei Shengbai took a sip of her coffee, which had already been enriched with milk, finding it somewhat bitter. Just as she intended to continue, Snape slid the sugar bowl before her. Noticing that he did not seem angered by her mention of James Potter, she added a cube of sugar and stirred her coffee while continuing. When I had adequate funds, I gathered considerable information regarding that Dark Lord. After all, I cannot simply abandon my hatred for him. When he came to Hogwarts, he sought Dumbledore's approval to become the defense against the dark arts professor, yet Dumbledore denied him. It was during that occasion that he placed a malignant curse upon the position. Since then, no wizard has managed to remain in that role for an entire term. Initially, this was merely a rumor, but as the years passed and the curse manifested, it became an accepted reality among wizards and students alike. He is an arrogant individual, exceedingly confident in his own abilities. He murdered my parents yet did not prevent 5-year-old me from leaving with the key. This indicates his disdain for wasting excess power on insignificant insects that pose no threat. More likely, he wished for me to depart, so that he might locate my family and exploit the abilities of those related to me to foresee his future. This marked the second occasion Wei Shengbai mentioned her family's tragedy in Snape's presence. Aside from no longer concealing the sorrow in her eyes, her tone remained as calm as ever. She adeptly managed her emotions, leaving Snape with no opportunity to console her. He too was a profoundly timid individual, with death being his greatest fear, a fact evident even in his name. Like Voldemort, one who cherishes life so dearly must possess contingencies unknown to us. The magical realm abounds with malevolent means to extend one's lifespan, and tales of immortality abound. Undeniably, He currently stands as the most formidable dark wizard in the entire magical community. He undoubtedly possesses dark artifacts related to his own longevity, perhaps one, perhaps several. She treaded the precarious line of triggering a world warning, cautiously divulging tidbits regarding Horcruxes, hoping Snape would keep this information in mind. In my homeland, there is an ancient saying, the most perilous place is often the safest. In the entire magical realm, what could be safer than Hogwarts, where Dumbledore resides? I surmise the likelihood of him concealing any potential dark magical artifacts within Hogwarts is not low. I have searched various locations and contemplated that it might be hidden within the Room of Requirement, yet I am unaware of the conditions to access that door. At this juncture, James Potter provided me with a lead. Wei Shengbai spoke at length, feeling slightly parched, and took a sip of her perfectly sweetened coffee. This was also to diminish James Potter's involvement in the matter, lest it evoke unpleasant memories in Snape. Are you implying that he has encountered that potentially existing dark artifact? Recalling her previous actions in the Room of Requirement, Snape began to connect the dots. He had indeed stumbled in during a nocturnal excursion. Yet he had not truly engaged with it before departing, only for the dueling club incident to occur the following day. That night, his assault on you in Professor Flitwick's presence demonstrated the truly insidious and formidable nature of dark magic, which remained concealed. At the very least, none of the professors present, including Dumbledore, perceived any aura of dark magic emanating from him. Following his description, I am even more convinced of the artifact's existence, which is why I sought to investigate the Room of Requirement. She could not recklessly alter this pivotal plot, but she could at least provide Snape with a precautionary warning. You are fully aware of the dangers involved. Why do you wish to confront this alone? Why not share this matter with me? Facing it together would undoubtedly be safer than embarking on this perilous venture alone. Precisely because it is dangerous that I did not inform you, Severus. The girl suddenly called out his name, extinguishing much of the anger that had begun to simmer within him. Her rebuttal was even more melodious than her previous declarations of affection, stirring a subtle tingle within Snape's heart. Moreover, I only intended to take a glance inside. I had no intention of engaging with that object. In fact, what surprised me most that night was that you were right at the entrance of the Room of Requirement, as if you knew I would come. You had seemed so preoccupied during the day, as though you were harboring some secret. I merely sensed that you might venture to the Room of Requirement that night, which is why I waited there. I did not expect you to actually arrive. The girl rested her chin on her hand, intently watching the person before her as he recounted the events of that evening. Reflecting on their conversation outside the Room of Requirement, Wei Shengbai suddenly realized her own emotional naivety. However, having gained clarity on her true feelings, that sense of oblivion evaporated. I have already informed Uncle Green of the artifact's existence. This matter does not require our immediate concern. Furthermore, I discussed another intriguing topic with James Potter. With that thought in mind, Wei Shengbai resolved not to conceal anything from Snape, choosing instead to share what sounded like an amusing revelation. What? Noticing the girl's subtly meaningful smile, Snape instinctively sensed something amiss. I asked him why he harbors such animosity towards you. Is it due to Lily? To which he nodded in acknowledgement. It is quite natural for rivals to harbor mutual disdain, especially since Lily is a wonderful girl, and I can understand that. Upon hearing Wei Shengbai mention Lily, Snape felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lily was the solitary beacon of light in his shadowy childhood, the embodiment of what he desperately sought to grasp. He did not refute the feelings he once harbored for Lily, yet he was acutely aware of what he genuinely desired now. That person before him. Chapter 92, Dumbledore's Suspicion. Following the Christmas ball, where Lily had reminded him of certain truths, and after discovering her unconscious form in the confined Room of Requirements, Severus's mindset began to shift gradually, his gaze increasingly focused upon her. You are not like her. To prevent Wei Shengbai from overthinking, he asserted this statement, clarifying his stance. I understand, rest assured, Senior. I bear no ill will regarding your past with Senior Lily. Besides, at that time, my greatest affection was reserved for my wand. This assertion seemed quite fair. Yet Severus knew that the emotions one holds for another person cannot be equated with those directed towards inanimate objects. She merely utilized a delicately phrased expression to reassure herself that there was no need to dwell on past events. Although James Potter's ambush had been influenced by dark magic, the fact remained that the deed had transpired, and the one to whom an apology was owed extended beyond just himself. Given their prior antagonistic relationship, it was certain that he would be reluctant to apologize. Thus, I contemplated an alternative approach to ensure he felt a modicum of discomfort. At this juncture, Wei Shengbai turned her gaze towards the CAF window, a mischievous smile gracing her features. So, I later inquired of him, if I were to pursue Senior Lily, would he detest me as much as he loathes you, Senior? Clang. The silver stirring spoon slipped from Severus's grasp, colliding with the ceramic coffee saucer to produce a crisp sound. At times, Severus found himself utterly perplexed by the peculiar thoughts that occupied her mind. It was no wonder that she had been particularly attentive to Lily of late, their relationship appearing more amicable than usual. It was, in fact, a ploy to provoke that foolish Potter. I merely find such behavior amusing. It allows him to experience the taste of defeat. I do not genuinely wish to pursue Senior Lily, so please do not misunderstand, Senior. My affections are firmly placed upon you, in a most earnest manner devoid of jest. Noticing a slight change in Severus's expression, she immediately grasped his hand tightly, affirming, the word like spills forth from my lips as if it were free. Yet each utterance is steeped in sincerity, like stars beneath the night sky. Each declaration ignites a light within his world. I feel the same. Although articulating a confession as sweet and sticky as spun sugar proved challenging, acknowledging his reciprocal feelings in alignment with her sentiments was not difficult. He returned her gentle grasp, warmth circulating between their palms, and in that moment, Severus felt a profound sense of contentment. After lingering in the CAF for a while, they parted ways as Professor Flitwick prepared to escort the students back as dusk fell. Gellert Grindelwald stood at the entrance of Hogsmeade, gazing after the departing students, his dark cloak seemingly merging with the encroaching night, rendering his visage indistinct. The little girl who had once clutched the key to the door and rushed into Nurmengard prison, pleading for him to rescue her, had after all matured. That individual had formulated numerous speculations about the future, once envisioning various potential events and outcomes before him. Did she foresee this particular circumstance? The most unpredictable aspect of existence lies in the realm of human emotions, particularly the love and animosity that intertwine between individuals, akin to the entanglement between him and Dumbledore. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Grindelwald sensed the magical fluctuations nearby. The very person he had been reflecting upon now stood before him. Good evening, Gellert. The elder's tranquil voice pierced the stillness of the night. Even the evening breeze seemed to soften. Good evening, Albus. He could never have imagined years prior that he would one day find himself engaged in conversation with Dumbledore. There was no divergence, no antagonism, nor the sight of wands pointed at each other's hearts. Only the desolate shadows of trees and the flickering lights gradually illuminating the village. Nothing more. To eavesdrop on the interactions of the young was hardly commendable. Dumbledore appeared to seek a more relaxed atmosphere, initiating a discussion about the earlier scene he had witnessed. Although Grindelwald had stood at a distance and had not heard the words exchanged between Severus and Wei Shengbai in the Shrieking Shack, he had nonetheless observed everything unfold. I am her guardian. It is my duty to ensure her safety, which includes eliminating any potential threats, even those arising from romantic interests. I have no desire to interfere in her affections. She has always been quite perceptive, aware of her true desires, and I shall not meddle in her choices. He offered a brief explanation, noting that his encounter with Wei Shengbai and Severus had been coincidental. He had been intrigued by the Shrieking Shack, and thus followed the students to that location. It must be said, concealing a werewolf within that haunted house during the full moon was indeed a venture befitting Dumbledore's character. Coincidentally, Wei Shengbai had sought to discern the effects of the Shrieking Shack on her dreams and reality, leading to the subsequent events. Alas, her and Severus's magical abilities were still too feeble to perceive Grindelwald's presence from afar, nor the ever-watchful Dumbledore trailing behind him. Fortunately, the distance between them remained considerable, allowing only a vague visual without the ability to overhear their conversation. Otherwise, should Wei Shengbai learn of this incident later, she might contemplate plans for leaving the Earth altogether. Grindelwald understood that although Dumbledore himself had personally interviewed him for a professorship at Hogwarts, the discrepancies in his fabricated identity and the coincidences in his name would not dissipate from his mind. Dumbledore had admitted him to Hogwarts, in part for the defense against the dark arts class, and in part to keep a watchful eye on him, facilitating closer scrutiny. Fortunately, Wei Shengbai's presence alleviated many of his concerns, and the props provided by that individual effectively concealed his true identity. Even Dumbledore could not see through his disguise, allowing them to converse with such calmness. Shall we go for a drink? Dumbledore gestured towards the direction of the 3 broomsticks, extending an invitation to the man beside him. Not tonight. I still have several student essays to review and must return to mark them promptly. Hogwarts is delightful, and teaching here is quite enjoyable. If only they could be a tad more diligent with their assignments. He declined the tempting invitation under this pretext. Were it not for the concern of embarrassing himself in front of Albus, Grindelwald would have eagerly accepted the offer. He nodded in farewell to Dumbledore, then disapparated back to the gates of Hogwarts. What a pity. Chapter 93. Anticipations for the future. Upon returning to Hogwarts, neither of them displayed any overt signs of peculiarity. Yet occasionally Lily would sense that Severus and Wei Shengbai appeared to share a deeper understanding. However, this was merely an inkling, not a definitive conclusion, from their ordinary interactions. They seemed no different than before. Lily occasionally expressed her doubts, but these were swiftly supplanted by other thoughts, for she, like Severus, was a fifth-year student, and for her, the impending end-of-term examinations took precedence. With limited time to spend together during the day, Wei Shengbai undertook the task of reorganizing their former room of requirements laboratory. And during weekends or when classes were absent, they would often share their time in that space. Originally seated behind the desk was Severus Snape, having replaced the previous occupant. While the ancient tomes and volumes were supplanted by fifth-year textbooks and various other materials, Wei Shengbai lounged on a plush sofa, cradling a copy of The Secrets of Time, borrowed from the restricted section, meticulously perusing its contents. Although Grindelwald had advised her to refrain from delving into matters concerning time for the time being, she found it challenging to relinquish the pursuit. In addition, she had also borrowed books pertaining to the soul. When Voldemort had discovered the book on Horcruxes in the restricted section, he had torn out that particular page, leaving her oblivious to its content, thus compelling her to explore alternative avenues. Even among wizards, the mysteries of the soul remained largely inscrutable, shrouded in enigma. Anything touching upon the realm of the soul seemed to become profound and elusive. For instance, Horcruxes and the 3 unforgivable curses. After thoroughly examining the book in her hands and finding no useful leads, she set it aside, rubbing her temples to alleviate the strain from prolonged reading. Time and the soul were indeed subjects far beyond her years to investigate. Perhaps the Hogwarts library lacked sufficient texts on these topics, which hindered her from grasping the crucial points. Maybe she could consult that fellow in the crown? When it came to matters of the soul, no one in this world had likely studied it more deeply than Voldemort. Even a fragment of his knowledge would surpass her own. Wei Shengbai turned to glance at Snape, who remained engrossed in his studies at the desk, momentarily suppressing this impulsive thought. Snape, sensing her gaze, looked up to find the girl staring intently at him. You have been sitting there for 2 hours without a break. I understand the importance of your exams, but your body also requires rest, she remarked, as she approached him from the sofa and gently took the quill from his hand. Let us take a break and have a chat, shall we? Snape found it difficult to refuse her request and nodded, closing the notebook before him. Wei Shengbai moved to another table to brew a pot of red tea, the rich aroma wafting from the spout as she carried the brewed tea back to the sofa, settling beside Snape. The two, who had previously sat across from each other, were now in close proximity. A slight movement could bring their arms into contact, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. This closeness was not unwelcome. Both relished the intimacy, and Snape instinctively took her hand in his. What would you like to discuss? He inquired, casting a discreet glance at the seemingly profound books beside the sofa. Raising an eyebrow slightly, of course, for instance, our plans after graduation, she replied, diverging from Snape's anticipated topics of time and the soul to speak of something that seemed distant. I intend to return to my hometown after graduating. Before moving to England, my parents lived in the family estate. I believe my relatives may still reside there, and I must also bring back their ashes for a proper burial. And you? You graduated 2 years before me. What do you wish to pursue? Wei Shengbai gazed at the hand he held, shifting her position to intertwine her fingers with his and embrace his arm, drawing closer. I am uncertain, yet Professor Slughorn has been mentioning his declining health lately, expressing a desire for a teaching assistant to help with certain tasks. Initially, I thought it cumbersome, but upon reflection, it could be a worthwhile opportunity. He was 2 years her senior, and when he graduated, Wei Shengbai would still be in her 5th year. If he could not remain at school, it would mean he would be absent from her for the majority of the year. Senior, you need not overthink it. Simply pursue what you desire. He must have other aspirations beyond her. If all his future plans revolved solely around her, Wei Shengbai would begin to question whether she was confining his life. She did not wish for Snape's future to become thus constrained. There are no other considerations. This is what I wish to do. Once you graduate, I will return with you, to meet your family, to better understand everything about you. This encapsulated Snape's current desires. It was not mere indulgence in emotion. It was the realization that his world became vibrant and colorful because of her. To Snape, she was the most significant aspect of his existence. Very well. Then once I have settled everything, let us travel the world together. We can explore ancient ruins to uncover history, venture into distant forests in search of herbs, and roam secluded wastelands in pursuit of unknown magical creatures. You shall study new potions, while I delve into new spells, and when we tire of our adventures, we will find a tranquil place to reside. She animatedly outlined their future plans, her delightful descriptions captivating him, and Snape envisioned their silhouettes amidst those picturesque landscapes. She seemed to tire of her musings, gradually ceasing her dreams of the future, resting her head upon Snape's shoulder, and closing her eyes. Snape assumed she was merely fatigued and wished to rest, thus he suppressed his awkwardness at their closeness, forcing himself to relax his shoulders to make her more comfortable. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Shengbai was fervently contemplating matters concerning Voldemort. Although she could easily abscond with Snape, escaping the impending turmoil in England, she could never simply disregard it. The wheels of fate had already begun to deviate from the original narrative, yet the core remained in motion, sustained by the world's consciousness. She could not stand idly by while Lily and others faced death. She needed to devise a means to circumvent the tragedies of fate. Chapter 94. An Unexpected Eavesdrop. Alone by the Black Lake, Snape closed the book in his hands and gazed at the shimmering surface before him. He had no classes that afternoon. Lily, who had promised to join him by the lake to read, had just been called away by her roommate, leaving him solitary. In an hour, he would need to head to the potions classroom to fetch someone. He recalled the last time Wei Xingbai's potions class had ended. She had wandered in the dungeons for quite some time, failing to find her way back, even passing by the entrance to the Slytherin common room several times. Had Snape not fortuitously emerged from the common room to see her, he wondered where she might have ended up in the castle. He felt a tinge of helplessness regarding her persistent inability to navigate, yet there was a flicker of delight in his heart. If he could always be her guide, always stay by her side, she would never have to fear getting lost. Being with Wei Shengbai was a comforting experience. She understood him deeply, attuned to his emotions. In her presence, he felt no need to don a mask or conceal anything. This state of being was an unfamiliar, yet pleasant experience for Snape. The girl was perceptive, exceptionally skilled at reading his expressions, tending to his feelings, and preemptively quelling any potential misunderstandings before they could arise. However, Snape gradually sensed something amiss in her behavior. She seemed overly cautious regarding their relationship, vigilantly guarding the newly kindled flame, fearful that a moment's inattention might extinguish it in the chill of the wind. Perhaps it was not only he who lacked confidence in this sentiment, but she as well. Had it not been for the intimate moments shared during this period, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Shengbai was, in truth, gripped by fear. Indeed, although the girl had previously claimed to see no visions concerning her future, one must wonder why she had fled the castle alone that day, revealing such a sorrowful expression by the lake. She vehemently denied any knowledge of the future, swallowing her bitterness and sadness in solitude. Over the past few days, as he gradually acclimated to this sweetness, Snape found himself ruminating once more on the earlier incident. He did not wish for Wei Shengbai to bear this burden alone. Yet she clearly desired to remain ignorant of everything regarding the prophecy. If he were to inquire directly, it was likely he would glean no useful information. Perhaps he could consult Mr. Green, her guardian, who would presumably possess knowledge of her prophetic abilities. Just as Snape contemplated a visit to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a familiar, irksome chatter reached his ears. He needed to be cautious tonight. He must not allow others to discover his presence. They were always meticulous, and no one would suspect a thing. James Potter and his companions were perched upon a large rock by the Black Lake, not far from Snape's current position. Thanks to the shrubbery that obscured him, they remained unaware of another's presence. Snape considered departing, but a remark made by Sirius compelled him to remain. Did you know? That Ravenclaw girl, the exceptional Asian student from third year, who once defended against an attack during the dueling club. Surely you recall her. In a recent defense against the dark arts class, during the lesson on dealing with boggarts, one might guess what her greatest fear was. Sirius, with his strikingly handsome visage and aristocratic demeanor that captivated many a heart at Hogwarts, had indeed garnered the attention of Ravenclaw students. Snape learned of Wei Shengbai's performance during that class through casual conversation among his female classmates. I thought there was nothing in this world that frightened her, Sirius continued. His curiosity piqued. What is it? James Potter implored, eager to uncover the secret of this unique rival. Her fear, astonishingly, is the whomping willow outside the school. Sirius mused. Isn't that peculiar? After all, which student would dare provoke that vicious tree aside from us? It is rather strange, James pondered. Do you think she has uncovered our secret? Impossible. If she had indeed uncovered it, she would have informed Professor Dumbledore long ago. Perhaps she has been struck by a branch from the willow. It must hurt quite a bit, he reflected, dismissing Sirius's speculation with a shake of his head. This exchange, meant to be light-hearted banter, was overheard by Snape, stirring a tempest within him. Was it truly the Whomping Willow that frightened her? Why? Did it portend that he was destined to perish at the hands of that very tree? Given Wei Xiangbai's previous reactions towards the prophecy, Snape surmised that his future would not merely entail injury. It suggested a brush with death, or perhaps actual demise. Had his former self been privy to such revelations, he might have recklessly sought the cause of his future demise. Yet now he found himself contemplating the implications. If such a day were to arrive, what would become of Wei Xiangbai? Would she be left to witness his death, powerless to intervene? Would her heart not ache in anguish? Had he considered this sooner, he might have refrained from taking that final step, instead pushing Wei Xiangbai away, or severing their ties altogether. Perhaps, had he chosen that path, she could have spared herself some sorrow, avoiding tears at his grave. What was he to do now? If he were to suggest a separation, would she acquiesce? A bitter smile crossed Snape's lips as he mused. She had already chosen to remain with him despite her knowledge of the future. So she would undoubtedly refuse such a proposal. She would, as she did when studying magic, compel herself to seek ways to confront the future, seizing every opportunity to alter the prophecy. Such was Wei Xiangbai's character. Just as she had sequestered herself in that dark, silent chamber, she might make even more arduous decisions, vowing not to relent until her goal was achieved. Yet this matter did not concern her alone. It was not a burden she should carry by herself. He must also prepare for his own future. However, the immediate priority was to await her at the entrance of the potions classroom, to prevent her from becoming lost in the dungeons as she had previously. Chapter 95. The Secret of the Whomping Willow. As Snape rose from the thicket, he was immediately spotted by James Potter and his trio, who had not yet departed. To their astonishment, the Slytherin had taken to eavesdropping. Sirius was quick to mock, but Snape was singularly focused on finding Wei Xiangbai, and had no desire to engage in their banter. His disregard, however, only fueled Sirius's ire, who perceived it as a slight. Before James could intervene, Sirius charged forward, blocking Snape's path. "What's this? Are you too cowardly to admit it?" he taunted. "Weren't you always stalking us, hoping to uncover our secrets? Go ahead, investigate if you dare." "Sirius," James exclaimed, pulling him aside. "We cannot let anyone know about Remus. Not even Snape. This should not be used as bait to provoke him." After his recent conversation with Wei Xiangbai, James's perception of Snape had shifted slightly. Coupled with the absence of conflict between them during this period, he harbored less animosity towards Snape than before. Yet Sirius remained steadfast in his inclination to view Snape through a negative lens, resulting in the current standoff. "Firstly, I was here before you arrived. I was not eavesdropping. If you wish to discuss secrets, perhaps you should choose a more secluded location, rather than barking like a mad dog at every passerby. Secondly, I am indeed curious about your secrets. It would be splendid if I could expel you all from Hogwarts. However, I have other matters to attend to. So kindly step aside." The bell for class would ring in approximately 10 minutes. Lingering here would be a waste of time. Thus Snape opted to depart, choosing not to entangle himself with these fools as he had in the past. James regarded Snape's retreating figure with confusion. Under typical circumstances, merely avoiding a confrontation would have been considered a favorable outcome. So why had he departed so easily today? Was he meeting with Lily? No. For he had just seen her in the Gryffindor common room, where she was occupied with her roommate, working on an assignment. She would not emerge anytime soon. So what could possibly compel Snape to leave in haste? Perplexed, James set the matter aside, dismissing it from his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sirius continued to reassure Remus that Snape would never dare to follow them to the Whomping Willow, urging him not to worry. Yet as Snape walked away, he harbored a different perspective. Since Wei Xiangbai was unwilling to disclose her fear of the willow, he would undertake his own investigation. Perhaps it is related to the secret spoken of by that fool Potter. He intends to investigate this matter personally. Once he has sorted through his thoughts, Snape suppresses all emotions, reverting to his usual demeanor. He cannot allow Miss Weasley to perceive any signs of his intentions, lest she intervene and thwart his plans. The future seems distant, and he resolves to take a brief look, a minor inquiry that should not pose any significant issues. With this notion in mind, he accompanies the already dismissing Weasley to the Great Hall for dinner, as is customary. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is notoriously fraught, yet their rapport with Ravenclaw remains amicable, rendering their companionship unremarkable to others. After dinner, Weasley inquires whether Snape would like to join her at the Room of Requirement that evening, but he declines. "You have classes tomorrow. You must return early to rest." Best to retire for the night, he advises. He sees her to the door of the Ravenclaw common room, watching her enter before he turns to leave. Once the door to the common room closes, Weasley senses something amiss in Snape's demeanor, recalling that he had never rebuffed an invitation to the room of requirement in such a manner before. Perhaps he has other matters to attend to. But what could warrant concealment from her? As she lies in bed, Weasley tosses and turns, the clock striking 9, yet sleep eludes her. She questions whether she is overthinking. But a faint unease lingers in her heart. Rising from her bed, she approaches the window, gazing up at the moon. Tonight marks a full moon, a celestial body that should bring tranquility to the night, now veiled by a thin layer of clouds, obscuring much of its light. Coincidentally, it is also the night when werewolves reveal their true forms. She muses idly whether he has noticed the presence of a werewolf student at the school, but her expression darkens at the thought. In the original narrative, Snape discovers Remus Lupin's lycanthropy during his 5th year, nearly paying for it with his life. How much does he comprehend about this situation now? Could Snape's recent peculiar behavior signify that he has uncovered something? With that thought, Weasley can no longer remain still. She hastily dons her clothing, clutching her wand tightly, and summons her half-blood Kneazle. Little Black, you remember the senior's scent, don't you? Take me to him. As swiftly as you can. Meow. Little Black responds promptly, leading her out of the dormitory. When she realizes they are not heading toward the dungeon, but rather guiding her away from the castle, Weasley understands that something is gravely amiss. He truly has gone to confront the Boggart. Although Snape does not perish in the original story, he does suffer an attack from the werewolf. And the current circumstances differ from the narrative. Who knows how this might unfold? Anxious at the thought of Snape being harmed, her heart races, yet she resolves to return to the castle first. She needs to find someone capable of addressing this matter to accompany her. As she re-enters the castle, Grindelwald, responsible for patrolling that night, approaches her. He had sensed the girl's magic when she left the dormitory and had followed her. Sir, you must go to the headmaster's office and alert Dumbledore that something has occurred at the Boggart. You will understand. I must go ahead. Time may be of the essence. She grasps Grindelwald's garment, hastily conveying her message before attempting to depart. Calm down. You cannot use apparition within Hogwarts. Let us go to Albus together. We can use his phoenix to travel, which will be faster. Grindelwald initially aims to soothe Weasley, but upon mentioning the phoenix, he catches a glimpse of the bright spark in her eyes.